The mathematics teacher of County Number 1 High School, Ding Ancheng, is a remarkable young man whom the girls of Huaixi County eagerly wish to marry. With good looks and a respectable profession, his somewhat aloof demeanor does not detract from his appeal. Rather, it offers a sense of security as he adeptly dismisses unwanted advances. Yet, such an admirable individual has fallen for the beauty devoid of intellect, Yi Roujing, causing countless young women to lament in sorrow. Devoid of intellect, Yi Roujing. No, she is not. She embodies both beauty and wisdom. A fortunate soul who thrives in this era of transactions, blessed by fate itself. Ding Ancheng realizes that the fiancé he once fervently pursued has transformed Kada, but he too has changed, becoming a mere attachment to her. Chapter 1. Yi Roujing. Whoosh. 20, 25, 30. Yi Roujing intermittently counted in her mind. Upon reaching 30, she finally lay down, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, lamenting the frailty of his body. Had it been her own, she could have effortlessly completed 30 push-ups without pause, unlike the 15 minutes it took her now. Knock, 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 knock. Yi Roujing turned her gaze toward the window, where faint light filtered through the coarse blue curtains. Ears attuned to the sound around her, she indeed heard the rustling from the neighboring room. Time to get to work, time to get to work. This novel awakening method was something Yi Roujing had endured for 5 days now. Yes, she was no longer the Yi Roujing she once was. Awakening from slumber in the dormitory, she found herself in an unfamiliar setting, an austere room adorned with a brown wooden bed and stark white walls, where every piece of furniture exuded a palpable sense of antiquity. Upon discerning the calendar hanging on the wall, which read March 8th, 1975, she was struck with a profound sense of disorientation. She, Yi Roujing, a master's student at Huaixi Medical University in the 21st century, raised under the nurturing embrace of the Red Banner and the enlightenment of science, would scarcely fathom the illogical occurrence of time travel. Weakened by fever and 2 days of starvation, she mustered the strength to rise, only to be met with scornful mockery and a meager bowl of coarse grain porridge, thin enough to reflection. Her image. She had truly awakened, no longer the Yi Roujing she once was. Yet this new incarnation of Yi Roujing was a source of considerable vexation. At the tender age of 19, a member of the Nudang production brigade, she had entered into matrimony with Ding Ancheng from the Dingping production brigade 3 months prior. A union secured through threats to tarnish Ding Ancheng's reputation. The original owner of this identity was, in essence, a person devoid of wit, a realization that struck Yi Roujing deeply upon inheriting the entirety of her memories. Misled by so-called friends, she adorned herself in gaudy attire, shamelessly parading before Ding Ancheng, her sole asset being her beauty, yet failing to ensnare him, instead acting a host of ruffians. During an escape from their advances, she encountered Ding Ancheng, who gallantly rescued her, only for the original owner to repay his kindness with betrayal, later spinning tales to her arriving family that it was Ding Ancheng who had harassed her. Ding Ancheng, a renowned mathematics teacher at Huaixi County Number 1 High School, is a man of considerable repute. At the tender age of 23, he has undoubtedly captured the affections of many young women, yet he has steadfastly declined to teach EIR advances. Remarkably, he remains unmarried at this age and ultimately finds himself compelled to wed Yi Roujing due to an act of gallantry. The once vibrant peony of his household has been sadly plucked by a shameless young woman, leading one to imagine the trials that the original inhabitant of this life must endure. Within her in-laws' home, this suffering is not characterized by silent oppression or pitiable meekness. Rather, it manifests as fiery confrontations and exchanges of harsh words. Upon awakening the following day, she becomes the present-day Yi Roujing. Yet, others remain oblivious to her plight. In early spring, after a chill by the river, she succumbs to fever. Owing to the original inhabitant's unlikable nature, no one comes to her aid. She endures the illness alone, battling through it for 2 days without any improvement. Left to her own devices, she rises to drink water and eat, mustering the strength to draw hot water for physical cooling. After 3 arduous days, her fever finally subsides, and she begins to recover gradually. After resting for several days, it is time to face reality. Yi Roujing lies in bed for a while before rising, donning a blue coarse linen shirt paired with matching trousers, and wearing a white sweater over it as she steps out of her room. Humph, a calamity that befalls generations. Her fate is indeed resilient, remarks a young woman with thick, braided hair, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, topped with yellow cardigan, casting a disdainful glare at Yi Roujing as she emerges from her quarters. Yi Roujing cast a glance at her before diverting her gaze. This was Ding Ancheng's younger sister, Ding Anmin, who shared the same age as herself. To be candid, the young lady possessed an appealing Visagian oval face, enchanting almond-shaped eyes, a finely sculpted nose, a luscious red mouth, and fair skin. If only her demeanor were a touch more amiable, she would be utterly perfect. Well, still choosing to ignore me? Just watch me. Anmin, that's enough. A young man clad in military green entered the courtyard with a basin, pouring out water. We've had a rare moment of peace. Do refrain from stirring trouble. This individual was Ding Ancheng's twin brother, Ding Ancheng. Born merely an hour prior, he bore a striking resemblance to her, standing around 178 centimeters tall, albeit with a darker complexion that lent a touch of rugged charm to his otherwise gent. Aloof features. Yi Roujing had entered the kitchen before them, where father-in-law, Dim-witted Yi, and mother-in-law, Li Hongying, were already present. Upon her arrival, Li Hongying furrowed her brow slightly, while Dim-witted Yi merely glanced at her before returning his attention elsewhere. Ah, truly unwelcoming. Everyone take a seat. Once we've dined, it's time for work, Dim-witted Yi had declared, picking up his chopsticks to begin his meal. Some people eat without working. I wonder how they manage to hold their heads so high. Ding Ancheng scoffed, rolling her eyes and pursing her lips. I will be working today, Yi Roujing calmly stated after swallowing a mouthful of thin porridge. Yes, soon as her words fell, the kitchen fell into an abrupt silence, the sound of eating ceasing altogether. Today, the sun must have risen in the west, Ding Ancheng exaggeratedly remarked, shattering the stillness in the room. Since her marriage, Yi Roujing has not worked a single day. In fact, she had never held a job even while living at her parental home, resulting in her ethereal beauty. It is not merely that she has never worked, the Yi family has treated their daughter like a pampered lady, sparing her from even the most trivial household chores, to the point where she is now utterly incapable of performing any tasks. What is involved in working? Yi Roujing inquired, her naivety evident. Ding Ancheng took a deep breath, rolled her eyes, and restrained herself from uttering a reprimand. Ever since this sister-in-law entered their lives, Ding Ancheng felt that she could rival the most boisterous women in the village. Yet today, as this person spoke with semblance of sense, she too calmed her demeanor. What can you do? This question was not directed at Yi Roujing as an inquiry, but rather as a straightforward statement of fact. However, when she posed this question, it was not with harshness, but merely a hint of disdain. Chapter 2. Confrontation. I can learn, Yi Roujing calmly stated. No one is born with innate abilities. Everything is acquired through learning. Ding Ancheng, taken aback by her words, scrutinized Yi Roujing closely. Your words sound rather refined after that fall into the river, he remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Yi Roujing recalled the original owner's past reactions to unwelcome remarks, letting out a slight huff before turning her head to continue sipping her porridge. Determined not to reveal any vulnerability, Ding Ancheng frowned slightly, noticing her still irksome demeanor. However, he thought it unwise to squander his work points. Come with me to gather pig feed, he instructed. Oh, Yi Roujing nodded in agreement. Her readiness took Ding Ancheng by surprise, leading him to refrain from further comments. Today's breakfast marked a rare moment of tranquility for the family since Yi Roujing's arrival, as the four members of the Ding household occasionally stole glances at her, which she deliberately chose to ignore. After finishing their meal, Ding Ancheng swiftly cleaned the dishes and then led Yi Roujing towards the collective warehouse. The path was bustling with people, all headed in the same direction. As they passed by, many cast curious looks at Yi Roujing, while others whispered amongst themselves. Ancheng. A bright voice called from a short distance away. Both Ding Ancheng and Yi Roujing turned to see a girl clad in a floral shirt and a white skirt, topped with a vibrant red sweater. She wore black cloth shoes, and her two braided pigtails danced playfully as she moved, exuding an infectious energy. Undeniably, this young lady possesses an exceptional beauty. Her features are strikingly delicate, and what leaves a lasting impression is her cherry-like lips, which give off a somewhat fragile appearance. Her complexion is pale to the point of being lifeless, lacking the healthy glow seen in Ding Ancheng, who has a complexion that radiates a rosy vitality. Xingqian's lively gestures and radiant smile contrast sharply with Yi Roujing's subtle raised eyebrow, as she observes Ding Ancheng's demeanor, which embodies the essence of a young woman. It appears that the two share a close friendship. Although Yi Roujing has been married to the Dingping production team for 3 months, she is yet to engage in any work, spending her days bickering with her in-laws and hardly interacting with the villagers. Xingqian, breathless, hurried to Ding Ancheng's side, prompting Yi Roujing to shake her head in quiet disapproval. This girl appears even more delicate than she does now. Is this your sister-in-law? Xingqian inquired, glancing at Yi Roujing before smiling at Ding Ancheng. Ding Ancheng pouted but refrained from contradicting her. Hello, I am Xingqian, a sent-down youth from the Dingping production team. She introduced, extending her hand toward Yi Roujing. Yi Roujing reciprocated, saying, Hello, I am Yi Roujing, Ding Ancheng's sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, Ding Ancheng puffed out her cheeks in annoyance, while Yi Roujing couldn't help but smile. The girl was rather endearing, often sharp-tongued at home but appearing more agreeable in this setting. Xingqian, let us hurry. We can still procure sharper sickles, which will make cutting the pig feed much easier. Ding Ancheng urged, pulling Xingqian along as they dashed ahead. Yi Roujing withdrew her hand, trailing leisurely behind as she watched the two girls giggle and frolic in front of her. The appellation Xia Xingchen evoked a faint sense of recognition. Yet Yi Roujing struggled to place it. Ancheng's wife, are you off to work? Yi Roujing inclined her head slightly to behold a woman clad in faded black homespun garments. Her countenance etched with the deep furrows of time, appearing to be in her late 40s or early 50s. Her smile revealed a missing front tooth, and her eyes were mere slits. Oh, the pity of it all! The woman's voice suddenly escalated in pitch as she clapped her hands together with vehement indignation. She was pampered and fair-skinned in her maiden home, and yet, how long has she been wed to Ding Ancheng before his family has reduced her to this state? The surrounding onlookers collectively directed their gaze towards them. Even Ding Anmin and Xia Xingchen, who were ahead, paused and turned around. Yi Roujing arched an eyebrow, scrutinizing the woman from head to toe, realizing this was an attempt to sow discord. Madam, who are you? Yi Roujing's expression was laced with disdain. Our family affairs are none of your concern, an outsider meddling where she's not wanted. Yi Roujing was suddenly grateful that the original owner of this body was someone who spoke her mind freely, allowing her to confront anyone who displeased her. And what are you saying? Am I not fair now? And when have I ever been plump? What kind of vision do you possess? Yi Roujing scoffed and strode past the woman. You. The woman trembled, pointing a finger at Yi Roujing, seemingly on the verge of fainting from rage. Anmin. Let's go. I have no idea where the warehouse is located. Yi Roujing cast a meaningful glance at Ding Anmin. Anmin, your sister-in-law's words are truly invigorating. Xia Xingchen's eyes sparkled as she leaned closer to Ding Anmin, whispering the last two words softly into her ear. Although Ding Anmin feigned indifference, she could not deny the exhilaration of witnessing Yi Roujing confront others. It was truly refreshing. During the tumultuous times at home, that insufferable woman had spoken ill of her family on countless occasions. How amusing it was to see Aunt One display such a lack of discernment. Why criticize anyone when she had clashed with Ding Ancheng's shrewish wife? It was no wonder that she found herself in such an unenviable position. After all, living next door and having witnessed the commotion, it was foolish of her to provoke trouble for herself. If only the daughter-in-law had been a bit more resolute, she wouldn't have been so easily bullied by her mother-in-law. Anmin, wasn't that woman just utterly unlikable? Yi Roujing, having overheard the murmurs around her, slowed her pace to catch up with Ding Anmin, eager to voice her thoughts. Blinking her eyes in surprise, she realized that this girl was not so unappealing after all. How contradictory. Yi Roujing hastened to join her friend. The warehouse of the Dingping production team sprawled over 2 acres, housing the collective's yields, seeds, livestock, and tools. From a distance, Yi Roujing could see a long line forming at the entrance of the warehouse, with the individuals at the front already emerging with their farming implements. Standing behind Ding Anmin, Yi Roujing's gaze wandered, taking in the lush fields and the predominantly adobe houses that dotted the landscape. It dawned on her that her current living conditions were indeed quite favorable, considering they resided in a brick house. Chapter 3. A Capable Person. Xiaojing. My sister-in-law is joining us today to cut pigweed. Please lend her a sickle, Ding Anmin said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Roujing stepped forward to greet Ding Anmin and Xia Xingchen, saying, Hello, thank you for your trouble. Ding Anmin was momentarily astonished but felt a quiet relief that, after her recent illness, Yi Roujing had become more courteous and not embarrassed her family. Each person's tasks were assigned by the team leader, and the number of participants was fixed. Whether you will be cutting pigweed or not is unknown to me, Ding Xiaojing remarked, glancing at Yi Roujing. You will be assigned a task once the team leader arrives. Ding Anmin felt a twinge of anxiety. She feared that Yi Roujing, feeling disgruntled, might show her displeasure towards Ding Xiaojing. Sister Xiaojing, my sister-in-law has just recovered from an illness and cannot handle heavy work, she hurriedly explained. This matter is beyond my control, Ding Xiaojing responded, casting a fleeting glance at Yi Roujing, her eyes betraying a hint of jealousy that quickly vanished. With no sickle to wield, they could only wait for the team leader's arrival. Ding Anmin stood by anxiously, while Xia Xingchen remained. The 3 of them lined up watching others receive their farming tools, garnering quite a few curious glances and whispers. In an era where everyone earned work points, team leader Ding Xiaojing did not arrive late. Yi Roujing estimated they had waited no more than 5 minutes. Observing team leader Ding, Yi Roujing noted he was not much different from an ordinary person, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, clad in a brown work uniform speckled with mud. Its color faded from many washes, with patches on his elbows and knees. Upon observing the multitude of individuals around her, Yi Roujing noticed that many wore patched clothing. In contrast, she found the attire of the original owner to be quite commendable, appearing almost new. Oh, and Ding Anmin and Xia Xingqian's garments were also quite decent. Captain, my sister-in-law is starting work today, Ding Anmin remarked with a smile. However, she added, my sister-in-law hasn't had much experience in labor, and her health isn't the best. She just recovered from a fever. Could you assign her some lighter tasks? She suggested softly, perhaps she could help us with cutting pig grass. As the work points are calculated based on the amount of grass collected. Ding Xiaoding turned to Yi Roujing and said with a smile, is this the daughter-in-law from Anqing? Starting work now? I hope she wants TB1 to work sporadically. That cannot be the case, Yi Roujing interjected, her expression slightly serious. I am someone who believes in facing challenges head-on. Initially, I felt a bit anxious about this new environment, as I had not engaged in such tasks at my parental home, which left me somewhat apprehensive. However, after 3 months of marriage, witnessing the diligence of my in-laws and siblings, I have come to realize that I must do better. Therefore, starting today, I will strive to earn my work points. That said, she continued, Anmin speaks the truth, having just recovered from illness. I am still not in peak condition and may only be suited for simpler tasks at this moment. It would not be fair to hinder everyone else. Ding Anmin, observing Yi Roujing as she spoke, was reminded of her sister-in-law's previous demeanor, which was often filled with unrefined and inappropriate expressions. Yet today, her words flowed with clarity and conviction. What an astonishing turn of events! This individual turned out to be quite capable, conversing easily with people and, well, one can only imagine what thoughts might lurk in the mind when confronted with a ghost. Although Ding Anmin had numerous thoughts swirling in her mind, she displayed none of them outwardly, instead casting a hopeful glance towards Ding Xiaoding. Very well, today you shall accompany Anmin and the others to gather pig grass. Xiaojing, hand a sickle to the daughter-in-law of Anqing. Ding Xiaoding nodded in agreement and addressed the round-faced girl. Ding Xiaojing pursed her lips but eventually retrieved a sickle, albeit selecting a rusted one. Here, take this. Since you seem rather inexperienced, it would be prudent to reserve the better tools for those who are skilled. Don't you think? It was evident that this person held a negative opinion of her, Yi Roujing surmised, though the precise reason eluded her. Having already secured the task of gathering pig grass today, it would be unwise to complicate matters further. Thus, Yi Roujing readily accepted the sickle. Sister Xiaojing is absolutely correct. Once I become accustomed to the task and earn commendable work points today, I shall use a finer sickle later. Who is your sister? Ding Xiaojing thought inwardly, somewhat incredulous. Let us all get to work while the weather remains favorable, Ding Xiaoding urged, prompting the members of the Dingping production team to quicken their pace. Yi Roujing followed Ding Anmin and Xia Xingqian to the fields to cut the pig grass. Anmin, dear sister-in-law, please, just call me by my name. Xia Xingqian edged closer, making Yi Roujing feel increasingly uncomfortable. What was more jarring was the term of address. Daughter-in-law of Anqing was already quite sufficient, and now sister-in-law Anmin felt excessive. After all, her name was far more melodious. Since Anmin and I are the same age, I suppose I shall call you sister-in-law as well. Yi Roujing slightly twitched her lips. What, is a married woman unworthy of using her own name? However, the young lady's smile was captivating, and her demeanor exuded a certain warmth, so she refrained from retorting. After all, it was merely a form of address. What did it matter what she was called? Sister-in-law, your version differs somewhat from what I have heard, Xia Xingqian remarked, a hint of excitement in her voice. Heard? Ding Anmin interjected, clearing her throat emphatically from the side. Xia Xingqian's expression faltered momentarily before she swiftly shifted the topic. Sister-in-law, you truly were formidable today. That fierce woman was left utterly speechless by your retorts, which was quite gratifying. Fierce woman? Yi Roujing could not discern the legal entanglement between them. Yet she chose not to dwell on it, for the original owner of her memories had genuinely. Thus, she followed the change in subject. The one with a loose tongue, you mean? Oh, you couldn't be more right. She is indeed one with a loose tongue, Xia Xingqian exclaimed, bursting into laughter. Yi Roujing scrutinized Xia Xingqian from head to toe, finding her appearance somewhat incongruous with her temperament. Enough with the idle chatter, let us hasten to gather pigweed. Ding Anmin, carrying a basket and wielding a sickle, led the way. Before long, they reached the pond's edge, where she squatted down and swiftly began to harvest. Yi Roujing recognized that the so-called pigweed Ding Anmin was cutting was Houtuinia cordata, also known as fishmint, a medicinal herb. Understanding what was to be harvested, she too crouched down to assist. Though the sickle was rusty, it still held its efficacy. Houtuinia cordata was not particularly difficult to cut, though the quantity was limited. In no time, a significant portion had been gathered from the pond's edge. Chapter 4. The unrivaled coincidence afterward. Yi Roujing did not directly cut the roots of the plant, but instead utilized a sickle as a spade to begin digging, gathering some for medicinal purposes in case of future needs. Observing that she had collected a sufficient amount, Yi Roujing stood up to stretch her arms. Her body, having only recently recovered from illness, felt fatigued after a brief movement. Meanwhile, among the trio, she was in the middle in terms of stamina. Xiaxingchen had only been cutting for about 5 or 6 minutes and was now resting on a stone. Catching her breath. "Why is your constitution so frail?" Yi Roujing inquired as she approached with her basket. "I was a premature baby. It's something I cannot help," Xiaxingchen explained with a smile. Yi Roujing sat down and took Xiaxingchen's right hand, feeling her pulse. It was somewhat weak, but it seemed excessive to be gasping for breath with such minimal exertion. Although she was merely a master's student at Huaixi Medical University, specializing in general surgery, she had also studied traditional Chinese medicine. Despite not yet mastering the essence of diagnosis through observation, inquiry, and palpation, she possessed some competence. Especially considering her family's background in traditional medicine, she could typically remedy minor ailments. "My hands are just not easily warmed." Xiaxingchen thought Yi Roujing was checking her temperature and explained with a chuckle. "Adjusting with traditional Chinese medicine will surely help. You cannot continue like this," Yi Roujing advised. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Ding Ancheng interjected, rising and casting a disapproving glance at Yi Roujing. "Don't you dare harm Xingchen." Yi Roujing felt somewhat perplexed. How had she harmed anyone when she was merely assisting others? As she contemplated her condition, her words faltered. A realization struck her. It was now 1975. Oh, time was indeed fleeting. Her body could endure for a while longer. Perhaps she could wait a year or two before seeking help. For now, she ought to be mindful of her diet, avoiding anything too cold. The weather had yet to warm, and exposing her ankles was unwise. "Stop pretending to be knowledgeable," Ding Ancheng scoffed. "You only possess a junior high school diploma. What do you truly understand?" Yi Roujing's thoughts drifted as she contemplated her educational background. Suddenly, with a slight flick of her wrist, she tossed the sickle backward, its blade flying into the pond before her incredulous eyes. "What are you doing?" Ding Ancheng rushed toward the pond as the ripples from the fallen tool gradually subsided. Her anxiety was palpable as she exclaimed, "Why would you throw the sickle? That belongs to the collective. Where are your eyes?" Yi Roujing raised her right hand, revealing the wooden handle of the sickle still in her grasp. Ding Ancheng's mouth fell open in shock. How did the blade come off?" "It was loose," Yi Roujing replied with a hint of resignation, setting down her burden and rolling up her pant legs. After a moment of silence, as Yi Roujing prepared to enter the pond, Ding Ancheng was already removing her shoes. "Ready to follow." "Hey, I can retrieve it myself. Your physique is just right. Do not venture further lest you fall ill again and be unable to earn your keep. Furthermore, you cannot swim, so do not cause any trouble." As soon as Ding Ancheng's words fell, she had already stepped into the water. "Be cautious. That blade is rusted yet exceedingly sharp. Stepping on it could lead to dire consequences." "Do I need your reminders?" Ding Ancheng muttered, bending down to cautiously feel around in the pond. Fortunately, the item hadn't fallen far, otherwise. Ding Ancheng suddenly straightened up, retreating as her body trembled. I think I've touched a snake." Ancheng, quickly come back. "Being bitten is no trifling matter," Xiaxingchen said anxiously. Yi Roujing had already stepped forward to pull the petrified Ding Ancheng back onto the bank and dried her legs. She then walked a few paces away to find 2 dry sticks, extending one in each hand toward the spot where Ding Ancheng had just explored. When the stick encountered something that flicked against it, she withdrew slightly, yet upon approaching the same position again and being flicked at once more, Yi Roujing was puzzled. What could have ensnared something? The 2 sticks attempted to capture the snake, but it was too slippery. Thus, Yi Roujing shifted her focus to the object ensnaring the snake, probing the surroundings until she encountered something solid. With both hands, she exerted force to lift it, and when the object emerged, Yi Roujing was taken aback. Ding Ancheng and Xiaxingchen were equally astonished. A curved sickle blade had pierced through a yellow eel, and the base of the sickle had become lodged within a river clam. What an extraordinary coincidence. Yi Roujing forcefully tossed the 3 items to the unoccupied side, revealing the yellow eel. "You nearly frightened me to death. I thought it was a snake." Ding Ancheng felt a wave of relief wash over her as she realized that the recent sensation was not that of a snake. "Sister-in-law, you truly are remarkable. How did you manage that?" Xia Xingqian gazed in disbelief at the yellow eel writhing in the shallow grass, the dark river clam, and the upright scythe blade. It was an extraordinary coincidence. Yi Roujing herself found it incredible. She stepped forward, grasped the blade of the scythe, and pulled it free. The eel's movements gradually slowed, appearing to approach death, while the clam had slightly opened its shell. Yi Roujing pried it apart with the scythe, exclaiming, "This is meat. We can have a feast tonight. Xia Xingqian, you should take this yellow eel to make soup. It will nourish your vitality and is beneficial for your health," Yi Roujing suggested. Just as she was about to speak further about the clam's meat, she was interrupted by the sight of a pearl nestled within. Could fortune be this generous? With determination, Yi Roujing extracted the round, hard object from beneath her coat, a silver-white pearl, impressively the size of a fingernail. "This is a pearl," Xia Xingqian gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment and glancing around cautiously. "It's perfectly round and quite sizable. Sister-in-law, your scythe blade indeed fell in a splendid spot. Quick, hide it. If discovered, you may lose your share," Ding Ancheng urged, squatting down in a state of anxiousness. Yi Roujing tucked the pearl into her pocket, placed the clam and yellow eel in her backpack, and observed that the scythe, having been tinkered with by Ding Ancheng, had temporarily stabilized its blade. It appeared no different from when she first acquired it, except for being thoroughly soaked. "You might as well give me the scythe back," she insisted. Ding Ancheng observed Yi Roujing, who was walking ahead, with a tinge of unease. "Let us switch. Use this one instead. That other one is unstable and might fall. You're rather clumsy, and if it drops somewhere, it will be quite a hassle to find," she advised. Chapter 5. Wild Chickens. Yi Roujing readily extended her hand, and the two exchanged items, feeling a sense of appreciation for Ding Ancheng's small kindness. "How much longer do we need to walk? If we continue, we'll be climbing the mountain," she pondered, glancing at the distant, undulating peaks. The thought of embracing nature filled her with joy, particularly if there were no labor to be done. "You don't have to climb too high. Pigweed typically grows at the edges of the mountain. Just focus on gathering pigweed and refrain from other tasks," Ding Ancheng cautioned. "I worry you might get lost," she added with a hint of annoyance. "Oh dear. I've realized you're genuinely considerate," Yi Roujing replied, winking at Ding Ancheng, her face illuminated with a radiant smile. "Wrong. Who is concerned about you? We still need to forage for wild vegetables. Pigs need to eat, and so do humans. The benefit of gathering pigweed is that it allows us to obtain fresh wild vegetables for our family, saving on grain," Ding Ancheng declared loudly before striding off with determination, her words at odds with her heart. Yi Roujing noticed Xia Xingqian chuckling nearby and earnestly explained, "Indeed, Ancheng is a good girl." Upon reaching the mountain, Yi Roujing discovered numerous medicinal herbs, honeysuckle, Artemisia argi, and ghost needle grass, among others. "Once we finish gathering pigweed, we can collect wild vegetables. Besides, there are only a few plants here," she mused. Seeing Yi Roujing crouch to cut the white mugwort, Ding Ancheng reminded her, "Oh." Yi Roujing paused, her heart quickening at the sight of the medicinal plants. "You recognize wild vegetables too?" To speak candidly, Ding Ancheng was rather astonished by Yi Roujing's actions today, initially believing her to be somewhat clueless. However, it became evident that Yi Roujing possessed a measure of understanding. As they stumbled upon a small patch of pigweed, the trio approached to harvest it. After some time, Yi Roujing began to struggle. Crouching for too long proved exhausting, and her burden grew heavier. Engaging in manual labor was undeniably tiring, yet there was no alternative but to persist. Once their baskets were filled, Ding Ancheng paused to wipe away a light sheen of perspiration. "All right, let us gather some wild vegetables. We shall find a spot to conceal them shortly." Yi Roujing pointed at the basket resting on the ground. "What about this?" she inquired. "Leave it be. There's no one around to take it, and at this hour, we are quite alone. Let us rest for a moment, and after an hour, we shall return to the brigade with the pigweed. Once our baskets are emptied, we can resume our harvesting," Ding Ancheng clarified. With the freedom to move about, Yi Roujing rose to stretch her limbs before venturing to pick some rhododendron flowers. "Do not stray too far," Ding Ancheng remarked, this time refraining from stopping her, but feeling compelled to add a cautionary note. As Yi Roujing navigated through the thickets, she observed a plethora of medicinal herbs, though most were not in season for harvesting. Upon spotting a small cluster of rhododendrons not far ahead, she quickened her pace. In this mountainous landscape, devoid of rare fauna, she pondered whether wild game might be encountered, for during her stay thus far, she had not laid eyes on even a morsel of meat, leaving her palate yearning for flavor. "Are there any wild pheasants in this mountain?" Yi Roujing approached, cradling the rhododendrons, her gait graceful. Her fair, oval visage radiated with a smile, her doe-like eyes sparkling, a delicate nose gracefully arched, and her lips, naturally tinted, resembled the hue of fine rouge, rendering her bouquet of rhododendrons somewhat pale in comparison. "And Min, your sister-in-law is truly exquisite," remarked Xia Xingchen earnestly. "It's a result of her intelligence," Ding and Min muttered under her breath. "I believe your sister-in-law is quite decent, not at all foolish," Xia Xingchen responded judiciously. Today marked her first close encounter with Yi Roujing, and to be candid, she held a rather favorable impression of her. "Are there any wild chickens on the mountain?" Yi Roujing inquired once more, noticing the two engaged in hushed conversation. Yi Roujing acknowledged this, her mind contemplating strategies for capture should the opportunity arise. Although she possessed self-defense skills, she lacked experience in hunting. Setting down the azalea, Yi Roujing also began her tasks. Observing this, Ding and Min felt a flicker of satisfaction. Her sister-in-law's inaugural day of labor had been commendable. Well, it is about time, she thought. After 3 months of indulgence, she ought to contribute. As they descended the mountain, Yi Roujing, burdened by the backpack, found her waist slightly bent under the load. "Ah," she sighed, glancing at her reddened palms. Once, she had envisioned a bright future as a physician. Her hands were her livelihood, precious and delicate. Now, they were smeared with green sap, dirt lodged beneath her nails, and faint red marks adorned the back of her hands from unseen thorns. The sole advantage of being in this place was the escape from that treacherous family dynamic. Coming from a wealthy and influential family of traditional Chinese medicine, where marriages were mere strategic alliances, she was a product of an unhappy union. Competing cousins vied for inheritance, which had led her to resolutely pursue Western medicine, while merely dabbling in traditional practices. Even if she has vanished, or even perished, she is not the sole child of her parents. At most, they may shed a few tears, but life must carry on as usual. "Oh, do not dare tell me that you will not come to work tomorrow." Yi Roujing's sigh, to Ding Anming's ears, bore a deeper significance. Ding Anming merely curled her lips in silence. "Anming, the sickle, the sickle!" Xia Xingchen suddenly exclaimed with urgency. Yi Roujing swiftly glanced at the sickle in Ding Anming's hand, noticing that the blade was precariously close to falling and would likely stab Ding Anming's foot upon its descent. In a moment of instinct, Yi Roujing leapt sideways, delivering a swift kick that sent the blade flying. Goodness! The astonished expressions of Yi Roujing, Ding Anming, and Xia Xingchen were remarkably in sync. Chapter 6. Skilled Sister-in-Law, Has Your Mouth Been Blessed? Xia Xingchen marveled at the struggling, increasingly feeble pheasant on the ground. "Xingchen, what nonsense are you spouting? Superstition is to be shunned, do you not understand?" Ding Anming tugged at Xia Xingchen's sleeve, casting a cautious glance around, feeling slightly relieved upon seeing no one else present. That kick from Yi Roujing had considerable force. Previously, they had merely exchanged words among family. Had she truly shown restraint? "Nevertheless, it appears we shall feast on meat tonight." Yi Roujing's eyes were fixated on the nearly lifeless wild chicken, her gaze causing Ding Anming and Xia Xingchen to shiver slightly. "Sister-in-law, your gaze is rather terrifying," Xia Xingchen jested. "It is a natural response for one who hasn't tasted meat in a long while," Yi Roujing replied, deliberately turning to smile at Xia Xingchen and Ding Anming. "Please, be a bit more normal," Ding Anming suddenly exclaimed. "Oh." Yi Roujing immediately composed herself, stepping forward to grasp the wild chicken. TSK. It appears to weigh only 3 or 4 pounds. After plucking its feathers and removing its innards, along with the head, each of us should receive a few pieces. "We must surrender half to the team," Ding Anming insisted. "Yet, no one witnessed it," Yi Roujing retorted dismissively. "What if someone discovers it? Those who take advantage will face criticism. We can dispose of the evidence. If there are no traces left, others cannot hold us accountable." Yi Roujing narrowed her eyes slightly, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. "Rest assured, I possess a certain expertise in this area. Dissection classes are not attended casually, and in that regard, I was among the top in university. Furthermore, chicken feathers can be fashioned into shuttlecocks, while the bones can be crushed and buried as fertilizer in the vegetable patch." "Ah, perfect. If Ding Anming had a beard, it would surely be bristling." Yi Roujing pouted slightly upon seeing her, then handed the wild chicken towards her. "Here, take it. You know what to do," Yi Roujing remarked. Ding Anming's expression stiffened in indignation, huffing as she turned away. "First, let us take it down. If someone sees it, we'll claim we all consumed it. After all, others have done the same before." Yi Roujing raised an eyebrow. "Quite clever, indeed." You certainly won to be outsmarted. Ding Anmin set down the basket for pig feed and reached for the wild chicken. Yi Roujing, aware of her intentions, quickly interposed her hand. The eldest sister is quite considerate, Xia Xingchen said with a grin. Ding Anmin huffed again, her lips slightly pursed, merely employing a bit of cleverness. Ignoring her pettiness, Yi Roujing considered their endeavor a resounding triumph. Descending the mountain, they encountered individuals toiling in the fields, who, upon observing the copious amounts of pigweed in their baskets, lavished them with compliments. Anmin and Xingchen are truly capable and possess such ethereal beauty. I wonder which fortunate young man will win their affections. Indeed. If only my Anbao were older, I would brazenly seek their hand in marriage for him. Haha. Your Anbao is still a babe in arms. Sister-in-law, you are worrying prematurely. Coveted treasures, indeed. Yi Roujing jested, casting a playful glance at the two. Compared to you, everyone is a coveted treasure. Ding Anmin murmured. Do you have no self-awareness? Oh. Yi Roujing retorted, arching an eyebrow at Ding Anmin. This young lady is not so endearing now, is she? As long as your elder brother is a coveted treasure, that's all that matters. Every family has their own coveted treasure, after all. Ding Anmin's eyes widened in indignation. You. Xia Xingchen burst into laughter. Xingchen, look at her. Anmin. Sister-in-law is praising your elder brother. Xia Xingchen interjected, finding the bickering between the sisters-in-law rather amusing. The Dingping Production Brigade's rare brick house, its courtyard enclosed by earthen walls. Ding Anmin produced the key and unlocked the gate. Once inside, they bolted the door and sifted through the pigweed, retrieving the pheasant, eels, and river mussels. They also removed some of the pigweed that had absorbed the scent, transporting everything to the kitchen. Yi Roujing swiftly removed the blade, and upon receiving it, Ding Anmin immediately set to work, inserting a thin piece of wood between the blade and the wooden handle. With a firm strike against the ground, the scythe was secured. After cleaning the bloodstains, the three of them took a sip of water before hurrying towards the collective. Xiaojing Jia, could you please assist us with the weighing? Ding Anmin greeted Ding Xiaojing with a smile as she entered the warehouse. Bring everything over. Upon observing that the weight of the pig fodder in the three baskets was quite similar, Ding Xiaojing poured it out, finding it to be abundantly filled. Despite her dissatisfaction with Yi Roujing, she refrained from voicing her feelings. As before, that S1.5 work points. If you fill 4 baskets in a day, each of you will earn 6 work points, Ding Xiaojing stated. Thank you, Xiaojing Jia. We shall continue gathering pig fodder, Ding Anmin replied, following Li Hongying to the kitchen. Upon seeing wild chickens, eels, and river clams in the kitchen, Li Hongying was taken aback. Where did these come from? These were acquired while gathering pig fodder today. Ding Anmin briefly explained, then called out to Yi Roujing. Hey, didn't you say you excelled at disposing of bodies? Why are you sitting idle? I'm not calling out. Yi Roujing slightly lifted her eyelids. Ding Anmin remained silent, gazing at her with a hint of exasperation. Honestly, Yi Roujing slowly rose and entered the kitchen. What are you doing? Don't waste good ingredients, Li Hongying remarked, eyeing Yi Roujing. It appeared that the relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was indeed fraught with tension. Yi Roujing picked up a knife from the countertop, testing the blade with her thumb. It was adequately sharp, albeit somewhat bulky, yet it would suffice. Anmin. Heat the water for plucking. I will handle the bone removal. Yi Roujing turned around with a knife in hand and said, Is it necessary for you to speak? Ding Anmin lifted the pot lid, and a wave of steam enveloped her. She ladled water into a basin and placed the wild chicken inside, ensuring each part was thoroughly blanched. After a while, Ding Anmin began to swiftly pluck the feathers. Chapter 7. Injustice on the road. The wild chicken, which was already small, appeared even smaller once the feathers were removed. Ding Anmin seemed accustomed to this task. Within a quarter of an hour, both the feathers and the entrails were meticulously dealt with. She then grasped the chicken by its neck and placed it on the cutting board. Let us see what you can make of this, Ding Anmin murmured. Li Hongying observed her daughter with a hint of surprise, fully aware of her temperament. Although she still held reservations about Yi Roujing, their relationship had grown closer, and she was curious about the events that transpired during their outing to gather pigweed that day. The entire chicken lay on the board, breast side down. Yi Roujing held the knife in her right hand, while her left hand traced the back of the wild chicken, feeling along the spine until she identified the correct spot. With a steady hand, she lightly scored the knife along the spine, beginning the process of deboning from the right chest cavity. On the cutting board, a small pile of bones accumulated, pristine wing bones and leg bones, gradually forming a neat heap. Li Hongying and Ding Anmin watched intently, captivated by the skillful maneuvering. In just a short while, the boneless chicken lay limply on the board. Yi Roujing set down her knife and declared, "Now, we can stir-fry the chicken meat, and the bones can be used for soup. After the meal, we shall crush the bones and bury them in our plot, and no one will be the wiser. Let's clean the feathers and let them dry in our spare time. We can make shuttlecocks or even feather dusters," Yi Roujing proposed. "Everyone possesses their unique talents, and I excel in this particular area," asserted Yi Roujing without a hint of modesty. "Yet you cannot cook," Ding Ancheng replied, somewhat exasperated. "Of course, I can cook, though my culinary skills may leave much to be desired," Yi Roujing retorted confidently. "Cooking is merely a matter of experience. The more one practices, the better one becomes. However, during my time at my parents' home, I was rather pampered, and it was not my place to showcase my abilities." Ding Ancheng twitched her lips, feeling an overwhelming urge to strike the person before her. Although this individual no longer voiced any unpleasantness, her words were equally infuriating and struck a nerve. "All right. You may leave now. We will call you when it is time to eat," Li Hongying instructed Yi Roujing. "By the way, we need to fetch Xingchen. Could you go and call her?" "Surely, you can manage that," Ding Ancheng said as she bent down to handle the eel, glancing up at Yi Roujing. "If you cannot locate the educated youth point, do not hesitate to ask. And remember to show some courtesy when inquiring of others," Ding Ancheng cautioned once more with concern. "Understood." Yi Roujing waved her hand and exited the kitchen. To be honest, this family was quite tolerable, reflecting on the 3 months of self-sabotage by the original owner. The fact that this family had not turned against her indicated a commendable level of grace. Upon leaving the kitchen, Yi Roujing noticed Ding Weha and Ding Anghua in the courtyard, twisting straw ropes. Though the men of the Ding family seldom ventured into the kitchen to work, they certainly did not remain idle, which Yi Roujing appreciated. "I'll be right back," she called out before stepping through the door. The actions of Ding Weha and Ding Anghua momentarily paused. "Father, it seems that after a recent mishap, my sister-in-law has become more sensible," Ding Anghua murmured. "The nature of the woman from Anchen is not inherently malevolent." Ding Wei uttered a single remark and then returned to his labor. Yi Roujing, while walking, glanced around, admitting her unfamiliarity with the Dingping production brigade and confessing ignorance about the youth station. As she spotted a woman approaching, head bowed and clad in a dark outfit with a bobbed haircut, Yi Roujing quickened her pace and cheerfully inquired, "Excuse me, could you please direct me to the youth station?" In that fleeting moment when the woman, frightened, raised her gaze, Yi Roujing's smile faltered slightly. The woman bore a bruise around her left eye, her lip was split, and her face bore the imprint of a slap. Tears streamed down her cheeks, explaining her peculiar gait. "You wretched, stop right there." Yi Roujing distinctly sensed the tremors coursing through the woman's body. Looking up, she beheld a man in brown work attire, one pant leg rolled up, rushing toward them, brandishing a black cloth shoe in his right hand. "Giant Pain, slow down. Mother is fine, there is no need to panic." It was a familiar face. Trailing behind him was the loquacious old woman from this morning. The fear etched on the face of the woman in black was palpable, her body nearly collapsing. Yi Roujing instinctively supported her, asking, "Are you all right? You wretched woman. How dare you strike my mother-in-law? Is this how your family raised you?" The woman trembled, her voice quaking as she replied, "I didn't hit her, uncle." Yi Roujing swiftly pulled the woman behind her, confronting the man who had just reached them. "Who are you? Step aside." Ding Giant Pain gazed at the serene Yi Roujing before him, his countenance ablaze with fury. "Who are you?" "A grown man chasing a woman with a shoe, intending to strike her. From what I gathered, you claim to be her uncle by marriage. What gives you the right to strike your sister-in-law? Are you the captain of this unit?" Yi Roujing retorted with palpable disdain. "Who bestowed upon you the authority to insult a woman in such a manner? Have you not heard that women can hold up half the sky? Are you certain that your derogatory remarks won't attract the attention of the Women's Federation?" Her barrage of rhetorical questions momentarily rendered Ding Giant Pain speechless, leaving him to stammer indignantly, "But this woman struck her mother-in-law. Should such a person not be punished?" "So, the injuries on her face were inflicted by you?" Yi Roujing gently pulled aside the person behind her and lifted her chin. Upon seeing her face clearly, Ding Giant Pain froze in astonishment. Yi Roujing, sensing his bewilderment, questioned, "Did you not strike her?" I only hit her back a few times with the shoe. I did not strike her face," Ding Giant Pain admitted, the anger within him seemingly dissipating significantly. "I heard my mother cry out that she had been struck. When I entered, I saw her standing there, head bowed, while my mother sat on the ground, blood on her forehead. I just hit her back a couple of times." He stammered. "Humph. Is it permissible for her to strike her mother-in-law while I cannot retaliate against my daughter-in-law?" spat the fierce matriarch Wu Zhuan. A hen that does not lay eggs, occupying the latrine without moving aside, and yet she shows no filial piety towards her mother-in-law. How did our Jinjia end up marrying a daughter-in-law like you? Oh, my poor Jinjia, she lamented. Yi Roujing cleared her throat, her face reflecting palpable impatience, rendering the fierce matron as silent as a hen seized by the throat. Our family matters do not require your interference. The matron glared at Yi Roujing and insisted. Is that mark on your forehead, which is just about to heal, the supposed evidence of your daughter-in-law's aggression towards you? Yi Roujing smirked coldly, recognizing the mark as merely a self-inflicted injury. Shall we visit the hospital for a professional opinion? If you fail to provide substantial evidence, I shall have the police escort you to the station for a thorough admonition. Regardless of your status as a mother-in-law, physically assaulting your daughter-in-law is still a crime. Chapter 8. Contrast: a daughter-in-law who shows no filial piety and resorts to violence against the elderly should be the one apprehended. How could the blame fall upon me? Wu Juan, hands on her hips, pointed at Yi Roujing's nose. You, young lady, are the one who disrespects your in-laws daily, hurling insults at them. It is only natural that Li Hongying, with her meek disposition, is dominated by you. Disrespectful? Is that what my in-laws claim? Yi Roujing found it amusing. Perhaps it is you who harbors such sentiments. Your dark heart perceives others through a tainted lens. As for my demeanor, being a new daughter-in-law, I was initially a tad timid. However, my in-laws treated me with utmost courtesy and provided me with guidance. Given that they raised my husband to be an intellectual of such caliber, who would not commend them? Pray tell, where do you find the audacity to compare yourself to my mother-in-law? You are hardly worthy. Timid? The remaining 3 individuals present turned their gazes towards the incessantly speaking Yi Roujing, each harboring a shared perplexity. She still seemed shy. Yi Roujing leaned closer to the fierce matriarch, her lips colliding with her teeth in the process. Minor familial frictions are commonplace. But when have you ever witnessed me being struck by my in-laws? Indeed, she is a shrew. The matriarch's breath grew increasingly labored with indignation. A shrew, you say? Yi Roujing gestured incredulously at herself. I am merely speaking rationally. Madam, that term is undoubtedly tailored for you. Do you lack a clear self-awareness? As a woman, it is perplexing that you would impose difficulties upon another woman. Could it be that your own suffering at the hands of your mother-in-law has led you to treat your daughter-in-law so cruelly? It was as if a sensitive spot had been struck, causing the matriarch's expression to darken profoundly. Furthermore, do not fabricate tales of your daughter-in-law striking you. I shall take her to the hospital for an examination. The results will undoubtedly be clear, as will the injuries upon her face. A single blow may stem from anger. But this is evidently a brutal beating. Madam, you must embrace the education offered by the Women's Federation comrades. Your ideological awareness is lacking. Steeped in feudal notions from an era when mothers-in-law dictated rules for their daughters-in-law. This is the dross of society. Why has no one taken you to task? In an age where women can bear half the sky, your conduct is a glaring example of the contrary. I may even report this to the police, and perhaps receive commendation for my efforts. Yi Roujing felt her sleeve tighten, and upon turning, she met a pair of eyes filled with trepidation. Do not be afraid, Hu Ailing, you must contemplate this carefully. If I were to facilitate a divorce between Jianxi and you, who would want you then? Your family would be unable to hold their heads high. The fierce matron glared with indignation. As her sleeves loosened, Hu Ailing released her grasp on Yi Roujing's sleeve. The fear that once dominated her expression was now replaced by a trace of compassion and a hint of despair, her feet unwittingly shuffling 2 steps closer to the matron. Where is your husband? How can he remain absent while your mother-in-law treats you this way? Yi Roujing's words halted Hu Ailing in her tracks. Though her face bore the marks of distress, she lifted her gaze towards Yi Roujing, her demeanor softening. He is a worker, employed in the county. The matron, full of self-satisfaction, declared, although Ding Ancheng is a teacher, my son is no less. Jianxi, my son, works at a food factory. His livelihood is secured by the state, and he receives monthly rations. With a husband like Jianxi, what sort of daughter-in-law could he possibly lack? Yi Roujing regarded the matron with a knowing smile. I have encountered many sons who are a burden to their families, but a mother who burdens her son is a rarer find. I never expected you to be one of them. What do you mean? The matron's brow furrowed, her countenance growing ever more unsightly. Your daughter-in-law simply possesses too gentle a nature. Were it me, I would have gone to the food factory to seek justice. Allowing your son's superiors to witness the character of the family behind their employees. How could one manage the complexities of family life and still perform well at the factory? How could they contribute to the nation? If one cannot maintain harmony at home, how can they expect to contribute to the greater good? It would be wise to vacate the position for someone more capable, lest the factory's progress be hindered. Yu, the old woman, known as Huaixi, felt her face flush with embarrassment, transitioning from red to pale, her body trembling slightly. Her eyes, when directed at Yi Roujing, bore a hint of trepidation. Though she did not fully grasp the gravity of the words spoken, she understood enough to recognize the threat posed to her son. Our family is doing well, Huaixi asserted, her voice somewhat louder than necessary, yet betraying a hint of insecurity. Oh, Yi Roujing remarked, casting a glance at Hu Ailing's visage. Dear daughter-in-law, you needn't resort to threats. Yi Roujing interrupted Huaixi, having already discerned the worry reflected in Hu Ailing's eyes. It was evident that she held deep affection for Ding Ancheng. This matter was personal to her, and she had no desire to harm her beloved. Just ensure that I do not witness your daughter-in-law's face displaying hues of red or blue again, as it offends my eyes, Yi Roujing added with a huff. Do not assume that hidden transgressions will go unnoticed. We reside next door, after all. Should I hear any further wails emanating from your household? I shall pay a visit to your son's workplace to converse with the superiors. They ought to manage their employees properly, ensuring that their families do not disrupt the peace of the neighborhood. Having delivered her words, Yi Roujing strode away with purpose. After a few paces, she recalled the true purpose of her outing. By the way, where is the educated youth point? Yi Roujing raised an eyebrow at Huaixi. Thank you, dear lady. And allow me to offer you a piece of advice. One must learn to be content. Should you encounter a daughter-in-law of formidable strength, I wonder how many more pleasant days you will have. Huaixi grasped Hu Ailing, initially intending to squeeze her, but suddenly recalled Yi Roujing's words. She took a deep breath, halting her actions. Stay at home for the next couple of days. Wait until the bruises on your face are less visible before venturing out. And do not go to work. Truly. Yi Roujing felt a slight heaviness in her heart, subsequently pondering her current in-laws. She sighed, realizing she ought to treat them better. After all, without comparison, there is no comfort. Ding Ancheng's family is truly remarkable, deserving of their reputation for nurturing intellectuals, exhibiting high standards of conduct. After walking 50 meters to the right at the crossroads, Yi Roujing spotted a house. The courtyard wall was low, allowing a clear view of the layout within. Directly facing the courtyard wall were 3 rooms, with 3 more on each side, and the yard was adorned with various wild vegetables drying in the sun. In Chapter 9, Yi Roujing observed 2 men carrying an octagonal table out from the room closest to the door on the left, followed by 2 young women holding bowls and chopsticks. It's time to eat, shouted one of the tall, slender men moving the table. From the other rooms, several individuals began to emerge, and Yi Roujing noticed that Xia Xingchen was among them. Xia Xingchen. Without knocking, Yi Roujing called out, Sister-in-law. Upon seeing Yi Roujing, Xia Xingchen's eyes sparkled slightly. And men asked me to summon you for dinner. Hurry, Yi Roujing urged, raising her hand to encourage her. Xingchen, why are you associating with such people? Yi Roujing lifted her gaze and beheld a girl with dark skin and a petite stature. 2 thick black braids cascaded down to her waist, and her blue shirt and trousers accentuated her striking appearance. Aside from her flowing locks, the most captivating feature was her radiant apricot-shaped eyes. After scrutinizing her from head to toe, Yi Roujing could comprehend the disdain directed towards her. After all, there were others in the brigade who held similar sentiments about her. Yet, this girl had the audacity to voice her opinions. Dongxue, we should not hastily judge based on hearsay. Today, I worked alongside my sister-in-law gathering pigweed, and she is quite different from what the rumors suggest, Xia Xingchen explained, her tone revealing the girl's diligence and inherent kindness. Industrious and benevolent, Yi Roujing mused. A subtle smile curving her lips as a hint of recognition flickered in her eyes. Xia Xingchen possessed an admirable discernment. Dongxue, has she threatened you? Tong Dongxue inquired, her eyes wide with concern. Hey, it is unseemly to hastily presume the intentions of others, Yi Roujing interjected. I am a person of integrity. Why would I resort to threats? Dongxue, why all this fuss? A girl clad in a white dress adorned with blue floral patterns set down her plate. Her expression neutral as she glanced at Yi Roujing before shifting her gaze to Xia Xingchen. Xingchen, what do you say? Should we stay for a meal? Or will you accompany her? Though it was merely a fleeting glimpse, mainly a profile view, it was sufficient to discern that this girl possessed exceptional beauty. Her prominent Greek nose added depth to her visage. Indeed, this gathering of youth was a veritable assembly of stunning individuals. Jiluo? Yi Roujing furrowed her brow slightly, the name striking a familiar chord. Song Jiluo? Xiaxingchen. Yi Roujing suddenly halted her steps, her facial features seemingly in a state of seismic awareness. I wish to remain quiet. Following the shock, an unexpected tranquility enveloped her. Yi Roujing cast a glance at Xiaxingchen, her expression laden with complexity. Quiet? Xiaxingchen was somewhat perplexed, wondering if Jingjing was indeed a reference to her sister-in-law's name. Perhaps a diminutive form? Ah, that seems to be the case. Yi Roujing appeared to have been drained of vitality, her demeanor waning, her steps diminished, and her movement slowed. Songji Luo, Xiaxingchen, Ding Ancheng, Ding Anmin, Dingping Production Brigade. She had not previously connected these names and places. Only now did she realize that they corresponded precisely with those found in the best-selling online novel Su Nie Shi Luo Hua, fervently recommended by her roommate. Indeed, her roommate had urged her to read it because one of the minor characters, an utterly inconsequential supporting role, shared her name and was the original wife of the male protagonist, who tragically drowned just months after their marriage. Yet, this character was portrayed as a complete fool, which incensed her roommate, who found it outrageous that someone so foolish could share a name with her astute self, prompting her to consider lodging a complaint against the author for infringing upon her name rights. Naturally, no complaint was ever filed. But why had she now become a character within that very narrative? Yi Roujing felt that fate had been unjust towards her. How could it treat her in such a manner? In a surge of frustration, she kicked a nearby stone with force, sending it skimming towards the reeds by the roadside. A cacophony of quacking erupted from the reeds by the stream, startling several ducks, which flapped their wings and took to the water, swimming away. Yet, there was a duck that had fainted amidst the reeds, clearly visible to the naked eye, for it lay in the lowest corner of the thicket. Xiaxingchen stood in stunned silence, momentarily dazed before turning to Yi Roujing and uttering, "Sister-in-law? This can't possibly be one of the ducks raised by the commune, can it?" Yi Roujing, with a slight twitch of her lips, replied with a sense of dismay. Surprised, she then slid down from the side of the road. "Oh!" Xiaxingchen quickly covered her mouth to indicate her surprise. It was dinner time, and the road was devoid of passers-by. Yi Roujing ventured into the reeds, crouched down to retrieve the duck, and discovered several nests of wild duck eggs hidden beneath the thicket. She stood up and waved to Xiaxingchen, whispering. After the two gathered around 30 wild duck eggs, carrying the fainted wild duck, they stealthily emerged from the reeds, camouflaged by the surrounding grass, only to meet the gaze of Ding Anmin. "I thought you went to the county to fetch someone," Ding Anmin mocked. "Look, Anmin." Xiaxingchen parted the grass slightly, revealing the gray-green wild duck eggs within. Instantly, Ding Anmin's eyes widened, glancing around in disbelief. How come there are so many? Sister-in-law discovered them. And she even knocked out a wild duck. The admiration in Xiaxingchen's eyes for Yi Roujing was palpable. Such a casual act had yielded such a bounty. Isn't sister-in-law a lucky star? Don't assign her such titles recklessly, Ding Anmin retorted, glaring at Xiaxingchen. Think before you speak in the future. If others overhear, it won't end well. And Min spoke wisely, asserting that the mind is indeed a valuable asset, and that one should utilize it frequently. Yi Roujing concurred, recalling vividly the fate of Xiaxingchen from the book. She was tragically sold by her stepmother in collusion with others. Ultimately, she met her demise during a difficult childbirth, pitifully without even a grave to her name. It was the protagonist, Songji Luo, who inadvertently discovered the remnants of Xiaxingchen's child, uncovering her almost dust-like remains deep within the mountains, granting her a final resting place. Xiaxingchen can be considered the third female lead in the narrative, with her characterization being quite detailed, yet the author failed to bestow upon her a favorable conclusion. Alas, if Yi Roujing is deemed foolish, then Xiaxingchen is a true simpleton, not a simpleton blessed with fortune, but rather one who was deceived to the point of losing her life. Chapter 10. The Maternal Family Sister-in-Law. Why do I feel that your gaze upon me is laced with pity? Xiaxingchen inquired, puzzled. You are not completely foolish yet. There is still hope, Yi Roujing replied earnestly, handing the duck in her possession to Ding Anmin, and gently patting Xiaxingchen's back in a comforting manner. Anmin, how shall we prepare this duck and the wild duck eggs? Yi Roujing pondered aloud, as the trio stealthily entered the kitchen, their urgency palpable. Once inside, Ding Anmin and Xiaxingchen hurriedly placed their gathered items down. Where did all this come from? Li Hongying's words were abruptly cut off. Yi Roujing had already taken a seat at the dining table in the courtyard, gazing at the fragrant stir-fried chicken, the richly simmered potato chicken soup, the tender yellow eel cooked in a clay pot, and the river clam meat sautéed with wild vegetables, all accompanied by sweet potato rice. The feast laid before them was the most extravagant Yi Roujing had witnessed in recent days. Swallowing with a sense of disappointment, she gazed expectantly. The Ding family had grown accustomed to Yi Roujing being the first to take her seat. It would be unusual if she did not. However, she waited until Ding Wei began to eat before she picked up her chopsticks, which momentarily surprised Li Hongying, Ding Anmin, and Ding Anghua, causing them to hesitate and delicately pick up their own food. Aunt Hongying, your culinary skills have truly improved, praised Xia Xingchen, his eyes gleaming with delight after a few bites. Haha, if it's delicious, indulge a bit more. You are rather frail. This yellow eel is particularly nourishing. And the chicken soup is delightful too, Li Hongying cheerfully encouraged. Seizing the moment, Li Hongying glanced at Yi Roujing, noticing her calm demeanor devoid of any reluctance. Recalling what Anmin had just said, she realized the wild duck and duck eggs had been sourced by Yi Roujing. She deftly placed a piece of yellow eel into Yi Roujing's bowl, saying, "You should eat more as well. It's important for your recovery and to strengthen your constitution." Li Hongying then resumed her meal without noticing the surprise and a hint of warmth in Yi Roujing's eyes, as it was her first experience of someone serving her food. "Thank you," Yi Roujing murmured softly before concentrating on her meal, while Li Hongying, taken aback, lifted her gaze momentarily to Yi Roujing's head before continuing to eat in silence. After dinner, Li Hongying and Ding Anmin swiftly tidied the tableware, while Ding Wei and Ding Anghua rearranged the furniture, leaving Yi Roujing and Xia Xingchen somewhat idle. "Wait a moment, I'll join you," Yi Roujing called out. Ding Anmin rushed out of the kitchen, her sleeves still rolled up, chiding the two of them as she walked. "You both truly are something. Although things seem stable now, what kind of respectable girl would venture out at such a late hour? Even in the commune, safety cannot be guaranteed, and one must not be alone." After giving them a piece of her mind, Ding Anmin led the way out. The sky had turned a somber gray, with only a trace of light lingering along the horizon. The unlit rural path was enveloped in a tranquil stillness. Yet if one listened closely, the gentle gurgling of flowing water and the sporadic chirping of insects created an atmosphere of utter comfort and ease. This was a way of life that Yi Roujing had seldom experienced, leading her to walk with a certain carefree abandon. Ding Anmin and Xia Xingchen walked ahead, while Yi Roujing, with her hands clasped behind her head, ambled slowly, lost in thought about the day's events. Initially, the incident with the sickle blade might have seemed like mere coincidence. Yet, not only had they caught a yellow eel, river clams, and pearls, but they also stumbled upon a wild chicken. The stone she had kicked moments ago had fortuitously knocked out a wild duck, resulting in several nests of duck eggs. While one or even two coincidences might be deemed normal, a succession of them was decidedly abnormal. Could it be that her arrival here was a sign of divine favor? If one is to be here, one must make peace with it, she mused. What is there to worry about? After all, I am the astute Yi Roujing. However, the following day, Yi Roujing found herself without the opportunity to work, as not only she, but also the Ding family, did not go. Her maternal relatives had arrived en masse, her parents, 3 brothers, 2 sisters-in-law, and even her niece and nephew. The entire family gathered in full force. "Nuan, are you all right? Oh dear, you've lost weight, and seem to have gotten darker." A woman, approximately 164 centimeters tall, adorned in a verdant sweater and beige polyester trousers. Her polished leather shoes gleaming, possesses shoulder-length, elegantly curled hair. Her visage, though slightly round and marked by the passage of time, remains strikingly fair and exquisite, with delicate features that still proclaim her beauty. However, her demeanor is imbued with a refreshing candor, her large eyes reflecting an unmistakable displeasure towards others, nearly rolling heavenward. Yet, upon witnessing Yi Roujing emerge from the room, her countenance transforms, radiating warmth and compassion, her visible concern palpable. The most indelible memory etched in the original owner's recollections is that of her mother, Lu Huilan. A smile graces Yi Roujing's face, perhaps a natural instinct of this body, as she feels an inexplicable sense of intimacy towards the beautiful woman before her. Lu Huilan tenderly caresses Yi Roujing's cheek, her expression brimming with affection. "Are you feeling better? I heard you fell into the water a few days ago and have been bedridden since. Have you consulted a doctor? What did they say?" "Humph. That wretched Lu Suiju," scaring herself, Lu Huilan interjects, her tone laced with concern. "Have you had breakfast, dear? Your mother prepared quite a feast." "I have." Lu Huilan softly interrupts Ding Wei and continues, "We merely heard about my daughter falling into the water and falling ill, so we hurried over to check on her." She takes Yi Roujing's hand, leading her to sit across from Ding Wei and Li Hongying, yet her grip on Yi Roujing remains steadfast. Due to the arrival of the Yi family, the courtyard feels somewhat cramped. Seating is limited, with only the elders afforded chairs, leaving Yi Roujing as the sole exception among the younger generation. Our darling girl has been nurtured in our palms, untouched by hardship or strife, resulting in her simplicity and directness. Yet her heart is nothing short of kind. Lu Huilan gazed at Ding Wei and Li Hongying, declaring with great fervor, "Anqing is indeed a treasure to you, your beloved son. I can comprehend that. However, our darling girl is equally cherished by all of us, her value immeasurable." "Yes, our darling girl is indeed treasured," echoed Yi Roujing's three brothers in unison. Lu Huilan cast a look of approval towards the trio before continuing, "Moreover, our darling girl is not difficult to please. A gentle tone and a bit of accommodation are all it takes to ensure she speaks no ill words." Yi Roujing's sisters-in-law exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a hint of wryness. In their mother-in-law's eyes, her younger sister was nothing short of perfect. "So, dear-in-laws, please bear with us. As parents of daughters, I trust you can empathize. However, should any unpleasant words arise from your end, know that our darling girl has her family standing behind her, and we shall defend her," Lu Huilan asserted earnestly. Having just married, her daughter could not frequently visit her in-laws, for she had work to attend to, and Lu Huilan was reluctant to disrupt her life. Yet, she remained vigilant, always seeking news of her daughter, her heart heavy with concern. The Ding family, she noted, maintained a semblance of civility, avoiding any physical altercations. Thus, she could only observe for the time being. However, upon learning of Yi Roujing's illness, she could no longer remain passive. Had it not been for her prior inquiries into Ding Ancheng's character, which revealed him to be a good man, her daughter would never have been allowed to marry. "If our daughter truly finds herself incompatible with your Ding Ancheng, the marriage can certainly be dissolved. We are prepared to support her for a lifetime," Lu Huilan declared with authority. Yi Roujing observed this mother, who appeared to be in her 30s but was actually 48, her words imbued with genuine love for her daughter. Alongside her three brothers, whose steadfast gazes and resolute words stirred emotions within her. The thought of divorce had crossed her mind. Indeed, from the moment she inhabited this body, the notion had lingered. If today she lacked support from her family, she would undoubtedly sever ties, as her feelings for Ding Ancheng were non-existent. Should her family treat her poorly, the matter would be simpler. Yet, maintaining the status quo seemed the wisest course of action for now. Thus, divorce was not an option at present. It would necessitate waiting for a more opportune moment. "Dear in-laws, we have come to understand that Anqing's wife is a fundamentally honest individual." Ding Wei was the first to speak. "Please don't utter such words. She is Anqing's wife, and we have all recognized that. These two children are legally bound, and Anqing's wife will forever be a member of the Ding family." Ding Wei's firm declaration brightened Lu Huilan's expression considerably. Although Li Hongying and Ding Anmin appeared somewhat sullen, they did not dispute his statement, and Ding Anguo remained silent, suggesting that Ding Wei's words were widely accepted within their family. The family collectively exhaled in relief. "Ilan, I told you, our in-laws are not of that sort. Do not heed every whisper. Those who speak ill of us are merely envious of our daughter." Yi Shunying gently reassured Lu Huilan, patting her shoulder. "Father, mother, I assure you I am perfectly fine. My in-laws are well-educated and quite reasonable, not comparable to ordinary folks," Yi Roujing explained with a gentle smile. Despite Lu Huilan's previous remarks, the Ding family did not alter their expressions significantly. However, upon hearing Yi Roujing's words, their pupils widened in astonishment. After the surprise, Ding Wei and his family felt a sense of relief. "Ah, dear in-laws, you have raised your daughter splendidly. The daughter-in-law from Anqing has a truly kind heart. Though she is just married into our family and is still adjusting, she is gradually finding her place among us. Furthermore, you need not worry. The daughter-in-law from Anqing is already one of us, and we will take good care of her." Ding Anmin could no longer contain herself and stood up to speak. "Aunt, my parents have indeed treated my sister-in-law very well. Although there were some previous misunderstandings, my parents have shown great tolerance. Moreover, when my sister-in-law fell into the water and was brought back, it was my mother who personally attended to her. The day before, she had a slight fever, and my second brother rushed to the commune hospital to procure antipyretics. Otherwise, how could my sister-in-law have recovered so swiftly?" Ding Anmin spoke with indignation. "Anmin," Ding Wei interjected sternly, casting a disapproving glance at her. "As a younger generation, it is inappropriate for you to interrupt when your elders are speaking." Ding Anmin pouted and turned her head away, falling silent. Yi Roujing felt somewhat astonished, as she had no recollection of those events and did not sense them either. However, considering that she had awakened in dry clothing, although she still had a slight fever. The temperature was not excessively high. It seemed that Ding Ancheng had spoken the truth. Perhaps the Ding family had refrained from entering her room after she regained consciousness. Given the current atmosphere, Yi Roujing believed it would be best to conclude this gathering swiftly, as dining together would only lead to discomfort and indigestion. Little sister, you. Yi Roujing sensed a change in his sister, but could not pinpoint what was different. Third brother, Yi Roujing replied. Among her siblings, she shared the closest bond with Yi Roujing, primarily due to their similar ages and the fact that he was still unmarried, allowing for more time spent together. Besides Lu Huilan, Yi Roujing was another confidant with whom she shared her innermost thoughts. Yi Roujing pulled Yi Roujing aside to whisper, "Is everything truly all right? I can't help but feel you have been rather amicable with the in-laws today, speaking on their behalf. Do they genuinely treat you well, or have they threatened you?" With a hint of skepticism, Yi Roujing inquired. Third brother, let me enlighten you. In the past, as a daughter, I had no basis for comparison. It is impossible for a mother-in-law to be akin to a biological mother, yet the dynamics among mothers-in-law can vary greatly, Yi Roujing remarked, citing her observations of the harsh relationship between a tiger mother-in-law and her daughter-in-law. When she compared her experiences with her new family, the disparity was as vast as the heavens and the earth. And do you truly think I could be threatened? Yi Roujing scoffed. The manner of her speech and her expression were identical to her former self, which gradually assuaged Yi Roujing's doubts. It seemed that relying on hearsay was indeed unreliable. Who conveyed this message? Chapter 12. Ding Ancheng has returned. What are you two siblings whispering about? Yi Shunning interjected, furrowing her brow, wiping away her tears with her sleeve. She added, "You've grown so considerate. It makes your mother a bit sentimental." Seeing this, Yi Roujing felt a lump in her throat as well. This sensation was indeed unfamiliar. It turned out that being cared for could easily bring forth tears. "Mother, you're quite amusing. Isn't it good to be considerate? In fact, after my fall into the water, I've come to realize that life is the most precious thing. Everything else pales in comparison. I made mistakes in the past, and now the way my in-laws treat me is truly generous, forgetting past grievances." Yi Roujing continued. "I also thought that if the roles were reversed, had I been the one to receive such ungratefulness, I might not have been able to let it go so easily. It is indeed Ding Ancheng's fortune to marry you," Lu Huilan remarked with a huff. Yi Roujing's lips twitched. It was evident that in her mother's eyes, the original self could do no wrong. "However, you are correct. Since your in-laws treat you well, you should reciprocate. In time, they will come to recognize what a wonderful person our daughter is." The Yi family departed from the Dingping production brigade, accompanied by Yi Roujing, Ding Wei, and others. Ancheng's wife and Anmin didn't go to work this morning. Dad, I want to go to work, Ding Anmin interrupted. "I want to go too," Yi Roujing chimed in. Ding Anmin huffed, casting a glance at Yi Roujing that seemed to convey a sense of understanding. Nevertheless, Yi Roujing chose not to dwell on it. Yi Roujing unreservedly lifted the coarse cloth covering the basket, revealing a bag brimming with white flour in one basket, while the other contained brown sugar, red dates, dried longan, eggs, and a hefty piece of pork belly weighing a pound. At this moment, these items were indeed precious commodities, unattainable solely by monetary means. Ding Anmin's eyes widened in astonishment. She was undoubtedly favored. "Let us take these to the kitchen," Yi Roujing remarked, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "The kitchen? Are you suggesting we all share?" Ding Anmin was taken aback. Yi Roujing beamed brightly. "Of course. Lend a hand. What has prompted your sudden kindness?" "I have always been this way," Yi Roujing replied without a hint of embarrassment. "Let us eat breakfast first," Li Hongying interjected. Breakfast consisted of vegetable porridge and pickles, which Yi Roujing devoured heartily. Afterward, the family set out to the warehouse. However, en route, they spotted a tall man approaching in the distance, bearing a large backpack. He was easily a head taller than Ding Ancheng, standing around 183 to 185 meters tall, with a slender build. He wore a white shirt, layered with a blue sweater vest, black trousers, and polished leather shoes. His fair complexion accentuated his prominent brows and large eyes, complemented by a high nose and thin lips, exuding an air of masculinity. His unique, cool demeanor gave off an impression of aloofness, as if inviting no intrusion. Ding Wei instructed Ding Ancheng to inform the team leader that they would return to work in the afternoon, skipping the morning shift. Li Hongying, upon seeing her eldest son, was filled with joy, rushing forward to greet him with warm inquiries. Upon observing her rather inexpensive husband, Ding Ancheng, Yi Roujing couldn't help but reflect on the commendable aesthetics of her original self. Indeed, a quintessential high-class handsome man. Yi Roujing had no intention of altering the narrative within the book. The engagement would unfold on its own, and any utterance from her might be misconstrued as the whims of a creature of the night. The real conundrum lay in how to navigate the dissolution of this marriage. If they were not to part ways, how could the male and female leads enjoy a harmonious life together? She was determined to transform the dismal fate of Xiaxingchen, yet she had no desire to disrupt the sweetness of their lives. As Yi Roujing lost herself in thought, Ding Ancheng sensed the change immediately. She did not rush toward him as she typically did, her demeanor marked by shyness and trepidation, her words a jumble. "Dad," Ding Ancheng called out, raising an eyebrow slightly before quickly regaining his composure, deliberately avoiding any glance at Yi Roujing. She understood Ding Ancheng's perspective. After all, she was not the girl he fancied. To witness someone being harassed by ruffians and then intervening only to face threats to her reputation, ultimately being compelled into marriage with him. If Yi Roujing found herself in such a situation, she would consider a few punches insufficient. "Have you eaten breakfast? Have you taken the car? Are you tired from the journey?" Yi Roujing smiled softly, recalling how Lu Huilan had bombarded her with questions earlier. Now, observing Li Hongying's concern for Ding Ancheng, she realized that parents universally harbor such deep affections for their children. While not all parents are the same, she felt fortunate to encounter such warmth. "Why don't you go up to him?" Ding Ancheng approached Yi Roujing, scrutinizing her more intently than usual. "Oh, it seems you're starting to devise strategies to capture my elder brother's attention." Yi Roujing felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. She truly did not harbor such thoughts. "My elder brother, as it happens, has particular tastes." Ding Ancheng began to speak, but paused abruptly, realizing she could not quite articulate what her brother was fond of. "In any case, the manner in which you persistently cling to him is undeniably inappropriate. It is a sentiment that would not be well received by anyone, let alone my brother." Yi Roujing chuckled, teasingly remarking that there is a saying, "A good man fears the entanglements of 3 women." What a nonsensical notion. Ding Ancheng shot her a glare, advising her to focus her energies on self-improvement instead, for it is said that a virtuous woman attracts suitors from all corners. Yi Roujing nodded in agreement, saying, "Anmin, I believe you are absolutely correct. With such a convenient excuse at hand, it would not be an issue to make personal changes in the future. Truly, you are a thoughtful companion." Chapter 13. Soft Heart. Yi Roujing now found herself at a loss on how to engage with a stranger. So she followed Ding Ancheng into the kitchen. "Mom, what delicious dishes are we preparing?" Yi Roujing inquired, pointing to the items in the basket. "Let us make some braised pork. Fry a few eggs, prepare a couple of vegetable dishes, and add some duck soup. That should suffice, right?" Upon seeing Yi Roujing's eagerness to deplete the basket of its treasures, Li Hongying felt a twinge of discomfort in her heart, both delighted and pained. She was pleased by Yi Roujing's regard for Ding Ancheng, yet saddened by the thought of the precious ingredients being consumed. However, armed with Yi Roujing's approval, Li Hongying became increasingly motivated in her culinary endeavors. Her movements meticulous as she believed that fine ingredients deserved to be transformed into exquisite dishes. "You go pour some water for my brother and the others," Ding Ancheng urged. Observing Yi Roujing lingering in the kitchen, feeling a mix of exasperation and encouragement for her lack of initiative, Yi Roujing felt somewhat perplexed. She perceived Ding Ancheng as an individual rife with contradictions. She had previously stated not to approach him, yet here she was. Eager to avoid drawing attention to her own transformation, she obediently took the enamel jug to the courtyard. Ding Weha was inquiring about Ding Ancheng's recent circumstances, to which Ding Ancheng responded with terse affirmations, mere murmurs of agreement. How utterly aloof he was. One couldn't help but wonder how the protagonist could sustain a blissful existence with such reticence. It seemed rather stifling. After placing the enamel jug down, Yi Roujing turned around, only to be intercepted by Ding Weha. "Ancheng's wife, why don't you go into the house with Ancheng for a bit? Once the sumptuous lunch is ready, we shall summon you. Go on, quickly." Ding Weha rose and, with a gentle push, ushered Ding Ancheng inside, all the while beckoning Yi Roujing to follow. Good heavens! Why did it feel as if Ding Weha were her own father? Once the door was shut from the outside, silence enveloped the room. "What have you done?" Ding Ancheng's discerning gaze met Yi Roujing's. She crossed her arms, resting her chin on one hand, contemplating, perhaps it is due to the forthcoming lavish lunch. "With the hearty dishes supplied by my family, and that wild duck I inadvertently acquired yesterday." Ding Ancheng settled onto the chair beside the bed, and once more, silence descended upon the room. "Oh," Yi Roujing nodded, then abruptly halted. It dawned on her that she would be staying the night, although this room was currently hers. The rightful owner was indeed Ding Ancheng. She wondered if Ding Anmin would be willing to accommodate her for the evening. I will go to Ngwa's place tonight. Ding Ancheng rose and made his way towards the door. Yi Roujing's eyes sparkled with delight, just as Ding Ancheng turned around. He caught a glimpse of the joy shimmering in her gaze. A furrow creased his brow as he inexplicably inquired, "Are you quite pleased?" "Indeed," Yi Roujing promptly interrupted, hastily diverting the topic. "I apologize." Ding Ancheng raised an eyebrow slightly, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. Yi Roujing sighed. "I should not repay kindness with enmity. Moreover, thank you. Had it not been for your assistance, I cannot fathom what fate might have befallen me." Ding Ancheng perceived the sincerity in her eyes. The barbed words he wished to utter faltered on his lips. After all, Yi Roujing was gazing up at him earnestly. Her skin a flawless alabaster, her pink lips pressed together, her expression indescribably enchanting. He averted his gaze, feeling somewhat unhinged. This woman's charm was softening his resolve. "Stay inside for a moment. I shall step out first." The door opened and closed without hesitation, leaving Yi Roujing in a state of uncertainty regarding his intentions, as he offered no clear assurance. "Ah, indeed. The bed is rather comfortable," she mused, reclining to rest momentarily, justified in her actions. "Brother, why are you out here?" Ding Anmin exclaimed, surprised to see Ding Ancheng in the kitchen. Ding Ancheng cast a sidelong glance at the young girl. "Do you wish for me to remain indoors?" "Truly?" "Yes." Ding Anmin nodded vigorously, believing this would convey her sincerity to Ding Ancheng. "The atmosphere at home has transformed, markedly different from 3 months ago when I departed. This change is palpable, particularly through the demeanor of my sister. I find myself pondering what may have transpired during my absence. Has anything significant occurred at home?" Ding Ancheng momentarily stood in astonishment. He was truly taken aback, for Yi Roujing had just failed to mention this to him. Not a single word. Given her nature, it seemed improbable that she would withhold such a grievance. How peculiar. A generous bowl of wild duck soup graced the table, accompanied by a plate of braised pork, a platter of fried eggs, a dish of cold spinach, and a serving of stewed peas. With white rice as the day's primary staple, Yi Roujing relished the braised pork, savoring 2 bowls before pausing. Despite having dined well the previous night, the flavor of today's braised pork was irresistible, tender, melting in the mouth, rich yet not greasy, with a hint of sweetness. One cannot deny the exceptional culinary skills of Li Hongying. Content. Yi Roujing raised her gaze, only to find herself caught in the depths of a pair of penetrating eyes across the table, which seemed to hold a trace of curiosity, laced with a subtle smile. She quickly composed her expression. Ding Ancheng lowered his gaze, observing that his rice was nearing its end. This meal had left the Ding family quite satisfied. After a brief respite following lunch, Yi Roujing joined the others in their work, while Ding Ancheng kept himself occupied as well. Although he did not keep track of his contributions, his assistance lightened the load for the family. "Ah, Ancheng." He received only a nod from the younger members, their silence as consistent as ever. Yi Roujing silently marveled at how this individual truly valued his words. Chapter 14. The remarkable feat of the bamboo red. A familiar group approached, comprising the well-known faces from the youth education station, with the prominent figure of Song Jiluo among them. Yi Roujing scrutinized them intently before casting a few sidelong glances at Ding Ancheng. He remained steadfastly focused ahead, while Song Jiluo stole a couple of glances in his direction. However, her gaze was far from conspicuous, as numerous young women around were equally captivated by Ding Ancheng's presence, a testament to his undeniable charm, which Yi Roujing could not help but admire. Logically, she considered herself quite attractive as well. Yet, she could not fathom why she did not elicit a similar response as Ding Ancheng. A wave of self-reflection washed over her. Alas, a fine cabbage has been uprooted by a swine. Among the talking group was a familiar face to Yi Roujing, a dark-skinned, straightforward girl named Tong Dongshui. Yi Roujing merely glanced at her without acknowledging her presence. She had no intention of playing along or conceding to anyone's recognition. Ding Anmin, observing Yi Roujing's restraint, regarded her with newfound respect and leaned in to whisper, "You did well today. Your conduct in public reflects not only upon yourself but also upon my elder brother. Therefore, it is essential to maintain dignity. Your actions contribute to a man's honor." A smile graced Yi Roujing's lips, tinged with a hint of amusement, as she cast a sidelong glance at Ding Ancheng. She had no obligation to uphold his honor. Her sole desire was to avoid being made a fool of. However, Ding Ancheng noticed her fleeting glance, prompting Yi Roujing to gradually shift her gaze away, evading his penetrating stare. His eyes were as keen as radar, and she was acutely aware of how many times she had been caught off guard. Ding Ancheng perceived a significant shift in Yi Roujing. Previously, she had been too timid to meet his gaze, yet now she seemed reluctant to look at him at all. Teacher Ding. Yi Roujing's footsteps did not falter. It was Ding Ancheng who paused, for Song Zhila stood before him, respectfully addressing him, successfully diverting Ding Ancheng's gaze from Yi Roujing. However, Yi Roujing was unable to leave, as Ding Anmin had grasped her arm. "Who are you?" Ding Ancheng inquired, his gaze fixed upon the young lady obstructing his path, with little recollection of her. Yi Roujing, witnessing his confusion, struggled to suppress her amusement. He was truly amusing. Would there be some dramatic pursuit of love to follow? The male lead did not even recognize the female lead. Oh dear, how delightful. Song Zhilua's expression momentarily stiffened, which Yi Roujing noted, biting her lip. She could not afford to offend the protagonists, both of whom were individuals of significance. Ding Ancheng recollected, let us proceed diligently. Yes, thank you, Teacher Ding. I shall not betray your trust, Song Zhilua replied, bowing to Ding Ancheng before departing. There are still elementary schools in the brigade. No wonder the female lead appeared so fair, as she need not toil in the fields. Sister-in-law, what are you pondering? Charisma. Yi Roujing smiled at Ding Anmin, remarking, your elder brother possesses quite a charm. Yet, Yi Roujing's smile shattered. She had momentarily forgotten her current identity. For some reason, she felt that those two words seemed to carry a hint of humor. Yi Roujing slightly pouted, irritated by how it appeared as though she had come to work for amusement. She shot him a discontented glance, thinking that if it were merely for fun, she would be at a loss. Yi Roujing gathered a sprig from the left and a flower from the right, soon amassing quite a handful. Seeing Ding Ancheng and Ding Anmin engrossed in their tasks, she could no longer partake in their endeavors and shot him a glare before setting off to gather wild vegetables. At this moment, the wild vegetables were at their most tender. Yi Roujing had ventured far and gathered a considerable amount of bracken and fragrant green shoots. Many of these wild plants possessed medicinal properties, and it was inevitable that Yi Roujing had collected more than she intended. When she stumbled upon spring bamboo shoots, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she dug up quite a few. However, as she turned around, she was taken aback. For emerging from a hole in the ground was the head of a rat. With a gasp, Yi Roujing shut her eyes and screamed. For while she was unafraid of snakes, the sight of a rat sent her into a panic. Her body instinctively crouched in terror, her cries piercing the air. What is happening? What is wrong? This was the first time Ding Anmin had heard Yi Roujing scream in such a manner. Unlike her usual fiery outbursts, this was laced with genuine fear, and she worried that Yi Roujing might be in danger. Yi Roujing had wandered a bit far, and Ding Anmin struggled to discern her exact location. Meanwhile, Ding Ancheng hastily made his way towards the southeast, prompting Ding Anmin to follow closely behind. Trembling, Yi Roujing felt a firm grip on her arm as Ding Ancheng pulled her to her feet. Ding Anmin quickly seized the bamboo rat and pulled it out. It's all right, it's gone, she reassured her. The sound of Yi Roujing's scream subsided, and she cautiously opened her right eye, only to be met with the daunting sight of the enormous rat. Her complexion drained of color as she instinctively turned in search of a safe haven. Ding Ancheng felt a soft weight collide against him and looked down to find Yi Roujing clutching her sweater, her head resting against his chest. Perhaps her legs had given way as she curled into herself, trembling slightly. Was it comfort she sought, or was she simply terrified? As Yi Roujing's mind gradually cleared, she found herself pressed against a warm wall. Yi Roujing suddenly jumped back a step, the blue sweater vest of Ding Ancheng still bearing the distinct marks of her earlier grip. How could she explain this? She had no intention of taking advantage. Yi Roujing's face appeared somewhat pale, a stark contrast to her usual fair complexion. Ding Ancheng could see that she was genuinely frightened. Are you all right? He inquired. Oh, I'm fine, really, Yi Roujing stammered, her awkward laughter accompanied by erratic movements of her hands. Ding Ancheng found her rather endearing. Chapter 15. Do not touch me, ah. Oh. Yi Roujing hurriedly approached Ding Ancheng, mirroring his every step. Why are the mice on the mountain so large? She exclaimed, still in shock. Those are bamboo rats. Ding Ancheng patiently explained once more. In any case, they're still rodents, she muttered, her fear evident at anything bearing the name mouse. Are you okay, sister-in-law? Ding Anmin asked as she approached Yi Roujing, who was walking with Ding Ancheng. Heh, just keep your distance, and I'll be fine, Yi Roujing replied, not wanting to be too close to her. Come on now. Ding Anmin shot her a glare, speaking in a tone only the two could hear. This time it's quite high. High my foot, Yi Roujing thought, wanting to curse. She was genuinely terrified, after all. She glanced over at Ding Ancheng. who seemed unfazed by the situation, skillfully cutting the grass. Whatever, think what you will. I have nothing to fear if I stand firm. Yes, Ding Ancheng continued. The skin must be completely peeled off. Hey, aren't you the best at this? You should do it. She looked at Yi Roujing. Keep your distance. Yi Roujing observed the bamboo rat, its eyes spinning wildly within the basket, and a shiver ran down her spine. Are you truly afraid of this? At that moment, Ding Ancheng had already departed, and it was only then that Ding Ancheng noticed the peculiarities of the situation. What nonsense, Yi Roujing exclaimed, her rare outburst of profanity revealing her agitation. She rolled her eyes and declared, tomorrow morning, I intend to prepare a dish of red sugar longan eggs. Red sugar longan eggs. Ding Ancheng's eyes widened in surprise, only to quickly feign composure. If you wish to make it, then do so. Why share it with me? Are you not also involved? Yi Roujing retorted. Ding Ancheng felt a flicker of excitement, her cheeks slightly flushing. Oh, then please keep it at a distance from me. Yi Roujing stated her intention clearly. It was straightforward. Ding Ancheng delivered a punch that rendered the bamboo rat unconscious, placed it back in the basket, secured the lid, and set it aside in the kitchen. Just don't go in there. Yi Roujing felt a sense of satisfaction. Aren't you afraid of this creature? Ding Ancheng could no longer contain her curiosity after witnessing Yi Roujing take a third bite of the bamboo rat meat. This day had its ups and downs, yet overall, it was pleasant. Yi Roujing indulged in a hearty meal, and after completing her evening routine, she lay in bed with a deep sigh of relief. Must she endure this monotonous cycle of labor day in and day out? After a day and a half of work, she began to reflect. While she had read that book, the depictions within could hardly compare to lived experience, and now that she was alive, things would inevitably change. Most importantly, she needed to secure employment. After all, the days of earning work points would not last forever. She could not simply rely on farming once land was distributed. The college entrance examination will resume in just 2 years. Pursuing a medical degree should not pose a formidable challenge. However, these 2 years must not be squandered. I ought to explore my options first. Yi Roujing's contemplations were abruptly interrupted upon the arrival of an unexpected visitor. Startled, she sat up, tightly wrapping herself in her blanket. You must have the wrong room. Precisely, came the reply. It was indeed inappropriate for someone who was already married to share the same bed with his younger sister. Yi Roujing's words were swallowed by the somber tones of Ding Wei's voice in the courtyard. Ding Ancheng closed the door behind him, clad in a tank top and loose shorts, his hair still dripping with water, a towel casually draped over his shoulder. The limbs that had been concealed by clothing were now exposed, revealing a physique that was both slender and muscular. It was quite surprising to discover that a teacher possessed such an impressive form. Yi Roujing took a moment to admire the view, but soon became acutely aware of her current predicament, her thoughts shifting to what to do next. Should I seek out a min? The aversion on Yi Roujing's face was unmistakable. Although Ding Ancheng's expression remained unchanged, a flicker of discomfort stirred within him, an emotion he could not quite identify. But it was certainly unsettling. Let us just sleep like this. As long as you don't move, it will be fine, Ding Ancheng stated with a calm demeanor. Yi Roujing was left speechless. Had she truly heard that correctly? The delight in her expression brought a subtle sense of joy to Ding Ancheng. You sleep on the inside. Before Yi Roujing could react, Ding Ancheng had already taken a seat. The mattress sagged slightly under his weight, prompting her to hurriedly roll in a couple of times. This blanket is mine. Ding Ancheng rose from his seat and opened the cabinet in the room, retrieving an old quilt, which he laid beside Yi Roujing before quietly lying down himself. The sudden motion caused Yi Roujing's body to jolt slightly, although the bed was spacious. The presence of another person beside her was undeniably significant. Having never shared a bed with anyone before, Yi Roujing felt an overwhelming stiffness enveloping her. The warmth emanating from him made her believe her cheeks must be crimson. Ding Ancheng remained silent, prompting Yi Roujing to turn onto her right side, facing away from him, feeling a bit more at ease in her breathing. However, recalling what she had just witnessed, she offered a gentle reminder, you should wait until your hair dries before sleeping. Before long, Yi Roujing sensed the man beside her had risen, and the sound of him tidying up filled the room. To her surprise, he was quite obedient. 20 minutes later, Ding Ancheng lay down once more. How could one possibly sleep so early? Yi Roujing felt a twinge of irritation and inevitably turned restlessly. Yet the man beside her remained motionless. She began to feel somewhat bothersome herself, lying flat and attempting to cultivate the onset of slumber. Contrary to her initial belief that sleep would elude her, she soon drifted into unconsciousness. Ding Ancheng, with a steady and rhythmic breath, turned to gaze at Yi Roujing. who lay there with an innocent expression. He furrowed his brow, surprised that after assisting her, he had now become entangled in her life. Since their engagement was set, her visits had become increasingly frequent, and he found himself harboring an unkind sentiment towards her, reflecting on the fact that they had scarcely exchanged meaningful words. In Chapter 16, titled The Clingy Sleeping Posture, Ding Ancheng did not anticipate that upon this reunion, the look in Yi Roujing's eyes would lack the familiar warmth he had previously known, leaving him uncertain if this was the change he had secretly desired. As the person beside me turned to face me, one arm and leg extended out from under the covers, Ding Ancheng, with a composed expression, tucked them back into the blanket, only to find himself embraced. The individual nestled into his arms, leaving only their head exposed, a fair face tinged with a hint of pink, their breath warm and seemingly carrying a trace of sweetness. Observing this, Ding Ancheng averted his gaze and gently nudged the person further under the covers, prompting Yi Roujing to instinctively roll over. Ding Ancheng was unaware of when he had succumbed to slumber, but upon awakening, he found the outside world shrouded in darkness. He felt a weight on his chest and legs. Yi Roujing's right hand and leg rested on him, having somehow emerged from the cocoon of blankets. When he reached out to touch her, a chill greeted his fingertips. Recalling what Ding Ancheng had told him about Yi Roujing's recent illness after a fall into the water, he sighed and tucked her back under the covers once more. She settled down, no longer extending her limbs, but instead curled up like a little dumpling. Pressing closer to his side, when Yi Roujing awoke, she felt enveloped in warmth. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with a handsome face mere inches away, blinking in bewilderment. It took her a moment before she shot up, relieved to realize that she had not been discovered. Almost immediately after Yi Roujing lay back down, Ding Ancheng opened his eyes, glancing over to meet her smiling gaze, though the flicker of guilt in her eyes was unmistakable. "Good morning," Yi Roujing greeted, her voice bright with the first light of day. Still quite polite, Yi Roujing suddenly lifted the blanket, feeling at ease and unrestrained, and then began to perform push-ups, ceasing after completing 30. When Yi Roujing stepped outside, the Ding family had all risen. Ding Ancheng raised her eyebrows and greeted her, asking how well she had slept the previous night. "Wash up, and after a hearty breakfast, we shall head to work." Ding Ancheng did not tease her further. "Oh." Yi Roujing nodded in response. Breakfast consisted of rice porridge, with Li Hongying having steamed sweet potatoes. There was also a pot of red sugar longan egg soup, with one egg allotted per person, and each enjoying a bowl. Yi Roujing entered the kitchen and observed Li Hongying preparing the morning meal as she spoke. Li Hongying nodded at her words, scrubbed the pot used for steaming sweet potatoes, and began boiling the red sugar longan egg soup. The dried longans had not been peeled yet, as they were deemed more precious than the red sugar and eggs. When Ding Ancheng entered the kitchen, the aroma of the red sugar egg soup had already permeated the air. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she rushed to peer over Li Hongying's shoulder at the pot, where 6 eggs, their surfaces stained with a rich brown hue, floated in the sweet broth, with delicate strands of egg white and scattered pieces of longan making the dish all the more enticing. "Mom, did you make this?" Ding Ancheng inquired playfully. "Ah, you glutton. Did you ask your sister-in-law?" Li Hongying shot a knowing glance at her daughter. "Hey, I certainly did not." She offered it voluntarily. Ding Ancheng pouted slightly, reflecting on how they might be benefiting from their elder brother's generosity. At breakfast, each person enjoyed a bowl of red sugar longan egg soup, while Yi Roujing savored a bowl of plain porridge accompanied by pickled vegetables and a piece of sweet potato. Today's breakfast was truly sumptuous. She could hardly recall the last time she had indulged in red sugar eggs, let alone longans. It's truly delightful." Ding Ancheng grinned as he ate, expressing his enthusiasm. "Today, I am certainly full of vigor for work." "Mother, are we having steamed buns for lunch?" Ding Ancheng asked eagerly. Yi Roujing, of course, noticed Li Hongying's expression, but she paid it no mind. She was not the original owner of this body and had no desire to follow Ding Ancheng to the county town. If she were to go, it would be through her own merit. "Anmin, take this to Bai Wei," Li Hongying instructed, placing 3 white steamed buns into a clay bowl. "Oh," Ding Anmin nodded, accepting the bowl and placing it into the basket, covering it with a coarse cloth. "Bai Wei, is she the one who saved me?" Yi Roujing inquired, looking at Ding Anmin. "Yes," Ding Anmin affirmed, giving Yi Roujing a serious glance. "She is your savior. Now that you have awakened, it is only right that you personally express your gratitude. Would you like to accompany me?" "Let us go," Yi Roujing replied, following Ding Anmin. However, as Yi Roujing observed the basket in Ding Anmin's hands, she felt a twinge of discomfort, leading her to fall into a somewhat silent state. Why so quiet? Ding Ancheng, somewhat accustomed to Yi Roujing's silence, wondered if she was reluctant to go. Not at all. Yi Roujing asked earnestly. Have you all thanked Aunt Bai Wei on my behalf? Ding Ancheng rolled her eyes, pouting as she responded, Of course not. What a big deal it is. While you lay sick in bed, we were the ones who were exhausted, buying medicine, wiping your sweat, covering you with blankets, and now we have to thank her too? Thank you, Yi Roujing expressed sincerely. Your recent demeanor resembles that of a normal individual. I hope you maintain this disposition. I believe my elder brother will eventually be influenced by you. After all, you possess quite an appealing appearance, remarked Ding Ancheng earnestly. Chapter 17. Blessed by Providence. Yi Roujing smiled, her expression akin to a gentle spring breeze. To be candid, you truly are a good girl. Ding Ancheng's cheeks flushed, and she shot Yi Roujing a glare. I am not praising you out of affection. You are gravely mistaken. My support stems solely from my brother. With a huff, Ding Ancheng strode away, yet after a distance, noticing that Yi Roujing had not caught up, she slowed her pace. The Ding family possesses a certain charm, which undoubtedly contributes to their favorable outcomes. The male protagonist, Ding Ancheng, has always cared deeply for his family, making such a household one that anyone would cherish. However, Ding Ancheng's personality seems to diverge from the portrayal within the narrative, which is intriguing. In the story, she is merely a minor character with scant description. It is noted that her temperament is melancholic, reserved, and cautious, yet she enjoys the love of a devoted husband. The only lamentation appears to be her lack of children. Nevertheless, in an epilogue mentioning the offspring of the main characters, it is mentioned that Ding Ancheng and her husband adopted a child, leading a warm and idyllic life. Such a drastic transformation in one's character suggests either a significant change in essence or the experience of monumental events. Judging by the reactions of the Ding family, it seems that Ding Ancheng has always possessed this temperament. Thus, the latter possibility appears more plausible. I wonder what truly transpired. Ancheng, Yi Roujing called out. Shall I carry that for you? Yi Roujing shifted the conversation, stating that discussing such matters was baseless, and resolved to observe more closely in due time. In that moment, Ding Ancheng extended a basket to Yi Roujing. The two walked for a quarter of an hour until they arrived at the exterior of a stone-built house. It comprised 3 rooms and lacked even a courtyard, yet the surroundings were meticulously maintained, devoid of weeds. A narrow path, carefully paved with small stones, led to the house, ensuring that even on rainy days, one could enter without muddying their shoes. Despite the evident modesty of Aunt Bai Wei's living conditions, the kindness of the people was undeniable. Yi Roujing felt immense gratitude for being rescued. With few people around and no hesitation, Ding Ancheng called out loudly. The creaking sound of the door signaled its opening, revealing a woman in her 30s clad in a black cloth outfit, her patched black shoes worn from use, and her short hair grazing her ears. She wore a blue apron adorned with various patches. Wiping her hands on the apron, she smiled broadly upon recognizing Ding Ancheng and Yi Roujing, exclaiming, Ancheng's daughter-in-law, Ancheng. Please come in and sit. The interior was equally humble, with a dirt floor and furniture showing signs of wear and patchwork repair, yet it was impeccably tidy. Steam wafted from the pot, and a small basket of steamed sweet potatoes sat on the square table. Aunt Bai Wei, somewhat reserved, inquired with concern, Ancheng's daughter-in-law. Are you feeling well now? Yi Roujing smiled and nodded, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Aunt Bai Wei. If it weren't for your timely rescue, my life would have surely perished in the river. Bai Wei waved her hands repeatedly, exclaiming, Oh, dear child, what are you saying? It is evident that you are blessed with fortune and destined to live a long life. Indeed, fortune may very well be present. Otherwise, how could one encounter a benefactor like Aunt Bai Wei? Yi Roujing, with her charming words, managed to catch Ding Ancheng's eye several times. This person certainly knows how to speak sweetly. Bai Wei's cheeks flushed slightly with embarrassment as she recalled, That day, dear daughter-in-law of Ancheng, you are indeed fortunate. I was just about to cross the riverside when suddenly a fish leaped from the water, landing right in front of me on the path, startling me. It was only upon turning to look that I noticed you, hidden amidst the water plants, barely discernible unless one looked closely. Yi Roujing understood. It seemed that the original character in the book met her demise by drowning precisely because she went unnoticed. It appeared that since her arrival in this world, she had been favored by heaven. Regardless, it was all thanks to Aunt Bai Wei. With a smile, Yi Roujing said, These are the steamed buns made by my mother. You simply must accept them. She took out the white flour buns from the basket and placed them on the table. Upon seeing them, Bai Wei instinctively swallowed hard. It had been ages since her family had savored such fine grain. While the brigade primarily cultivated rice, white flour was decidedly more precious. During the grain distribution, most of Bai Wei's family received coarse grains, with only a small portion of white rice, which was carefully hidden away, seldom brought out for a special meal. I truly haven't done anything deserving of this. And besides, Sister Hongying has already given me something before. I truly cannot accept this, Bai Wei politely declined. Dear Aunt Bai, please accept this gift. My sister-in-law has only recently begun to recover, and she specifically came today to express her gratitude. It would be remiss of you not to accept it, Ding Ancheng remarked. Indeed, Yi Roujing nodded in agreement. Ultimately, Aunt Bai accepted the gesture and personally escorted her back to her doorstep. It seems that Aunt Bai's family is not faring well, Yi Roujing quietly inquired. Alas, Aunt Bai's son, Xiaojie, is in poor health and requires constant medication. Although Aunt Bai's family was once quite well off, the well-being of her child takes precedence. Over the years, she has sacrificed much to provide for Xiaojie's treatment, and their circumstances have steadily declined, Ding Ancheng expressed with heartfelt concern. That child, nearly 8 years old, already carries himself with the maturity of an adult, despite his ailment, Ding Ancheng added, casting a meaningful glance at Yi Roujing. Subtle insinuations do not suit you, Yi Roujing chuckled. By the way, in a few days, I plan to visit the county town. Ding Ancheng immediately became agitated. Are you trying to shirk your responsibilities? I have plenty of ways to avoid work without resorting to that. Are you planning to seek out my elder brother? Yi Roujing asked with a TSK. I was merely considering if I might find employment in the county town. Ding Ancheng laughed. Do you think finding a job is as simple as harvesting cabbage? The large factories in the county town rarely hire new workers. When the current employees reach a certain age, their family members generally take their place, leaving little room for outsiders. Even if they were hiring, they seek capable individuals. What do you think you can do with just a middle school diploma? Ding Ancheng scoffed, remarking on the ease of finding employment. My second brother and I have also ventured out to seek work, who would remain in the brigade laboring. He continued, to be frank, even if the factory is hiring, the positions are often reserved for those with connections. It's not just the permanent jobs, there are countless individuals vying desperately for even the temporary ones. Upon hearing this, Ding Ancheng felt a pang of confusion. If you genuinely wish to work, why haven't you solicited help from the eldest brother? Yi Roujing blinked, her mind racing with amusement. To rely on the male protagonist? That would be a tangled web indeed. Chapter 18. Receipt of money orders you and Ongwo wish to find work. Why not ask Ding Ancheng? Yi Roujing couldn't help but inquire. Ding Ancheng gazed at her as if she were simple-minded. Do you think anyone can simply go to the city? The city is a realm where even a meal requires expenditure. There's south no place to earn work points. Surviving is a challenge. If we all went, we would surely starve. Finding a job is paramount, Yi Roujing stated. Once I secure employment, I will devise a way to help you and Ongwa as well. And we shall all venture to the city together. Naturally, Ding Ancheng dismissed her words as mere fanciful dreams. Yet, this was a modest ambition Yi Roujing had set for herself. After lunch, Li Hongying commenced the preparations for Ding Ancheng's departure, packing a jar of pickled vegetables, a bundle of steamed buns, and a generous supply of boiled eggs. Mother, please keep these for yourselves. The school provides ample meals, Ding Ancheng insisted. The tender bond between mother and son tugged at Yi Roujing's heartstrings, for she had never experienced such warmth in her past, causing her to linger on the scene a little longer. Yi Roujing entwined her hands, feeling a mix of embarrassment and regret. She was acutely aware of her own shortcomings, unsure of where to place her gaze, fearful of further misunderstandings. With her head bowed, she sat on the edge of the bed until a thin stack of currency appeared before her eyes. Only then did she lift her gaze in confusion towards Ding Ancheng, who was holding it out to her. In succinct terms, Ding Ancheng explained. Initially, Yi Roujing had not paid close attention, but upon realizing the money was meant for her, she received it and examined it with care. The vibrant assortment of bills was unfamiliar to her, and as she discerned that they were ration tickets for food, cloth, and sugar, she began to comprehend their significance. In this era, mere currency could not procure goods unless one ventured into the black market at exorbitant prices. In addition to the tickets, Ding Ancheng presented her with 2 large bills, a substantial sum that held considerable purchasing power in these times. Is this for me? Yi Roujing inquired with curiosity, or should I pass it along? I need you to pass it along, Ding Ancheng replied, his smile tinged with a hint of mischief. Just give it to me, then. Yi Roujing expressed her surprise at Ding Ancheng's demeanor. Aren't you supposed to dislike me? Why are you still asking me to find you? I did not ask you to seek me out, Ding Ancheng stated flatly. And since you possess self-awareness, refrain from actions that may render you unlikable in the future. Yi Roujing felt a surge of indignation, her eyes flashing with anger at his bluntness. Yet, acknowledging her previous faults, she could only endure his words in silence. Ding Ancheng observed Yi Roujing, acutely aware that she was indeed agitated. Her eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brightness, and she exuded a vitality that starkly contrasted with his previous impressions of her. The individual before him, puffed up and adopting a self-important demeanor, elicited a quiet amusement within Ding Ancheng, although he refrained from revealing this expression on his face as he rose to depart. I shall not accept what you offer. I refuse to be beholden to anyone. I shall earn my own, Yi Roujing declared with determination. Humph. Then repay me once you have earned it, Ding Ancheng replied. Yi Roujing, fuming, glared at his retreating figure for an extended moment, reflecting on how she had never before worried about finances. Yet now she found herself in a position where she had to rely on others for support. This was unacceptable. She needed to earn her own living. Sister-in-law, elder brother is leaving. Let us accompany him. The voice of Ding Danmin from outside the room momentarily interrupted the tumultuous thoughts swirling in Yi Roujing's mind, prompting her to rise and open the door. In her moment of indignation, she had forgotten to suppress her feelings. She certainly did not intend to flaunt her wealth. Observing Ding Wei's cheerful demeanor, she felt that the Ding family had misjudged her intentions. Her relationship with Ding Ancheng was not one of romantic display. Ding Ancheng noted the transformation in Yi Roujing's expression, finding her to be somewhat more endearing and genuine than before. However, this thought was quickly dismissed from his mind. Yi Roujing and her companions escorted Ding Ancheng to the tractor destined for departure, remaining until it was no longer visible, before they proceeded to their respective tasks. On March 16th, Yi Roujing received consent from Ding Wei and Li Hongying to travel to the county town. However, accompanying her was Ding Anmin, as they were concerned for her safety following the previous incident by the water. The two of them walked for an hour and a half before reaching Tongxian Commune. A row of low brick houses lined the street, many adorned with bold red characters proclaiming, "Develop the economy, ensure supply." This area was bustling, housing the Tongxian People's Commune Supply and Marketing Cooperative. It was no surprise, for beneath one commune lay 7 large teams, and most people came here to purchase their goods. The sounds of joy and occasional lamentation from within indicated who had managed to acquire desirable items. I believe your chances of finding work in the county are slimmer than securing a position here at the commune, Ding Anmin remarked quietly. My elder brother is a teacher in the county and knows more people than we do. Perhaps he has connections that could open doors for you. Working as a temporary laborer at the commune might offer a greater opportunity. Though the wages were modest, lacking any subsidies or receipts, it was undoubtedly less strenuous than other forms of labor. Ding Anmin continued, If you wish, once we reach the county, I can mention it to my brother. Oh, why didn't I think of this when my brother last visited? Ding Anmin expressed her frustration, realizing that the expenses for this trip to the county could have been spared. Chapter 19. The Li siblings consider the long-term perspective. Yi Roujing shot a glance at Ding Anmin and stated, Besides, you seldom venture to the county. It would be beneficial for us to broaden our horizons. How much did my elder brother give you? And what kind of tickets do you possess to feel so confident? Ding Anmin inquired. The previously serene expression of Yi Roujing faltered slightly. Indeed, there is a lack of confidence when one is handling money that is not their own. Rest assured, I shall repay him. Where did you hear such nonsense? It is merely the second son of that domineering woman who works in the city. His entire salary and bonuses are surrendered to her, leaving his own wife with nothing. Ding Anmin scoffed, remarking how such a man, who obeys his mother in all matters, is unworthy of a wife. He might as well live his life with her. Indeed, there is merit in that statement, Yi Roujing concurred. If they had not separated their household, it would be understandable for the money to be entrusted to the elders, but their family had long since divided. It is truly. Ding Anmin expressed her indignation. Let them be. If they are willing to endure it, we should not concern ourselves too much. Yi Roujing reflected on Huailing's steadfastness and forbearance. Ah, that is also true. Should my future mother-in-law resemble this, I would have my elder and second brothers stand by me and see if they dare to confront me. Ding Anmin's previously animated face fell upon hearing this call. Yi Roujing had never witnessed such an expression on Ding Anmin before. Turning to look back, she saw a young man and woman, both around 20, clad in work uniforms, green for the man and blue for the woman. Their features bore a slight resemblance to Ding Anmin, though they were not quite as striking as she and Ding Anghua. Hey, Ding Anmin, Did you not claim to detest Yi Roujing the most? Why then are you here with her at the supply and marketing cooperative? Yi Roujing and Ding Ancheng stood outside the supply and marketing cooperative, naturally giving the impression to passers-by that they intended to enter, for this was the only place in the commune where one could procure goods. You are mistaken. Compared to her, you are far more detestable, Ding Ancheng retorted sharply. What has become of your manners? I am your cousin, Li Shipei replied. My mother has little connection with the Li family anymore, so spare me your cousinly pretensions, Ding Ancheng pronounced, addressing her by name, her tone laced with palpable animosity. Ding Ancheng, you have grown bold, daring to speak to my sister in such a manner. Li Shijuan, Li Shipei's brother, stepped forward, half clenching his fist as he gestured towards Ding Ancheng's face. Having only recently entered the Ding family home, Yi Roujing was not well acquainted with her mother-in-law Li Hongying's relatives. She vaguely recalled that during her marriage to Ding Ancheng, it seemed no one from Li Hongying's family had attended. Perhaps her memory was failing her. Was Ding Ancheng's change in temperament due to matters concerning Xiaoxingchen? No, the book provided scant descriptions of Ding Ancheng. The original character had met her demise shortly after her introduction, leaving little to be said about her. The portrayal of Ding Ancheng appeared to reflect a subdued and cautious nature following Ding Ancheng's acknowledgement of his roots. If her demeanor was influenced by Xiaoxingchen, then one would expect her presence in the narrative surrounding Xiaoxingchen, yet there was none. Hey, you may not be aware, but there is a county meeting today, and our commune's officer, Comrade Hao, has gone to the county town, Li Shijuan declared with pride. Indeed, he is a target of particular interest for the police comrades. How cunning of you to inquire about the whereabouts of our officer in an attempt to evade them, he continued, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Ding Ancheng harbored no fear of Li Shijuan. Even in the absence of the police, the multitude around them served as witnesses. Should you strike me, how could you deny it? Upon hearing this, the crowd swiftly dispersed. Li Shijuan, notorious as a ruffian, was well known in Xi'an Commune. It was said that it was wiser to offend a gentleman than a scoundrel. Who would dare to stand up for you? Li Shijuan laughed with abandon. Why, dear sister-in-law? Do you wish to defend your sister-in-law? He scrutinized Yi Roujing from head to toe, his gaze lewd and demeanor lascivious. Enough of this nonsense. Let us engage. Yi Roujing furrowed her brow. She could easily subdue several such individuals. As they were nothing but scum, this would serve as a lesson. Do not act recklessly. Ding Ancheng grasped Yi Roujing in an attempt to draw her away, yet the way she had shielded him stirred something within Ding Ancheng. Shijuan, ignore them. Let us depart. They are lofty and disdainful of our family. It would be unwise to approach them, lest others think we seek to exploit them. Li Shipei spoke in a detached tone, urging Li Shijuan to leave. It was a decade ago during the famine that, without our family's assistance, could your Ding Ancheng and your siblings have grown to this age? Others may forget, but you must not. As Li Shipei continued to walk, her words echoed with reproach towards the Ding family. In the commune, not everyone was acquainted with the siblings Li Shipei and Li Shijuan. Upon her mention of the famine and their ignorance of the details, the gazes directed towards Ding Ancheng and Yi Roujing began to shift. The family, who are even more despicable than cold-blooded creatures, is utterly repugnant. And Min, let us depart. Seeing Ding and Min's eyes redden with anger, her body trembling slightly, Yi Roujing gently placed a hand on her shoulder, guiding her away in the opposite direction. Such outrageous behavior. How could such individuals exist? Ding and Min could not hold back her tears, but she quickly wiped them away, huffing in defiance. For crying over such people would be a waste. She refused to stoop to their level. What has transpired? Yi Roujing inquired softly, wondering how a mere issue of interest could escalate to such an extent. Chapter 20. Past encounters. The light in Ding and Min's eyes dimmed. My mother was the second child, born alongside my uncle, and my grandparents held a pronounced preference for males over females. My mother had an elder sister whom we have never met. According to my mother, she was sold when she turned 18, not married off, but sold, merely to secure additional food and money. The two individuals we encountered earlier were my uncle's children, spoiled since childhood. In the future, it would be wise to steer clear of them. Li Shijun is a reckless individual and has been known to resort to violence against women. You still haven't explained the reason for your falling out with them, Yi Roujing asked straightforwardly. If it were merely due to Li Hongying's elder sister, the rift would have occurred long ago. My mother had voiced her discontent with my grandparents due to the matter concerning my aunt when she married my father. You may not be aware, my grandparents provided a sum of 100 yuan. Had my father not been resolute in marrying my mother, she too might have faced a fate similar to that of my aunt. However, Due to the matter concerning my elder brother, the two families have completely fallen out. Ding Anming's voice grew increasingly hushed until it finally trailed off. Oh, this is something I cannot share with you. Perhaps it would be best if you asked my elder brother instead. I only learned of this inadvertently when I overheard a conversation between my parents. Isn't Guo aware? Yi Roujing inquired. Ding Anming shyly scratched her face, and Yi Roujing could tell that Ding Anming had confided in him. Since you're already aware, what difference does it make if I divulge a little more? I suppose the older folks in Dingping Brigade must also be in the know. It would be unreasonable to keep me in the dark. All right, I will tell you, but you must promise not to spread it further. Perhaps spurred by Yi Roujing's earlier protective gesture, coupled with her irritation towards Li Shipei and Li Shijuan, Ding Anming felt the need to vent and divulged everything. My elder brother is not my parents' biological child. Many in the brigade are aware of this, yet they choose to remain silent. Your parents also know, and you should as well. Over a decade ago, during a time of famine, my grandparents set their sights on my elder brother. As he was not their biological grandson, and with someone offering a high price for a boy, they sold him. Yi Roujing was genuinely taken aback, not expecting such a past to exist. Indeed, the portrayal in literature differs significantly from first-hand experience. Books cannot encompass every detail. At that time, my second brother and I were still quite naive, but the image of my elder brother remains vivid in my memory. I recall crying on several occasions. After a moment of silence, Yi Roujing pressed on. Is there more? Ding Anming was somewhat taken aback, inquiring how one could possibly know there was more to the matter. Indeed, once my elder brother achieves success, they will undoubtedly set their sights on his marriage prospects. Previously, a young lady from an official's family took a liking to my brother, and my uncle schemed to forge connections with her family by manipulating my brother. Your parents truly care for your elder brother, remarked Yi Roujing, reflecting on how even one's own flesh and blood might not exhibit such devotion. What are you saying? They're still your parents now, Ding Anming interjected, casting a disapproving glance at Yi Roujing. You and Onguo must also be wary of those individuals. If they could betray their own daughter, it is conceivable they might exploit you, their grandchildren, when the opportunity arises. Another striking young man and a beautiful woman. It is advisable for you not to venture out alone, Yi Roujing cautioned Ding Anming. How could I be unaware? Mother has already advised both me and my second brother. Yet you must remain vigilant yourself. Despite his irritable temperament, he possesses good looks. Do not allow yourself to be deceived. Ding Anming huffed in response, particularly concerning Li Shijuan, who had previously assaulted both me and my second brother, only to be subsequently beaten by my elder brother, leaving him hospitalized for over half a month. Since then, he has been somewhat more subdued around us. Yi Roujing, accustomed to the towering skyscrapers and bustling streets, found the quaint sounds of bicycles and the warm greetings of passers-by in this simpler era to possess a unique charm. What to do? What to do? Oh dear, who will save my sister-in-law? Save my sister-in-law. Her face is nearly turning blue. Not far away, a circle of people gathered, and the sound of weeping pierced the air. Instinctively, Yi Roujing moved forward, pulling Ding Anming along. Excuse me, please, she urged, making her way through the crowd. Upon reaching the center, she beheld a woman clad in a flowing white dress, clutching her neck with both hands, her body crouched and bending forward. Occasionally, she lifted her head, revealing eyes that were slightly rolled back, her complexion a disturbing shade of red and blue. Beside her, a young girl trembled, attempting to pat her back. Realizing the woman was choking, Yi Roujing quickly stepped forward, seizing her and embracing her from behind. A noticeable bulge in the woman's abdomen momentarily startled Yi Roujing. She was pregnant. With determined hands, she positioned them just below the breastbone. One fist pressed against the other palm and commenced rapid thrusts. After 6 vigorous thrusts, a red candy flew from the woman's mouth, rolling onto the ground. The woman coughed violently for a moment, then took several deep breaths, her complexion gradually returning to normal. It's all right now, she reassured, as those around her could not contain their relief and joy. Sister-in-law, are you okay? A young girl, her face streaked with tears and dressed in a floral long dress with a sweater draped over her shoulders, asked with concern. I'm fine now, the pregnant woman responded, though still shaken. It's all my fault. My brother warned me not to eat candy, yet I indulged. I'm so greedy, the young girl lamented, overwhelmed by guilt. As the tension eased, she burst into tears. If anything had happened to my sister-in-law, I wouldn't want to live anymore. Chapter 21. A life saved. What did you just do? How did you manage to help her so quickly? Indeed, you have performed a remarkable deed, saving 2 lives. much to the admiration of those surrounding Yi Roujing. We must head to the hospital. Although the obstruction has been expelled, it is imperative that a doctor examines you thoroughly. Especially considering your condition, Yi Roujing advised the pregnant woman and the young girl. Your throat and sternum require careful inspection, as does the baby within. Yi Roujing spoke with earnestness. Yes, sister-in-law, let us go to the county hospital, the young girl said, stifling her tears as she grasped Yi Roujing's hand tightly. Comrade, I cannot express my gratitude enough. Sister-in-law, we must hurry to catch a ride. My brother is in the county, and upon our arrival, we shall find him. No, wait. We should go to the hospital first. Jixin, do not worry. I feel fine, and the baby is moving well. It even kicked just now. The pregnant woman softly reassured. Well, we are also headed to the county. Would you like to accompany us? Ding Ancheng suggested. Really? Ho Jixin's eyes brightened, and her demeanor calmed. Although it was Ding Ancheng who spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Yi Roujing. Yi Roujing nodded. Yes, let us proceed. Once we arrive in the county, we shall go directly to the hospital. Very well, we shall heed the comrade's guidance, Ho Jixin replied, nodding eagerly. Comrade, may I ask your name? The pregnant woman inquired, looking at Yi Roujing and Ding Ancheng. My surname is Hu, Guyu Hu, but you may call me Hu Heping. It is not the peace and peace, but lotus and lotus and apple and apple. This is my sister-in-law. Her name is Ho Jixin. Yi Roujing, this is my sister-in-law Ding Ancheng, Yi Roujing introduced. Your names are even more melodious, Hu Heping said with a hoarse voice. By the way, I am 22 this year, and I look older than you both. So I will just call you by your names. Sister Roujing, you married at such a young age? Hao Jixin smiled at Yi Roujing. But then again, with your beauty, your husband must have been anxious to marry you early. Ding Ancheng secretly twitched her lips at the side, thinking to herself that it was the opposite. It was their elder sister-in-law who was eager to marry off her elder brother. Yi Roujing simply smiled and brushed it off. Sister Roujing, are you a doctor? Hao Jixin asked, her eyes brimming with admiration. Not yet, but I aspire to become a doctor, Yi Roujing replied. Ding Ancheng was so astonished that her mouth could fit a boiled egg, but she remained silent, subtly tugging at Yi Roujing's sleeve to remind her to temper her ambitions. Sister Roujing will definitely succeed, Hao Jixin unconditionally believed. Just now, Sister Roujing saved my sister-in-law. The bus from Tongxian Commune to Huaixi County runs twice a day. Once at 9 in the morning and once at 4 in the afternoon. Yi Roujing and Ding Ancheng had arrived early to catch the 9 o'clock bus. Comrades, please step inside. There are still vacant seats in the back. Please give this pregnant comrade a window seat. The ticket seller called out cheerfully as Hu Heping boarded the bus. The people of this era are quite simple-hearted, and many are willing to give up their seats. Yi Roujing and her companions arrived early, securing seats, while some latecomers, seasoned in their travels, brought along small stools that they placed in the empty aisles, allowing them to sit comfortably. Comrades, please prepare your money for the tickets, announced the ticket collector with a cheerful demeanor as she collected fares and handed out tickets. The passengers, displaying great conscientiousness, quickly formed a line. Yi Roujing and her 3 friends found themselves seated towards the back. Hello, we are 4. Hao Jixin indicated Yi Roujing and the others, then handed the ticket collector to Yuan. All right, tickets collected. Jixin, we can buy our own. Ding Ancheng's words were abruptly interrupted by Hao Jixin. You are our family's great benefactors. If my brother found out that I did not treat our benefactors well, he would surely break my legs. Wouldn't you agree, sister-in-law? Indeed, Hu Heping chimed in with a smile. Yiru, Ancheng, we will need your assistance in the county town. Without you, my sister-in-law and I would feel quite uncertain. In this era, short-distance travel offered no designated space for luggage. Everyone brought their belongings onto the bus, which was filled with lang of odors. The roads were far from modern and smooth, causing the bus to jostle violently. Even Yi Roujing, who never suffered from motion sickness, felt her stomach churn. As for Hu Heping, being pregnant, she turned pale from the nausea, prompting Hao Jixin to watch over her attentively throughout the journey. At noon, the bus finally came to a stop at the Huaixi County bus station. The county town was bustling compared to the commune. Upon disembarking, Yi Roujing was swept along by the throng of passengers exiting. Once she reached the station's entrance, she found herself alone, waiting beneath a large tree outside. Yi Roujing immediately spotted Ding Ancheng, who was scanning the crowd. You're quite nimble, she remarked. Ding Ancheng shot her a glare as she approached, clearly irritated. Don't wander off. The county town is quite large, and if we get separated, I wouldn't know how to find you. Yi Roujing replied with a hint of exasperation. If we truly do get lost, just go to the police station. I will look for you there. I am not a child. Roujing on mean. Huaixi Xin, supporting Hu Heping, waved at the two as they exited the station. Neither Yi Roujing nor Ding Ancheng were familiar with the county town, but Hu Heping and Huaixi Xin navigated it with ease. The four of them proceeded towards the county hospital, a journey that took about 15 minutes. The three-story building stood tall even in the county. Although the crowd within the hospital was not as dense as that at the station, it was still considerable. Hu Heping? Huaixi Xin called out while registering at the front desk, as Hu Heping, Yi Roujing, and Ding Ancheng waited nearby. Suddenly, a doctor clad in a white coat approached them. Chuishan, Hu Heping greeted her with a faint smile. Sister Chuishan. Having completed her registration, Huaixi Xin joined them and immediately recognized Yang Cuishan. Jixin, Yang Cuishan said. Turning to Hu Heping, what's wrong? Where do you feel unwell? I will take you there. She glanced at the number in Huaixi Xin's hand. Noting that Dr. Zhang was the best gynecologist at the county hospital, the quartet swiftly became a quintet, with Yang Cuishan now leading the conversation, animatedly discussing the merits of the county hospital, proving to be even more talkative than Yi Roujing. Ding Ancheng leaned closer and whispered into Yi Roujing's ear. Yet she failed to notice the smile on Yi Ping's face was nearly frozen. Yi Roujing cast a glance at Ding Ancheng, remarking, "Am I being too talkative?" Ding Ancheng chuckled. "Oh, that was the case with you in the past, but you've gradually improved now." Immediately, she shifted the topic, gesturing with her hands. "By the way, the assistance you provided to Yi Ping before, what was the rationale behind it? How did you acquire such knowledge?" Chapter 22. Facing doubts, Ding Ancheng inquired with curiosity, to which Yi Roujing nodded affirmatively. She was not lying. Her past life experiences had equipped her with this knowledge. Merely a form of first aid. "I didn't expect you to possess such an aspect," Ding Ancheng said, her gaze toward Yi Roujing revealing a newfound appreciation, soon followed by a hint of regret. "Oh dear, I really should let my older brother see this." Yi Roujing turned in confusion, and Ding Ancheng responded matter-of-factly. "This is a commendable trait of yours. It's rare to find one. My brother would certainly change his perception of you. TSK. You should have put in more effort when it mattered," Ding Ancheng lamented, her tone tinged with disappointment. "Have you ever considered having your brother divorce me?" Yi Roujing could not suppress her curiosity any longer. "Aren't you both indifferent towards me?" Ding Ancheng looked utterly astonished. "What on earth are you thinking? How could I ever entertain such an idea? Our family would never interfere with the marriages of its children. When he married you, although the circumstances were unique, it was still my brother's explicit consent. Thus, you are regarded as the esteemed daughter-in-law of our family. You do not suppose that your schemes could secure my elder brother's unequivocal approval, do you?" A flicker of astonishment crossed Yi Roujing's eyes. "Is that not the case?" Ding Ancheng shot Yi Roujing a glare, remarking, "My elder brother possesses such limited capabilities that he could win the affection of so many young ladies. Truly, you underestimate your own husband. Am I merely a shield?" Yi Roujing mumbled. "Does your elder brother harbor a fondness for men?" She promptly silenced herself, concluding that it could not be so. Otherwise, he would not have spent a blissful life with the female lead. "What did you say?" "Nothing. Although your previous actions lacked foresight, your heart remains commendably kind," Ding Ancheng offered candidly. "Kind-hearted, Yi Roujing," she continued. "Yes, your gaze remains perceptive." Ding Ancheng chuckled in exasperation. "Flattery is unwarranted. Is Dr. Zhang inside?" "Hello, Dr. Yang." "Yes, indeed." The nurse at the obstetrics and gynecology entrance greeted with a smile. "This is my friend." Yang Cuishan introduced Hu Heping. Upon noticing Hu Heping's prominent belly, the nurse instantly understood. "Dr. Yang, I shall step inside for a moment," the nurse stated before entering the consultation room with Dr. Zhang. Shortly thereafter, the nurse emerged, inviting Yang Cuishan and Hu Heping to enter. As Dr. Zhang preferred a less crowded environment during consultations. "Gxin, do not worry. I will look after your sister-in-law," Yi Roujing reassured. Yi Roujing, Ding Ancheng, and Huaixi Xin settled onto the benches outside, awaiting their turn. The familiar scent of antiseptic filled the air, and Yi Roujing felt a sense of comfort and relaxation in such an environment. For a medical student, practical experience is paramount. Although she is still a graduate student, she has been learning alongside her mentor at the hospital, which has become the place where she spends the majority of her time. "Who is Yi Roujing?" The nurse reemerged and approached the three individuals, inquiring. "It is I." Yi Roujing rose and met the nurse's gaze. Standing at 1.65 meters, she towered over the nurse by a small margin, her demeanor serene, exuding an inexplicable aura that startled the nurse. Furthermore, Yi Roujing's beauty was even more pronounced up close. Her porcelain-like complexion revealed almost no pores. "Greetings, comrade. Dr. Zhang wishes to see you." You. Very well," Yi Roujing nodded, allowing the nurse to enter first. Sister-in-law Ding Ancheng felt a tinge of anxiety. "Do not worry, everything will be fine." Yi Roujing's gentle words reassured Ding Ancheng, as she understood the queries Dr. Zhang was likely to pose, considering that the Heimlich maneuver had yet to be widely disseminated in this era. Upon entering, Hao Zhixin gazed at Ding Ancheng with bright eyes, exclaiming, "You are quite impressive, sister-in-law." The doctor's consultation room was rather austere, with gray walls, a wooden bench, and a yellowed desk. A doctor clad in a white coat sat behind the desk, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. Hu Heping sat with her back to the door. But as Yi Roujing entered, she turned her head, her eyes filled with excitement and gratitude. "Did you save this comrade?" Dr. Zhang observed the astonishment in Yi Roujing's eyes, remarking on her youthfulness. "Yes," Yi Roujing nodded in affirmation. "May I inquire about the method you employed?" Dr. Zhang spoke with a hint of excitement, expressing that it was a rarity to witness a patient who, after choking, managed to expel the obstruction before seeking medical attention. Typically, those who arrived at the hospital were already suffocating. He described the technique of delivering rapid inward and upward thrusts beneath the sternum until the foreign object in the trachea was dislodged. Yi Roujing interjected that, considering He Ping was pregnant, the usual method involved applying pressure to the abdominal area. For infants, the technique involved cradling them while applying compressions to the chest and back. Yi Roujing elaborated in detail, capturing Dr. Zhang's undivided attention, which only intensified his enthusiasm. Suddenly, Yang Suishan inquired about the hospital where this individual had received training, her gaze scrutinizing Yi Roujing. With a sardonic smile curving her lips, Yang Suishan remarked that the assertions made earlier were groundless, and questioned Yi Roujing's audacity to experiment with Yi Ping's case, warning of the dire consequences that could ensue, a fatal outcome for both mother and child. "Suishan, do not speak recklessly," Yi Ping interjected, disapproving of Yang's remarks. Yi Roujing raised an eyebrow slightly, a playful smirk forming as she regarded Yang Suishan with an amused glint in her eye. "Who suggested that my methods lack foundation? It seems rather that Dr. Yang is simply uninformed." Yang Suishan's expression froze, a fleeting mix of green and white crossing her face. "Then may I inquire about the so-called foundation you speak of? Why should I divulge that to you?" Yi Roujing replied with a chuckle. "My intention in sharing these emergency techniques with Dr. Zhang stems from a genuine desire to assist. Whether or not they are implemented is a matter for the hospital and its physicians to decide. As for whether you believe or not, it is of no concern to me. If one truly possesses the noble virtue of a compassionate healer, even if skeptical of my character, one should endeavor to validate this life-saving technique rather than question my motives after I have successfully saved a life." Yi Roujing cast a meaningful glance at Yang Suishan, then shifted her focus and inquired, "Dr. Zhang, would you agree?" "You speak most eloquently," Dr. Zhang remarked, his eyes filled with admiration for Yi Roujing. "I am confident that you will become an exceptionally skilled physician." His words darkened Yang Suishan's expression considerably. "By the way, may I inquire how to address you?" Dr. Zhang asked with a soft chuckle. "Yi Roujing," she replied. Chapter 23. Wang Qiushuang. Dr. Zhang, with a warm smile, kindly asked, "Comrade Yi, may I know your residence? Should any emergency medical issues arise in the future, we would like to consult you again." Yi Roujing provided her address, and upon learning it was from the production brigade, Yang Suishan's countenance grew even more sour. Was she being mocked by a rural woman? Subsequently, Dr. Zhang enlisted the expertise of both internal and external medicine to examine Hu Heping. Aside from a slightly reddened throat, everything else appeared normal, bringing her great relief. "Roujing, let us go for a meal. I must express my heartfelt gratitude," Hu Heping said earnestly as she linked arms with Yi Roujing. "Certainly," Yi Roujing replied, not declining, which only heightened Hu Heping's joy. "Suishan, you may carry on with your duties. We shall take our leave now." Hu Heping spoke to Yang Suishan with a tone that had become noticeably more indifferent than at the outset. As the four emerged from the hospital, Hu Heping cast a remorseful glance at Yi Roujing and said, "Roujing, I sincerely apologize. Please do not take Suishan's words to heart." "Not at all. She is merely an inconsequential person," Yi Roujing replied, unfazed by the incident. Seeing that Yi Roujing was genuinely unperturbed, Hu Heping let out a sigh of relief. "Let us head to the state-run restaurant. I wonder if they still have any good dishes at this hour." The state-run restaurant in Huaixi County was quite spacious, and upon entering, Yi Roujing and her companions noticed that there were about 10 square tables set up, yet only 3 were occupied as the mealtime was nearing its end, leaving the rest unfilled. "You all take a seat. I will go and purchase the food," Huaixi declared, making her way to the counter. Observing that several sections of the menu board hanging on the wall were already blank, she felt a twinge of anxiety. The only meat dish available was minced meat steamed egg, which contained scant meat. "Excuse me, could I get a portion of the minced meat steamed egg? Are there any other meat dishes available?" Huaixi inquired. "Xiaolu, you can go ahead and eat. I'll take your place." Another server emerged from behind the curtain, tapping the seated server on the shoulder. "And Huajun," Huaixi exclaimed joyfully upon recognizing a familiar face. The 2 servers looked up simultaneously. "Jixin, what brings you here?" Gu Huajun responded with a wide smile upon recognizing her. "Do you know her, Gu Jie?" "Xiaolu, you may go and eat now," Gu Huajun said, not intending to elaborate further, prompting the girl named Xiaolu to pout and walk away. "Aunt Huajun, I came with my sister-in-law and 2 other sisters for a meal, but it seems there are hardly any meat dishes left," Huaixi expressed with disappointment. "Do not worry. Leave it to me," Gu Huajun whispered reassuringly. "What would you like? Is there braised pork available? Or steamed fish?" Huaixi lowered her voice as well. "Everyone is here." Gu Huajun nodded, understanding that today Huaixi and her companions must be hosting someone of great importance. "Thank you, Aunt Huajun," Huaixi exclaimed excitedly. "I would like an order of steamed eggs with minced meat, then 2 vegetarian dishes and a soup." "Aunt Huajun, could you help me decide what would be good?" "Of course. How much is the bill?" Huaixi inquired. "No need. Aunt will treat you all," came the reply. "That's unacceptable. We must pay for this meal," Huaixi insisted. Ultimately, Gu Huajun accepted a modest sum. After all, the meat and fish were originally purchased by her, and she was merely sharing them now. Being a local of Huaixi County, Gu Huajun felt grateful for the assistance received from Huaixin's brother, Officer Huaixi. "What a fortunate day." After sitting beside Hua Pinghu, Huaixi expressed her joy. "This morning, I ran into Sister Roujing and Sister Anmin, and now I have encountered Aunt Huajun. We are in for a delightful feast." It was only when the table began to fill with braised pork, steamed fish, minced meat steamed egg, scrambled eggs with chives, cold spinach salad, celery, and shredded meat soup, and 4 bowls brimming with rice that Ding Anmin realized the true meaning of Huaixin's earlier remark about a splendid meal. She had initially underestimated it. Yi Roujing was equally surprised by the abundance of dishes. This was the most lavish spread she had ever witnessed. The group began to enjoy their meal with delight. Although mealtime had passed, patrons continued to enter the state-run restaurant. However, Yi Roujing was indifferent, happily engrossed in her food. Yet, she could sense a persistent gaze directed towards her. She was not oblivious and had to lift her head to see. Before her stood a young woman of similar age, her dark, lustrous hair braided into 2 cascades that fell gracefully upon her chest. She donned a flowing blue dress, complemented by a white sweater draped over her shoulders, exuding an air of elegance. As Yi Roujing gazed upon her, a sudden realization dawned upon her. Although she had never met this individual before, the original owner of her body was indeed acquainted with her, a so-called good friend, Wang Qiushuang. It was Wang Qiushuang who had once devised strategies for the original owner on how to capture Ding Ancheng's attention. Both Yi Roujing and Wang Qiushuang were members of the Xintong production team and had been classmates from primary school through middle school. However, while Yi Roujing had been cherished by her family, Wang Qiushuang was one of the key contributors in her household, laboring for work points. The bond between the original owner and Wang Qiushuang flourished due to Wang's silver tongue, adept at flattering and evoking sympathy. Whenever the original owner acquired something valuable, she would often think to share it with Wang Qiushuang, and over time, the exchanges had accumulated significantly. Yi Roujing felt a pang of sympathy as she rifled through her memories. The blue dress and white sweater that Wang Qiushuang wore were gifts from the original owner. In comparison to Wang's usual attire, this ensemble was indeed quite impressive. As Yi Roujing's gaze shifted, she noticed a man in blue work attire standing before Wang Qiushuang, appearing to be 4 or 5 years her senior. He was of average height, with a distinctly square face. Yi Roujing could tell from his demeanor that they were likely acquainted. While Yi Roujing was preoccupied with her meal, Wang Qiushuang had already sensed familiarity with the man. Upon lifting her head, she was taken aback to discover that seated at the same table as Yi Roujing was Ding Anmin. It struck her as curious, for she had heard whispers of Yi Roujing's tumultuous relationship with her in-laws. How could they possibly be dining together in the county town, much less at a state-run restaurant? The other 2 individuals were unfamiliar to Wang Qiushuang, yet their attire clearly indicated they were not from the countryside. The four of them ordered 6 dishes, predominantly rich meat dishes, causing Wang Qiushuang's mouth to water uncontrollably. Roujing, what a coincidence. Wang Qiushuang approached Yi Roujing with a cheerful smile. Qiushuang, you two have come to the county. Yi Roujing glanced at the man who was ordering at the counter and grinned. He seems decent, quite honest. Wang Qiushuang felt a wave of embarrassment, but even more so, indignation. Both she and Yi Roujing had graduated from middle school. Although she may not be as physically attractive, she was certainly not lacking in appeal. Moreover, she prided herself on her intellect, which surpassed that of Yi Roujing. Why should Yi Roujing marry Ding Ancheng while she was left to settle for a temporary worker? Yi Roujing's comment was infuriating. Did it imply that Wang Qiushuang was only worthy of such a man? Roujing, please don't speak thoughtlessly. It's all mere speculation, Wang Qiushuang retorted somewhat unhappily. The original persona was unaware of Wang Qiushuang's inner turmoil, but she recognized that such remarks were only meant to provoke. Oh, it's nothing. I understand, she replied. Qiushuang. The square-faced man approached after placing the order, visibly excited upon seeing a table full of young women. Do you know them? Chapter 24. A fortuitous encounter. Huaixi, heavily pregnant, noted that the square-faced man barely glanced at her, instead scrutinizing the 3 younger women, each more attractive than Wang Qiushuang. Wang Qiushuang certainly noticed the man's gaze and felt a surge of anger. He was the epitome of someone who was greedy, looking at everything. This is my good friend. Yi Roujing, we are classmates. Hello, he responded. The man, following Wang Qiushuang's introduction, turned his gaze towards Yi Roujing, astonished to discover that this most exquisite young lady was indeed a classmate of Wang Qiushuang. Given that Wang Qiushuang was merely a middle school graduate, it was reasonable to assume that this young woman shared a similar educational background, which paled in comparison to his own high school diploma. Since they were already acquainted, why not join us for a meal? I do not require that, Ding Ancheng interjected, stating firmly that they were not well acquainted, and it seemed inappropriate. We are almost finished, right, sister-in-law? Ding Ancheng emphasized the term sister-in-law. Yi Roujing turned to offer Ding Ancheng an appreciative glance, while the man felt an unsettling discomfort upon hearing the title, realizing she was already married. Indeed, we have friends here today. Yi Roujing remarked with a smile towards Wang Qiushuang. Very well, Wang Qiushuang responded, somewhat flustered, and the man ceased his insistence as they retreated to a nearby table. I wonder if there are still any delectable dishes available. A little will suffice. The director rarely treats us. How can we settle for less? At that moment, another group entered the state-run restaurant. Ding Ancheng cast a glance and spotted her elder brother, her face instantly lighting up with joy as she stood up and waved. Brother. Hearing her call, Yi Roujing also turned to look. Ding Ancheng arrived with quite a number of companions, 8 in total, 6 men and 2 women. Upon hearing the commotion, Ding Ancheng turned to see, and the others followed suit. Yi Roujing suddenly felt the weight of numerous gazes upon her, which was somewhat awkward, as memories of her visits to the school to find Ding Ancheng flashed through her mind, leading her to believe that these individuals were familiar with her. In a restaurant, Huaixi and Yi Roujing dined together, accompanied by 2 unfamiliar young women. After exchanging a few words with her colleagues, Ding Ancheng approached their table. Why didn't you come to find me after arriving in the county? Although his words were directed at Ding Ancheng, his gaze predominantly lingered on Yi Roujing. Hello. I am Ding Ancheng. He was somewhat taken aback by the response, yet the other party hesitated to inquire further about the situation. Then, the school principal, Wang Bingji, from County No. 1 Middle School, approached, surprised to see Huaixi. What brings you to the county? Alone? No, Huaixi replied, introducing Huaixi to Wang Bingji. Eventually, they joined 2 tables together, accommodating 12 people in total. Wang Bingji, a former student of Huaixing's grandfather, inquired about her well-being, and Huaixi candidly recounted the perils she had recently encountered. Wang Bingji was alarmed, but only after Huaixi reassured him that she was fine and had even visited the hospital did he begin to relax. Comrade Yi, I am truly grateful to you, Wang Bingji said, looking at Yi Roujing, and he stood to bow in her direction, startling her into rising to stop him. We merely happened to cross paths. You are too kind. Following this, Huaixi exuberantly praised Yi Roujing, causing even the composed Yi Roujing to blush slightly. Jixin, that's enough. Suddenly, a voice laced with sarcasm interrupted the lively atmosphere at the table. So, you aspire to become a doctor? The speaker is a woman clad in a double-breasted gray linen suit, sporting short hair and adorned with a pair of amber-tinted crystal glasses. Although her attire is formal, It exudes a somewhat antiquated vibe, and she appears to be in her early 20s. At this moment, she gazes at Yi Roujing with palpable disdain. Seated beside her, another woman with braided hair tugged at her sleeve, attempting to restrain her from speaking. Yi Roujing recognized both individuals as Chinese language teachers from County No. 1 Middle School, one instructing 7th graders and the other 8th graders. Interestingly, the teacher surnamed Huang had previously crossed paths with the original host, as they were both admirers of Ding Ancheng. And the original host had endured ridicule and scorn from this very person. Yi Roujing nodded at the teacher Huang, acknowledging this thought. You, who have no desire to continue your education beyond middle school, harbor delusions of becoming a doctor. Do you truly believe that anyone can become a physician? Yi Roujing found this rather amusing. It seemed absurd that now, with merely a middle school diploma, one would cast judgment on her aspirations. As for whether I can ultimately achieve that goal, teacher Huang need not concern herself so greatly. Ding Ancheng, observing from the side, smirked, feeling sympathy for teacher Huang. It seemed unjust to confront Yi Roujing, as conversing with her only resulted in exasperation. Having dreams is a commendable pursuit, Wang Bingji interjected, attempting to defuse the tension. Noticing the situation, teacher Huang refrained from further comment. There's not much food left. Would you care for some noodles or wontons? A male teacher, glancing at the sparse selection on the table, shifted the conversation. With so many dishes, it seems you all have just begun dining, yet by the time we arrived, there was hardly anything left. Teacher Huang, filled with indignation, glared intently at Yi Roujing. Yi Roujing, somewhat helpless and mildly incensed, thought to herself, damn it, as she turned to cast a fierce glance at Ding Ancheng, attributing the blame to him. Ding Ancheng, receiving Yi Roujing's look, was taken aback yet amused, his lips curving into an involuntary smile as he reached out to tousle her hair. His gesture astonished all present. The colleagues from County No. 1 High School stared in disbelief, while Yi Roujing, startled, resembled a stunned chicken. Ding Ancheng himself was somewhat surprised, but soon dismissed the moment, resuming his meal. Observing this, Yi Roujing bowed her head and followed suit, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. It was too terrifying. After giving him a mere glance, she realized that nearly all eyes in the room were now on her. If gazes held any power, she would have undoubtedly crumbled under their intensity. At a nearby table, Wang Qiushuang, facing Yi Roujing and Ding Ancheng, nearly snapped her chopsticks in half, her expression twisted with a hint of rage. What had transpired? Why did it seem that Ding Ancheng and Yi Roujing shared an unusually close relationship? On what grounds could this be? Qiushuang, is your good friend's husband a teacher? Oh, Wang Qiushuang replied, a smile masking the jealousy brewing within her. Elementary school? County No. 1 High School. Wang Qiushuang pronounced those 3 words with a hint of pride, the reason for which she kept to herself. Chapter 25, Discerning Capability, County No. 1 High School of Huaixi. The man was utterly astonished. To be a teacher at the county's top high school implied tenured employment. How could he possibly marry your friend, who, apart from her appearance, although her appearance is truly remarkable, he's never encountered such beauty in the county. No wonder. It's reassuring that Zhijian is doing well. Wang Bingji felt relieved. And perhaps his transfer to the provincial capital was imminent. These past 2 years must have been difficult for you both, traveling back and forth. However, grassroots experience is invaluable, and things will improve afterward. By the way, how is the teacher's health? Excellent, excellent. Wang Bingji beamed. I'll escort you to the county government. I'll send word to Zhijian first, and we'll have dinner at our home tonight. Your aunt will prepare a delicious meal for you. Ancheng, you should come as well. Wang Bingji extended a sincere invitation. Roujing and Anmin, please stay in the county tonight. Ding Ancheng deferred to Yi Roujing, seeking her consent. Yi Roujing was pleased by Ding Ancheng's respectful gesture. Considering Wang Bingji's position, Yi Roujing was inclined to reciprocate Ding Ancheng's gesture. Then we shall impose on Director Wang. Haha. Very well, but you can address me as Uncle Wang, just like Yi Ping, Wang Bingji said with a smile. Wang Bingji was not personally acquainted with Yi Roujing, having only heard a few mentions of her. However, seeing is believing. Anyone who could capture Ding Ancheng's attention could not possibly be the shrewish and foolish person others described. Moreover, she had rescued Hu Hoping. Someone willing to help a stranger must undoubtedly be a kind soul. As I arrived, I was concerned about being late to obtain the introduction letter from the captain. However, I decided to call home to reassure them, so they wouldn't worry. Yi Roujing turned to Ding Ancheng and said, Director Wang, I will take them to the guest house first. Ding Ancheng glanced at Wang Bingji and replied, Very well, go ahead. You know my address. Come back by yourself in the evening. Wang Bingji nodded with a smile. The 6 of them split into 2 groups, with Wang Bingji leading 3 ahead. As Roujing and Brother Ancheng prepared to leave, Wang Qiushuang quickly stood up and approached them, blocking their path. Ding Ancheng glanced at Yi Roujing and inquired, "Do you know her?" A fleeting expression of hurt crossed Wang Qiushuang's face, her eyes filled with grievance. "Brother Ancheng, I am Roujing's best friend from Xintong Production Brigade. I have seen you several times with Roujing before. Don't you remember me?" Ding Ancheng's demeanor remained aloof as he bluntly responded, "I do not remember." Yi Roujing found this amusing. At that moment, Wang Qiushuang's innocent demeanor was truly delightful, bringing her a sense of ease and comfort. In her heart, Yi Roujing silently praised Ding Ancheng for his discernment in identifying pretentious individuals. Ding Ancheng's words caused Wang Qiushuang's face to pale slightly, yet she still managed to force a smile. "Brother Ancheng must be very busy and meet many people. It is only natural that you do not recall me. Are you also staying in the county?" Yi Roujing asked. "Did you bring the introduction letter?" "I did," Wang Qiushuang replied. Wang Qiushuang is a meticulous individual. Although she initially had no intention of staying, she still proceeded to obtain a letter of introduction. If it were for any other matter, her family might have disapproved, given that she is the primary breadwinner. However, this time, the prospective employer was someone from the city. Even though it was merely a temporary position, the fact that it was a city dweller was enough to warrant some boasting, so they consented. "Qiushuang, I will accompany you," a man with a square face said as he approached. He extended his right hand toward Ding Ancheng and introduced himself. "Greetings, comrade. My name is Chen Banghua, and I am an employee at the county food factory." Ding Ancheng offered a brief handshake and nodded. The 5 of them then proceeded to the county guest house, a 3-story building. Upon entering, the first room on the ground floor was designated for registration. Ding Ancheng reached out to Ding Anmin, who handed over the letter of introduction. "One room," Ding Ancheng stated. "Wait a moment, comrade. I have mine as well," Wang Qiushuang said, producing her own letter and placing it next to the ones from Yi Roujing and her companion. "Are you planning to share a room with us?" Ding Anmin asked incredulously. "It's more convenient since we are all women, and sharing a room would save on expenses." "One room is sufficient," Wang Qiushuang reasoned. "We could even leave the other room for someone else, not occupying public resources." "How wonderful would that be?" Ding Anmin chuckled in disbelief. "But we are not familiar with each other. It is uncommon for strangers to share a living space. I am best friends with Roujing. We are quite familiar." Wang Qiushuang promptly replied. "That's not convenient," Ding Ancheng interjected. Wang Qiushuang was momentarily taken aback, her eyes then turning toward Yi Roujing with a look of pitiful longing, as if tears were about to well up. Yi Roujing felt a twinge of impatience. She detested conversing with individuals who weep over trivial matters. "You live alone. If you move in, it will be inconvenient for Ding Ancheng to enter," she remarked. Wang Qiushuang, with an expression of disbelief, sweetly protested, "I promise not to disturb you. You need not worry about the rent. I will share the burden. Otherwise, I will be frightened living alone." "Do you have plans tomorrow?" Yi Roujing inquired, her tone tinged with irritation. "Huh?" Wang Qiushuang momentarily struggled to comprehend. She was taken aback by Yi Roujing's question and turned to Chen Banghua, who mirrored her confusion and asked, "Do you have something to do tomorrow?" Wang Qiushuang's face flushed with embarrassment, her frustration palpable as her nails dug into her palms. "I need to purchase some items as directed by my family, so they took me to the commune to obtain a letter of introduction." With the letter already procured, it seemed she genuinely had matters to attend to. Wang Qiushuang ardently insisted on staying, presenting a compelling argument. Ultimately, the 3 of them ended up sharing a room, costing 6 dimes. When it came time to pay, Ding Ancheng attempted to cover the expense, but Ding Anmin intervened, producing 4 dimes. She then turned to Wang Qiushuang. And under the watchful eyes of the others, Wang Qiushuang, despite her usual boldness, had no choice but to sheepishly present 2 dimes. Chapter 26. Such understanding of men. The restroom was located on the left side of the hallway, while the showers were to the right. Each room had a hot water kettle, and the place for heating water was on the ground floor, just next door. The attendant provided a thorough explanation. Chen Banghua sent the guests to the guest house, and, after bidding farewell to Ding Ancheng and a few others, departed. Ding Ancheng instructed Yi Roujing and the others to head upstairs first while he went to fetch hot water. The 3 young ladies shared a room, and with such a refined gentleman attending to their needs, the staff paid little heed to the situation. The room was located on the 2nd floor, centrally situated. Modest in size, just spacious enough to accommodate 3 narrow beds, each measuring 1.2 meters wide. Near the window, a small writing desk and a chair were placed, the desk adorned with a lamp. Although the bedding was somewhat faded from washing, it appeared reasonably clean, considering it was the largest guest house in Huaixi County. Roujing, do you harbor some misunderstanding about me? As soon as they entered the room, Wang Xiushuang looked at Yi Roujing with a pained expression. Huh? Yi Roujing responded with a puzzled countenance. What misunderstanding? I'll go check on my brother. Ding Ancheng, feeling quite discontent towards Wang Xiushuang, fidgeted uncomfortably and then left the room. Wang Xiushuang immediately seated herself on the edge of the bed beside Yi Roujing. Roujing, how are things between you and Brother Ancheng now? Wang Xiushuang sat on the bed next to the writing desk, prompting Yi Roujing to lean against the desk. Did you not see for yourself today? It is just as it appears. Wang Xiushuang's heart felt as if it were being scratched by a cat's paw. It seems you haven't been taking proper care of your appearance. I noticed you didn't wear any makeup today. Men are fond of women who adorn themselves. I observed that you hardly spoke to Brother Ancheng today. You must be more proactive. Men appreciate women who keep them in mind. Your aloofness is not conducive. You should not have argued with Ancheng's colleague today, for it may cause discontent towards him. You know this could bring him trouble, right? I have advised you before that you ought to be accommodating towards his associates. Wang Xiushuang, as usual, whispered what seemed to be carrying words in Yi Roujing's ear, fervently devising strategies for her. Yi Roujing couldn't help but stifle a laugh, pondering just how foolish the original owner of this body must have been to not discern the ulterior motives behind such remarks. Outside the room, Ding Ancheng, who had overheard, was about to rush in but was halted by Ding Ancheng. Xiushuang, how do you understand men so well when you aren't even married? Yi Roujing inquired with a smile. Wang Xiushuang momentarily faltered at the question but quickly responded with a cheerful demeanor. Aren't all men like this? I merely share what I have heard from others. You are my dearest friend, so I want to share this with you. Remember, it was my ideas that allowed you to meet Ancheng frequently, leading to your successful marriage. Wang Xiushuang's words carried an unintentional hint of bitterness. Oh, Xiushuang, I must clarify that my success is due to my own merits, after all. Beauty is on my side, Yi Roujing replied with a smirk, relishing the sight of Wang Xiushuang's greenish expression. There were numerous derogatory terms aimed at Yi Roujing: vulgar, foolish, good for nothing, but none dared to tarnish her appearance. In Wang Xiushuang's eyes, Yi Roujing surpassed her only in looks, in every other aspect. She felt she could not measure up even with a single finger. Wang Xiushuang gradually managed to control her facial expression, softening her tone. Roujing, while you are indeed beautiful, there is something peculiar about you. Yi Roujing interrupted Wang Xiushuang's words. Ah, what's so strange? Wang Xiushuang asked, somewhat puzzled. Shouldn't your concern be about the good things happening between you and that square-faced man? Why are you still worried about my relationship with Ding Ancheng? We are already married, Yi Roujing said with a playful smile. I just want your relationship to flourish, Wang Xiushuang lightly chided, playfully nudging Yi Roujing. Xiushuang, as a married woman, allow me to offer you a piece of advice, Yi Roujing said with a smile. When it comes to the bond between husband and wife, any outside interference can easily lead to misunderstandings and conflicts. This is a matter that concerns only the two of you, and it is unwise for outsiders to meddle. I can overlook it since you mean well for me, but be careful with others. Good intentions may inadvertently result in undesirable outcomes. Yi Roujing's words sent a chill down Wang Xiushuang's spine. Meeting her composed gaze, Wang Xiushuang instinctively averted her own, feeling the shift in Yi Roujing, who no longer seemed as easily manageable as before. Yiru, has someone said something to you? Wang Xiushuang asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. Could it be that there's a misunderstanding between you and Brother Ancheng? I can help explain, Yi Roujing sighed. Xiushuang, it appears you did not heed my earlier advice. Wang Xiushuang was momentarily taken aback, staring at Yi Roujing in disbelief. She realized the most significant change in Yi Roujing. She had become much wiser. The thoughts swirling in Wang Xiushuang's mind were clearly reflected on her face, prompting Yi Roujing to chuckle. Do you think I have become clever and astute? In truth, I was not truly foolish in the past. Rather, I was simply coddled, with others concerned for me and bearing my burdens, allowing me to revel in a state of naive bliss. Yi Roujing remarked. Yet after experiencing a marriage and a near drowning, I have come to realize that one must rely on their own intellect. The original self was pushed into the river by someone unknown, and despite not witnessing the culprit, Yi Roujing has observed in recent days and found no suspicious individuals. Fearing for her family's peace of mind, she chose to remain silent about the incident. Wang Xiushuang felt somewhat at a loss, as the current scene completely overturned her previous impression of Yi Roujing. Can a person truly transform from such naivety to articulating reasoned thoughts? Wang Xiushuang was bewildered. You are right, Roujing, She could only echo, "Where's Anming? I shall go check." "Brother, I can handle it. You, a grown man, need not come in," came the voice of Ding Anming from outside. In the next moment, she entered, carrying a thermos of hot water. "Sister-in-law, why not accompany brother for a bit? It would be a perfect opportunity for him to take you to the department store and see if there's anything you wish to purchase," Ding Anming suggested to Yi Roujing. Yi Roujing hesitated, reluctant to venture out with Ding Ancheng. After placing the thermos down, Ding Anming gently nudged her toward the door. Having overheard the conversation between Yi Roujing and Wang Qiushuang outside, she understood that Yi Roujing's previous foolish behavior was instigated by others, and she must not be left alone with Wang Qiushuang any longer. Such so-called best friends can be more treacherous than strangers. Chapter 27. The Department Store. "Let me take you for a stroll." Ding Ancheng gazed at Yi Roujing and spoke quietly, deliberately disregarding her inquiry. Yi Roujing pursed her lips, finding him rather unappealing. "I should make a call home first," she remarked as she descended to the first floor. Her eyes fixated on the recently registered room. Yi Roujing's swift acceptance of her current identity was facilitated by her striking resemblance to her predecessor. However, she felt no surprise. Having traversed the realms of literature, such likeness was inconsequential. Of course, it was not solely her appearance that drew attention. Ding Ancheng was exceptionally handsome as well. Together, they attracted the gaze of many as they strolled, yet Yi Roujing feigned ignorance, engrossed in the scenic beauty around her, for each era possessed its own distinct charm. Among the most magnificent and bustling locales was the Huaixi County department store, located merely 300 meters from the county government. Its grandeur surpassed that of the government building itself. Comprising 3 stories, it buzzed with activity, with a constant influx of patrons, all wearing smiles and clutching various items. Green mesh bags were filled with fruit preserves, malted milk, an array of yarns, and larger items transported in carts, such as televisions and refrigerators. The throng of onlookers was considerable, as such substantial purchases were typically beyond the means of ordinary households. It was said that within the Dingping production brigade, only the brigade leader's family possessed a black and white television, drawing numerous visitors during leisure hours. Nevertheless, having experienced the clarity of high-definition LCD televisions, Yi Roujing paid them little mind. Instead, her attention was captured by the children enjoying milk candies in their hands. As she passed by, a rich aroma of milk wafted towards her, enticing her senses. She sniffed appreciatively. The allure of milk candies in this era was remarkable, boasting high purity with minimal additives. She found herself yearning to indulge. "Let us procure some milk candies, and do not forget a can of malted milk powder," Ding Ancheng suddenly suggested. A subtle smile graced the corners of his lips. He had not realized before that he possessed a penchant for sweets, his gaze nearly fixated on the child moments ago. "By the way, we are to visit Uncle Wang's house this evening. We should purchase a few items," Yi Roujing remarked. Ding Ancheng nodded, acknowledging his understanding of social niceties. Upon entering the department store, Yi Roujing first acquainted herself with the layout of the counters. The ground floor offered an array of large items such as watches, bicycles, sewing machines, radios, and table clocks, alongside various electrical appliances. The second floor was divided, with one half dedicated to high-end snacks including biscuits, malted milk powder, and canned goods, while the other half showcased stationery like fountain pens. The third floor was devoted to clothing, shoes, and fabrics. "Shall we buy a complete outfit?" Ding Ancheng inquired, gazing at the diverse array of garments in varying hues and styles. "No need. I have quite enough clothes," Yi Roujing promptly declined without a second thought. However, just before turning away, her gaze was drawn to a vibrant silk scarf on display. "Have you ever met Uncle Wang's wife?" Yi Roujing asked. Ding Ancheng nodded in affirmation. "Have you ever worn a silk scarf?" Ding Ancheng was momentarily taken aback by the question. He had not given it much thought. But he believed he had, indeed. Yi Roujing selected 3 scarves, one with a red and gold border, another with a white background adorned with blue flowers, and a third featuring a black background with red blossoms. To be honest, they appeared quite rustic, the patterns lacking refinement. And they were rather expensive, $1.50 for a single scarf, despite not requiring fabric coupons. "Excuse me, why is this particular scarf not displayed?" Yi Roujing interjected as Ding Ancheng prepared to make the purchase, pointing to a scarf in a blue and yellow hue resting beside the sales attendant's seat. "There's a bit of dye, and it's snagged. It's a defective item that no one wants to buy," the sales clerk remarked. "Can you throw in a little extra?" Yi Roujing inquired with a smile. "Where could I possibly give it away? If I did, I'd have to face a deduction in my wages," the clerk flatly refused. 5 yuan, considering the flawed piece, Yi Roujing suggested while regarding the clerk. The clerk was certainly deceiving Yi Roujing with the mention of wage deductions. As it was not her fault the item was damaged, she had intended to sell it at a reduced price anyway. 5 jiao seemed reasonable, and the clerk nodded in agreement, even adding a small piece of fabric, roughly the size of a palm, as a bonus. Comrade, could you also spare some needles and thread? I need to address the snagged area, Yi Roujing said, her gaze earnest. Her request was quite reasonable, and she hadn't anticipated the damaged scarf would fetch even 5 jiao. After all, how much could needles and thread cost? The clerk generously produced 2 needles along with some thread. Yi Roujing selected 3 colors of embroidery thread: pink, yellow, and green. Thank you so much, comrade, she expressed with a grateful smile. Serving the people, the clerk replied warmly, pleased with such a pleasant customer. On the 2nd floor, Yi Roujing visited the stationery counter to purchase some lovely floral paper, choosing 2 different colors. Next, she picked up some milk candies and malt extract. Remembering she had a visit planned for the evening, she also bought canned fruit and peach crisps. With all these items, including the scarf, her total expenditure amounted to 10 yuan. A sizable sum had vanished in an instant. She couldn't help but lament the high prices of snacks in this era, including the scarf. Let's eat, she said. Ding City proffered a piece of milk candy to Yi Roujing, who accepted it without affectation. Unwrapping it and placing it in her mouth, where the milky flavor immediately pervaded, a truly delightful and sweet sensation, instantly elevating her mood despite the considerable expense, albeit not borne by her. Heavens, how did you acquire all these items? Ding Ancheng exclaimed, her eyes widening at the sight of the objects in Yi Roujing's hands. A mixture of surprise and distress evident in her expression, lamenting the costliness of the goods. Brother is truly generous to you. Yi Roujing found amusement in her reaction. Handing a candy to Ding Ancheng, these are for the entire family, not solely for me. Milk candy, I have never savored the taste of milk candy in my life. Wang Qiushuang uttered, involuntarily swallowing, her gaze fixed on Yi Roujing, particularly drawn by the aroma of milk emanating from the candy, her eyes filled with longing. Ding Ancheng swiftly seized all the items into her arms, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Qiushuang. With no intention of sharing, what a wretch. Inciting my sister-in-law and shamelessly seeking advantages. These canned goods and peach must be brought to Uncle Wang and the others this evening, Yi Roujing stated. And Ding Ancheng obediently retrieved the canned goods and peach. What is this? Ding Ancheng inquired, holding up a palm-sized piece of cloth with 2 needles inserted, accompanied by thread. Her brow furrowing slightly. We are not lacking these at home. Why purchase them? They were complimentary, Yi Roujing replied. Upon hearing this, Ding Ancheng's countenance immediately brightened. The department store in the county town is indeed generous, providing these as complimentary items, which must be worth several cents. Ancheng, do you embroider now? Yi Roujing produced a beautifully packaged scarf, presenting the dyed one with a snag to her, remarking, I remember your embroidery skills are quite commendable. In her memories, Ding Ancheng often embroidered handkerchiefs, and the patterns on her cloth shoes were also her handiwork. Today, Ding Ancheng wore white cloth shoes adorned with rhododendrons on one side. Exquisite and distinct. Embroider the rhododendrons on your shoe's upper, and mend the snagged area. For the dyed section, choose where you wish to stitch, Yi Roujing suggested, handing her a red scarf trimmed with gold. This is for you. Ding Ancheng's face flushed with excitement. Is this truly for me? Indeed. Once you finish the embroidery, I shall wear it, Yi Roujing replied. But there is more? Yi Roujing revealed 2 additional scarves, leaving Ding Ancheng astonished. How much would these cost? One is for Madame Wang, as a gift, Yi Roujing explained. Your elder brother is her subordinate, and it is essential to maintain good relations. Hearing this, Ding Ancheng fell silent. As for Yi Roujing's mother, Lu Huilan, the funds for this occasion were provided by the Ding family. She intended to repay them once she earned her own money. Ding Ancheng felt both astonished and delighted, believing either scarf would suit her mother perfectly. Yi Roujing nodded. I will wrap them neatly. Later, when we see Madame Wang's attire, we can decide which to present her. You are so thoughtful. You have truly become more intelligent. Ding Ancheng praised. I merely remained discreet, Yi Roujing replied with a slight cough. Yi Roujing and Ding Ancheng engaged in an animated conversation, while Wang Qiushuang felt a heavy weight in her heart. The words spoken by Yi Roujing were markedly different from those in the past. She had truly changed. Contemplating her own future, Wang Qiushuang managed to steady herself slightly and, mustering her courage, spoke up. Yi Ancheng, are you both going to the dinner at the home of the director from No. 1 high school tonight? Please take me along. Yi Roujing, well aware of Wang Qiushuang's disposition, found such a request quite normal. However, Ding Anmin was momentarily taken aback, staring at Wang Qiushuang in astonishment. What do you intend to do there? Did they invite you? Ding Anmin retorted, rendered speechless. We all know each other, and if you are both going, my presence wouldn't be a burden, Wang Qiushuang replied with a cheerful demeanor. Quite the opposite, Ding Anmin rolled her eyes. You would be an unnecessary addition. Iru. It's not suitable, Yi Roujing interjected with those 3 words, prompting Wang Qiushuang to fall silent. She merely nodded with a forced laugh, conceding that further discussion would be futile. However, when Ding Ancheng arrived to pick up Yi Roujing and Ding Anmin, Wang Qiushuang also descended, stating her intention to visit the county food factory to find Chun Banghua, as the connections at No. 1 high school were unfruitful and she could not locate any teachers. Workers would suffice, but she needed to devise a way to secure a formal position. Wang Bingji and his wife resided in the staff dormitory of No. 1 high school. But due to his higher rank, they lived in a standalone house with a yard, unlike the typical shared accommodations. There were only 3 such houses within the entire institution. Ding Ancheng knocked on the door, which was opened by Wang Bingji himself. Ancheng, Yiru, Anmin, you've arrived. Wang Bingji's affectionate call created a remarkably pleasant atmosphere as Ding Ancheng presented the canned goods and peach pastries. Why are you blocking the door? Please invite Roujing and the others inside. A gentle Wenong dialect emerged as a woman, elegantly dressed in a dark floral long dress with a white cardigan, gracefully stepped forward. This is my beloved wife. You may call her Aunt Hanjun, Wang Bingji introduced with a smile. You must be Roujing, and this is Anmin, correct? Zhao Hanjun quickly identified them, as he Ping and Jixin had provided clear descriptions. Yi Roujing possessed a striking beauty, and although both she and Anmin were charming, it was immediately apparent who stood out more. Aunt Hanjun, Yi Roujing and Ding Anmin chorused in unison. Ah, how delightful. Such lovely young ladies. Far superior to those rascally boys, Zhao Hanjun remarked. Dressed in a manner that was both appropriate and modest for her age, her features were soft, exuding an aura of scholarly grace that offered a refreshing sense of tranquility. Yi Roujing took a white scarf adorned with blue flowers, elegantly wrapped in delicate blue floral paper, which perfectly complemented Zhao Hanjun's attire. Aunt Hanjun, this is for you, Yi Roujing said as she handed the gift to Zhao Hanjun. What is it? Zhao Hanjun inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Eagerly, she unwrapped the scarf, admiring the serene colors. How lovely. This must be a new arrival. I have never seen such a shade before. Without hesitation, Zhao Hanjun draped the scarf around her neck, skillfully tying it in a simple knot before fashioning it into a charming bow. While the bow was not unattractive, the limited space around the neck meant that it inevitably obscured a portion of it. Yi Roujing stepped forward with a smile, and Hanwan. I also know a way to tie a silk scarf. Would you like to try it? Zhao Hanwan nodded with a smile, readily agreeing. With a simple knot followed by another, the ends were loosened slightly and positioned to the side of her neck. Zhao Hanwan led Yi Roujing and Ding Anmin into the house, pausing to admire herself in the mirror. Roujing, the way you tied it is truly beautiful. It's simple, yet more appealing than my bow. Zhao Hanwan was visibly pleased. I was just experimenting. I've tried various methods with both silk scarves and shawls, and some of them are bound to be pleasing, Yi Roujing said with a smile, before discussing which clothes to pair with scarves and how to coordinate colors. Hu Heping and Hao Jixin, being women, were both keenly interested in such things, and even Ding Anmin listened attentively. I'll go get the shawls too, and Roujing, you can demonstrate for us, Zhao Hanwan said, acting on her impulse. Yi Roujing readily agreed. Ancheng, why don't we men retire to my study? Wang Bingji, rarely seeing his wife so delighted, indulged her wishes. Chapter 29. A troubled relationship in the living room. Yi Roujing held a vibrant red scarf, using Zhao Hanwan as a model to demonstrate various methods of draping the scarf for the winter. The first was the casual approach, where the scarf simply rested around the neck, with one end casually tossed over the shoulder. The second was the looped style, where the entire scarf encircled the neck several times, with the remaining length tucked away. She continued with the shawl style. Yi Roujing introduced a total of 6 different techniques, each time Zhao Hanwan observed her reflection in the mirror. Although it was the same scarf, the effects were strikingly diverse. Hu Heping and the other 2 watched with bright eyes, astonished by the myriad of ways to style a single scarf, all of which were quite appealing. Yi Roujing imparted all the methods she had learned in her past life, for there was little more to share, as she was not a specialist in this field. Roujing, how are you so skilled? Are you a tailor? Zhao Hanwan exclaimed in surprise. And Hanwan, Roujing is aspiring to be a doctor and is diligently working towards that goal. Hao Jixin interjected. Oh dear, how could I forget? You saved Heping and her child, Roujing. I cannot thank you enough. Heping's family treasures her dearly. And now there are countless people eagerly awaiting the arrival of the child in her womb. Madam, the meal is ready. The duck and mother oil that you prepared is nearly done. Yes, thank you, madam. Ji Jian should be finishing his meeting soon. We shall wait for him before we dine. Almost as soon as Zhao Hanwan finished speaking, a knock echoed from outside the courtyard. As Zhao Hanjun and her companions exited the living room, Wang Bingji and Ding Ancheng were already awaiting them at the entrance. Entering was Hao Zhijian, adorned in a military green uniform. Uncle Wang, Hao Zhijian exclaimed with a smile, his gaze swiftly shifting to Hu Heping behind him. Zhao Hanjun and her friends exchanged mischievous glances and stifled laughter. Come in quickly, come in. It is a rare occasion for the young couple to meet. Why are you blocking the way? Zhao Hanjuan's words caused both Hao Zhijian and Hu Heping to blush simultaneously. Let us eat first, let us eat. Dinner was served in the living room at a round table set by Wang Bingji and Ding Ancheng. Zhao Hanjun, accompanied by Yi Roujing and others, busily arranged the dishes and chopsticks on the table, which boasted an array of delectable offerings: braised pork knuckle, poached meat, duck and mother oil, braised fish fillets, fish head and tofu soup, scrambled eggs with Chinese tune, stir-fried fava beans, sweet and sour cabbage, sautéed spring bamboo shoots, and a refreshing salad of shepherd's purse. There were a total of 10 dishes, each generously portioned. In addition to steamed white rice, there were large meat buns and mantou. After finishing her meal, Yi Roujing observed Hao Zhijian and Hu Heping, easily discerning the intimacy of their relationship from the dining table. On the side, Hao Zhixin appeared unfazed, suggesting that their affectionate demeanor was customary. She attentively watched Hu Heping, serving her dishes when they ran low and refilling her bowl as needed, her actions flowing effortlessly and harmoniously. Following dinner, Hao Zhixin took Hao Zhijian outside for a moment. Upon re-entering, the large man had red-rimmed eyes, his gaze fixed upon Hu Heping, as if he could not get enough of her. However, the first direction he took upon entering was towards Yi Roujing. With a deep bow, Yi Roujing hastily rose from the sofa and cast a glance at Ding Ancheng. Though no words were exchanged, Ding Ancheng understood her sentiment. He promptly assisted Hao Zhijian, helping him to sit on the sofa, as his emotional state appeared somewhat unstable. Comrade Yi, I am truly grateful to you, immensely grateful. Hao Zhijian repeatedly expressed his gratitude, at a loss for how to convey his heartfelt appreciation, yet Yi Roujing could sense it. It's nothing, really. We are part of the commune under the Tongxian district. Comrade Hao, please look out for us in the future, Yi Roujing said with a smile. You, the director, should not just focus on trivial matters but manage them well, she added. Understood, Wang Bingji replied with a hint of exasperation and amusement. Unbeknownst to Yi Roujing and her companions, the conversation among Wang Bingji and the others continued as the three of them made their way to the guest house under the dim light. How do you know so many ways to tie a scarf? Ding Anmin inquired, walking alongside Yi Roujing, her face full of curiosity. I just tie it casually, Yi Roujing replied nonchalantly. But didn't you heed Wang Qiushuang's advice? Do you recall your first appearance before us, with your face made up like a cat? Ding Anmin remarked disdainfully. I had no experience with makeup. I simply believed what others said looked good. Quite naive, I suppose, Yi Roujing replied, feigning innocence. Nonetheless, Ding Anmin took her words to heart and cautioned, Wang Qiushuang doesn't strike me as a trustworthy person. She has a tendency to meddle in others' affairs and seems intent on taking advantage of situations. You should steer clear of such individuals in the future. Yi Roujing then realized. Did you overhear my conversation with Wang Qiushuang? Ding Anmin fell silent, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face as she unconsciously touched the tip of her nose. I didn't mean to. I just happened to overhear, she murmured. Well, rest assured, I am aware now, Yi Roujing replied, glancing at Ding Ancheng. After all, Ding Anmin had entered with a thermos. He must have heard it too. When Ding Ancheng met Yi Roujing's gaze, he averted his eyes, muttering, Don't apply strange substances to your face in the future. Yi Roujing huffed in response, Don't heed others' words so blindly. She shot an indignant glare at Ding Ancheng, who remained unyielding. Chapter 30. Braiding hair. It was troublesome. Yi Roujing emerged slowly, feeling somewhat displeased. They were not Wang Qiushuang's guardians. They were adults and should not have to worry about her whereabouts. Ding Ancheng furrowed his brows and glanced at his watch. It was 7:15. Neither too early nor too late. Since Wang Qiushuang was not in the house, Ding Ancheng felt justified in entering. He casually settled down, reclining slightly. I need to rest for a bit. Yi Roujing's eyes widened in shock. You can squeeze in next to Wanmin, Ding Ancheng added. Yi Roujing rolled her eyes, while Ding Anmin, standing aside, closed her mouth, her expression a complex mix as she regarded her brother and sister-in-law. Within 10 minutes, Ding Ancheng's breathing had become regular. He had truly fallen asleep. Was being a teacher really that exhausting? Yi Roujing pondered with a hint of confusion. As Yi Roujing dozed on Ding Ancheng's bed, a low, gravelly voice stirred her from her slumber. She glanced at Ding Ancheng, who was rubbing his forehead, and yawned, inquiring about the time. Sitting upright, Ding Ancheng deftly flicked on the light. The warm, golden glow illuminated the room sufficiently to reveal the time on his watch, 7:50. Let us go see, Yi Roujing said with a hint of irritation. Ding Ancheng looked at her with amusement, surprised by her morning grumpiness. Her tousled hair framed her petite face, exuding a subtle allure she was unaware of. Tie your hair up, Ding Ancheng suggested. Ding Anmin, similarly disheveled, yawned and began to braid her hair as she got up. Yi Roujing, feeling a bit rebellious, stomped her foot discreetly and started to fuss with her hair, her agitation palpable. Rather than braiding, she hastily gathered her hair into a high ponytail. This new hairstyle, unlike her usual, accentuated her vivacity and charm. Ding Ancheng's gaze darkened momentarily as he approached and removed the hair tie from her ponytail, declaring, "That looks dreadful. You should braid it instead." Yi Roujing shot him an indignant glare, retorting, "Mind your own business." Without further ado, Ding Ancheng reached for her hair, dividing it into 2 sections, and began to braid it skillfully. Yi Roujing's emotions suddenly settled, her body stiffened, and she dared not move. This sensation was utterly unfamiliar. Throughout her life, only the household servants had ever tied her hair. As she grew older and learned to do it herself, she never relied on anyone else's hands again. This was the first occasion a man had styled her hair. The atmosphere felt peculiar, and Yi Roujing's mind struggled to comprehend the situation, her tongue feeling somewhat tangled. "Do you know how?" she stammered, her eyes darting around, only to meet Ding Anmin's halted expression, his hands still poised in the act of braiding. Eyes wide open, mouth agape as if an egg could fit inside. Irritation flickered within Yi Roujing. What was wrong with Ding Ancheng? How could he engage in such a bewildering act as braiding hair? Just as she was about to turn away, a large hand enveloped the top of her head. "Don't move. If it hurts, don't blame me," Ding Ancheng murmured. Ding Anmin took 3 great strides to the door. "Elder brother, sister-in-law, I'll wait for you outside. I'll also check downstairs. Wang Qiushuang might have arrived." As soon as Ding Anmin closed the door, Ding Ancheng had completed the braid and stepped out, leaving Yi Roujing alone in the room. She felt a bit dazed. What was happening? The situation was rather awkward. After a few seconds of hesitation, she steeled herself and exited. Upon opening the door, she found Ding Ancheng waiting right outside, stepping forward only when he saw her emerge. "Still not here? Is something wrong with him?" Ding Anmin glanced around at the door, failing to spot Wang Qiushuang, and grumbled. Turning around, she caught sight of Ding Ancheng and Yi Roujing descending the stairs. "Where should we look?" "Elder brother, you know where the food factory is, don't you?" Ding Anmin inquired. Ding Ancheng took the lead, while Ding Anmin and Yi Roujing followed closely behind. The trio walked through the dimly lit surroundings, nearly devoid of any visible figures. Throughout the journey, Ding Anmin remained unusually silent, occasionally casting glances at Yi Roujing. Initially, Yi Roujing pretended not to notice, but after a while, her patience wore thin, and she turned to glare at Ding Anmin. "It seems you have succeeded," she remarked. Ding Anmin's cryptic response left Yi Roujing puzzled, questioning the notion of success. Amused yet slightly irritated, she leaned in and whispered, "Perhaps you simply failed to observe. Your elder brother's technique is more adept than mine." How could it be his first time styling someone's hair? A prodigious talent, Ding Ancheng remarked lazily from ahead. However, he immediately regretted his words. What was there to explain? He had merely been in a daze, paying undue attention to Yi Roujing's hair. What did it matter how she styled it at such a late hour? Yi Roujing observed Ding Ancheng's retreating figure, her emotions swirling in a peculiar manner, tinged with an inexplicable joy, though she swiftly dismissed the thought. Ding Ancheng was probably one to take offense at unflattering remarks, indulging in self-praise. The greatest folly lies in believing that someone might harbor affection for oneself, she mused, which soothed her spirit. "We have arrived," Ding Ancheng announced, standing before the Huaixi County lemming food factory. He knocked on the large iron gate. "Who is it? At this late hour?" A grumpy-looking man dressed in a military green work jacket, holding a flashlight, emerged from the gatehouse. Upon entering, the elderly gentleman was clad in cotton woolen clothing, suggesting he had just risen from his slumber, which explained the pallor of his complexion. If it were Yi Roujing, she too would feel vexed. "Sir, I apologize for the intrusion. We are in search of Chun Banghua," Ding Ancheng said. His attire and demeanor exuded an air of cultured sophistication, which softened the elder's initial displeasure, replacing it with a hint of a smile. "This comrade is acquainted with Chun Banghua. My name is Ding Ancheng. Please inform Comrade Chun that I am here," he continued, introducing himself. "Might I inquire as to where Comrade Chun resides?" Ding Ancheng then volunteered his own credentials. "I am a teacher at the county's first high school, seeking to discuss certain matters with Comrade Chun. You are the esteemed teacher Ding, who led your students to victory in the provincial mathematics competition." The elder's expression transformed into one of excitement. With a resounding clang, the imposing iron gate, previously locked, was swung open by the elder, who extended his right hand to firmly grasp Ding Ancheng's, shaking it vigorously. "My grandson admires you immensely. He is set to enter the first high school this year. I kindly ask for your guidance," the elderly man implored. "My grandson's name is Pan Zhangshi." "Noted," Ding Ancheng replied. "Ah, and Chun Banghua resides at number 25, Shijing Alley." "Thank you, sir," Ding Ancheng acknowledged, and the trio departed. "How does teacher Ding know Chun Banghua?" came the puzzled inquiry. The elder watched Ding Ancheng's retreating figure, shaking his head in confusion, for Chun Banghua was a man who relished in sharing any connections he had with others, ensuring that everyone was aware of his associations. "Brother, are you an exceptional teacher?" Ding Anmin exclaimed. Ding Ancheng nodded slightly. "It's not a big deal," he explained. "What use is it?" Upon hearing this, Ding Anmin fell silent. "In a few years, things will improve," Yi Roujing suddenly interjected. Instantly, two pairs of eyes turned towards her. With a calm demeanor, Yi Roujing remarked, "For the nation to progress, talent is essential." She found it somewhat amusing. Her vigilance remained intact, especially when conversing with Ding Ancheng and Ding Anmin. Perhaps it was her familiarity with literature that granted her a bit more ease in speaking with them, knowing they were upright individuals. "Huh? Oh," Yi Roujing replied, adorably nodding. Feeling that the male protagonist's gaze was particularly intense, "Should you consider attending Yizhong?" Ding Ancheng inquired. "What? Why has the conversation shifted to whether I should go to high school?" Yi Roujing felt a bit bewildered. "Did you not wish to become a doctor?" Ding Ancheng asked. Yi Roujing nodded. "Yes, but I plan to directly take the college entrance examination when it resumes, so I will not attend Yizhong." It was a jest. Although she appeared younger than before, she was aging for a high school student. With her nominal husband being a teacher at Yizhong, and her being a student, how could she possibly undermine her own reasons? Moreover, she believed she could achieve good results in the college entrance examination without attending Yizhong. She possessed that capability. Ding Ancheng was somewhat taken aback. It's up to you. Will it really resume?" Ding Anmin's thoughts began to stir. "Does that mean my second brother and I could also attend university?" "Oh." Ding Anmin felt a twinge of disappointment, yet a flicker of hope ignited within her heart. At the corner of the alley, Ding Anmin was lost in thought when she was startled by a collision with another person. However, it was the other party who let out a scream, a sharp female voice that, despite its intensity, evoked a sense of familiarity in Ding Anmin. Under the dim light, she scrutinized the figure before her. Although the woman was hunched over, cradling her head, Ding Anmin recognized her at once. It was Wang Qiushuang. Fuming, Ding Anmin expressed her frustration, for they had come with good intentions to seek someone but were met with fear. What kind of nonsense was this? If one was so frightened, why venture out at such an hour? Wang Qiushuang, upon hearing the familiar voice, lowered her hands. And as she recognized Ding Anmin and her companions, her eyes brightened. "Anmin, Roujing, Brother Ancheng? I didn't know it was you. How wonderful. You aren't here to look for me, are you?" Wang Qiushuang gazed at the trio with a fervent glint in her eyes, feeling cherished that they had come to find her. It seemed that despite Yi Roujing's sharp tongue, she still held concern for her, which brought her great relief. A hint of envy flickered in Yi Roujing's eyes. "Where's the cinema?" "It's south, very close to the department store, just a 2 or 3 minute walk." "The cinema is quite large, and the films are truly delightful." Wang Qiushuang began to enthusiastically recount her experiences, recalling that this was her first time watching a film in a theater. "Tomorrow, I will take you to see a movie," Ding Ancheng interjected, abruptly silencing Wang Qiushuang, whose expression turned pale, and envy was evident in her eyes. "What about me? What about me?" Ding Anmin pressed from behind. Together, came the reply. "Shall we go to the cinema tomorrow?" Just moments ago, Wang Qiushuang's words had sparked a desire in Ding Anmin. It was a rare occasion to visit the county town. The movie tickets were merely 5 cents each. Having spent a brief time with Ding Ancheng, Wang Qiushuang had already gleaned some insight into her character, knowing that she would be reluctant to part with such a sum. Brother, perhaps we should refrain from going. In a few days, the brigade will likely arrange a film screening at the big playground. There will be opportunities to watch movies elsewhere, Ding Ancheng asserted earnestly. On the side, Yi Roujing couldn't help but chuckle. Do you wish to go? Ding Ancheng inquired, casting a wary glance at Yi Roujing. Her eyes almost emblazoned with the price tag of 5 cents. What are you staring at? I simply enjoy watching movies at the big playground, Yi Roujing replied, playfully draping her arm over Ding Ancheng's shoulder. You certainly understand. Yi Roujing accurately interpreted Ding Ancheng's sentiments. A soft laugh brushed past her ear, and even the dimmest light could not conceal the mirth in Junyin's countenance. At that moment, Ding Ancheng's expression was gentle, his eyes radiating warmth, leaving the three girls momentarily spellbound. Chapter 32, Confronting Pretense No Need. We prefer to explore on our own. Is your brother a bit of a chauvinist? Yi Roujing remarked indignantly, expressing her dissatisfaction at his disregard for women's opinions. Don't label my brother unfairly. He is merely concerned for our well-being, Ding Ancheng retorted, shooting Yi Roujing a disapproving glance. Then I shall revisit this discussion tomorrow, Ding Ancheng stated, looking at Yi Roujing before switching off the lights. Yi Roujing pouted but complied, extinguishing the light. Yi Roujing was the sort who could sleep soundly anywhere, and when she awoke the next day, the sun had already risen, leaving her alone in the bed. Finally awake, she murmured. Ding Ancheng entered with a towel, gazing at Yi Roujing, who sat on the bed lost in thought. With a hint of disdain, you sleep more soundly than a pig. You wouldn't even notice if you were sold off. Don't bother me this early in the morning, Yi Roujing replied calmly. Ding Ancheng snorted, choosing to say nothing further, yet could not resist following her out when Wang Qiushuang entered, and Yi Roujing went to freshen up. Did you not hear even a whisper of Wang Qiushuang's thunderous teeth grinding last night? Ding Ancheng exclaimed, her face a portrait of shock. Yi Roujing, with her face dampened, looked somewhat surprised. She had become more alert, and could now clearly see Ding Ancheng, who stood merely half a foot away. A faintly discordant, yet nearly imperceptible dark circle appeared beneath her fair, rosy complexion. Was it really that loud? Yi Roujing countered. I fell asleep first. I have no idea about the two of you thereafter. Ding Ancheng, in despair, rolled her eyes dramatically, declaring, I swear I will never share a room with Wang Qiushuang again. I likely only managed to sleep for 3 or 4 hours in total last night. Poor thing, Yi Roujing remarked, drying her face and hands. She fished a milk candy from her pocket, unwrapped it, and promptly placed it into Ding Ancheng's mouth. So fragrant, so sweet. Ding Ancheng's expression softened instantly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. However, upon catching a glimpse of Yi Roujing's smiling demeanor, she quickly composed herself, huffed, and walked away, though her retreating figure still bore a slight bounce, revealing her uplifted spirits. Truly easy to please, Yi Roujing chuckled softly, shaking her head. Yet, as she stepped out of the washroom with her towel, she unexpectedly locked eyes with Ding Ancheng, who was casually leaning against the staircase, startled into silence. I had just arrived. With a piercing gaze, Ding Ancheng observed, while Yi Roujing discreetly shifted her attention. After completing her morning routine, Ding Ancheng, noticing the lingering dampness on Yi Roujing's face, confidently suggested summoning Ancheng for breakfast. Oh, she replied. However, the outcome was that Wang Qiushuang clung to them like a shadow, impossible to shake off. Aren't you going shopping? We shan't delay you, Ding Ancheng remarked. There's no rush. Breakfast must be consumed, Wang Qiushuang replied with a smile. The sensation was as disheartening as striking a cloud of cotton. You go ahead and eat. We'll take a stroll nearby, Yi Roujing suggested. I'll join you. I can wait. Could you not be a bit more perceptive? Yi Roujing replied with exasperation. It's evident that we feel uncomfortable together. Wang Qiushuang's expression instantly shifted to one of deep sorrow, as if she had endured a great injustice. I'm alone. I'm frightened. I wish to. You do not wish. Yi Roujing interrupted. Before coming, you were unaware that we were in the county. We only encountered each other here, not having arrived together. Stop with the dramatics of fear. Wang Qiushuang's countenance froze in disbelief. You speak nonsense, she retorted, her voice sharpening, her face flickering between shades of red and green, casting a glare at Ding Ancheng and Yi Roujing before striding away. Still in denial, this person is truly, Ding Ancheng inquired. Shall we browse first, or have breakfast? Breakfast, came the reply. Currently, there are no street vendors. Only state-run restaurants provide meals. The breakfast options are not as diverse as in later times, yet they are quite satisfactory, primarily due to their substantial nature. Yi Roujing ordered a bowl of soybean milk, a fried dough stick, a meat bun, and a boiled egg, only to realize she had overestimated her appetite. The meat bun was excessively large, equivalent to 3 of its successors, leaving her with only half a fried dough stick after consuming the boiled egg and the meat bun. Can't eat anymore? Ding Ancheng inquired softly. As he extended his chopsticks, he deftly transferred the remaining fried dough stick from Yi Roujing's plate to his own, subsequently consuming it. Yi Roujing stared in astonishment, while Ding Ancheng met her gaze with a nonchalant assertion, "Am I not allowed to eat? I am still hungry. Brother, perhaps you should order something else. Don't starve yourself," Ding Ancheng said, somewhat concerned. Starve? Yi Roujing glanced at Ding Ancheng's empty plate, her lips twitching. He had previously devoured 2 steamed buns, 1 meat bun, a boiled egg, and a bowl of wontons. Surely she could manage 3 breakfasts on her own. "I will take you to the station." After settling the bill and purchasing the tickets, Ding Ancheng picked up the green mesh bag from the table. "Don't you have class this morning?" Yi Roujing asked softly. "I do." "Then you should go. We can manage on our own." Yi Roujing reached for the green mesh bag, but Ding Ancheng sidestepped her grasp. "There's still time. Hey, I plan to go speak with Sister He Ping." Yi Roujing's fabricated excuse faltered under Ding Ancheng's scrutinizing gaze, prompting her to avert her eyes. With a huff, she resolved to speak truthfully. "I wish to inquire if there are any job openings." Ding Ancheng was somewhat surprised. "You wish to find work?" Yi Roujing nodded. "Weren't you aspiring to be a doctor?" "That is not contradictory," Yi Roujing explained. "Once I am able to take the exam, I will do so." "Can you not manage farm work?" Ding Ancheng continued to inquire. "Are you thinking of repaying me swiftly since I lent you money last time?" His brows furrowed, and an air of tension enveloped him. Chapter 33. Frostbitten eggplants repay you? Yi Roujing blinked innocently at Ding Ancheng. How could it be so soon? I have yet to secure a job, after all. Are you in a hurry? Ding Ancheng chuckled, though it was a humor tinged with exasperation, as if he were speaking to an uncomprehending audience. Ding Ancheng, witnessing her elder brother's demeanor, felt a twinge of trepidation, however, as this was a matter between the couple. She chose to withdraw a few steps to give them space. Why the sudden desire to seek employment? Ding Ancheng's tone grew slightly warmer, yet remained somewhat curt. What type of work do you have in mind? Anything related to the hospital would be ideal, as I wish to familiarize myself in advance, Yi Roujing pondered. But office work would suffice as well. I can manage that too. Yi Roujing nodded affirmatively. I shall head to school now. After speaking, Ding Ancheng took a few steps and handed a net bag to Ding Ancheng. Dear sister. Ding Ancheng looked down at the net bag filled with milk powder, candy, and other items. Her hand felt heavier as she gazed at Ding Ancheng, awaiting his instructions. Keep an eye on your sister-in-law, and call me if anything arises. Ding Ancheng said briefly before departing. Indeed, he was still concerned for me. Ding Ancheng held the items with an upright posture, the weight causing her to momentarily disregard the affectionate term sister-in-law that Ding Ancheng had just uttered. What is there to be at ease about? Yi Roujing was momentarily taken aback. It is unsafe for you to carry these things. I must bear them to prevent you from nibbling on them. Ding Ancheng retorted with a hint of pride. Is that what you mean? Yi Roujing felt a slight flush of embarrassment. Fortunately, she had not allowed herself to feel too pleased, having initially assumed that Ding Ancheng was concerned about her ability to manage the weight. The truth was rather that she was deemed untrustworthy. Surely, it must have been when she had taken out the milk candies earlier during her morning routine that she was spotted. Had Ding Ancheng overheard the conversation between the two ladies, he might have been left speechless. Let us inquire about employment opportunities at various factories, Yi Roujing suggested, regaining her composure and redirecting her focus to the matter at hand. I will ask later. You should step aside for a moment. Why? Ding Ancheng protested, feeling slighted. Am I not allowed to listen? Yi Roujing rolled her eyes, then glanced at the green net bag in Ding Ancheng's hand. Are you really going to carry that while asking? If you do not offer something in return, do you think they will freely share information with you? Ding Ancheng promptly concealed the net bag behind her, stating defiantly, No, I shall simply keep my distance from you when the time comes. Do you think my elder brother entrusted me with these items for that reason? Ding Ancheng suddenly felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her. In the expansive city of Huaixi, the largest factory is the food processing plant. However, Yi Roujing has no intention of seeking employment there, as her acquaintance with Uncle Ding, who knows Ding Ancheng, could lead to embarrassment if she fails to secure a position. Moreover, she is already aware that numerous individuals, including the son of that fierce woman and Wang Qiushuan's prospective partner, are employed there. vibrant and brimming with confidence about her future. Yi Roujing, who prides herself on her interpersonal skills, approached the establishment only to be met with dismissive remarks. "We are not hiring. Try elsewhere." "Do you really believe you can find an office job with just a junior high school diploma?" The rejection was unyielding. Yi Roujing stood astonished, her eyes widening with disbelief, feeling as if she were a wilted eggplant. Ding Ancheng, with an expression of indifference, remarked, "It's not that easy to get hired at the factory. If it were that simple, everyone would flock to the county. How can I obtain a high school diploma?" Yi Roujing inquired earnestly, her gaze intense enough to make Ding Ancheng instinctively take a step back. "Now you realize that a junior high diploma is insufficient, do you?" Ding Ancheng murmured. Yi Roujing felt a surge of frustration. After all, she is a distinguished postgraduate. Yet, she could not voice this. "Can I take the examination now and obtain a graduation certificate?" Yi Roujing pressed on. "One must be grounded and pragmatic," Ding Ancheng replied solemnly. "If it weren't for the knowledge I would have acquired in high school, do you think I would refrain from attending?" Yi Roujing responded calmly. "Your capabilities may be unknown to others. They only regard the certification." Ding Ancheng poignantly remarked that having a certificate was of little use. Both she and her second brother held only high school diplomas. One might think that securing employment would be straightforward. Yet the crux of the matter lay in connections and skills. There were indeed individuals with only junior high school diplomas working in factories. And even if one aspired to become an apprentice to learn a trade, it required the factory's willingness to accept them, which fundamentally depended on relationships. Unless one was exceptionally talented and could immediately assume the role of a master, the reality remained harsh. Although Yi Roujing understood that society operated in such a manner, she remained ensconced in her ivory tower, indifferent to the clamor beyond, and given her privileged background, she felt no need to fret over these issues. However, when confronted with the reality, a tinge of disappointment inevitably crept in, yet she was resolute not to be so easily defeated. What if the college entrance examination becomes available? And you lack a high school diploma? Can you participate? Ding Ancheng leaned closer to Yi Roujing, cautiously surveying their surroundings before whispering. Perhaps Yi Roujing nodded. When the college entrance examination was reinstated for the first time, it was not limited to just recent high school graduates. Workers, farmers, soldiers, and educated youth could also partake. "I am a bona fide peasant. Why wouldn't I be able to participate?" "Your words sound quite convincing," Ding Ancheng retorted skeptically. "You should consider attending high school instead. It's a lighter burden without the toil of labor. Just enjoy your studies." When they arrived at the station, Yi Roujing had anticipated encountering Wang Qiushuang. However, even as they boarded the train and it began to move, Wang Qiushuang had not appeared. One need not concern themselves with others' affairs, Yi Roujing dismissed nonchalantly. While she could withstand hunger, the thirst she felt was quite intolerable. Chapter 34. Abduction. Let us go to the riverbank for a drink. The sun is particularly splendid today. Ding Ancheng wiped the sweat from her brow and strode toward the stream, placing her net bag down and cupping her hands to scoop water to her lips. Yi Roujing stepped forward to intercept her, cautioning that the water's cleanliness was uncertain. "We all drink this way. The water from this stream is pristine. Haven't you noticed it's at the foot of the mountain? It's spring water," Ding Ancheng retorted with a hint of annoyance. "Many locals even come here with buckets to fetch water. It's sweeter than that from ordinary wells or rivers. Would you like to taste it?" "Sure." Yi Roujing abruptly pulled Ding Ancheng aside, covering her mouth with her hand, signaling her to grab the net bag. The two retreated a few paces, crouching low amidst the dense underbrush at the mountainous base. "What are we doing?" Ding Ancheng's question was stifled as Yi Roujing intensified her gesture. And soon enough, the sound of footsteps echoed nearby, more than one person. Ding Ancheng felt perplexed. Why should they hide even if someone approached? This confusion lingered until she caught sight of four unfamiliar faces, one of whom carried a burlap sack on his back. "Brother, in this remote area. I never expected to find such striking girls. They could fetch a handsome price," remarked a gaunt, simian-featured man with a leering smile. The man addressed as brother bore a scar that stretched from his right eyebrow to his nose, giving him a menacing appearance, though his features were otherwise ruggedly handsome. Yi Roujing contemplated this as she watched him slowly lower the burlap sack and proceed to wash his hands and face at the stream. In the thicket, Ding Ancheng's complexion drained of color as she discerned the shape of a human form within the sack on the ground, her body trembling with terror. However, after a brief moment of silence, the unscrupulous man spoke again. "Brother, this girl's stepmother is truly a venomous woman. She paid us to kidnap her and expects us to sell her for a handsome price. To achieve such a price, We must take her to some remote corner where she could be trapped for life. But brother, how did you come to accept such a job? You have never involved yourself with people before. The unscrupulous man expressed his confusion. Zhao Guang, kindly keep your mouth shut. My brother certainly has his own intentions, remarked the most refined-looking man among the four, though the eye-rolling he exhibited while speaking was entirely at odds with his appearance. Huh. The dark-skinned man raised his gaze to meet the scarred man's eyes. Once this girl awakens, you three should frighten her a little, inform her about her stepmother's plans, and then let her go, said the scarred man. What? Brother, we are merely going to warn her and then release her? The unscrupulous man exclaimed dramatically. Do you know this girl? The refined man inquired. The scarred man neither confirmed nor denied it, but the other three understood well. Understood, the dark-skinned man replied with certainty, while the other two remained silent. Just then, a groan emerged from the sack, indicating that the person inside was about to awaken. The scarred man took a few steps back and concealed himself within a small thicket. Upon noticing Yi Roujing and Ding Ancheng already hidden inside, he paused for a moment. The scarred man crouched right beside Yi Roujing, and Ding Ancheng, feeling anxious, tightly grasped Yi Roujing's wrist, trembling. Through the transmission of her arm, Yi Roujing sensed her unease and gently patted the back of her hand in a comforting manner. By the riverside, a disreputable man unfastened a burlap sack, revealing a familiar face. Ding Ancheng's eyes widened in shock, and she instinctively gasped, only to be silenced by Yi Roujing's hand over her mouth. While the scarred man observed the scene with keen clarity. What are you planning to do? Xia Xingchen stammered, her face flushed with anxiety. What can we do? Consider this a warning, the disreputable man retorted with a sneer. You're fortunate, little lady, to have encountered three rather conscientious individuals among us. Otherwise, not a trace of you would remain. Xia Xingchen trembled uncontrollably, sitting on the ground as she staggered backward, while the disreputable man closed in on her step by step. We have no intention of harming a young lady. Today, we extend our goodwill to caution you about the poisonous woman in your household. Be wary, lest you find yourself sold off while assisting in counting the proceeds. He scoffed, gesturing grandly as he and his companions turned to depart. The three concealed figures in the thicket subtly twitched their lips. The warning was exceedingly vague and lacked clarity. Yi Roujing, amused, met the scarred man's gaze, initially perceiving him as a rogue, but now recognizing his sense of righteousness. It seemed he was acquainted with Xia Xingchen, and according to the narrative, she had not been abducted from Dingping Production Brigade, but rather from Jing City. It was evident that the man played a significant role in ensuring her secure arrival there. Xingchen. Ding Ancheng had already hurried outside, embracing the panicked Xia Xingchen in a comforting embrace. Yi Roujing also rose, yet the scarred man remained seated. I would appreciate it if you could kindly speak with her, he said, looking up at Yi Roujing. Very well, Yi Roujing nodded in agreement, and the scarred man departed. Bowing slightly. In Min, elder sister, what brings you here? Upon spotting familiar faces, the startled Xia Xingchen quickly regained her composure, though her delicate visage remained pallid. However, the previous depiction primarily focused on the female protagonist, for during the ascent to find Xia Xingchen, Song Ji Luo unearthed a wild ginseng. The wild ginseng, which Yi Roujing regarded with a hint of envy, is indeed valuable. Yet, Song Ji Luo's intention was not to sell it for money, but rather to send it to the capital, thereby establishing connections for the Song family and creating advantageous conditions. Where did she find it? Yi Roujing pondered this repeatedly, but as the author had indicated that such details were purely fictional, she generally skimmed over them. Now, she found herself regretting that choice. Chapter 35. The stepmother Yi Roujing offered 2 milk candies to Xia Xingchen, who consumed one and began to calm down. Ding and Min, meanwhile, collected the burlap sacks, recognizing their worth. Xingchen, what is the nature of your relationship with your stepmother? Ding and Min hesitated, for when Xia Xingchen had previously spoken of her, it had been in glowing terms. Yet, the scarred man had just claimed to have abducted someone on the orders of Xingchen's stepmother, leaving her in a state of confusion. My stepmother? Xia Xingchen queried, puzzled as to why Ding and Min would suddenly mention her stepmother who resided far away in the capital. Your stepmother is a venomous woman, Yi Roujing interjected, cutting straight to the point. Xia Xingchen blinked in surprise, then laughed. Elder sister, where did you hear such a thing? My stepmother is nothing short of a wonderful person. It was the man who just tied you up who said that. With earnest sincerity, Yi Roujing stated that they were under the directive of your stepmother to abduct and sell you, thereby profiting both from your stepmother's payment and the subsequent sale. However, Despite their outwardly villainous appearance, those four individuals possess a certain integrity. The fact that your stepmother sought individuals from afar to abduct you suggests a significant conflict of interest. Yi Roujing analyzed with composure. It is explicitly stated in the narrative that Xia Xingchen's stepmother, Gu Yi, coveted the estate left by Xia Xingchen's biological mother. To seize it, she meticulously cultivated a favorable image from Xia Xingchen's youth, aiming to secure her unwavering devotion. Her efforts were eventually rewarded, but to eliminate any lingering threats. She relentlessly pursued Xia Xingchen's demise. Xia Xingchen chuckled, "Eldest sister-in-law, you must be mistaken. My stepmother is an exceptional person, exceedingly kind. I lost my biological mother at the tender age of 3, and my stepmother raised me. She treats me with even greater care than she does her own biological daughter." "Were you also physically frail before the age of 3? Yi Roujing inquired, her brow furrowing suddenly. "This is something I've had since birth. Who told you that?" Yi Roujing interjected, as most individuals lack vivid memories from before the age of 3. Yi Roujing pondered with a slight frown. Given Xia Xingchen's age, the effects of her premature birth should have been largely mitigated. Barring any significant congenital ailments, Xia Xingchen's physical weakness is the primary concern. As she did not detect any major illnesses, Yi Roujing gently took Xia Xingchen's hand and began to check her pulse, noticing it was even weaker than before. As she leaned closer, she detected a faint scent of medicine emanating from Xia Xingchen. "Are you taking medicine?" Yi Roujing inquired. "My aunt sent me some tonic. I've been drinking it since I was a child. This time the delivery was delayed, and I ran out for several days," Xia Xingchen explained with a smile. "My aunt would never do anything detrimental to me. She truly cares for me," she added, her eyes sparkling with affection. "Do you know a man with a scar over here?" Ding Ancheng asked, gesturing to her own face to describe the scarred man. Xia Xingchen stiffened momentarily, and both Yi Roujing and Ding Ancheng understood that she recognized him. It was he who had people abduct you. "My sister-in-law and I happened to overhear and were contemplating what to do when that man instructed others to warn you about your aunt's intentions before releasing you," Ding Ancheng elucidated. "He appeared to be a villain, yet he seems to possess a good nature." "Was it Gu Xiaoxiao?" Xia Xingchen asked in a subdued tone. "Gu Xiaoxiao?" Yi Roujing exclaimed, realizing that the man in question was indeed Gu Shijiao, the nephew of Gu Yi. In the book, Gu Shijiao was portrayed as a marginal supporting character, yet he was the one who ultimately sent his aunt, Gu Yi, to prison. He was one of the rare individuals in the Gu family who did not stray from the right path and played a vital role in the family's eventual prosperity. His name alone suggested a sense of justice that matched his appearance, Yi Roujing thought, as she noted the focused gazes of Xia Xingchen and Ding Ancheng upon her. Did he truly say that? Xia Xingchen pressed for clarification. Indeed, Ding Ancheng nodded affirmatively. "Gu Shijiao is the nephew of my step-aunt, yet their relationship is rather strained. Possibly due to some misunderstandings," remarked Xia Xingchen. "Your step-aunt's nephew?" Ding Ancheng expressed her astonishment. There must be some issues with her. Even a tense aunt-nephew relationship should not descend to the level of unjust accusations. "Xingchen, you ought to be cautious regarding your step-aunt. Do not consume the nourishing tonic sent by her just yet," Yi Roujing advised. "It would be prudent to have it examined at the hospital." Xia Xingchen hesitated slightly. "One should consider their own well-being a bit more," Yi Roujing insisted, her disappointment palpable. "Even biological parents can lead their children astray. Yours is a stepmother, after all. Your naivety might cloud your judgment. Anmin is right. It is necessary to remain vigilant. 17 years of understanding cannot be easily dismantled by mere words from others." At that moment, Xia Xingchen felt more perplexed than ever, yet perhaps that was for the best. Yi Roujing and Ding Ancheng accompanied Xia Xingchen as they made their way to the Ding residence. Upon arrival, Ding Ancheng exclaimed, "These are all purchased by my elder brother, who said we should replenish our strength together," raising the net bag with a bright smile. "This child spends money frivolously," Li Hongying remarked, feeling a pang of regret, though her heart was somewhat soothed. "Have you eaten?" Li Hongying inquired. Hearing this, she hurried to the kitchen to serve rice and pour water, with Ding Ancheng assisting her. Xia Xingchen appeared somewhat distracted, prompting Yi Roujing to guide her to sit down. Though the meal consisted solely of vegetables, braised potatoes, stir-fried peas, cold bamboo shoots, and wild vegetable soup, and famished Yi Roujing managed to consume 2 bowls of rice with these simple dishes. After lunch, Yi Roujing and Ding Ancheng went to work, continuing to cut pigweed with Xia Xingchen. Before ascending the mountain, they made a stop at the youth commune. Yi Roujing, with a basket on her back and a sickle in hand, remarked, "Let me take a look at the herbal medicine your stepmother sent you." During her last visit to the commune, she had refrained from entering, But this time, she followed Xia Xingchen into her room, which contained 3 beds, with Xia Xingchen occupying the one furthest from the window. "Where's the medicine?" Yi Roujing inquired. "Here, in the jar. It's what I brewed this morning. I intended to drink it again after dinner," Xia Xingchen whispered. Chapter 36. All medicine carries a risk. Yi Roujing opened the unprocessed herbal packet. Generally, the concocted traditional medicine would be unrecognizable to most, yet it posed no challenge for Yi Roujing, who discerned the types of herbs within and chuckled in disbelief. Who prescribed this medicine? Xia Xingchen was momentarily stumped by Yi Roujing's question and, after a pause, replied, "It should be Dr. Chiao." "Should be?" Ding Ancheng retorted in astonishment. "You don't even know who prescribed it, yet you dare to consume it indiscriminately. I've been taking it all along. Is there a problem?" Ding Ancheng turned to Yi Roujing, her skepticism momentarily set aside. "All medicine carries a risk. Even an ordinary person can develop issues from long-term use. Especially someone with your constitution," Yi Roujing asserted. "Moreover, considering the nature of this medicine, it's no surprise that after years of taking it, you still feel weak. No wonder you become breathless after the slightest exertion." Yi Roujing shot Xia Xingchen a scornful glance, clearly exasperated. "Although there is no poison, there are several cooling herbs, such as anamarina and mint. While their quantities are modest, the years of consumption have rendered you the finest evidence of their effects. What you truly require are warming tonics. These remedies, lacking in the principles of harmonious or antagonistic properties, are haphazardly selected. One must possess a certain understanding of traditional Chinese medicine to choose such mild herbs, ones that cannot cause harm nor cure ailments. Continually consuming these will only lead to a languid existence, awaiting death." Xia Xingchen's face turned an ashen white, her head shaking fervently. No. My stepmother would never harm me. If she intended to do so, she could have easily done it differently." Ding Ancheng shared the same perplexity, pondering aloud. If she truly disliked Xingchen, why not simply mistreat her? It was akin to wanting to maintain a virtuous facade while engaging in malicious behavior. Yi Roujing remarked, to outsiders. "She appears to be a good stepmother. Even you, foolish as you are, seem to think so." "She is indeed a venomous woman," Ding Ancheng retorted angrily. "She would never do such a thing. It makes no sense. Since childhood, she has treated me well, braiding my hair, sewing new clothes for me. She has been kinder to me than to her own daughter. After marrying my father, she even bore him a son, yet she has consistently shown me kindness." Xia Xingchen's eyes were filled with turmoil, unable to accept the possibility of betrayal from someone she trusted. "Goodness always has its reasons," Yi Roujing continued to press. "Did your biological mother not leave you anything?" Xia Xingchen's eyes flickered with disbelief as she turned to Yi Roujing, realizing that perhaps there was indeed something left behind. Yi Roujing remarked, "The truth is quite simple. People perish for wealth, and birds for food. You possess something that incites your stepmother's covetousness. Her behavior towards you is aimed at coaxing you into willingly relinquishing it. Even if you are reluctant, her proximity affords her ample means to claim what she desires." Ding Ancheng tugged at Yi Roujing's sleeve, her concern for Xia Xingchen palpable, given her current predicament. "Xia Xingchen, you must reflect on whom you truly live for." Yi Roujing pressed on. "At times, it is necessary to be selfish and live for oneself. There are countless irresponsible parents. You are merely a stepmother. Do not tell me this revelation has struck you hard. Do not be so fragile. I am not privy to your family's circumstances, but as a girl from the capital, why have you come to this remote southern region as a youth volunteer? Consider your stepmother's 2 children. Where are they now, and what are they doing? Use your intellect." With that, she excused herself, heading off to tend to the pigs. Yi Roujing exchanged a knowing glance with Ding Ancheng, and together they assisted Xia Xingchen, leading the trio up the mountainside. Throughout the journey, Xia Xingchen moved like a marionette, allowing herself to be guided by Yi Roujing and Ding Ancheng. Yet, it was not long before she began to wheeze. The two halted, seeking a shaded spot for respite. Ding Ancheng, deep in thought, mused, "Xingchen, I hadn't noticed it before, but now I realize you're even weaker than Aunt Baiwei's son, Shaojie. He may be frail, yet he does not pant so heavily after such a short walk. The medicine brought by your stepmother should truly be avoided. When shall we visit the commune clinic? I know of an esteemed old Chinese physician, Mr. Run, though he is currently serving as a gatekeeper at the clinic. We can discreetly seek him out for consultation." Ding Ancheng remarked, "An old Chinese physician? A gatekeeper?" Yi Roujing's expression reflected utter disbelief at such a waste of talent. "Aunt Baiwei has been covertly seeking his prescriptions. Shao Jia's ailment requires a gradual remedy through traditional Chinese medicine. Ding Anmin stated earnestly, Mr. Ren has been lenient solely out of sympathy for Aunt Baiwei and Shao Jia. You mustn't divulge this to anyone, lest it bring harm to Mr. Ren. When Ding Anmin uttered these words, her gaze was particularly fixed on Yi Roujing, who chuckled in response. Am I truly such a person? Indeed, Yi Roujing replied, both exasperated and amused. Xia Xingqian was preoccupied with her own thoughts, having accomplished little in the way of cutting pigweed that afternoon, with most of the labor being borne by Ding Anmin and Yi Roujing. Come over for dinner at my place tonight, Yi Roujing suggested. Yi Roujing found it challenging to empathize, as she had never experienced pure familial affection herself. After numerous disappointments, she had ceased to harbor any expectations. The notion of indifference served as a shield against potential hurt. At that moment, Xia Xingqian appeared almost like a shell of her former self, eliciting a sense of pity from Yi Roujing. The portrayal of this girl in literature was truly tragic. For every ounce of perfection in the heroine's life, there was an equal measure of misfortune in Xia Xingqian's. Observing this, Yi Roujing decided against idleness, assisting with the washing and chopping of vegetables, while also tending to the fire. She had never used a traditional earthen stove before. The flames within were rather fierce, and it was still only March. Once summer arrives, the heat will be unbearable. Tonight's meal remained entirely vegetarian. Yet fortunately, Li Hongying's culinary skills were commendable, and she was generous with the lard. Even the vegetables were sautéed to flavorful perfection, leading Yi Roujing to indulge in 2 more bowls of rice. Gently resting her hand on her slightly protruding abdomen, Yi Roujing reflected on her current appetite, which had nearly doubled compared to the past. However, considering the substantial physical demands of her job, she quickly found solace in this realization. In Chapter 37, titled Constructive Criticism, Yi Roujing remarked that it was entirely normal to struggle with acceptance during such trying times. After all, when betrayed by someone one genuinely loves and trusts, a lack of reaction would indeed be abnormal. A flicker of anger crossed Yi Roujing's face, her lips curling into a sardonic smile. It was truly disheartening to be sold out, leaving one with no place to mourn. Summer Xingqian's complexion paled as she recalled the morning's abduction. Ding Anmin tugged at Yi Roujing's sleeve, offering reassurance that it was only natural for Xingqian to feel overwhelmed initially, but things would gradually improve. Hope, Yi Roujing said, her tone regaining its calmness, though her gaze held a hint of derision, causing Summer Xingqian to avert her eyes upon meeting it. Sister-in-law. Summer Xingqian understood that Yi Roujing meant well. I just can't bring myself to believe it. She has cared for me since childhood, asking after my well-being, washing my clothes, preparing my meals, and crafting new garments for me every year. I have never lacked what others possess, and I have even received what they do not. The thought that such years of care could have been driven by ulterior motives left her feeling as though the very fabric of her world was unraveling. Sister-in-law, you asked me why, being a city dweller, I came to the South as an educated youth, Summer Xingqian said with a bittersweet smile. This opportunity was originally meant for my elder sister, my stepmother's biological daughter, who was a year older than I. At that time, I had just graduated from high school and was on the verge of entering the workforce. How could you possibly work and go to the countryside? Ding Anmin exclaimed, astonished. This is the first time I've heard you mention it, and you took your sister's spot. Surely, you haven't given your job quota to her, have you? Xia Xingqian nodded slightly. Ding Anmin's expression was one of disbelief. You must be foolish. To relinquish a good job for someone else is one thing. But to go work in the countryside? Is there something amiss with your judgment? She has found a partner and is about to get engaged. She doesn't want to go to the countryside and has been pleading with me for help. She claims her mother has devoted all her attention to me. Just this once. Could you assist her? Ding Anmin rolled her eyes. You soften at the slightest hint of her distress. Is going to the countryside as simple as that? So, your stepmother sheds a few tears, and you give in? Ding Anmin gasped. You didn't defend your sister or mention my request to go to the countryside. I only brought it up because I couldn't bear to see her upset, Xia Xingqian explained. Xingqian, your stepmother is not a benevolent person, Ding Anmin said. Her brow furrowed in concern. If she truly cares for you, she would never agree to this. Besides, considering your frail constitution, and the fact that you've been in Dingping Production Brigade for over a year without a single visit from your family, it's troubling. You mentioned that trivial supplement. Yet you haven't bought any meat, fish, or quality grains. Look at other educated youth. Those from better-off families enjoy good meals at state-run restaurants once a month. They say all their money goes to medicine, Xia Xingqian replied, her gaze dimming. She had never questioned this excuse. Tomorrow, I will seek out Elder Ren to examine the medicine. If it proves ineffective, refrain from further consumption and allow Elder Ren to prescribe something to restore your health." Ding Anmin exclaimed with frustration. Xia Xingchen nodded slowly in agreement. The following day, before dawn, Xia Xingchen, accompanied by Ding Anmin and Yi Roujing, set off towards the commune. As a tractor from the brigade was scheduled to head there early that morning. Upon reaching the village entrance, they managed to hitch a ride. "Anmin, what brings you to the commune so early?" inquired Ding Xingwu, the technician driving the tractor. "Xingchen's constitution is quite frail. We intend to take her to the health clinic." Ding Anmin explained. After a 30-minute ride on the tractor, the trio arrived at the commune, though the sun had yet to fully rise, and the health clinic remained closed. They found a spot to sit and took out their prepared breakfast. Yi Roujing and Ding Anmin each had a boiled egg accompanied by a flatbread, along with a military green water bottle filled with water. Xia Xingchen produced 2 sweet potatoes. Observing this, Ding Anmin couldn't help but offer her boiled egg to Xia Xingchen, also handing over a piece of flatbread, while she herself opted for a sweet potato. A warmth enveloped Xia Xingchen's heart. "You should keep the egg for yourself." "I'm quite content with this flatbread," she replied. "Take it," urged Yi Roujing as she split her egg in half for Ding Anmin. A glimmer of delight flashed in Ding Anmin's eyes, quickly replaced by a teasing expression, which made Xia Xingchen chuckle. "You two share a lovely bond as sister-in-law," she remarked. "Oh, perhaps you should have your eyes checked today. Your vision seems off," Ding Anmin retorted, causing Xia Xingchen's smile to broaden even further. Yi Roujing maintained an air of tranquility, dismissing any childish grievances. "Is he here?" she inquired. Ding Anmin's expression of irritation softened upon hearing Yi Roujing's subsequent words and upon seeing an elderly gentleman, around 60 years of age, approaching slowly. It was Elder Ren. Ding Anmin rose and brushed herself off, then positioned herself at the entrance of the health clinic, awaiting his arrival. "Why is the child here so early?" "The doctor hasn't yet commenced his duties," the elder remarked as he fumbled with his keys, unlocking the door. "Elder Ren, we come seeking your assistance." Ding Anmin spoke in a hushed tone, causing the elder's hand to pause momentarily. "I merely stand guard. What business do you have with me?" Elder Ren replied with a chuckle. "Elder Ren, my friend has been consuming traditional herbal medicine since childhood. I would be grateful if you could examine it for any potential issues." Ding Anmin elaborated on their purpose. The elder's expression darkened. "You have come to the wrong person. I do not specialize in traditional Chinese medicine." "Elder Ren," Ding Anmin began again, but Yi Roujing interjected, "Please take a look. Otherwise, my friend may face an untimely demise." She introduced her friend as Xia Xingchen, a native of the capital, who had come to Dingping Production Brigade as a sent-down youth. She has been receiving tonics from her stepmother. Now, at 19, even the slightest exertion leaves her breathless. "I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding pharmacology. I have previously examined that medicine. It is not lethal, nor does it cure ailments. However, it contains several cold-natured herbs, which, when consumed over a long period, could lead to complications, especially since Xingchen is a premature infant. Saving lives has always been my aspiration. I cannot bear to witness her suffering under her stepmother's tyranny. Yet, I am not a doctor, and my words carry no authority. I humbly request your guidance, Elder Ren," Yi Roujing expressed earnestly. Chapter 38. A glimpse. Old Ren turned his gaze towards Yi Roujing, his eyes filled with contemplation. Yi Roujing met his gaze unwaveringly, her eyes reflecting a resolute determination. Old Ren shook his head with a smile. "I have grown old. Though I once yearned to save lives, fate has played cruel tricks on me. Now, I simply wish to live a stable life. Old Ren, this will soon pass. I firmly believe that you will reclaim your rightful place in the future," Yi Roujing asserted confidently. Old Ren's expression shifted as he glanced around. "You, young girl, are quite bold, daring to speak such words. While I may possess a fair amount of courage, I am not foolish. I know when and with whom to speak," Yi Roujing replied with a playful smile. Upon hearing this, Old Ren chuckled, his gaze softening as he pointed at Yi Roujing. "While the doctors and nurses are yet to arrive, why don't you both come to my room for a moment?" Ding Anmin's face lit up with joy as she pulled Xia Xingchen to follow Old Ren and Yi Roujing inside. "You must be the young lady." Old Ren welcomed Xia Xingchen, gesturing for her to sit. "Let me take your pulse first." He meticulously examined her pulse, instructing, "Open your mouth. Let me see your tongue. Now, switch hands. I will check your pulse again." "Very weak," Old Ren murmured, pressing his lips together. "Show me the medicine." Xia Xingchen retrieved a bundle wrapped in brown paper from her black satchel, handing it to Old Ren. He opened it and examined its contents, even bringing a few ingredients to his nose for a sniff. Most of these medicinal herbs are of inferior quality. You are correct, young lady. Some cold herbs have been added. This package contains a considerable amount of ingredients, yet it lacks the careful consideration of compatibility in their properties. It will neither harm you nor cure your ailment. Rin Lao cast a glance of appreciation at Yi Roujing. What is your name? He inquired. Yi Roujing, she replied. From whom did you learn pharmacology? Rin Lao continued to question. Ding Ancheng, perplexed, glanced at Yi Roujing, for she was aware that none of the Yi family members were barefoot doctors. Could it possibly be from a previous generation? You cannot take this medicine with your constitution. I shall prescribe a remedy that warms and tonifies your energy. Take it for a month, and then return to me, so I may examine your pulse and assess your recovery. Afterward, I will adjust the prescription. With consistent use over 6 months, improvement should be evident, Rin Lao advised. Thank you, Rin Lao, Yi Roujing replied. Xia Xingchen felt a weight in her heart upon hearing the old physician's words. The last glimmer of hope she held for her stepmother began to wane. Lost in thought, she noticed that Rin Lao, having listened to Yi Roujing, understood the situation and handed the prescription directly to her. What do you think of my prescription? He asked with a smile. It primarily aims to rectify the deficiency and coldness of the spleen and stomach. Once those are balanced, the subsequent weakness of qi and blood can be nurtured back to health, Yi Roujing observed, noting the medicinal diet indicated at the bottom right of the prescription. Indeed, Rin Lao replied, a glimmer of delight in his eyes. This young lady possessed a commendable foundation in traditional medicine. You experience night sweats, he affirmed, looking at Xia Xingchen. While yam and lamb may be difficult to procure, the wheat porridge should be readily available. After consuming it for some time, should the night sweats cease, you may discontinue its use. Understood, Xia Xingchen nodded, though she lamented the lack of access to traditional Chinese herbs. Step outside for a stroll. After an hour, proceed to the back door of the supply and marketing cooperative and seek out Zhang Qiuyan. She will provide you with the herbs, Rin Lao instructed. Thank you. They replied gratefully. The three of them, Yi Roujing, Xia Xingchen, and Ding Ancheng, expressed their gratitude. Xia Xingchen settled the payment for the medicinal herbs. Yet old Rin was reluctant to accept the consultation fee. I am not a proper doctor at the moment, so I am not entitled to collect any fees. Old Rin remarked with a hint of self-deprecation. I no longer treat patients. Today, it is merely your presence that has caught my attention. With a smile, old Rin gazed at Yi Roujing. If you truly improve, would you consider studying traditional Chinese medicine under my guidance? He clicked his tongue in admiration. You certainly have high aspirations, young lady. Yi Roujing retrieved a peach crisp wrapped in paper from her basket and offered it to old Rin, saying, Please give it a try. It tastes delightful. Old Rin chuckled, Then I shall not be polite. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to consult me. Yi Roujing nodded in agreement, and the three of them bid farewell to old Rin as they exited the clinic. Xingchen, do not be disheartened, Ding Ancheng said, patting Xia Xingchen on the back. That venomous woman is not worth your concern. As for that Gu Shizhao, he is indeed an upright person, having gone so far as to have you bound as a warning. Ding Ancheng now held complete trust in Gu Shizhao. Reflecting on his appearance, she remarked, Indeed, one must not judge a book by its cover. Xingchen, I believe she is right. She excels at making others uncomfortable. Ding Ancheng concurred. Yi Roujing shot Ding Ancheng a disapproving glance, eliciting a smile from Xia Xingchen. Roujing Jia, Ancheng Jia. A vibrant pink figure joyfully approached the trio. Looking up, they were surprised to see Hao Zhixin. Zhixin, Ding Ancheng called out, raising her right hand in greeting. Yi Roujing noticed Hu Heping, who was being supported by Hao Zhijian, holding her stomach behind Hao Zhixin. What a delightful coincidence. Just moments ago, I was mentioning it. And my brother had promised to take us to Dingping Production Brigade to find you, and here we are meeting unexpectedly. Hao Zhixin chirped excitedly, Comrade Yi Roujing. Hao Zhijian and Hu Heping approached with beaming smiles, exclaiming, Come to our home for a visit. We shall have lunch there. Hu Heping eagerly grasped Ruing's hands, insisting, No refusals allowed. Hu Heping appeared slightly disheartened. Upon hearing this, Hu Heping's face brightened, affirming, Yes, Zhijian is right. We will go to your home. Chapter 39. A visit to express gratitude, Sister Heping. This is Xia Xingchen, a sent-down youth from our production brigade, hailing from the capital. Ruing introduced Xia Xingchen to the trio, explaining that they needed to go to the supply and marketing cooperative in an hour. Indeed, Hao Zhijian nodded in agreement, their voices harmonizing like a duet. Hao Zhijian's residence was conveniently located near the cooperative, just around the corner in a quaint courtyard. Upon entering the main gate, One would find rooms on 3 sides, 3 in the main house and 2 on each side, with a large stone platform in the courtyard resembling a tea tray, surrounded by 6 small stools that served as seats, exuding a certain elegance. Is such a spacious place solely yours? Ding Ancheng inquired, voicing her curiosity. My sister-in-law chose this stone tea tray when she was looking for a house after learning that my brother would be working here, Huaixi explained with a smile. We were fortunate. The previous owner was moving to the provincial capital and, upon discovering we hailed from there, sold it without hesitation. Ding Ancheng, somewhat taken aback, remarked. That must have cost a pretty penny. Truly, the capital folks are extravagant. After acknowledging the door, Yi Roujing savored the pre-rain Longjing tea brewed on a stone tea tray, feeling a sense of satisfaction. It was almost time for me to drive. Huaixi was the first to exit. Drive? Yi Roujing felt a pang of confusion. Did the police officer also need to know how to operate a tractor? Logically, Huaixi was the only police officer in the entire commune, making it improbable for him to be assigned a tractor, which seemed more befitting of a bicycle, though even that seemed implausible. I want to fetch something. Xia, not wanting to waste anyone's time or burden them, hesitated. If it were discovered that she was retrieving traditional Chinese medicine, it would not bode well. Hey, don't worry, I'll accompany you, Ding Ancheng said, somewhat anxious as she hurried outside. The back door of the supply and marketing cooperative was nearly deserted. Yi Roujing knocked, and a middle-aged man wearing glasses answered. Who are you looking for? Hello, we are looking for Zhang Qiuyan. Please wait. Shortly after, a woman in her 30s or 40s emerged, handing Yi Roujing a large bag without uttering a word before swiftly turning away and shutting the door with a decisive clap. Upon reaching the alley's entrance, they encountered a conspicuous military green jeep parked there, from which the familiar figure of Huaixi emerged. Comrade E, Comrade Ding, get in the car. I'll go fetch Yi Ping and the others. Huaixi opened the door to the back seat. Ding Ancheng swallowed hard, her limbs feeling somewhat rigid. Yi Roujing was taken aback as well, though only momentarily, before pulling Ding Ancheng into the vehicle. Huaixi closed the rear door and proceeded into the alley. Ding Ancheng felt an overwhelming sense of unease, fidgeting restlessly, his hands wavering between the desire to touch and the hesitation to reach out. How could Comrade Hao and Sister Yi Ping possess such favorable circumstances, even owning a car? This was the first time he had encountered such a vehicle. Yi Roujing was equally astonished. In this era, possessing a bicycle was a luxury reserved for the affluent, let alone the rarity of a 4-wheeled automobile. Clearly, the backgrounds of the two individuals were quite formidable. Before long, Huaixi and his companions emerged, disregarding the notion that only 3 could occupy the back seat. The spacious rear of the jeep accommodated them comfortably, as they were all slender. The jeep outpaced even a tractor, and with the windows down, Yi Ping, who was quite round with child, showed no signs of motion sickness. In a mere 15 minutes, the group arrived at the Dingping production brigade. The army green jeep immediately drew the attention of the crowd upon entering the brigade, and when they recognized Yi Roujing, Ding Ancheng, and Xia Xingchen disembarking, a stir spread throughout the assembly. Ding Wei, Li Hongying, and Ding Anguo were among those present, still bewildered by the situation as they were drawn into inquiries from the onlookers. Huaixi, dressed in civilian attire rather than his police uniform, was soon recognized by brigade leader Ding Xiaoding, who approached personally to extend a warm welcome. Comrade Hao, what brings you to our brigade? Is there an urgent matter? Ding Xiaoding inquired with a subdued chuckle. Today, I've taken a leave of absence for personal reasons, Huaixi responded with a smile. This is my beloved wife, and I have brought her and my sister-in-law to express our gratitude to Comrade Yi Roujing, while also taking the opportunity to visit her family. Peacekeeping, come quickly. Comrade Hao is here to see you, Ding Xiaoding called out enthusiastically. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ding Wehe and his companions approached. In this era, there exists a profound closeness to the comrades of the police force. Although few present recognized Huaixi as a police officer, the fact that he arrived by car was sufficient to draw attention. Noticing the gathering, Huaixi took the opportunity to extol Yi Roujing's bravery in rescuing his beloved wife and their unborn child, clarifying the purpose of his visit. Comrade Hao, would you care to join us for a simple meal at my home? Huaixi proposed, prompting an eager invitation from Ding Xiaoding, Ding Wehe, and Li Hongying. Upon hearing this, chimed in, why not come to our house for a bite? The captain will be there as well. Ha ha ha. I shall impose today then. Ding Xiaoding replied with a hearty laugh. All right, everyone, you may disperse now and return to your duties. With the captain's directive, Curiosity soon faded as the crowd began to scatter. Hao Zijian found a secluded spot to park and proceeded to the trunk to retrieve the items he had brought. It was too much for one person to carry, so Zhao Zixin lent a hand, causing Li Hongying to momentarily lose her composure at the sight of the abundance. This is too much, truly too much. Annie, no amount of gifts can replace my beloved and our child, Hao Zijian remarked, leaving Li Hongying at a loss for words. Hao Zijian, adept in social niceties, not only brought offerings for Li Hongying but also for Ding Xiaoding, a whole pack of Deqianmin cigarettes. Ding Xiaoding was taken aback, exclaiming, I truly cannot accept this. Just a single one to enjoy would suffice. Captain Ding, you are being too modest. Your tireless efforts for the entire team are truly commendable. In the future, I may need to rely on your assistance in various matters. Moreover, I shall frequently visit uncle and auntie, so I would appreciate your continued care and support. Hao Zijian's words were eloquent and heartfelt, making it difficult for Ding Xiaoding to refuse. Soon after, the men and women separated. For the topics of smoking and chatting held little interest for the ladies. Yi Roujing invited Hu Heping and Hao Zixin to her room, while Ding Anmin and Xia Xingchen proceeded to the kitchen to assist Li Hongying. Initially worried about the lack of good dishes, Li Hongying was pleasantly surprised to find that the items brought by Hao Zijian included not only fine cigarettes and liquor, but also fresh fish and meat, which showcased his thoughtful consideration. Chapter 40. Generous hospitality. Ding Anmin elaborated on Yi Roujing's past efforts. Mom, I was utterly astonished. I had no idea she possessed such skills. However, the situation was indeed dire. Had it not been for her intervention, the consequences would have been severe. I see, that makes sense. Bai Wei helped her, and she will undoubtedly think of helping others in return, Li Hongying replied, a soft glow appearing on her face as her kneading became more vigorous. She took the pork belly, removing the skin and chopping it finely, adding salt and soy sauce, sprinkling it with scallions, and drizzling some sesame oil before mixing it thoroughly. The risen white dough was then enveloped with a generous portion of pure meat filling, each dumpling plump and white, neatly arranged in the bamboo steamer. The meat that Hao Zijian brought weighed a substantial 10 pounds. Li Hongying, not one to be stingy, decided to use 2 pounds for dumplings and 3 pounds for braised pork, while the remainder was salted and placed in a small jar for marinating. A large fillet of grass carp lay thinly sliced, and upon seeing the fish head and bones on the cutting board, Li Hongying handed Ding Anmin a dime to fetch 2 pounds of tofu from Aunt Wang's house. All right, Ding Anmin replied, grabbing a wooden basin and rushing outside. What is Anmin up to? Yi Roujing inquired as she entered the kitchen. Her eyes brightened upon seeing the delicate fish slices. What are we making today? Is there pickled cabbage at home? Currently, only Xia Xingchen remained in the kitchen, and Yi Roujing felt a twinge of concern. She approached under the pretense of offering assistance. But in truth, she merely wished to engage in conversation. Sister, I didn't realize you were so skilled, she remarked. Ding Anmin had just provided a detailed account, and having witnessed it firsthand, her words carried weight. Xia Xingchen felt the gravity of the situation. Had it been her, she would have been at a loss. Roujing, which school do you aspire to attend? Hao Zixin asked with genuine concern. Our provincial medical school is quite commendable. Roujing, if you're interested, I could arrange a spot for you in the upcoming enrollment of worker peasant soldier students through my grandfather, Hu Heping added earnestly. Yi Roujing shook her head. Thank you, Heping. But I have already considered this matter. Her tone was resolute. Hu Heping smiled helplessly, understanding her decision. Nonetheless, if you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Even if I cannot be of much help, having another person to share the burden is still worthwhile. Please, do not feel hesitant about this. Yi Roujing smiled and nodded. Hu Heping took out a note containing my family's contact information, urging me to visit if I ever went to the provincial capital, and to call if anything arose. By the way, do provide me with your contact details as well. My family is aware of it. Just give me a phone number. I noticed there was a telephone sign when I entered the production brigade. Dingping Production Brigade had installed a phone, procured through the efforts of brigade leader Ding Xiaoding, who had negotiated with the Xian Commune and the Huaixi County government. Otherwise, for any urgent matters, one would have to travel to the commune post office to make a call or send a telegram, which was exceedingly time-consuming. In the past, Ding Xiaoding had made numerous trips to secure this phone, ultimately acquiring 500 yuan in funding and raising an additional 500 yuan from households in the village to facilitate its installation. Yi Roujing was unaware of the brigade's telephone number, so she inquired in the kitchen and then wrote down a note for Hu Heping. Wow, it smells delightful. As noon approached, The courtyard was filled with the enticing aroma of food. Huaixi exclaimed eagerly, "My mother is quite skilled in the kitchen." Yi Roujing objectively acknowledged this, which fortuitously caught Ding Ancheng's attention as he knocked at the door. A smile crept across his face as he thought to himself that she spoke the truth. "Big sister, Huaixi, Jixin, it's time for dinner," Ding Ancheng called out loudly. With many guests today, Li Hongying had arranged for Ding Wei and Ding Anghua to set up the large round table traditionally used for entertaining guests during the new year, which could seat 10 people. Today, there were 9 diners, just enough for a relaxed gathering. "Your dishes are quite substantial," Wei He's wife, Ding Xiaoding remarked, his smile deepening as he surveyed the plentiful spread before him. Sour cabbage fish, braised pork, fish head tofu soup, spinach egg flour soup, stir-fried chives with eggs, stewed potatoes with green beans, cold tossed shepherd's purse, stir-fried spring bamboo shoots, fried fava beans, and vinegar-simmered cabbage. 10 exquisite dishes in total, each generously portioned. The braised pork alone filled an entire large bowl, allowing one person to indulge in 3 or 4 pieces, not to mention the vegetables, which typically served 2 bowls worth. The staple foods included large meat buns and white rice, with the meat bun nearly the size of an adult's spread hand, bursting with rich, savory juices upon the first bite, and the filling was exceedingly ample, earning widespread acclaim. Yi Roujing's favorite was the sour cabbage fish, with its tender, thin fish fillets and crisp, palate-pleasing sour cabbage, accompanied by a hint of spiciness. Even the broth was drinkable, unlike the oily versions of later times, in that era. Oil was a precious commodity, yet Li Hongying crafted a flavor that surpassed any sour cabbage fish she had ever tasted. Huaixi drove over and, unable to drink due to his responsibilities, so Ding Xiaoding abstained as well, especially since he had to work in the afternoon. The meal lasted over half an hour, and the table was nearly cleared of food. "Thank you," Andy, Huaixi gratefully acknowledged. Ding Xiaoding and Yi Roujing escorted their companion to the car, watching as it departed from the convoy. "An excellent job, wife of Ding Ancheng," Ding Xiaoding exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "Comrade Hao is truly dedicated. He's already reported this matter, and when the time comes, our commune must be the first to present you with an award." The smile on Ding Xiaoding's face grew ever more radiant, pleasantly surprised by the eloquence of Ding Ancheng's wife. Remembering the cigarettes gifted by Huaixi, his heart swelled with warmth. "Ah, you all will manage this yourselves. By the way, how is your health now?" Ding Xiaoding inquired with concern. "About the same," came the response. "That is well, indeed." Ding Xiaoding nodded repeatedly, yet he insisted that one must be more robust. "Starting tomorrow, you shall cease cutting pig grass and tend to the cows instead. Alternatively, if you have any other preferences, I can temporarily assign you a lighter task." Chapter 41. Old Qi who previously tended the cows? Yi Roujing inquired curiously, directing her gaze toward Ding Ancheng. Ding Ancheng discreetly tugged at Yi Roujing's sleeve, while Ding Xiaoding chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. It was someone residing in the cow shed, and they had been unwell, which is why we allowed them to tend the cows temporarily. Now that they are better, they can resume cutting pig grass. You shall switch roles, it's settled. Ding Ancheng cast an envious glance at Yi Roujing, surprised that she enjoyed such privileges. Previously, it was Xiao Jie from Aunt Baiwei's household who tended the cows. Yi Roujing twitched her lips, comprehending the implication that her task was so simple that even a child could manage it. But who is old Qi? Do not inquire too much, for it could provoke unwelcome attention, Ding Ancheng whispered. He is someone who has been sent down, and everyone in the brigade tends to avoid him. Yi Roujing understood, then furrowed her brow. How old is he? How would I know? However, he appears to be at least 50, Ding Ancheng replied. Yi Roujing felt a twinge of shame. Am I truly taking work from a man who has surpassed 50 years? This is not taking. Ding Ancheng rolled her eyes. Old Qi's role in tending the cows was merely temporary. Those who have been sent down cannot possibly be assigned such light tasks. If it is not given to you today, it will simply benefit someone else. And Xiao Jie? Yi Roujing asked with curiosity. He has gone to tend the sheep. Ding Ancheng elucidated that the current scorekeeper, Sister Xiaojing, was once responsible for herding sheep. After she assumed the role of scorekeeper, the task was delegated to Xiao Jie, under the special instructions of the captain. Why does Ding Xiaojing receive such preferential treatment? Yi Roujing inquired softly. And why does she still reside in the brigade instead of moving to the commune? Why don't we purchase a bicycle? Yi Roujing swiftly shifted the topic, her thoughts drifting to the hardships she shared with Ding Ancheng during their previous journey through the darkness. Do you have any idea how much a bicycle costs? Nearly 200 yuan, and then there's the ticket, which is even harder to obtain, Ding Anmin murmured. Does Ding Ancheng lack one? Yi Roujing asked candidly. Of course, my elder brother has one, and he has the ticket as well. However, our parents are reluctant to part with the money, intending to wait until he gets married. Ding Anmin left her sentence unfinished, gazing intently at Yi Roujing. It seemed that she felt unworthy of owning a bicycle. This money and ticket are what Ancheng earned after becoming a teacher. I have been saving it with the intention of giving it to you both once he marries. Here, take it, Li Hongying said, placing a neatly wrapped handkerchief in Yi Roujing's hands, its weight significant. Yi Roujing felt a sense of pressure, insisting, this is for your family. You needn't give it to me, especially since I am already living at home. Once you establish your own family, and when Angua marries, I will extend the same generosity. Please accept it, Li Hongying stated before turning to leave. Earlier, when she had gone to see someone off, Li Hongying had not accompanied them. Otherwise, Yi Roujing might have suspected that their conversation had been overheard. Nothing much to worry about, she thought. Ding Anmin briefly mentioned the matter, as it pertained to the family of Xia Xingchen, and she felt it inappropriate to disseminate it further. Despite being her own mother, it was best left unspoken, as long as everything was fine. In the afternoon, Yi Roujing accompanied her to work, still with the same partners. The three of them went to cut pigweed. Have you taken your medicine? Yi Roujing inquired of Xia Xingchen, who nodded in response. Rest assured, I would never jest with my health. That is good. Coughing. They did not venture to the previous mountain, but instead settled on a gentle slope where pigweed flourished, a favored spot for grazing sheep and cattle. Upon their arrival, they encountered Ding Xuanjie and an elderly man with graying hair, who was presumably Grandpa Qi. Grandpa Qi, are you all right? Xiao Jia kindly offered to pat Grandpa Qi's back lightly. However, Grandpa Qi coughed and could not speak, merely gesturing to indicate he was fine. The sound was phlegmy, and Yi Roujing, concerned, furrowed her brow as she listened for a moment before stepping forward to check his pulse. The warmth was more intense than when she had previously fallen into the water. Even at his wrist, the heat was somewhat scalding, and the chill lingered within him. We should first take Grandpa Qi to his dwelling. He should not be working in his current condition. I can help with the cattle. Xiao Jia pointed to the nearby cattle and sheep that grazed peacefully. I will stay behind. You two go ahead. My presence would only slow you down. Xia Xingchen acknowledged her own limitations with clarity. Ding Anmin hesitated for a moment, yet chose to step forward and assist the elderly Qi to his feet. Yi Roujing supported the other side, and together they effortlessly lifted Qi towards the dilapidated cattle shed. Despite his emaciated frame, Yi Roujing's gaze deepened with concern. Unfamiliar with the area, she followed Ding Anmin's lead. Upon arriving at the makeshift structure, constructed from a jumble of stones, with a substantial hole in the thatched roof, Yi Roujing felt her lips pressed tightly together. This was hardly a suitable dwelling for anyone. Why hasn't anyone repaired the roof this year? Ding Anmin muttered. The cattle shed comprised two adjoining rooms, one for the cattle and the other for the elderly Qi. To her astonishment, the room with the gaping hole was designated for Qi, while the cattle's quarters appeared more habitable, leaving Yi Roujing speechless. As they entered, the earthen floor was packed firmly, and beneath the hole in the thatched roof, a wooden basin awaited to catch rainwater. A makeshift bed, constructed from wooden planks, rested in a relatively safe corner. When Yi Roujing lifted the blanket, a rustling sound ensued. Upon inspection, she confirmed that it was filled with straw, making it hardly suitable for protection against the chill. Anmin, please fetch a blanket from my room, Yi Roujing instructed, and also bring the traditional herbs that my mother sent over. Ding Anmin frowned. Those won't cure any ailments. What do you need them for? Don't act recklessly. I know what I'm doing, Yi Roujing replied, meeting Ding Anmin's gaze. After a moment's hesitation, he reluctantly complied, recognizing that Yi Roujing had been prudent in her actions these past few days. Chapter 42. Unease without a stove. Yi Roujing gazed at the makeshift hearth within the room, feeling a tinge of gratitude that the roof was in disrepair. Otherwise, kindling a fire indoors could have led to poisoning without anyone being aware. She struck a match, drawing water from a small vat to boil. The intermittent, suppressed sounds of coughing persisted around her. Once the water reached a boil, she took a chipped ceramic bowl to ladle some out, bringing it to Elder Qi, allowing it to cool before gently coaxing him to drink. His cough began to ease somewhat. Thank you. Thank you, Elder Qi rasped, his voice hoarse and feeble. Please, lie down for a while, Yi Roujing urged. As she helped him recline, she noticed Ding Anmin stealthily entering, appearing as if engaged in a clandestine act. Ding Anmin opened the quilt, causing the package of traditional Chinese medicine wrapped in cowhide paper to tumble out. Upon seeing this, she exhaled deeply, nearly colliding with someone, if discovered. It would have been disastrous for her. Gurgle. Yi Roujing turned to look, while Ding Ancheng hastily waved her hands, insisting, "It wasn't me." Elder Qi, tucked under the warm quilt, felt a pang of shame. "I apologize. I brought a bun," Ding Ancheng said, producing a white flower bun she had prepared just in case. Though her primary concern stemmed from her inability to witness another's suffering. "You can soak it in the water I previously boiled." Pointing to the kettle, Yi Roujing indicated the water, and Ding Ancheng set to work. Meanwhile, Yi Roujing opened the medicine package, selecting the herbs she required. Although the concoction prepared by Summer Xingqian's stepmother was haphazard, it was still medicinal, and several ingredients proved suitable. She carefully extracted ephedra and schizonepida, also finding licorice and platycodon. Though the selection was incomplete, it was nonetheless promising. Having selected 3 packets, Yi Roujing, relying on her tactile sense, estimated the weight and combined the 4 types of medicine together, adding a generous bowl of water. She then placed the pot on the small stove to boil. As it was the only vessel available for cooking, the cakes soaked in warm water, expanding sufficiently to fill a bowl. Ding Ancheng assisted Qi Lao to sit up, who ravenously consumed everything before him, leaving no trace behind. After finishing, his eyes brimmed with tears. "I cough, cough. It has been a long time since I have tasted something so. Cough, cough. Qi Lao, please take a moment to rest." Ding Ancheng gently helped him lie back down. At this moment, the air was thick with the scent of medicine, causing Ding Ancheng to furrow her brow slightly as she rose and stepped outside, standing at the door with vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. Once the water in the pot boiled and took on a brownish hue, Yi Roujing reduced the flame and let it simmer for another quarter of an hour before pouring out the medicinal broth, which was a light brown color. Yielding only about half a bowl of liquid, Yi Roujing placed the bowl of medicine at the bedside and inquired, "Qi Lao, would you like to drink this?" "Yes, cough. Cough." Qi Lao paused his coughing, savoring the rare comfort he felt in recent days. "I truly thank both young ladies for this. Let the medicine cool before you drink. We shall take our leave now," Yi Roujing replied, noting that the remaining dregs in the pot could be boiled 2 more times, allowing for 3 doses throughout the day. The medicine, wrapped in cowhide paper, contained 3 packets, and if Qi Lao found it beneficial, he could prepare more. Yi Roujing gathered all the usable herbs and packaged them separately. Qi Lao, struggling to rise, asked, "May I know the names of these 2 young ladies? Today's great kindness will be remembered by me." "Qi Tianda." Elder Qi spoke with solemnity. Yi Roujing was momentarily taken aback. "Qi Tianda, that name." However, she did not linger on it for long. She nodded and exited with Ding Ancheng. Elder Qi was indeed pitiable. Ding Ancheng sighed, lamenting that at such an age, one should not be without family by their side, especially when suffering from ailments. "Ah, Qi Tianda," Yi Roujing sighed inwardly. Perhaps she could bring some food later that evening. Yi Roujing remarked that now that she was aware, she must find a way to safeguard him. Yet, Ding Ancheng appeared conflicted, expressing concern about being seen. "Just avoid it." Yi Roujing replied dismissively. "Very well," Ding Ancheng conceded. Having assessed the situation, she noted that Elder Qi lacked provisions, seeing only some dried wild vegetables, sweet potatoes, and potatoes, with no fine grains in sight. "Is Elder Qi all right?" Little Jie looked up, his thin face accentuating his large eyes, his complexion not quite healthy, with a slight hint of jaundice. Yi Roujing observed closely and suspected his liver was not in good condition. She approached little Jie to take his pulse, confirming her suspicions about his liver health. Upon examining his tongue, she realized he needed to recuperate gradually. "Little Jie has been taking medicine prescribed by old Ren," Ding Ancheng mentioned, then pulled Yi Roujing aside. "The more I think about it, the more fearful I become." Yi Roujing was puzzled, asking, "Fearful of what?" "That concoction you brewed for Elder Qi. It wouldn't harm him, would it?" Ding Ancheng's eyes were filled with growing concern. "Oh dear. How could I let you act recklessly? Rest assured, I am not foolish enough to administer medicine indiscriminately," Yi Roujing retorted. "After we visit this evening, you should find peace of mind. Then you should keep an eye on Elder Qi," Yi Roujing remarked, rolling her eyes. She gazed at Ding Ancheng's retreating figure in disbelief, thinking to herself that she was merely joking. How could he take it so seriously? "Where is Ancheng headed?" Xia Xingqian inquired, leaning in closer. "She fears I might inadvertently harm someone, so she has decided to watch over me," Yi Roujing quipped. Xia Xingqian blinked and then laughed. "That's just how Ancheng is. But I have faith in my sister-in-law." Her laughter blossomed. "Sister-in-law, no wonder Ancheng never favored you before," Your tongue is quite sharp. I am simply too honest. Yi Roujing replied with a chuckle. What are you all discussing that brings such joy? Xiao Jie lifted his head, sporting a cheerful grin. Yi Roujing approached and squatted down to meet his gaze. Xiao Jie appeared puzzled, yet obediently opened his mouth. Yi Roujing peeled a milk candy and placed it into his mouth, causing his eyes to light up with delight. It's candy, so fragrant and sweet. Chapter 43. Understanding the world after relishing the milk candy. Xiao Jie felt a twinge of regret. Sister Roujing, could you please give me the candy wrapper? He asked. I threw it away, Yi Roujing responded. You want to collect the wrappers? I wish to wrap up the remaining one and give it to my mother. Xiao Jie replied earnestly, even though the candy in his mouth had yet to dissolve significantly. Yi Roujing smiled and tousled his hair, producing another candy. Here, this one is for Aunt Baiwei. I've already had one. Taking another wouldn't be right, Xiao Jie said with a serious expression. If my mother finds out, she will scold me. Aunt Baiwei saved my life. What is a single piece of candy in comparison? Yi Roujing handed it to Xiao Jie, saying, take it. Your mother instructed you to convey my words to her. Xiao Jie nodded, then smiled as he carefully tucked the candy away, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Sister Roujing. Xiao Jie, why are you the one tending to the cattle and sheep? By the way, where is Min? Isn't she around? The three of them, engrossed in cutting grass, looked up as Ding Xiaojing approached, clad in a black linen outfit and holding a notebook. How long has she been gone? Ding Xiaojing inquired, furrowing her brows. Yi Roujing smiled. As soon as she left, Sister Xiaoying arrived. Would you like to go look for her? And what about the rightest element? Ding Xiaojing asked Xiao Jie, her tone tinged with annoyance. You should inform him that starting tomorrow, he will be responsible for cutting pig feed. Yi Roujing. You will handle the cattle. Understood, Yi Roujing nodded. Ding Xiaojing did not leave immediately. She continued to observe Yi Roujing. Sensing her gaze, Yi Roujing looked up, and their eyes met. Ding Xiaojing's expression was complex, revealing a hint of confusion and a fleeting trace of jealousy. Is there something else, Sister Xiaojing? Yi Roujing stood up, now slightly taller than Ding Xiaojing. Nothing, Ding Xiaojing replied, her brows slightly knitted. After giving Yi Roujing one last look, she turned to leave. The heart of a woman is as unfathomable as the sea, Yi Roujing mused. Xia Xingchen glanced at Yi Roujing, seemingly hesitant to speak. Just say what you know. Don't hold it in, Yi Roujing urged, catching a glimpse of Xia Xingchen's expression, which seemed to convey knowledge of Ding Xiaojing's feelings towards her. I've heard that Sister Xiaojing has a fondness for Ding Ancheng. Xia Xingchen leaned in and whispered, no wonder. Yi Roujing suddenly came to a realization. Aren't you angry? Why should I be angry? Yi Roujing was somewhat perplexed. Emotions are uncontrollable, and who one likes is ultimately a personal choice. Moreover, Ding Ancheng, the object of affection, was not solely admired by Ding Xiaojing. During her last visit to Huaixi County, she had chanced upon a teacher from their school, one of whom was also among his admirers. Aren't you jealous? Xia Xingchen asked, surprised. They haven't done anything to warrant my jealousy, Yi Roujing replied with a smile. Besides, Ding Ancheng doesn't fancy them. If he truly did, he wouldn't have any claim on me, would he? I owe you my gratitude. Old Chi's condition was such that even herding cattle seemed a challenge, let alone cutting pig wheat. Beside her, the little fellow Ding Quanji expressed his concern. It's all right. When the time comes, we can have old Chi herd the cattle, Yi Roujing said dismissively. But won't that be unfair to Sister Roujing? Xiao Jie remarked. Down the small slope lay a pond, the very place where Yi Roujing had previously harvested pearls. Oh, and there are river clams and eels, she mused. Eels are quite nutritious. Both of my companions could benefit, and even old Chi in the cattle shed could use some. With this thought, Yi Roujing set down her basket and sickle, removed her shoes and socks, rolled up her trousers, and stepped into the pond. Hey, sister-in-law you. In truth, the best time to catch eels is at night. However, with a stroke of good fortune on her side, Yi Roujing considered giving it a try, seeking to validate her luck once more. The water near the shore was murky, rendering the depths nearly invisible. However, since she had steadied herself, 2 eels had already brushed against her calves, causing Yi Roujing to involuntarily twitch her lips in slight embarrassment. She bent down, her hands plunging into the water, and deftly seized a slippery eel, flinging it onto the bank. Stunned, Xia Xingchen and Xiao Jie finally reacted after the second eel emerged, each hastily catching one and placing them into the basket Yi Roujing had brought, which was already filled with wild greens. After changing her position, she caught 3 more eels before deciding to stop. It felt excessive. Once ashore, Xiao Jie dutifully offered a few large leaves, saying, "Sister Roujing, wipe your hands." The hesitation in Xiao Jie's eyes faded as he met Yi Roujing's smiling gaze. "Thank you, Sister Roujing," he said. Xia Xingchen observed Yi Roujing with admiration. "Sister, how do you catch eels so effortlessly?" "I have my skills," she replied playfully. "But those in the team who venture out at night with oil lamps to catch them are no match for me. How can they compare to me?" Yi Roujing scoffed. "I am truly favored by the heavens." Li Hongying had grown accustomed to the occasional addition of wild delicacies at home and quickly set about preparing the eels. "I plan to take one to Old Qi later. By the way, I already sent a quilt over today," Yi Roujing mentioned to Li Hongying. Li Hongying furrowed her brow slightly before nodding. "I will have Angua deliver it. By the way, where is Anmin?" "Oh, Anmin is currently at Old Qi's," Yi Roujing remarked. "Later, I will accompany Angua." "Yes, let's try to keep it discreet," Li Hongying instructed. Yi Roujing was somewhat taken aback by Li Hongying's attitude. She had initially anticipated that Li Hongying would be resistant to their association with Elder Qi. Yi Roujing chose to remain, and Li Hongying, understanding her thoughts, sighed. "We are all pitiable souls. As long as it doesn't burden us, we should lend a helping hand where we can." Yi Roujing nodded in agreement, then took the yellow eel that Li Hongying had prepared, marinating it with slivers of ginger and salt to eliminate the fishy odor. She also scooped a bowl of white rice, called out to Li Hongying, and summoned Ding Anghua, as the two made their way to the cattle shed. Chapter 44. Elder Qi's gratitude upon their arrival at the cattle shed. Ding Anmin was assisting Elder Qi with a drink. "Anmin, sister-in-law, and second brother, you have arrived." Ding Anmin greeted with a smile. Yi Roujing immediately sensed that something was amiss. "Thank you for your help. I feel significantly better," Elder Qi expressed. A hint of warmth breaking through the weariness etched on his face. "The medicine is quite effective." Although the fever had not completely subsided, it was certainly less intense than before, a change he could feel. His cough no longer felt as if it might extract his lungs. Breathing had grown easier, marking a notable improvement. He had feared he might not endure. Ding Anmin glanced at Yi Roujing, noticing the items she held, and instinctively stepped forward to take them. Recognizing the rice and yellow eel, she understood. "I will prepare porridge." "Oh," was the simple reply. Ding Anghua is indeed a person of vision. Yet Ding Anmin arrived in the afternoon and accomplished all that was necessary. Observing the hole in the roof above, Ding Anghua frowned slightly, contemplating. "I shall find time to mend it tomorrow." On the side, Yi Roujing appeared somewhat idle. "Comrade Yi," Old Qi called. "Just refer to me as Roujing." Clearing his throat, he continued, "Roujing, this is for you," as he gestured towards Yi Roujing and handed her a small piece of black cloth. "What is this?" Yi Roujing asked, opening it to reveal a jade ring, lush green in hue, a precious item that, in later times, would be deemed priceless and rare. "This is all I possess. I understand it cannot be taken out now, but perhaps it will be valuable in the future," Old Qi expressed with a hint of embarrassment. "You truly have faith in us," Yi Roujing teased, raising an eyebrow. Old Qi's pupils flickered, and a smile graced his face, one that was more sorrowful than tears could convey. "If you choose to disclose it, it matters not to me. I have endured much. I simply wish to avoid incurring debts of gratitude." Old Qi's Zhongshan suit was tattered and worn, his hair and beard graying more by the day, his exposed face and hands darkened with toil. Were it not for the aura he exuded, one might mistake him for an ordinary farmer. Old Qi trembled slightly, looking at Yi Roujing in disbelief. "How could you think such a thing?" "I believe Old Qi harbors similar thoughts," Yi Roujing smiled, rising to converse with Ding Anmin. "It smells delightful now. My skills are still lacking. If it were my mother, it would undoubtedly taste better," Ding Anmin remarked with a grin. "Have you caught a yellow eel again?" Ding Anmin had witnessed several instances, speaking in a declarative tone. At home, there were also 2 eels, the outcome of which remained uncertain. Yi Roujing gazed at the layer of grease floating atop the eel porridge, her mouth watering slightly. "Will you be able to catch more tomorrow?" Ding Anmin turned to Yi Roujing, her eyes conveying a clear message. Regardless of the outcome tonight, she desired eel porridge for the following day. Yi Roujing chuckled. "How do you hold me in such high regard? I once failed to recognize greatness." Ding Anmin reflected on her own shortcomings. "In the future, if someone offers you a piece of candy, will you simply run off with them?" Yi Roujing teased. "Not to that extent." The 2 women exchanged playful banter, while Qi Tianda sat on the bed, a faint smile gracing his face. After Qi Lao had consumed his porridge and taken his medicine, the 3 of them made their way home, the night having already descended. "Second brother, can you repair the roof?" Ding Anmin had overheard Ding Anghua's earlier remarks. Reassured by this, she conversed with Yi Roujing, walking ahead of Ding Anghua. At the Ding family's dining table, the two eels were stir-fried with leeks, and Li Hongying's culinary skills spoke for themselves. The dish was undeniably delicious, with Yi Roujing able to eat a bowl of rice simply paired with the leeks. The following morning, Ding Wei and Ding Anghua departed for the cowshed before dawn. The cowshed was abundant with straw, and the father and son worked diligently for half an hour to repair the roof. Qi Lao rose, expressing his heartfelt gratitude, then prepared plain congee. Although it could not compare to the eel porridge of the previous night, it was nonetheless the most delightful and comforting breakfast he had enjoyed since arriving at the Dingping production team years ago. After enjoying a nourishing bowl of congee, I brewed the medicinal residue from yesterday once more and cautiously wrapped it up, taking it to a secluded spot beneath the reeds where few venture to tread. When it was time to work, old Qi learned that his future tasks would involve cutting pig grass, while the responsibility of tending to the cattle was assigned to Yi Roujing. Without a hint of complaint, he accepted with a smile. Upon reaching the familiar slope, he encountered the same few individuals from the day prior, and a faint smile graced his lips. Old Qi, the cattle herding duty still belongs to you. Yi Roujing pointed towards the large bull she had led ahead. Allow me to take your pulse, Yi Roujing offered. He complied, lifting his arm, and she carefully examined his pulse. The sensation beneath her fingers was noticeably cooler than the previous day. If you drink the medicine for one more day, your fever should subside. How's the cough? She inquired. With the medicinal herbs in limited supply, after finishing the 3 doses, old Qi should feel better. However, a regimen of medicinal cuisine would be more beneficial thereafter, particularly at his age, as it is gentler on the system. I appreciate your assistance, old Qi expressed his gratitude. If there is anything I can do to help, though I may not be of much use, I will remember this kindness. Should the day come when I can repay it, I will express my thanks. It's nothing, merely a small effort, Yi Roujing replied, her intentions not driven by any desire for reward. She simply could not bear to see a capable person perish. After a day of labor, before the end of her shift, Yi Roujing ventured to the pond and caught a few yellow eels, giving 2 to both old Qi and Xiao Jia, while keeping 4 for herself. However, today, while handling the eel, Ding Anmin was accompanied by Yi Roujing. After witnessing Yi Roujing's remarkable skill in dealing with the eel, she felt fortunate to have stayed behind to assist in keeping watch. She wondered how others would react upon seeing their sister-in-law handling the eel with the same ease as one might cut grass. Chapter 45, The Reward of Digestion Going Out of Town? Yi Roujing expressed her surprise. Surely this person does not possess the ability to see through things? See through? Ding Anmin cast a disdainful glance at Yi Roujing, then inquired directly, how long have you been holding that in? You only just asked today, Yi Roujing gasped, covering her mouth, having inadvertently voiced her thoughts. She felt a moment of embarrassment, yet she reassured herself that as long as she remained unperturbed, the awkwardness belonged to others. Of course, the other person appeared utterly unfazed, sporting a smile that was rather infuriating. Brother, have you gone out of town? Ding Anmin bounded over to Ding Ancheng with curiosity. Where did you go? Children should not pry so much, Ding Anghua interjected, grabbing Ding Anmin by the collar and pulling her away. He was well aware of his elder brother's temperament. If there was something to be said, it would have been addressed already. Why don't you ask? Ding Ancheng, wiping his sweat with a towel, raised an eyebrow at Yi Roujing. I'm not curious, Yi Roujing replied, her gaze drifting. Besides, I'm just a child too. She was the same age as Ding Anmin, so that term was entirely applicable to her. Observing Yi Roujing's retreating figure, Ding Ancheng's expression darkened. Today, at Ding Anmin's insistence, the eels were transformed into eel porridge, making tonight's main dish eel porridge accompanied by pancakes. A few side dishes were tossed together, and several eggs were fried, creating a meal far more sumptuous than usual. Yi Roujing consumed 2 large bowls of food, followed by some delectable pancakes, and after the meal, she continued to burp. Let us take a stroll outside to aid digestion, suggested Ding Ancheng, rising from his seat. Indeed, let us go, replied Ding Weia, his face radiating delight. Shall we? Ding Ancheng's murmured words seemed to linger in the air, startling Yi Roujing as she raised her gaze. The we he had just uttered referred to himself. Was he about to clarify his intentions? Without hesitation, Yi Roujing stood up, exclaiming, Oh, elder brother, I will wash the dishes. However, Ding Anghua swiftly intercepted her, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, Do not be so oblivious. Ding Anmin immediately understood, casting a reproachful glance at Ding Anghua. You could have mentioned it earlier. I thought elder brother had brought some delightful treats to share with sister-in-law. Could you not think of anything beyond food? As dusk fell, Ding Ancheng and Yi Roujing traversed the narrow path amidst the crowd, encountering several individuals who inevitably teased and jested at their expense. After 5 minutes of silence from Ding Ancheng, Yi Roujing scrutinized him with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity. "Aren't you supposed to have something to discuss?" she inquired, puzzled. "I have nothing pressing," he replied. "Then why did you summon me?" Yi Roujing, amused yet exasperated, retorted. "To discuss your nonsense." Suddenly, in a fit of anger, she pivoted and indignantly kicked a nearby stone. With a swift motion, the stone flew, startling the creatures hidden within the grass, causing several to flutter their wings and take flight, landing directly in front of Yi Roujing on the path. Yi Roujing gazed at a bird that was 3 or 4 times larger than an ordinary sparrow, hesitating as she wondered how many morsels of meat it might yield if captured. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past her, and several birds standing on the path fell in response. Ding Ancheng stepped forward and picked up one of them. It was a quail, presumably a female. "Quail?" Yi Roujing echoed, having never seen one before, though she had tasted quail eggs. Could there be eggs underneath? A spark of excitement flickered in her eyes. "We shall find out," she mused. Ding Ancheng casually gathered a few dry, yellowed weeds and tied together the 3 fallen quails. With a swift motion, he lifted them and leaped off the path into the grass, squatting down to rummage through the underbrush. Before long, he uncovered a nest of quail eggs. Although there were only 4, Yi Roujing eagerly followed Ding Ancheng and, upon spotting the eggs, quickly collected them. The 2 of them scoured the nearby patch of grass, which spanned nearly an acre, and managed to gather 23 quail eggs. They startled several more quails, and Ding Ancheng adeptly used small stones to capture 5 of them. "Well, let us boil these eggs tomorrow morning," Yi Roujing exclaimed. Despite their small size, she found it challenging to carry them all, currently cradling them in the hem of her garment. "I hope these quails are still alive. Do you think if we raise them, we could collect plenty of quail eggs every day?" A radiant smile graced her face as she turned to Ding Ancheng. Yi Roujing smirked, suggesting, "Perhaps we should just slaughter them all tomorrow. Head south?" Yi Roujing was taken aback. "Aren't we leading the county's first high school to the provincial capital for the mathematics competition?" This conclusion was drawn from the words of the elderly doorman at the food factory during my last visit to Huaixi County. The moment those words fell, Yi Roujing felt as if the temperature around her had dipped slightly. "Our competition ended before we wed." Ding Ancheng cast a profound glance at Yi Roujing. "Oh, I see," she replied with a hint of embarrassment. "Why didn't you clarify your intentions? So, what business do you have in the South? Was it arranged by the school? Do you wish to know?" Ding Ancheng asked with a smile. TSK. Such a lack of chivalry. How could one leave a young lady behind at such a late hour, especially after marriage? Yi Roujing silently critiqued, only to witness the figure ahead turn and match her pace. Heading south, Yi Roujing furtively observed Ding Ancheng, who was now walking beside her. Had he already ventured south? If Ding Ancheng were merely an ordinary teacher, he wouldn't be the male protagonist of a novel. He was among the first to propose entrepreneurship after stepping away from his post during the dawn of the reform and opening, and most significantly, he received permission, ultimately amassing considerable wealth and thriving in both political and business circles. His leniency was partly attributed to the Su family's standing, yet equally to Ding Ancheng's generosity. Chapter 46. Sharing the same bed. Funding research, donating to schools, aiding orphans. He was also a substantial taxpayer. Such a talent, a wealthy individual, confined to merely teaching would be a disservice to the nation. Nonetheless, Ding Ancheng's personnel ties remained with the school. Yet he was not bound by this identity in any restrictive sense. Just look at the nation's regard for him. Ah, how enviable it is. "Why are you looking at me in that way?" Yi Roujing was observing him, yet her mind wandered elsewhere. Ding Ancheng, puzzled by her distraction, directly inquired about it. Before Yi Roujing could respond, Ding Ancheng swiftly closed the distance between them, covering her mouth with one hand and half embracing her as he led her into a nearby grove. They concealed themselves behind a tree that barely shielded their figures. Yi Roujing found herself at a rare loss for composure, mindful of the quail eggs nestled within her skirt, forcing her to synchronize her movements with Ding Ancheng's. Once they settled into silence, the crisp scent of grass enveloped her, and she quietly reassured herself that at least Ding Ancheng was not using the hand that had caught the bird to cover her mouth. But wait, even if he hadn't captured it, he had still tied it, so why was there no scent? As Yi Roujing subtly wrinkled her nose, Ding Ancheng felt the movement distinctly in his palm. Unlike her rhythmic breathing, she was inhaling the fragrance, which brought a faint smile to his lips. Lowering his gaze, he noticed that Yi Roujing had deliberately pulled her skirt wider, distancing herself from the tree to avoid crushing the quail eggs. A soft chuckle escaped Ding Ancheng uncontrollably, causing Yi Roujing to stiffen, feeling his breath almost at her ear. Song Jiqing, let me carry that for you. No need. Song Jiqing, this water bucket is quite heavy. If you need to fetch water, just call for me. Why tire yourself out? After all, your hands are meant for teaching your students. Indeed, it is quite frustrating. Before Song Jiluo could finish her words, a large hand reached out and seized the bucket she was holding. The sudden force caused some water to slosh out, dampening the hem of her skirt, which made her furrow her brow slightly. Yi Roujing observed the scene as Song Jiluo and a man approached the spot where they had been standing, feeling a twinge of curiosity. It mattered not who they were. Why, she wondered, did they feel the need to hide? Tilting her head slightly, she felt a warm breath drawing nearer, followed by a low, husky voice whispering into her ear, "If we are discovered, our share will diminish." What nonsense! They were the ones who captured it. And now they had to share? What a world we live in! Yi Roujing pouted in dissatisfaction, only to realize her mouth was being covered, prompting her to press her lips tightly together. After experiencing a moment of softness, Ding Ancheng withdrew his hand. Who is that man? Yi Roujing inquired softly, attempting to divert her attention. The captain's youngest son, Ding Xingyi, Ding Ancheng clarified. Brother Xingyi, at the youth station we take turns fetching water. If everyone can do it, so can I, Song Jiluo stated, suppressing her emotions. They are not comparable to you, Ding Xingyi remarked impulsively, then felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. Song Jiluo, I mean no offense. I just believe you shouldn't be doing such labor. I can carry the water to the entrance of the youth station and then leave. The two arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. I can manage as well. Ding Ancheng chimed in. Don't block your older brother, Li Hongying interjected, taking away the items and urging Ding Ancheng to wash up. Yi Roujing rummaged through the grass and refreshed herself once more, this time even washing her hair. When Ding Ancheng entered the room, he found her reclining on the bed at an angle, with her head hanging off the edge, her luxurious locks nearly 10 centimeters above the ground. At that moment, Yi Roujing lamented the absence of a hairdryer, sighing internally about how long it would take for her hair to air dry before she could sleep. Where's the dry towel? Ding Ancheng's voice broke her thoughts. Although she heard him, she paid no heed. She occupied the entire bed and assumed Ding Ancheng would take the hint and leave. Alas, to her surprise, he did not. A spark of joy flickered in her eyes as she realized he was leaving. With a sudden movement, she sat up, grinning like a cat that had just stolen a fish. Ding Ancheng raised an eyebrow and approached her, placing a fresh dry towel atop her head. He then began to rub it vigorously, the force causing her to sway slightly. Gradually, the pressure lessened. Is he drying my hair? Yi Roujing felt a bit flustered and hastily took the towel from him, exclaiming, I can do it myself. At her words, Ding Ancheng relinquished his grip and went to open the cabinet, only to find that the blanket he had previously covered her with was missing. Yi Roujing felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that it had been taken to care for the elderly Qi. As Ding Ancheng turned with a knowing expression, she quickly offered an explanation, stating that there should be no extra blankets left at home. Ding Ancheng concluded, Then, how about you go to Anghua? This blanket is half mine tonight. He indicated towards the one on the bed, settling himself down beside her, causing Yi Roujing to sway slightly. Dry yourself off before sleeping. Ding Ancheng observed the motionless Yi Roujing, and after uttering those words, he reclined and nestled himself on one side, covering himself with a quilt. Yi Roujing, her mouth slightly agape, refrained from speaking but cast a furtive glare at Ding Ancheng. Once caught in the act, she turned away, her back to him, vigorously rubbing her hair. After drying her hair, Yi Roujing retrieved a light winter jacket from the wardrobe, extinguished the oil lamp, and while Huaixi County had electricity, the current commune was still without power. Thus, every household relied on candles or oil lamps. Feeling somewhat embarrassed to snatch the quilt, she lay down directly clad in her jacket and soon succumbed to slumber. Whether it was her resilience to the environment or not, Ding Ancheng, lying in bed, found that she slept soundly, perhaps even more so. In the enveloping darkness, Ding Ancheng opened his eyes, turning his head to gaze at Yi Roujing, marveling at her carefree nature. With her nearby, he found it difficult to find rest. Chapter 47. There is no divorce. Only mourning. No wonder she had glared at herself before sleep. What a sight she was while resting. Ding Ancheng cautiously rose, shifting to the outer side of the bed, granting Yi Roujing the inner side against the wall, and thoughtfully draped a significant portion of the quilt over her. Subsequently, he experienced the familiar treatment as before. Either her hand rested upon him or her foot dangled across his leg, but this time, there was no quilt to serve as a barrier. Ultimately, unable to endure it any longer, Ding Ancheng sat up, retrieved the jacket, wrapped it around Yi Roujing, and then covered her with another layer of the quilt. Thus, the final outcome was that the jacket-clad Yi Roujing sweetly slumbered in Ding Ancheng's embrace. Yi Roujing was awakened by the heat, feeling as though she were enveloped by a furnace. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld the harmlessly handsome face of Ding Ancheng. The predicament, however, was that she was entirely ensconced in the padded jacket, making movement rather cumbersome. Moreover, she found herself nearly sprawled atop Ding Ancheng, and most perplexingly, she wondered how she had ended up on the inner side. Her sleeping posture was notoriously poor, but had it deteriorated to such an extent that she could traverse mountains and valleys in her slumber? As Yi Roujing wriggled in an attempt to rise, she soon realized that the jacket had not merely cocooned her, but had fastened its buttons securely behind her. Had she truly gone to bed in such a manner? Almost as soon as she made a move, Ding Ancheng's eyes fluttered open. Although she could not rise, she could still roll with relative ease. Yi Roujing leveraged this to roll halfway onto her side, her body now face down, yet no matter how she struggled, she remained ensnared within the jacket. Ding Ancheng admired his handiwork. All the buttons of the jacket were fastened, and the sleeves had been knotted behind Yi Roujing. Observing her vigorous struggles, he approached with the intention of kindly unfastening it. The moment Yi Roujing was liberated, she immediately flipped herself upright and exclaimed in anger, "This is your doing." Ding Ancheng nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "I feared you might attempt something untoward." Yi Roujing, both exasperated and amused, retorted, "What could I possibly do to you? Are you not aware of your own actions? The difference between your sleeping and waking selves is rather striking." Suddenly, Ding Ancheng extended his arm to display the red imprints on the inner side of his right arm, along with strands of hair embedded in the marks. He slowly rotated his arm, his brow slightly furrowing as he remarked, "It is quite numb. This hand of yours must have found its way beneath my neck." Yi Roujing laughed in indignation. Ding Ancheng chuckled, a hint of scorn gracing his features. He extended his right hand, pressing his wrist against the eyelid of Yi Roujing, as if to awaken some memory of the marks left behind. His wrist bore a half-circle of grip marks, while his hand was adorned with 2 scratches. Yi Roujing was taken aback, disbelief washing over her as she lifted her own hand in astonishment. Had she done this? There was no recollection. Yet her face betrayed a flicker of hesitation and guilt, for they were alone in this room. Satisfied, Ding Ancheng stood up with a swift grace, beginning to don his attire. However, even if the sleeves of his shirt could conceal his wrist, they could not mask the scratches on the back of his hand, which left Yi Roujing feeling somewhat remorseful. "I'm sorry, I'll go and squeeze in with Anmin tonight," Yi Roujing murmured. "Such a coarse individual as yourself. Yet you wish to inflict harm on Anmin?" Ding Ancheng raised an eyebrow. "She is delicate and tender, exert even a slight force, and you may leave her scarred, for which you would be accountable." Yi Roujing froze, realizing her unworthiness. "Then, I shall speak with mother now and request another blanket for us." "What do you propose we do then?" Yi Roujing inquired, slightly perplexed. "Your own predicament is yours to rectify, naturally," Ding Ancheng replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world, before exiting the room. In the courtyard, Ding Anmin observed the scattered feathers and the already plucked quail. "Mother, once you're ready, I'll take one over to Old Shi, and let us grab a few quail eggs as well." "Yes, have Angwa accompany you," Li Honging responded. The siblings then gathered their baskets, preparing to sneak away to the cattle shed. "Hey, wait for me. I'm coming too," Yi Roujing called out as she stepped outside. Reluctant to face Ding Ancheng just yet, "I shall accompany you as well," Ding Ancheng echoed, "but you two need not go." The team remained a duo, albeit entirely transformed. Along the journey, Yi Roujing kept her head bowed, kicking at stones, exuding an air of despondency. "I, the victim, am not particularly affected. Yet you seem to bear the brunt of it," Ding Ancheng remarked, casting a glance at Yi Roujing. "I am not aggrieved," Yi Roujing retorted, raising her gaze. But as she met Ding Ancheng's piercing eyes, she shifted her focus elsewhere. "By the way, do you have anything to say to me?" "What is there to say? The matter of our marriage was my fault. If you wish to revert to the way things were, that is also possible. You wish to divorce?" Ding Ancheng interjected, his gaze sharp as he fixed it upon Yi Roujing. "Yes, precisely. We can each go our separate ways, and you need not suffer from my presence." Yi Roujing began to falter under Ding Ancheng's unwavering stare. "You insisted that I marry you, and now you wish for a divorce. in a matter of months. You would have me transition from single to divorced, all under the pretense of caring for my well-being, Ding Ancheng scoffed. Yi Roujing felt increasingly uneasy. I regret to inform you that, for me, divorce is not an option, unless it is due to death, Ding Ancheng stated with a calm demeanor, maintaining his gaze on Yi Roujing. A shiver coursed through Yi Roujing's body as she looked up in disbelief, her complexion paling. What? What did you just say? I will not divorce. Not that statement. Ding Ancheng observed her altered expression and stepped closer, gently placing his hand on her forehead. What is the matter? The concern in Ding Ancheng's gaze appeared genuine, devoid of pretense. Yi Roujing felt a slight heaviness settle within her, regaining her composure. You mentioned that there would be no divorce, only widowhood. To whom have you spoken those words? Ding Ancheng furrowed his brow. Did I frighten you? Where did you go when you headed south? Yi Roujing inquired, fixing her gaze upon him. In truth, Ding Ancheng's journey had not only been a quest to witness the world's developments, but also a means of evading his newlywed wife. Though he was wise enough not to voice such thoughts. What troubles you? Your reaction to the term widowhood seems rather intense, he remarked, feeling a twinge of regret. What I intended to express was simply my desire to avoid divorce. I have never uttered such words before. My apologies for startling you. I shall refrain from such statements in the future, Ding Ancheng earnestly apologized. Yi Roujing studied him intently. She certainly did not believe that Ding Ancheng had intended to frighten her, yet was it not true that in the narrative, he had become a widower? Was there perhaps more to your fall into the water? Ding Ancheng asked gravely, as this matter was the only one pertinent to recent events. Chapter 48. Do not mention it again. Yi Roujing tousled her hair, having no intention of revealing the truth, especially since she herself was unclear about it. No, there is no hidden agenda. I simply fell into the water accidentally. I cannot swim, and that day, I nearly lost my life. A chill passed through her subdued gaze. For the original self had indeed perished that day, leading Ding Ancheng to become a widower. Her calm recounting tightened Ding Ancheng's heart, and unable to control himself, he reached out to grasp Yi Roujing's delicate hand that hung by her side. I am sorry, Ding Ancheng spoke in a somber tone, acknowledging that although he had not initially desired to marry this wife, the fact that he had failed to protect her was undeniably his responsibility. Yi Roujing sighed inwardly. It was all in the past. She was not one to be easily bullied, and had previously felt a sense of pity for the original owner of this body. Should anyone dare to oppose her again, they would surely face dire consequences. In truth, she had conducted her own analysis. Having recently married into the Dingping production team, she had seldom ventured outside and had not participated in labor. Thus, there were likely no individuals here who would wish her harm. As for her natal family, the Xintong production team, it was difficult to ascertain. Initially, she had suspected Wang Qiushuang, for a woman's jealousy can be a formidable force. However, after encountering her in Huaixi County, she was certain that it was not the case. The original owner's unlikable disposition had often led to minor grievances. Yet to push someone incapable of swimming into the water without any intention of rescue, that was no trivial matter. Consequently, she pondered various individuals but arrived at no conclusion. The events of that day remained an unsolved enigma. Come with me to the county town, Ding Ancheng suddenly declared. What? Yi Roujing was taken aback. I am going to apply for a couple's residence, Ding Ancheng replied, his brows furrowing. Yi Roujing hurried to explain, it's not about going now. We will have to go eventually. If I were to evade this simply due to my carelessness, it would not be wise. Life is fraught with perils, is it not? We can go when the time is right. Not considering divorce? Yi Roujing blinked in surprise. Are you worried about that? Shouldn't one be concerned? Ding Ancheng chuckled in exasperation. Yi Roujing's eyes shimmered as she chuckled, expressing concern for you, fearing you might feel wronged. Such unnecessary worry. Ding Ancheng grasped her hand and strode forward, reminding her not to broach such topics again. Huh. Oh. After receiving a fierce glare, Yi Roujing nodded in agreement. Her heart perplexed. Ding Ancheng did not seem to dislike her as much as she had imagined. Wasn't it said that Ding Ancheng held no affection for Yi Roujing? Tong Dongshui questioned in confusion. A group of young intellectuals nearby observed the pair closely. Although they could not hear their conversation, the scene was crystal clear. Yi Roujing and Ding Ancheng were quite close, with him even taking the initiative to hold her hand, which did not suggest a troubled relationship. Xia Xingchen, among them, smiled and elaborated, stating that the gossip had been spread by others in the brigade. Everyone knows the adage about 3 people creating a tiger. Ultimately, the young couple knows their own circumstances best. Indeed, Tong Dongshui nodded in agreement, adding, Xingchen, It seems you have quite an affinity for Yi Roujing. She is a good person, as one realizes upon interacting with her. Xia Xingchen beamed brightly. Hey, Iluo. Tong Dongxue called out to Song Iluo, who remained still. Coming. After stealing a few glances, Song Iluo turned away. Her expression was calm, yet the grip on her basket was so tight that her nails nearly dug into her flesh. In the cattle shed, Old Chi had already kindled a fire, and the porridge was nearly ready. After 2 days of medication and nourishing food, his health had improved considerably. Thus, upon seeing Yi Roujing enter, a broad smile spread across his face. Yi Roujing has arrived. Old Chi. Yi Roujing greeted with a smile. After Ding Ancheng entered, she introduced him to Elder Chi. Ah, I know, the only university student from the Dingping production brigade. After delivering her items, Yi Roujing checked Elder Chi's pulse and offered him a few words of advice before leaving. Do you have medical knowledge? Ding Ancheng inquired. Not really. Just some very basic understanding, Yi Roujing replied candidly. Her openness stemmed from her grandfather's background as a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, which made her familiarity with medical principles rather unremarkable. It was merely that she had not revealed this aspect before. Would you consider attending County No. 1 high school? Ding Ancheng asked. Having a high school diploma would be beneficial. Even if you cannot take the exam immediately, I could arrange a position for you as a worker peasant soldier student. I might not attend school, but can I directly participate in the graduation examination to obtain a high school diploma? Yi Roujing queried. Yes, of course, Ding Ancheng affirmed. Yi Roujing was not concerned about her studies. After all, she was an academic achiever. Please help me inquire about that. Once confirmed, I will take the exam, Yi Roujing said, looking at Ding Ancheng. All right, Ding Ancheng nodded. They needed to apply for a couple's housing. After working for a few days, Yi Roujing had become acquainted with some individuals. The person she was conversing with was Aunt Lanxin, the wife of the brigade's accountant, known for her warm-hearted nature. Thank you, Aunt Lanxin, Yi Roujing expressed, quickening her pace upon hearing the name of the Li family. Her first thought was of her mother-in-law, Li Hongying's family. She recalled encountering the pair of siblings at Tongxian Commune, who were rather difficult to deal with, and she feared for Ding Anmin and the others. Li Hongying, you emerged from my very being, and you must not forget your roots. Today, I have come to beseech you. How can you refuse your nephew and niece a chance at work? The sharpness of her voice resonated with force, leaving Yi Roujing utterly astonished. She could hardly believe that such a person could raise children so markedly different in temperament. Li Hongying never resorted to vulgar language in her memories. No matter how much she was scolded, Li Hongying would never utter a curse, let alone after her arrival, when not a single harsh word escaped her lips. Who is making such a ruckus? My ears are nearly deafened by the noise outside. Yi Roujing pushed open the gate and stepped into the courtyard, where the Li family had gathered in full force. Chapter 49. The Li family in the courtyard. A woman clad in a deep gray buttoned shirt and matching trousers was speaking loudly. Her hair was streaked with white, her face a tapestry of wrinkles, and she appeared to be in her early 70s. Beside her sat an equally aged man with a weathered face, smoking a pipe. Behind them stood 4 individuals, Li Shipei and Li Shijuan, whom she recognized, along with what she presumed to be her mother-in-law's brother and sister-in-law. The brother was thin as a reed, his demeanor listless, with drooping eye bags and restless eyes that wandered about. In contrast, the sister-in-law was stout, her round face squishing her eyes into mere slits, raising her head slightly to observe others through her nostrils. None of them were pleasing to the eye, Yi Roujing mused. Who are you? The acerbic remarks of the Li matriarch abruptly ceased upon the entrance of Ding Ancheng, her expression transforming into a facade of warmth. Oh, Ancheng, you're home today? Excellent, just the person I wanted to speak to. There is little to discuss between us. Ding Ancheng wore a placid expression, casting a cold glance at Li Shi. Li Shi shuddered slightly, partly out of anger, yet she still endeavored to speak in a congenial manner. Oh, Ancheng, look at you. My dear, it has been quite some time. Why are you still so irritable? We are not here for anything significant, merely a request regarding Shi Pei and Shi Jun. Could you arrange for them to undertake some light work at the commune? Our dear Ancheng's wife, along with Onghua and Anmin, are all engaged in labor. Is it really that simple to get them to work at the commune? If it were merely a matter of exchanging a few words, would they still remain in the brigade? Li Hongying replied with an unhurried demeanor. Then let us arrange for a few more. It is not as if they are seeking formal employment. Temporary workers are acceptable, Li Shi retorted with conviction. Ancheng works at the county level. Who does he know at the commune? Even if he were to try, it would be quite challenging to secure a few positions. It would be a blessing if he could manage to get his wife a job, Li Hongying stated earnestly. Li Hongying, are you lacking in common sense? Li Shi exclaimed in frustration, rising from her seat to point an accusatory finger at Li Hongying. You do not understand the depths of maternal affection. Even the two biological children do not receive such attention from you. Why do you continually seek to elevate others over your own? How dare you speak of my mother in such a manner? Ding Ancheng interjected, stepping forward defiantly. My mother treats all three of us equally. Do you comprehend? A mother naturally cherishes the children she raises. My brother and I are doing well, so spare us your duplicity. Reflect upon how you have treated your own flesh and blood before casting judgment upon others. What right do you possess to speak ill of anyone, especially when you have sold your own child? Who has granted you such audacity? Li's fury rendered her nearly incapacitated, prompting a stout woman to support her, guiding her to a seat. Such an ill-mannered child. Your grandmother is of such advanced age, and yet you have pushed her to the brink. Is it your duty to care for her? I harbor no anger towards her. I merely spoke the truth. Her guilty conscience has left her terrified, Ding Ancheng retorted. You are merely seeking trouble. Why have you come here? The familial ties have already been severed. Ding Ancheng. Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Li Shijuan seethed, gritting his teeth. I dare you to utter another word. No sooner had Li Shijuan's words left his lips than Li Shipei stepped back, exclaiming, Sister, what are you doing? Ding Ancheng met Li Shijuan's gaze directly, asserting, I stand by my word. If you dare lay a finger on my grandson, I shall report you. How can someone like you ever aspire to be a teacher? Li's indignation was palpable. Ding Ancheng, however, remained unperturbed. He knew that to deal with Li Shijuan did not necessitate his own intervention, for many were eager to confront him. Ding Ancheng, you better watch yourself. Do you truly believe you are beyond my reach? Li Shijuan's face flushed with rage. His fists clenched as he struggled to suppress his fury. Should you provoke my family, I shall hold you accountable. Ding Ancheng regarded Li Shijuan with a steely gaze, shadows lurking in his eyes. Brother Ancheng, let us depart. Shijuan is all bluster and will not act. Li Shipei observed Ding Ancheng, her eyes sparkling with intensity, while Yiru quietly raised an eyebrow in the background. The scene unfolded with an air of surprise as Yi Roujing realized that Li Shipei harbored affections for Ding Ancheng, who, in a technical sense, was her elder cousin. It seemed prudent to inquire about Li Shipei's itinerary on the 7th of March, for she had been placed on the list of suspects. The Li family arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, causing no delay for Yi Roujing and her companions in their work. Indeed, her elder brother was impressive. Ding Ancheng watched Ding Ancheng with admiration etched upon her face. Keep your distance from them, Li Hongying advised Ding Ancheng, Ding Anghua, and Yi Roujing. Understood, mother, the trio replied obediently. A faint smile graced Li Hongying's lips, her eyes brimming with affection. Now, let us hasten to breakfast. Eat well before you go to work. I shall prepare salted meat rice for you at noon. Yi Roujing, unable to suppress her emotions, swallowed hard, while Ding Ancheng chuckled softly beside her, the earlier gloom dissipating from his visage. Oh, now I am being ridiculed. Yi Roujing cast him a playful glare. Ah, the flirtation is unbearable, Ding Ancheng remarked, rubbing her arms. Ding Anghua promptly pulled her away, muttering, Dare you mock our elder brother? You may find yourself deprived of delicacies in the future. From this day forth, Yi Roujing was assigned the task of herding cattle. Upon her arrival at the brigade's warehouse, she was spared the queue for tools, yet had to wait for Ding Ancheng and Xia Xingchen. Once they had secured their gear, she promptly led the cattle up the gentle hillside. Are you skilled at herding cattle? Along the way, Yi Roujing changed her position multiple times while guiding the cow. Unable to bear it any longer, Ding Ancheng finally chimed in, generously assisting by taking the rope. It's my first time, Yi Roujing asserted proudly. Never have I encountered a creature as placid yet formidable as the ox, which, while moving at a leisurely pace, possesses a temperament that is gentle. However, should you persist in provoking it with your incessant frolicking nearby, it may well retaliate with a single, forceful nudge, leaving you to contend with the consequences. As Yi Roujing cast a nonchalant glance at Ding Ancheng, the mood shifted. Chapter 50, The Art of Deception? Who pays heed to you? Ding Ancheng scoffed. Observing this, Xia Xingchen chuckled, remarking on the ever-improving rapport between the two women. Who was on amicable terms with her? They both retorted in unison, their banter eliciting further laughter from Xia Xingchen, albeit with a fleeting glimmer of melancholy in her eyes. Relationships between individuals are mutual. That false sister of yours is hardly worth your sorrow, Yi Roujing consoled upon noticing Xia Xingchen's expression. Ah, if only my biological mother were still alive. She could have blessed me with a brother or sister, Xia Xingchen lamented wistfully. Why yearn for a sibling? Instead, seek a good man. His siblings shall become yours as well, Ding Ancheng interjected. With a kind-hearted and gracious sister-in-law like myself, you deserve the best. And I wish for you to find someone akin to me. Yi Roujing was amused, and Xia Xingchen joined in the laughter, playfully draping her arm around Ding Ancheng's shoulder. Why not let me be your second sister-in-law? Do you have feelings for my second brother? Ding Ancheng inquired with skepticism. Not at all, Xia Xingchen admitted earnestly. I merely have affection for you, my dear sister-in-law. Let us not sacrifice your happiness for my sake, Ding Ancheng replied sincerely. However, if you do harbor feelings for my second brother, I would gladly act as your matchmaker. Ha ha ha, please do not. Xia Xingchen laughed heartily. By the way, how is Gu Shizhao also in the south? Yi Roujing suddenly inquired. I am unsure, Xia Xingchen replied, shaking her head. Xia Xingchen nodded. How do you feel about the medicine that old Rin prescribed for you? Yi Roujing asked. I feel quite well. My breathing has become less labored, Xia Xingchen said. I have also been sleeping better at night these past few days, and the night sweats have ceased. I hope so, Yi Roujing responded. Old Qi, the cattle are entrusted to you. As old Qi approached, Yi Roujing handed over the reins, taking the burdensome basket and sickle from his back with initiative. Very well. After these past few days of interaction, old Qi had grown more familiar with Yi Roujing, no longer maintaining a constant air of formality. The hillside was bustling today. By the time Yi Roujing and her group of 4 arrived, Aunt Baiwei and her son Xiao Jia were already present. Aunt Baiwei, I will dine with Min and the others, so please do not prepare a separate meal for me, Xia Xingchen insisted, waving her hands repeatedly. The community was well aware of Aunt Baiwei's circumstances, and she felt embarrassed to accept. The green rice cake required a substantial amount of glutinous rice, which was more expensive than regular rice. I understand, so I have prepared the largest portion for Roujing and her companions, Aunt Baiwei insisted, forcing it into Xia Xingchen's basket. Thank you, Aunt Baiwei, the group expressed their gratitude. By the way, Roujing, today I saw a group of people leaving the community. I heard them say they were your mother-in-law's family. Aunt Baiwei, who had been cutting grass, seemed to recall something and looked up to speak with Yi Roujing. No wonder, Aunt Baiwei murmured. What do you mean, no wonder? Yi Roujing retorted. Not long ago, I encountered the daughter of the Li family, the gentle and serene Yi Roujing, on the day of your unfortunate fall into the water, which is why I remember that date. Aunt Baiwei remarked that she usually does not pay much attention and had not seen her before that day. She encountered a stranger's face and pondered for a considerable time before failing to recall which family she belonged to. She had nearly forgotten, but upon seeing her again today, the familiarity sparked a memory. Did Li Shipei visit our brigade on the day I fell into the water? A slight tension gripped Yi Roujing's heart, though she concealed her feelings well. On the day my sister-in-law fell into the water, Li Shipei did not come to our home, Ding Ancheng noted, somewhat surprised. Perhaps he did not come to our brigade. It is possible he visited the neighboring brigade instead. Yi Roujing feigned indifference, not wishing to involve Ding Ancheng in her concerns. It could be, she replied. Upon hearing this, Ding Ancheng accepted the possibility. Recalling that Lu Moli from the neighboring Wantong Production Brigade was a close classmate of Li Shipei's in middle school, the consequences were indeed felt. After spending an entire morning cutting pigweed, the quantity was equivalent to what would usually take a day and a half, yet her palms had developed 2 blisters. Earlier, she had been irked but paid no heed, but now, having ceased her labor, the pain was evident. Who expressed such feelings? Yi Roujing was at a loss for words. She merely wished to vent her frustrations, yet somehow, everything circled back to Ding Ancheng. Ding Ancheng's face was a portrait of disbelief. Upon returning home, Yi Roujing went to wash her hands, using her unblemished left hand to scoop water. Just as her right hand was submerged in the basin, it was seized by another. The person was frowning as they examined her palm. Does it hurt? This afternoon, I will go cut the pigweed. You need not work. Later, I shall lance your blisters. And for the next few days, avoid water, Ding Ancheng said. Ding Ancheng was waiting to wash her hands when she heard those words and turned her gaze towards Yi Roujing. Her eyes filled with deep admiration, but also flickering with a hint of disdain. She was mistaken, who claimed that her sister-in-law was merely putting on an act. This was evidently a ploy to elicit sympathy. Elder brother, second brother, my hand. Ding Ancheng's words were cut short as Ding Ancheng took her hand and examined it closely. What is wrong with your hand? Nothing at all. Second brother. You ought to learn from elder brother. Otherwise, how will you ever find a wife? Ding Ancheng spoke earnestly and looked closely. My hand here is red from gripping the sickle for too long, and here, Here are calluses. I merely wished for you to feel a bit of pity for me. But alas, it was a misplaced sentiment. Yi Roujing found this amusing. Ding Anghua playfully tapped Ding Anmin on the head. Where did you learn such nonsensical talk? The family hasn't even allowed you to earn many work points, so take it easy. Ding Anmin rolled her eyes at him, feeling it was like playing a lute to a cow. In the afternoon, I will prepare your portion while at home with your sister-in-law, Ding Ancheng said. A faint smile gracing his lips, a rare sight indeed. Second brother, look at elder brother and reflect on the foolishness of your earlier words. Ding Anmin kicked Ding Anghua playfully. Chapter 51. The 38th parallel. When Ding Ancheng was at home, it was the most challenging time for Yi Roujing, particularly at night. She often found herself waking up in someone's embrace, leaving her speechless. What if we build a partition in the middle, using clothes? Yi Roujing suggested kindly one night. Ding Ancheng cast a deep glance at Yi Roujing, neither affirming nor opposing, thus leading her to assume his acquiescence. She proceeded to place her clothes in the middle of the bed, delineating an imaginary boundary. Ding Ancheng promptly reclined, spreading his limbs to avoid contact with her garments, nearly teetering off the edge of the bed. Last night, you almost fell to the floor, and I caught you, even generously allowing you the inner side. If I were to tumble off tonight, would you extend the same kindness? Yi Roujing was momentarily taken aback, meeting Ding Ancheng's gaze, which was laced with a hint of mockery. Moreover, after you occupied the inner side, you remained restless. I tolerated it, only to find this as the outcome. Ding Ancheng cast a sidelong glance at the clothes marking their boundary, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Such reluctance. Why were you so eager to marry me back then? Yi Roujing's previously indifferent expression ignited at his words. Who was eager? I. Words failed her, and frustration bubbled within. She retorted with a hint of sarcasm, regardless of the past. It is you who has extinguished the flames now. My actions are merely to protect your reputation. Ding Ancheng fixed his gaze upon Yi Roujing, slowly rising to his sitting position. I had thought you had absorbed my previous explanations. Who listens to you? Yi Roujing felt a rush of anxiety under his scrutinizing stare, hastily lying back down, facing the wall, wrapping herself tightly in her jacket, yet still acutely aware of his unwavering gaze. Initially believing that the prickling sensation on her back would hinder her sleep, Yi Roujing quickly succumbed to slumber, her heart as light as a feather. She inadvertently turned, her hands and feet resting upon the garments of the dividing line. Ding Ancheng, witnessing this spectacle, felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Had he captured this moment on film, it might have illuminated the folly of her actions. He casually tossed aside the pile of clothes strewn across the bed, then rested his hands behind his head, observing as Yi Roujing nestled into his embrace. Habit can be a formidable force. Ever since sharing a bed with Yi Roujing, the absence of a familiar scent left Ding Ancheng with a tinge of nostalgia. Yet, he quickly dismissed this thought, recognizing that solitude offered swifter and deeper rest. The presence of another rendered sleep elusive. Yi Roujing, in her deep slumber, exhibited a myriad of positions, yet her countenance remained serene. Ding Ancheng possessed remarkable night vision. The faint moonlight filtering into the room illuminated her closed eyelids, revealing the delicate length of her eyelashes. The warmth of her breath caressed his neck, a sensation both intoxicating and tender, while her soft lips stirred slightly, perhaps dreaming of delectable delights. Clinging to him as if claiming ownership, Yi Roujing's limbs entwined around him. Ding Ancheng inhaled deeply, compelling himself to remain composed, though he could not ascertain how long it took for him to drift into sleep. As dawn broke, Yi Roujing yawned and gradually stirred awake. Upon realizing that she was once again nestled against the outer edge, half of her body sprawled atop Ding Ancheng. A profound sense of embarrassment washed over her. The so-called dividing line of the 3/8 has become unrecognizable. Clothes are strewn about the bedside and on the bed itself, with a few thin garments even beneath her body. As she raises her gaze, she meets the clear, bright eyes of Ding Ancheng, while Yi Roujing's face flushes crimson. Lowering her head, she turns away from him, and Ding Ancheng, not one to add insult to injury, allows her to tidy herself before leaving the room for her. As the door closes, Yi Roujing clutches her hair in both hands, rubbing it in frustration, lamenting her embarrassment and wishing for oblivion. In contrast, Ding Ancheng is in remarkably high spirits, a fact that both Ding Anghua and Ding Anmin can keenly perceive. At that moment, as he washes up, the towel having brushed against his face reveals a faint smile and a glimmer of joy in his eyes, a stark departure from his usual demeanor. Eldest brother, what good fortune has befallen you? Ding Anmin inquires with a smile, leaning closer. Nothing much, Ding Ancheng replies with a chuckle, choosing to remain vague. With a grin nearly reaching his ears, it is hard to believe that there is truly nothing to celebrate. Why hasn't sister-in-law come out yet? Ding Ancheng asks, glancing at the closed door. Ding Ancheng chuckles softly. I'll go call her. Are you ready? He knocks gently on the door, his voice low. The door creaks open, revealing Yi Roujing's flustered demeanor as she meets his smiling gaze. She is further flustered and can only shoot him a glare before attempting to walk away with feigned composure. What transpired? There seems to be something peculiar between you and eldest brother, Ding Ancheng queries, gently nudging Yi Roujing's arm as she freshens up. Foolishness, she mutters. Yi Roujing humorously reflected on herself. Ding Ancheng confessed her inability to comprehend, yet this did not deter her from playfully teasing Yi Roujing. Brother, you seem quite elated today. How have you managed to win his favor? How could one not be happy? Such a grand joke at my own expense certainly warrants a few days of amusement. Don't ask. The answer is simply that there's nothing to discuss. Yi Roujing immersed herself in her morning routine, ignoring those around her. Until early Monday morning, when Ding Ancheng boarded the tractor heading to the commune. Yi Roujing proclaimed that she had emerged anew. In the couple's quarters, all eyes were fixed on Yi Roujing, the wife in question. Not only was Ding Ancheng aboard the tractor, others from the brigade accompanied him, and it was not solely Yi Roujing who had come to bid farewell. Indeed, the entire Ding family was present. Well done, Ancheng, Ding Weha remarked, beaming with delight. Onlookers were increasingly curious about the relationship between Ding Ancheng and Yi Roujing. Who would have anticipated this? After all, no matter the circumstances, Yi Roujing was undeniably beautiful. What man could resist a lovely maiden? Amidst a chorus of congratulations and the tractor's rhythmic rumble, laughter resonated, and in this intricate atmosphere, they finally sent him off. However, the impact of Ding Ancheng's words lingered with considerable force. The morning at work was uneventful, as the news had yet to spread widely. Yet by the afternoon, the hillside was abuzz. Each person passing by wore an ambiguous smile, some expressing mockery, while others genuinely congratulated her. Even those who were not part of the hay-cutting crew gravitated towards the hillside, eager to catch a glimpse of Yi Roujing. Those unaware might have mistaken it for a reality show featuring a celebrity experiencing rural life, a notion confined solely to Yi Roujing's imagination. Chapter 52. Lingji. After lingering on the hillside for half an hour, Yi Roujing ascended the mountain, skillfully avoiding the onlookers from the group. Ding Ancheng and Xia Xingchen, ever loyal, accompanied her on the climb. How does one tend to the cattle residing in the barn? Shouldn't they be cutting pigweed instead? People are inclined to exchange privately. It seems. Ding Ancheng's wife appears to be thriving. No wonder the couple's relationship has blossomed. Indeed, it is rare to hear them quarrel anymore. Things are quite pleasant. With the departure of Yi Roujing and her companions, the lively atmosphere on the hillside quickly subsided. As they made their way up the path, Ding Ancheng hummed a cheerful tune, her spirits high. Xia Xingchen, understanding her disposition, recognized that she was elated for her elder brother and sister-in-law's flourishing relationship. However, Yi Roujing herself did not share in this joy. The incessant buzzing in her ears served as a constant reminder of her past foolishness, leaving her with a mix of dissatisfaction and agitation. Thoughts of Ding Ancheng's words from that morning caused her heart to race, though she could not quite discern the reason for it. More than anything, she found herself concerned that he might be unwell, and not lightly so. Yi Roujing's emotions were tumultuous. While cutting pigweed, her frustrations inevitably surfaced, leading her to work swiftly and with vigor. Take it easy, your brother has already departed. Ding Ancheng gently reminded her from the side. What does my cutting pigweed have to do with him? Yi Roujing retorted, indignant. But you've been nursing your hands for 2 days. They might blister again, and those assisting you with the pigweed are not as fortunate. Ding Ancheng replied earnestly. I can manage on my own, Yi Roujing asserted defiantly. Yi Roujing rose from her seat, distancing herself from Ding Ancheng, seeking a moment of tranquility. Today, their task of cutting pigweed had brought them slightly higher, yet they had not even reached the halfway point of the mountain. After all, the mountain was vast, and ascending too high posed dangers. However, a mere 20 meters away, clad in a blue linen suit and carrying a backpack, stood Song Yilua. Wasn't she a teacher? What could she possibly be doing on the mountain? Lingji. Yi Roujing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she stealthily followed, thinking it foolish to pass up an opportunity, especially when it was a gift from nature, not something cultivated by Song Yilua. After a quarter of an hour, Song Yilua paused to drink and rest. Yi Roujing, growing bored while waiting, noted that although her stamina was not what it had once been, she still surpassed the average person. After about 5 minutes of rest, Song Iloa resumed her ascent. Another 5 minutes passed without her stopping, prompting Yi Roujing to halt her own progress, for ahead, there were others. "Iloa, you've arrived," shouted and waved a familiar figure from below. It was Ding Ancheng, the younger son of the brigade leader with whom Yi Roujing had contended for a water bucket that fateful night. Yet this address. Yi Roujing marveled at how swiftly their relationship had evolved. Merely 2 days prior, she had referred to her as Song Jiqing, and now she was already calling her Iloa. "Keep your voice down. It would be troublesome if others heard," Song Iloa replied with a slight frown. "Oh, right, I'll be quiet," Ding Ancheng responded promptly, covering his mouth as if to enforce his own words. "Iloa, how is your grandfather's health? Has there been any improvement since he took the Lingji?" Ding Ancheng inquired eagerly, then promptly smacked his forehead. "Oh dear, look at my impatience. You just sent it off not long ago. It might not have even reached the capital yet. Yesterday, I once again stumbled upon a location where 2 precious reishi mushrooms were growing. One for you, and one for me," Ding Ancheng remarked, his face brimming with delight as he looked at Song Iloa. "Thank you, Brother Ancheng," Song Iloa responded, her demeanor softening with gratitude. "Wild reishi is a rare treasure, and I express my heartfelt thanks on behalf of my grandfather." Yi Roujing's lips curled in a subtle sneer, for the frail figure described in the text referred to another. Although she shared the same generational rank as Song Iloa's grandfather, he was not her biological grandfather. She was taken aback that Song Iloa would resort to using her grandfather's name as a guise. Nevertheless, these matters held little significance. What truly mattered was that the reishi would soon be delivered to the capital, signaling a breakthrough for the Song family's collateral branch. However, this was of no concern to her. If the captain and his wife were to learn of this incident, Ding Ancheng would likely face severe repercussions. As they continued deeper into the woods, their destination finally came into view. The air was imbued with a faint aroma reminiscent of mushrooms, but Yi Roujing recognized it as the scent of wild reishi. From a distance, she spotted a sizable mushroom growing at the base of a broadleaf tree, approximately the size of an adult's palm, while another was smaller, about half that size. Song Iloa's eyes sparkled with visible excitement, and she impulsively embraced Ding Ancheng. "Brother Ancheng, I cannot thank you enough." The two swiftly harvested the reishi before descending the mountain. Once they had departed, Yi Roujing emerged from behind a tree, approaching the broadleaf tree where the mushrooms had just been found. Crouching down, she noticed the roots had been uprooted. If her observations were correct, it was purple reishi. Wild varieties, when properly processed, possess remarkable medicinal properties and are highly valuable. Yi Roujing searched the vicinity, but unsurprisingly found no other reishi. If any had existed, they had surely been plucked earlier. It seems fortune does not favor the greedy. Yi Roujing contemplated her descent from the mountain, yet upon glancing around, she realized she had unwittingly wandered deeper into the wilderness. Only sporadic shafts of sunlight dappled the ground beneath her. Suddenly, she turned to face the source of a hissing sound, and to her astonishment, 3 paces away, a flat-headed cobra extended its tongue toward her. Its girth comparable to that of an adult's arm, its upper body poised upright, its eyes fixated upon her. A slight furrow formed on Yi Roujing's brow as she raised her sickle to her chest. Should the creature make a move, it would meet its demise beneath her blade. The cobra slithered a few steps to the side, and Yi Roujing's eyes widened in realization. She had not noticed how it had obscured her view. To her surprise, nestled beneath a tree large enough for 2 to embrace, she spotted a cluster of 3-tiered purple spiritual mushrooms. The largest cap measured nearly 20 centimeters in diameter, tapering in size as it ascended. Yet even the smallest resembled the substantial specimen recently harvested by Song Iloa and his companions. Moreover, 2 sizable thin tree mushrooms adorned the trunk, substantial enough to require both of her hands to carry. A surge of excitement filled Yi Roujing, her eyes glistening with anticipation. The adage that treasures are guarded by serpents became vividly clear to her. "Please grant me this," she implored silently, gazing at the cobra in a manner that resembled negotiation. Though the creature could not comprehend her thoughts, seemingly sensing her intentions, the cobra lunged toward her with a swift bite. In an instant, she captured the snake, severing its head, while skillfully skinning its body and extracting the gallbladder, a prized possession indeed. After meticulously cleaning it, she wrapped the bounty in large leaves and stowed it away in her backpack. Yi Roujing approached the Ganoderma, collecting every single one without exception, feeling utterly satisfied as she hummed a tune while descending the mountain. While Yi Roujing basked in her joy, Ding Anmin was in a state of anxious agitation. Anmin, don't worry, my dear sister-in-law is well aware, Xia Xingchen reassured her. Indeed, she was well aware. Having once endured 5 days in bed with a fever after falling into the water, Xia Xingchen was momentarily taken aback, as this was an experience that Yi Roujing had previously encountered. Shall we search the mountain? Search for what? Yi Roujing's cheerful voice echoed from above. You've become quite capable, haven't you? Ascending the mountain all by yourself? Ding Anmin scoffed, yet her demeanor relaxed upon seeing Yi Roujing. I've struck it rich, Yi Roujing whispered gleefully as she approached. I found money, Ding Anmin exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. You found tickets? Treasures, Yi Roujing replied. Placing her basket down and removing the pigweed that concealed the layers of Ganoderma within, Xia Xingchen's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. Ganoderma. Ding Anmin quickly covered her mouth, urging her to be quiet. Xia Xingchen could feel the tremor in Ding Anmin's hand, revealing her own lack of composure. Am I in danger? Yi Roujing scoffed. I could dispatch it in no time. We shall feast tonight, and everyone can indulge. Wild chicken? Xia Xingchen speculated. Snake meat, Yi Roujing said with narrowed eyes. A taste of snake meat is akin to divine ecstasy. You encountered a snake? Ding Anmin's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Lingji is beneficial for all three of you. I will reserve a small piece to stew for you in portions to provide some nourishment. As for you, sister-in-law, there is no need. The medicine prescribed by Elder Rin has greatly improved my condition. Recently, I find myself breathing with less difficulty, and with time, I will surely feel even better. These can be sold for money. The demand for wild ones is immense, as Xia Xingchen remarked. There will be more. Health is paramount. And both Elder Qi and Xiao Jia also require it. So do not be modest with me, Yi Roujing declared with grandeur. Where did this come from? Li Hongying could scarcely recognize her own voice. Is this Lingji? Ding Wei approached for a closer inspection, having never encountered such a large specimen before, let alone 2 distinct varieties. Previously, someone had collected purple Lingji from the mountains, about the size of a porcelain basin's bottom, which was already a rarity. But the ones before him were at least 2 or 3 times larger. How could they be so immense? Did you venture deep into the mountains? Ding Anghua expressed his disbelief. Even if such specimens existed nearby, it would be improbable for their family to have found them. They could only be found deep within the mountains. Indeed, we did venture into the depths. Li Hongying's voice rose in pitch. But we did not go too far. Ding Anmin quickly refuted, then pointed, saying, Look, it was her. She went alone and quietly. And here is this treasure. Ding Anmin presented the clean snake meat, stating that it weighed an estimated 6 or 7 pounds. A single bite could have been fatal. Yi Roujing cast several glances at Ding Anmin, convinced that the girl was seeking reprimand, and indeed, the expressions on Ding Wei and Li Hongying's faces grew considerably somber. On that day, amidst the treasures of heaven and earth, it was not as splendid as one might imagine. I had initially thought it would be formidable. Yet it proved to be utterly vulnerable. I truly required but a single strike. Yi Roujing gestured animatedly, recounting her noteworthy accomplishments. Father, I perceive that your eyesight is not particularly keen. This serpent's gall would be most suitable for you. Yi Roujing began to target the most easily swayed individual, Ding Weha. You are quite considerate, Ding Weha replied with a slight smile, though the seriousness on his face remained undiminished. However, one should not venture too deeply. There have been instances in the past where individuals from the team were tragically bitten by wolves in the remote mountains, which are fraught with peril. Father, mother, I am aware. This time it was truly due to losing my way. I assure you that I will not venture into the deep mountains alone in the future. Yi Roujing promised, while secretly keeping a watchful eye, thinking that while she would not go alone, 2 individuals could still explore together. Very well, very well. Ding Weha's expression softened further. Though these are indeed precious items, the current market lacks avenues for trade. What are your plans? Ding Anghua inquired, his eyes gleaming as he regarded the Lingji. Do you have any connections? Yi Roujing asked with a smile. Ding Anghua hastily shook his head, furtively glancing at Ding Weha and Li Hongying. What nonsense! What connections could I possibly have? Second brother, you haven't been mingling with unsavory characters, have you? Ding Anmin questioned with a furrowed brow. You little girl, that is not how one uses the term mingling. Ding Anghua rapped her on the head playfully. I shall go prepare the snake meat. Li Hongying returned to her tasks. Mother, wait a moment, I will take some to Qi Lao and Aunt Bai Wei. Yi Roujing stated. Good. Li Hongying inquired further. What of Xingchen? As the elders departed, Ding Anghua shifted closer to Yi Roujing, hesitating yet unwilling to leave. What connections do you have? Yi Roujing inquired with a proactive tone. Are you familiar with sister-in-law Song Ilua from the Educated Youth Point? Ding Anghua asked softly. Yi Roujing's gaze flickered, scrutinizing Ding Anghua from head to toe, realizing that this fellow had an interest in Song Ilua as well. Ding Anghua took a step back. Sister-in-law? What is it? Do you have a relationship with Song Ilua? What kind of relationship? Ding Anghua appeared utterly perplexed. Then how do you know she has such connections? Yi Roujing chuckled, though there was an edge to her smile that felt somewhat menacing to Ding Anghua, leaving him uncertain if it was merely his imagination. Chapter 54. Ding Jianxisong's Qing had previously inquired discreetly with the people in the brigade. It was not for business purposes, but rather a necessity at home. If there were good medicinal materials, she would purchase them. Ding Anghua murmured, I heard it from Xingye. Ding Xingye, the youngest son of the brigade leader? Yi Roujing deduced, softening her gaze towards Ding Anghua. Oh, if that is not the route you intend to take, then I will not sell to her. Why not? Ding Anghua asked, somewhat puzzled, believing the payment would be substantial. That is true, Ding Anghua nodded. By the way, I know someone in the black market. They sell things at high prices. Though it is quite perilous. Why mention the danger then? Ding Anmin shot him a sidelong glance. The black market. If mother hears of this, she might just twist your ears off. Do not speak such terrifying words. The black market does have its merits. Yi Roujing thoughtfully stroked her chin and remarked, wealth is indeed the ultimate truth. Once the lingji is dried, we shall proceed. You might consider reaching out to that acquaintance beforehand. Is that individual reliable? Yi Roujing inquired with concern. Indeed, I have known him since childhood, Ding Anghua replied with a hearty laugh. I shall visit him tomorrow. He resides in the neighboring Wanong production brigade. Very well, Yi Roujing nodded affirmatively. Ding Anmin gazed eagerly at Yi Roujing, adjusting her posture slightly. I too wish to earn some pocket money. Certainly, Yi Roujing replied with a slight smile. Ding Anmin grinned mischievously, akin to a cat that has stolen a morsel. I once mentioned this to my parents. The three of them seemed to have reached a silent consensus, exchanging glances before parting ways. The snake bones were placed into a jar, seasoned with salt and water, and simmered over a low flame. By evening, the flavor would be exquisite. With a large bowl of snake meat at hand, Li Hongying merely sought at a handful of green beans and prepared a wild vegetable soup, while the staple was sweet potato porridge. All right, let us deliver the snake meat to old Qi, and by way, Li Hongying called from the kitchen. And both Yi Roujing and Ding Anmin entered together, placing 2 bowls into the basket. They first visited the nearer old Qi, who beamed at the fragrant and visually appealing snake meat, exclaiming joyously that he was in for a treat. After several days of nourishing grains and herbal medicine, he had recovered, no longer experiencing fever or cough, and his appetite had notably increased. However, he was reluctant to consume all the fine grains, opting instead for sweet potato porridge today. Aunt Bai Wei's household was having green pancakes for lunch, served hot with a side of pickled vegetables. How come you have snake meat? Did you encounter a snake? Bai Wei asked in astonishment. Hee, it's nothing much. I managed to handle it effortlessly. Yi Roujing chuckled, remarking that snake meat was delightful and suitable for Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia grinned, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Sister Roujing. Like a person? Yi Roujing nodded slightly, acknowledging that with my beauty, one could even liken me to a fairy, and some would believe it. Ding Anmin twitched his lips in resignation, recognizing the power of her words. Mom, tomorrow I'll accompany Ailing to my mother-in-law's house. You can go to my elder brother's for lunch. Observing from a distance, Yi Roujing noted the figure was not tall, perhaps around 1.70 meters. The appearance was indistinct, yet from the earlier remark, it was evident that he was not particularly astute, she mused. The tiger matron remained silent, but her discontent was palpable, even detectable by Yi Roujing, who was 3 paces behind. Through her lack of eloquence, Yi Roujing began to comprehend the reasons for the tiger matron's disdain towards Huailing, one being their childlessness, compounded significantly by Ding Jianxi's role. What mother relishes seeing her son forget his mother after marrying? Such a man's inadequacy only exacerbates the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship. Huailing dared not speak, merely tugging at Ding Jianxi's sleeve, surprised that he broached the subject before even entering the house. What do you intend to bring? The tiger matron inquired in a low voice. I've already purchased everything, Ding Jianxi replied, shifting his shoulders, revealing the items meant to honor his mother-in-law, a can of malted milk and 2 pounds of fruit candies. The tiger matron abruptly halted, her body trembling slightly in anger. Jianxi, did you buy anything for your mother? Huailing whispered. Where did you procure the money and tickets? The elderly matron furrowed her brows deeply. She gazed at the dwindling pile of receipts and money in her hands, her expression growing increasingly solemn. Beside her, Huailing lowered her head, feeling a pang of sadness and disappointment. Suddenly, Yi Roujing recalled having heard previously that Ding Jianxi had given all his earnings and receipts to the matron, neglecting his wife. She had thought no fool would surrender everything, yet here was a living example. Alas, and men, who would have imagined that a married man would choose to bestow all his earnings upon his mother rather than support his wife? Look at her attire, patched in several places, while his mother's garments are pristine and new. If this is the case, what is the point of marriage? He might as well live his life as a dutiful son to his mother. Yi Roujing shook her head with a sigh. Upon hearing the voice, the matron instantly recognized it was Yi Roujing, and her expression darkened. Why do you meddle in matters that do not concern you? I am not meddling, Yi Roujing replied, raising her hands in a gesture of innocence. I merely speak the truth. As she approached, Yi Roujing took a closer look at Ding Jianxi's appearance. He possessed a standard square face, with notably large eyes and a rather prominent nose. Standing beside Huailing, he appeared slightly fairer and younger, likely due to minimal exposure to the elements. Rest assured, elder sister-in-law, my brother is quite efficient in his dealings. The application for the couple's residence will surely be processed soon, unlike some who merely talk of applying but have seen no progress in 2 years, Ding Ancheng interjected swiftly. Yi Roujing was taken aback. Is that so? An application pending for 2 years? A flicker of astonishment crossed Ding Jianxi's face as he clenched his hands tightly at his sides, his brows slightly furrowed, and his eyes fixed on Yi Roujing and Ding Ancheng, carrying an air of menace. Yi Roujing, taken aback, noted the intensity of his demeanor, which starkly contrasted with his earlier disposition. Ding Ancheng, startled, took a step back, prompting Yi Roujing to reach out and steady her. Unflinchingly, she met Ding Jianxi's gaze, unperturbed. Had I not witnessed your family's mixed doubles treatment of your wife not long ago, I would not have spoken out today. The status of a wife in her in-laws' home and the comfort of her life are largely contingent upon her husband, Yi Roujing continued. It is evident that your wife places great importance on you, enduring every hardship while only sharing her joys, concealing her sorrows. Yet, you must open your eyes to the reality of her situation at home. The state of her attire alone reveals much about her circumstances. Will you continue in this manner? Yi Roujing's unwavering stare compelled Ding Jianxi to avert his eyes. Not wishing to elaborate further, she glanced at Huailing, the seemingly meek woman who, with her lips pressed together, wore an expression of enduring restraint, suggesting her awareness of the situation. It dawned on Yi Roujing, with a wry smile, that it was indeed a solitary performance, and with grace, she declared, apologies for the intrusion. We shall take our leave now. Are you all right? Ding Ancheng inquired with concern. Oh, there are many households that create a greater uproar than theirs. Do not let your sympathy overwhelm you, lest you find yourself in distress. How foolish of me, to be concerned for others when they seem so content. After all, I am no Virgin Mary. Yi Roujing chuckled, reflecting on her past self, which she deemed somewhat kind-hearted. Who is the Virgin Mary? I do not know. Yi Roujing feigned ignorance just enough to earn a disapproving glance from Ding Ancheng, but seeing her still able to joke and amuse eased any worries. However, Ding Jianxi struck her as peculiar. Ding Ancheng pondered aloud, having encountered him a few times before, as he resides relatively close to us. Yet he had never exhibited such a demeanor until today, which was rather unsettling. Perhaps we should keep our distance from their household, Yi Roujing suggested, considering that he would soon be off to work in the county and wouldn't be around for long. Ding Ancheng nodded in agreement. By the way, how much do you think those reishi mushrooms could fetch? Ding Ancheng, ever the optimist, swiftly shifted her attention elsewhere. Yi Roujing calculated the prices of modern times against those of this era, realizing that the reishi she had cultivated was of the highest quality, being both vintage and entirely wild. In modern terms, it would certainly be a valuable medicinal herb, likely worth several hundred. So much. Ding Ancheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then shall we go treasure hunting this afternoon? Yi Roujing nodded affirmatively. But remember, you must stay close to me. The deep mountains can be perilous. I know. Ding Ancheng was lost in her joyous reverie, scarcely considering the implications of safety in following Yi Roujing. Until sister-in-law, do you think we might perish here? Ding Ancheng surveyed the surrounding pack of wolves, her face ashen with fear. She clutched tightly to Yi Roujing's arm, knowing that had it not been for her grip, she would have surely collapsed to the ground in weakness. A multitude of thoughts raced through her mind. The only solace she found was in the memory of a recent lunch, the fragrant stir-fried snake meat lingering delightfully in her mouth should she meet her demise. At least she would perish with a full stomach. Additionally, she was relieved that Xia Xingchen had not accompanied them, remaining with Qi Lao and Shao Jia on the hillside. Otherwise, she would have brought others into danger. Yi Roujing, however, was not focused on Ding Ancheng's words. Her senses were heightened, alert to every movement and sound around them. Had she been alone, she would have felt confident in her ability to escape a wolf encounter, but with Ding Ancheng's safety at stake, she could not afford to be careless. A twinge of regret gnawed at her. She should not have led her companion into the depths of the mountains. It was uncertain whether it was mere misfortune or fate, but rather than the wolves seeking them out, they had inadvertently stumbled into the wolves' den. It was no wonder the creatures bared their teeth at them. In the animal kingdom, encroaching upon territory is a grave offense. Yi Roujing wielded her sickle with unwavering resolve, her demeanor unyielding, which seemed to momentarily deter the wolves from advancing. However, she soon noticed something peculiar. While the wolves encircled them, the others stood steadfast by the entrance of a cave. What lay within that prompted the wolves to prioritize its protection? Suddenly, a mournful howl echoed from the depths of the cave, a sound filled with sorrow. All the surrounding wolves lifted their heads in response, howling in unison, as if lamenting a shared grief. It feels as though they are weeping, Ding Ancheng whispered. At the entrance of the cave, the pack of wolves parted to the sides, allowing a larger and more robust wolf to emerge from within. Yi Roujing's heart sank further, and her brow furrowed with tension. This was the alpha wolf, formidable and imposing. She instinctively stepped back several paces while protecting Ding Ancheng, realizing that if they were to flee, it had to be now, while the wolves' attention was diverted. However, her intention to move was halted upon seeing the small wolf clutched in the alpha's jaws. She understood why the wolves had been howling in anguish. They believed the little one to be lifeless. With determination, Yi Roujing advanced with Ding Ancheng, who, terrified, clutched at her arm in a futile attempt to halt her progress, only to be pulled forward unsteadily. Are you out of your mind? I can save it. Yi Roujing fixed her gaze upon the alpha wolf, pointing resolutely at the small creature in its mouth. I can save it, she reiterated. Though animals do not comprehend human speech, they possess an innate sensitivity, which is why Yi Roujing had chosen to approach the alpha wolf. The alpha regarded her intently for a long moment, seemingly weighing her words. Eventually, it relinquished the small wolf, placing it gently on the ground, a creature about the length of a thermos, likely just a few months old. Yi Roujing handed her sickle to Ding Ancheng and knelt down to examine the small wolf closely. Its throat was swollen, and it showed no signs of breathing. Chapter 56. Saving the wolf. A powerful howl resonated in Yi Roujing's ears, imbued with an overwhelming sense of urgency. She lifted her gaze to meet the alpha wolf's eyes, and as if sensing her resolve, it ceased its howling, and the surrounding wolves fell silent as well. With a swift motion, Yi Roujing severed the small wolf's neck, precisely targeting the trachea, and inserted a sharpened bamboo piece into it, using her mouth to provide breath through the hollow tube. She continued this vital act without pause, her face reddening and beads of sweat cascading down her brow, until she finally sensed a faint breath emanating from the other end of the bamboo. A weak and soft whimper escaped, yet it resonated clearly in the surrounding silence. The alpha wolf lowered its head, calling out with joy, and the pack responded in kind. And men, take hold of this bamboo. It must not fall, Yi Roujing urged, though her body felt weak. And men had no time for hesitation in this dire moment, and carefully steadied the bamboo. If the little one stops breathing, you must blow air into it. I will search for herbs nearby, and I require needles and thread. I may need to descend the mountain. Despite not being a veterinarian, Yi Roujing was a master's student in general surgery, currently interning at a hospital, and was familiar with basic emergency procedures, having practiced suturing, albeit under constrained conditions now. Yi Roujing raised an eyebrow and bestowed a smile upon Min. You are truly capable. Are we going to die? And Min dared not even lift her head, fearful that doing so would invite danger from the wolves surrounding them. I will search nearby, Yi Roujing replied, casting a glance at the alpha wolf before turning away. She gathered every available herb that could quell inflammation, alleviate pain, or stop bleeding, such as isatis leaves, dandelion, bupleurum, and earthworm. Is this truly a reliable course of action? And Min questioned, her anxiety palpable. It cannot wait, otherwise it will perish. Yi Roujing earnestly stated that too much time had been wasted. All right, You should descend the mountain and inquire at the brigade if anyone has antipyretics and anti-inflammatory medication. If they do, please send them up to me. Traditional Chinese medicine acts slowly. We need Western medicine. She took hold of the bamboo, steadying herself. I do not wish to leave you here alone. Although Ding Ancheng was also fearful, it was undoubtedly better to face the situation together. What would happen to Yi Roujing if Ding Ancheng left? Strangely enough, none of the wolves pursued them. The brigade was the most likely place to have medicine, and Ding Ancheng's first thought was of the brigade leader's home. Thus, she hurried down the mountain straight to the residence of brigade leader Ding Shouting. Despite it being working hours, the brigade leader's wife, Huaixi, should be at home. Since the brigade's communal kitchen had been disbanded, she had joined the Women's Federation to be readily available for service to the women, ensuring she could be found at all times. Generally, Huaixi was at home unless she had pressing matters. Aunt Kaiying, are you home? Ding Ancheng called out loudly. Oh, I'm here. Ancheng, what is the matter? You look so flustered. What has happened? Huaixi emerged from the house, noticing Ding Ancheng's distress, and hurried to offer her concern. Aunt Kaiying, do you have any antipyretics or anti-inflammatory medications at home? Ding Ancheng asked urgently. I'm in desperate need. What is wrong? Who's in trouble? Huaixi quickly went inside to fetch the medicine, emerging with 2 small white paper packets labeled with the names of the medications. Hey, take it slow. Ding Ancheng had vanished from sight, leaving Huaixi feeling uneasy. She donned a sweater and decided to visit Ding Ancheng's home to assess the situation. If it proved dire, she would have to take her to the hospital. To her surprise, Ding Ancheng arrived swiftly, descending the mountain and ascending once more in less than an hour. Upon witnessing Ding Ancheng's exhaustion and labored breathing, Yi Roujing marveled at the girl's tenacity and determination. Breathless, Ding Ancheng could scarcely utter a word, placing the small envelope aside and collapsing onto the ground, gasping for air. Take your time to steady your breathing, and have some water soon. You've perspired excessively. Yi Roujing expressed her concern. After a moment of recuperation, Ding Ancheng finally managed to speak. I'm fine. You carry on. The ability to converse indicated she was not in grave danger. Yi Roujing began her work, one hand supporting the bamboo while the other removed the herbal poultice from the wound. Ancheng, once you're rested, lend me a hand. Ding Ancheng struggled to rise, inwardly lamenting the lack of compassion, yet she persisted in her efforts. Steadying herself, she grasped the bamboo. Yi Roujing glanced at the writing on the small envelope, which contained not only antipyretics, but also anti-inflammatory medication. A faint smile gracing her lips. There was hope. Yi Roujing crushed a tablet of the anti-inflammatory medicine and sprinkled it onto the wolf's wound. She then prepared a needle and thread, igniting a small fire nearby. The wolf pack, sensing the change, took a step back, their eyes revealing caution, sharp fangs bared. With a commanding howl, the alpha wolf silenced the surroundings. After heating the needle over the flames until it cooled slightly, Yi Roujing threaded it with determination. I will extract it. Just pull out the bamboo. What? Ding Ancheng exclaimed, her face filled with trepidation. Rest assured, it will be fine. Yi Roujing soothingly declared. I will count to 3. 1, 2. Just as I was still unprepared, she continued. 3. Ding Ancheng, acting decisively, swiftly withdrew the bamboo, and blood gushed forth, albeit in surprisingly meager quantities. Yi Roujing examined the wound, proceeding with a blind stitch. Her deft hands maneuvered the embroidery needle in and out with a grace that captivated Ding Ancheng, who stood by, mesmerized. Once both layers were stitched together, Yi Roujing crushed an anti-inflammatory pill and sprinkled it onto the little wolf's neck. Leaning down, she drew close to the wolf's mouth to feel its breath, and indeed, it was absent. Chapter 57. Ginseng. Yi Roujing took the bamboo from Ding Ancheng's hand, inserting the pointed end into the little wolf's mouth. Ancheng, blow into it. Though fear gripped her, Ding Ancheng complied, and Yi Roujing began administering cardiopulmonary resuscitation to the wolf. After a prolonged 5 minutes of pressing, the little wolf emitted a soft whimper once more. Yi Roujing felt a wave of relief. As long as it could breathe, there was hope. And if the inflammation could be managed, it would be fine. Ancheng, it's all right. Ding Ancheng, cheeks puffed out, looked up in bewilderment. Yi Roujing promptly pulled her up, withdrew the bamboo, and cradled the little wolf in her arms, heading towards the den. Hey, are you daft? Ding Ancheng exclaimed, startled but instinctively following suit, feeling a sense of security in their partnership. Although it was a wolf's den, it was unexpectedly clean, featuring a small nest constructed from straw. Yi Roujing gently placed the little wolf inside. "We must take our leave. I shall return tomorrow," she addressed the lead wolf that had followed them in. However, as Yi Roujing attempted to exit, the lead wolf obstructed the entrance, unwilling to let her depart. The faint whimpering drew the attention of the alpha wolf, which approached the young wolf, lying down beside it and gently licking its forehead with great tenderness. Outside the cave, the pack of wolves howled, and an even louder cry resonated within, silencing the surroundings, allowing Yi Roujing and Ding Ancheng to depart unimpeded. "You conversed with the largest wolf, and it felt as if it comprehended your words. How extraordinary." "I will come alone tomorrow. You need not accompany me." "Could it be that if we return tomorrow, the young wolf may have perished?" Ding Ancheng pondered this unsettling possibility, yet it was curious. Despite having cut the young wolf's throat, it had not succumbed but rather survived. The original body had indeed lived with her grandfather for quite some time. In her childhood, the original body suffered from poor skin, but her grandfather had treated her with various herbal remedies and nourishing meals to restore her health. Her grandparents had showered the original body with immense affection, and her grandfather's treasured collection of medical books was treated with utmost reverence. She could peruse them freely without reprimand, and even if she tore a page, her grandfather would mend it. However, after witnessing her grandfather toil through a sleepless night to repair a book, she never again damaged one. Alas, the loss still resonates. As Yi Roujing reflects regretfully, for her grandfather was an exceptionally skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, a loss to all. Yi Roujing felt a twinge of guilt, for her own medical knowledge derived from that venerable man. "You saw him cut into a wolf's neck," Ding Ancheng exclaimed in shock. "Had we not intervened, we might have been torn apart ourselves," Yi Roujing replied with calm composure. "Wow, could you refrain from discussing such terrifying matters so earnestly?" Ding Ancheng shuddered at the thought. Today, it is quite surprising that Yi Roujing managed to escape unscathed. She has always maintained a contingency plan. It is her habit, and fortunately, she did not need to employ it. This is not the path down the mountain. Given our current predicament, shouldn't we search for treasures to lift our spirits? Yi Roujing retorted, and moreover, we have no work points to earn this afternoon. Indeed, you are right, Ding Ancheng promptly agreed. We are in such dire straits. Not finding a treasure would be an immense loss. What is this? After meandering through the deep mountains for quite some time with no success, just 2 minutes prior, Yi Roujing appeared as if struck by lightning, momentarily frozen before she dashed toward a large tree, crouching beside it, maintaining that posture. When Ding Ancheng approached to see what was happening, she found Yi Roujing staring in front of her at a green plant adorned with a cluster of red berries. "With palmate compound leaves and red fruit, I cannot be mistaken," Yi Roujing murmured in astonishment. "It seems quite mature. Who would have thought that ginseng could be found in the southern mountains?" "What?" Ding Ancheng scoffed, pointing at the plant before Yi Roujing. "How could this possibly be ginseng? Even if you have never seen it, you must have heard that ginseng has numerous roots, which are essential for its life. This is merely a plant, completely unrelated to ginseng." Yi Roujing ignored her, gently using the tip of her sickle to scrape away the dirt beneath her, then began to dig with her hands. Ding Ancheng gaped in disbelief. Is this ginseng buried underground like a potato? Could it really be ginseng? Ding Ancheng also joined in, eager to assist. With a swift motion, Yi Roujing smacked it away, remarking that roots could indeed be lethal, and she feared the snapping of several lives. What on earth? Ding Ancheng muttered to herself, yet obediently ceased her actions, her gaze unwavering. As the earthy yellow root was revealed, Ding Ancheng's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. It seemed, it resembled something familiar. Indeed, Yi Roujing remarked, her tone patient as she meticulously excavated for a full half-hour before unearthing an entire ginseng plant, without a single root being broken. "It's as thick as my 2 fingers, at least 50 years old, possibly even a century or longer." Yi Roujing felt a twinge of regret. Despite her dual mastery of traditional Chinese medicine, nurtured by familial influence and a natural aptitude, she still fell short compared to her elders, who could discern age at a glance. "A century-old ginseng," Ding Ancheng gasped, realizing it must be worth more than Ganoderma. "Certainly," Yi Roujing replied, extending her hand towards Ding Ancheng, requesting the fabric scraps containing her sewing supplies. Carefully, Yi Roujing wrapped the ginseng in the cloth, tucking it close to her chest. "Ah, is this what you're using to wrap the ginseng?" Ding Ancheng lamented her failure to bring along a cleaner piece of fabric. The thought of using a scrap that had lingered in her pocket felt sacrilegious. However, as Yi Roujing and Ding Ancheng descended the mountain, darkness enveloped them, leaving both in a rather disheveled state. Chapter 58. uttering nonsense who is unwell? You all, Ding Anghua began, but before he could finish, a scrap of cloth was thrust into his hands. Hide it, Yi Roujing instructed him. Ding Anghua quickly concealed it within his clothing before inquiring, what is this? Fever reducers and anti-inflammatory drugs. Who did you give them to? Ding Anghua inquired softly. And Min, you asked Aunt Kaiying to lend you some medicine. She was worried and came to our house this afternoon, but when she found no one, she went to look for my parents and me. There's been no news from you two, and even the team leader has been alerted. You'll need to provide a thorough explanation later. How do we explain? Ding Anmin gazed at Yi Roujing with a woeful expression, her eyes filled with questions. Just speak the truth, Yi Roujing replied nonchalantly. What? Ding Anmin exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. In the Ding family's courtyard, team leader Ding Xiaoding and his wife Huang Kaiying were seated. Upon seeing Yi Roujing and Ding Anmin enter, Huang Kaiying immediately stood up. What happened? Why are you both covered in mud? What transpired? Oh dear, I was so anxious searching everywhere, yet I couldn't find you. Huang Kaiying, a member of the Village Women's Federation, expressed her concern as she examined Ding Anmin and Yi Roujing from head to toe. Ding Anmin felt a sense of admiration for Yi Roujing. If ginseng were on them now, it would certainly be discovered. Ancheng's daughter-in-law, are you ill again? Huang Kaiying observed Yi Roujing's appearance, which did not seem indicative of illness, leaving her somewhat puzzled. Aunt Kaiying, it's not me, Yi Roujing shook her head. Today, while Anmin and I were in the mountains, we encountered a stranger who appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, accompanied by a grandson of about 8 or 9 years old. The child had fainted, burning with fever and coughing persistently, while the elderly man stood by, weeping in distress. In our Dingping production team, everyone is ever ready to lend a helping hand. Upon witnessing such an event, it was inconceivable for Anmin and me to remain indifferent. Considering that Aunt Kaiying might possess some antipyretics and anti-inflammatory medications, I asked Anmin to borrow them. Yi Roujing's spirits momentarily dipped, only to rise again almost instantaneously. However, under extraordinary circumstances, we resolved to diligently earn our work points the following day. Ding Anmin was utterly astonished today. She truly witnessed the art of speaking nonsense with a straight face. Previously, her sister-in-law was naive yet possessed a remarkable talent for words. Now, however, she had become more astute and her eloquence had only intensified. Anmin, do you not agree? Yi Roujing turned with a smile, her eyes sparkling. Ding Anmin, suddenly invigorated, exclaimed, Sister-in-law is absolutely right. From now on, we shall not only strive to earn work points, but also embody the spirit of helpful laborers, aiming to bring glory to our team. Well said. Ding Xiaoding rose to applaud, his spirits soaring. Your actions are commendable. The entire nation is our good comrade. And assisting others is tantamount to aiding ourselves. Now that I see both of you are well, my wife and I feel at ease. Ding Xiaoding remarked. Quickly freshen up and have dinner. We still need to return the tools to the warehouse. Today has surely been a bother for the team leader, Aunt Kaiying, and Sister Xiaojing. Yi Roujing expressed her sincere apologies. Thank you ever so much, team leader, she added with heartfelt gratitude. Team leader, Aunt Kaiying, please take care as you depart. We will return the medications after purchasing them at the health clinic. Yi Roujing waved her hand, calling out cheerfully. After sending the guests away and closing the courtyard gate, Li Hongying expressed her concern, asking if they were all right. In the future, if you encounter such situations, seek help from Anghua. You two young ladies should not be left to fend for yourselves. It worries us. All right, mother. Yi Roujing replied with a gentle smile and a nod. Are you not going to tell your parents about the ginseng? Ding Anmin quietly inquired as they went to wash up. Yi Roujing clicked her tongue. What? Do you wish to boast about our clever tactics against the wolf pack? Ding Anmin vigorously shook her head. We barely escaped the wolves. It would be utterly unjust to have our mother break our legs. As long as you understand. Yi Roujing nodded in agreement. Speaking of ginseng, we ought to discuss other matters. Let us not dwell on the past. We cannot avoid the truth about our trip to the deep mountains, so it is best to keep that a secret. Second brother. He is merely an assistant in selling goods. What is this? Just as the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Ding Anghua approached, reaching into his pocket, only to be stopped by Ding Anmin. What is going on? Ding Wei and, who was busy tying straw ropes, looked up at the commotion. Father, let us buy a bicycle. Yi Roujing suddenly interjected with an unrelated remark, successfully capturing everyone's attention. Ding Wei was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure, realizing it was indeed time to purchase one. I have the money. Yi Roujing attempted to speak, but was interrupted. What I previously gave you is meant for both of you as a couple. If it weren't for the bicycle ticket, we wouldn't have had a way to obtain it. It is rightfully ours. Fortunately, Anqing is quite capable, Li Hongying interjected. During Ngua's wedding, we contributed to the bicycle expenses, Li Hongying added. Ergo, come here, let us discuss when to visit the county town. Ding Anmin jumped slightly, wrapping his arm around Ding Angua's shoulder, successfully blocking the commotion in front of Ding Anghua. Let's talk in my room, Ding Anmin said as he pulled Ding Anghua inside. Yi Roujing naturally followed, not forgetting to inquire about whether to purchase a men's or women's bicycle and which brand would be preferable. If it's for Dassault to ride, a women's bike would be more suitable. Both Degu and I can also ride the women's model. While the men's might be a bit too large for Dassault and Anmin, Ding Anghua reasoned. Ding Anghua's surprised exclamation was effectively stifled by Ding Anmin's palm. Chapter 59. The Little White Dog. Although the door was shut immediately upon entering, Ding Anghua's voice could hardly be contained by such a humble wooden barrier. Anticipating this, Ding Anmin had already taken precautions and subdued him. Ding Anghua vigorously shook his head, attempting to dislodge the hand covering his mouth and nose, but to no avail. If you don't let go, he might suffocate, Yi Roujing chuckled, reminding him. Do not shout, Ding Anmin cautioned as he released his grip, allowing Ding Anghua to take a deep, life-giving breath. To be honest, did you really use the antipyretic and anti-inflammatory medications for someone else? Ding Anghua asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Injuries in the deep mountains are quite common, and now that they were indoors, he seemed to faintly detect the scent of blood. If we had used them on someone else, would we be this agile if we were injured? Yi Roujing affirmed that the ginseng would be taken along with the reishi mushrooms at the appropriate time. However, she advised not to mention the ginseng to her friend just yet, only to discuss the reishi. Should the person he recommends prove unsatisfactory, the ginseng would remain unsold, as she would seek other avenues. Ding Anghua nodded in acknowledgement, understanding her intent. He felt a tinge of disappointment, pondering whether the bicycle was merely a pretext. Of course not, Yi Roujing responded, slightly surprised. We will purchase the bicycle when we go to sell the reishi. But sister-in-law, my friend operates in the black market of the commune, not in the county town, Ding Anghua remarked, scratching his head. That's inconsequential. The black markets of the commune and the county are always interconnected. Otherwise, how would he procure his goods? Yi Roujing explained. If he is unable to assist, encourage him to refer someone else and offer him some incentives. We have been classmates since childhood. Discussing such matters should not feel foreign. Regardless of whether they are relatives or friends, even strangers, interactions must be reciprocal. What you give is your concern, and whether he accepts is his. Do you understand? Yi Roujing chided him with a tone reminiscent of an elder brother. Ding Anghua immediately nodded in response, acknowledging, understood, sister-in-law. The atmosphere within the Ding family had subtly transformed over time, evident even in the way they addressed one another. In this brief period, Yi Roujing had garnered a considerable amount of goodwill. There is no need to rush in finding your friend. Let us first prepare the medicinal materials and then proceed. In a few days, we will prioritize purchasing the bicycle, Yi Roujing concluded, noting that drying the reishi and ginseng would require some time. All right. When shall we go? Ding Anghua exclaimed, his face brimming with anticipation. He had learned to ride a bicycle quite some time ago, but had been deprived of one until now. Can you all ride? Yi Roujing inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Oh, my dear brother, she sighed wistfully, her thoughts drifting to her 3 elder brothers back home. Perhaps it was the emotions of the original owner, or perhaps her own, but her memories of carefree days in the Xintong production brigade flooded back to her. At the break of dawn the following day, before the sun had risen and the work gong had yet to sound, Yi Roujing rose from her slumber. She stretched her limbs, warmed herself for a while, then grabbed her basket and set off on a run. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, she found herself exhausted halfway up. The rugged terrain proved too taxing, and her body had yet to regain its former strength. The remainder of her journey consisted of brisk walking, and by the time she arrived near the cave, her clothes were drenched in perspiration. As soon as Yi Roujing stepped into the wolf's territory, a howl echoed in the air. However, it was merely a familiar scent that deterred any aggression from the wolves. Upon reaching the cave entrance, she found the alpha wolf waiting. Though it was a creature of the wild, Yi Roujing could discern a fluctuation of emotions in its expression, suggesting that the young wolf was on the mend. Inside the cave, a feeble yet stronger call resonated, prompting Yi Roujing to bypass the alpha and venture further in. There, nestled in the grassy nest, lay the young wolf, its teeth bared in pain from its wounds. Yi Roujing approached to examine its injuries. noting that animals indeed possess a remarkable ability to recover. The wounds appeared red and swollen, even more so than the previous day. Yet the absence of fever was a positive sign. She retrieved the anti-inflammatory medication left from yesterday, discovering only the last tablet remained. Yi Roujing crushed it and sprinkled the powder onto the little wolf's wound. After a considerable time, the little wolf exhibited less struggle. "It's nothing. I shall return this afternoon," Yi Roujing remarked as she opened the basket she had brought, revealing congee simmered with snake bones, now warm and ready for consumption. The little wolf, catching a whiff of the aroma, eagerly began to eat, emitting cheerful sounds as it savored the meal. "I shall take my leave." Yi Roujing glanced at the alpha wolf before departing. To her astonishment, the alpha wolf accompanied her beyond the confines of the den, watching her retreat with an extraordinary sense of awareness. Even after finishing breakfast, the young woman continued to regard herself with a piercing gaze. "You are not keeping your word." Ding Ancheng finally could no longer contain her grievance, recalling their promise to go together. "Who made such a promise?" "I certainly did not agree," Yi Roujing chuckled. "However, I will take you along this afternoon." Ding Ancheng's eyes sparkled at the prospect. "Is that settled then?" "I shall seek out Xingchen. She is heading to the commune today, and just mentioned it to me." "Oh dear, how could I have overlooked that?" With that, Ding Ancheng dashed out of the house. In the afternoon, Yi Roujing returned with another bowl of congee and, together with Ding Ancheng, ascended the mountain. The atmosphere within the wolf den had notably improved since yesterday. Although the little wolf still lay in its grassy nest, its spirit appeared significantly brighter than in the morning. Noticing that the wound had slightly reduced in swelling, Yi Roujing administered only half of the anti-inflammatory tablet. As they descended the mountain, both individuals felt significantly lighter in spirit, particularly Ding Ancheng. "Sister-in-law, was that wolf just now a guardian sent for us? Wow, does that mean I can reign supreme on this mountain from now on, with wolves protecting us? What nonsense are you imagining?" Yi Roujing shot her a disapproving glance. "Give it 2 or 3 days, and we'll be fine." Suddenly, a longing for a dog surged within her. Ding Ancheng chimed in, "Grandfather, this little white dog is so adorable. But why is its leg injured?" A fleeting thought crossed Yi Roujing's mind, yet no other memories followed, leaving her puzzled. Did the original owner of this body raise a dog in her childhood? Chapter 60. The Gift of Gratitude. What is it? Yi Roujing, ever perceptive, quickly noticed the unusual demeanor of Xia Xingchen. "Did you encounter someone at the commune?" Xia Xingchen did not refute her. Ding Ancheng, recalling Xia Xingchen's previous ordeal, pressed on, "Who did you meet? Did anyone harm you?" "No," Xia Xingchen replied with a smile, though the laughter scarcely concealed the sorrow in her eyes. Ding Ancheng embraced her. "Xingchen, are you on the verge of tears? It's perfectly all right to cry. Once you've released those emotions, we can talk. We'll have dinner at home, and then let's sit in the room for a while." The three of them settled in Ding Ancheng's room. Yi Roujing went to prepare some brown sugar water. After a brief bout of tears, Xia Xingchen managed to stabilize her emotions and drank from an enamel cup of sweetened water, feeling somewhat rejuvenated. "I encountered Gu Shizhao," Xia Xingchen remarked with a smile that was laced with deep irony. "He mentioned that my dear sister got married yesterday, at home. They arranged for more than 10 tables at a state-run restaurant, inviting relatives and friends from both sides, yet I, as a family member, received no notification. Reflecting on this, I truly feel foolish. How could I have been so naive? I showered them with my heartfelt kindness in return for their small favors. How could I have been so blind?" Summer Xingchen's eyes reddened. He was right. Otherwise, I would have harmed myself. Yi Roujing reasoned calmly, reminding me not to forget the incident where Gu Shizhao was instructed by your stepmother to abduct you. They showed mercy and spared you. But if your stepmother were to learn of your whereabouts, others might come after you again. It is understandable that your family did not inform you. Your stepmother is likely anxious, believing you are hidden away in some corner as another's bride, thus avoiding notifying you to keep your biological father in the dark. The best course of action for her was to conceal the truth. Perhaps your stepmother told your family that she had already informed you, but you were unable to attend. Yi Roujing's analysis was astute, as Gu Er had indeed acted in such a manner. Use your free time to study diligently, should the college entrance examinations resume. You will be well prepared and ready to face them with utmost confidence. Strengthening yourself will ensure that you gain the recognition of others, making them wary of you. I made an agreement with your elder brother that I will participate in the county's first high school graduation exam. If I pass, I will obtain my diploma. So you need not worry about me, Yi Roujing declared. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, or consult Xingchen and urge. Of course, it would be best to seek guidance from your elder brother, as he is the most knowledgeable. Ding Ancheng offered her advice. All right, I replied. She graciously accepted the kind gesture, yet Yi Roujing had no intention of inquiring further. Her intellect was sufficient to navigate a high school graduation examination without consulting others, rendering nearly 2 decades of study pointless. From that day forth, Xia Xingchen exhibited a notable shift in demeanor. Perhaps she had genuinely resigned herself and embraced new aspirations. She diligently engaged in her tasks and, during her leisure, convened with Ding Ancheng and Ding Anghua to discuss their studies, with the esteemed Qi Lao among them. Their days were filled with purpose and richness. For 5 consecutive days, Yi Roujing visited the little wolf on the mountain. When she finally witnessed the young creature frolicking with joy, a smile graced her face. On the day of her departure, she received a gift prepared by the alpha wolf, a still warm, albeit lifeless deer, accompanied by a string of wild chickens. The alpha wolf presented each offering in turn, leaving Yi Roujing quite dazzled. All of it is for me? Well then, I shall first take the wild chickens, and later I will send someone to carry the deer. Please keep an eye on it for me. Where did this come from? Li Hongying was momentarily stunned. Ding Ancheng clicked her tongue in admiration for her sister-in-law's formidable composure. Spinning such a tale came effortlessly to her. There are more. Ancheng, Anghua, please assist in fetching them. Yi Roujing set down her basket. I will go as well. Ding Weihao offered. Ancheng's wife, you should take a moment to rest. All right. Ding Weihao nodded enthusiastically, pleased to see Ancheng's wife thriving. Mom and Dad, please hide these wild chickens for now. Huh? Oh. Though Li Hongying did not fully comprehend, she swiftly concealed the chickens. And soon the 3 of them made their way outside. Did they truly bring you wild game? Ding Ancheng inquired in disbelief. Ah. The warmth of human kindness and a deer in sight, exclaimed Yi Roujing, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Let us prepare roasted venison tonight. A deer. Ding Anghua gasped, astonished. That family must be formidable hunters to have taken down such a creature. Ding Ancheng, overhearing Yi Roujing, smirked slightly. They are not merely skilled hunters, they are wolves. I shall go check if they remain in their original location, Yi Roujing declared, casting a meaningful glance at Ding Ancheng. Very well, sister-in-law. Ding Ancheng nodded in agreement. Suddenly, his foot slipped, and he grasped Ding Anghua's arm tightly. Brother, please steady me. This slope is quite steep. Wu Tuling glanced at Yi Roujing, nudging her arm affectionately before turning to depart. She is well liked, even by animals, Yi Roujing thought, her heart brimming with joy. Wah! Ding Anghua's exclamations were abruptly silenced by Ding Ancheng's palm, for he was oblivious to how perilously close they were to a wolf's den. Otherwise, he might have reconsidered his boisterousness. Lower your voice. We wouldn't want to attract other creatures, Ding Ancheng cautioned softly. The deer weighed a considerable 70 to 80 pounds, and the trio worked together to slowly carry it down the mountain. Chapter 61. Delivering venison, what shall we do? Surely we will encounter members of the brigade. Ding Ancheng fretted as he bore the weight of the deer. TSK, what of your resolve? Yi Roujing sighed, shaking her head. Was it not you who firmly asserted that this mountain belongs to the brigade and that any game caught should be shared with them? If we are seen, a courteous portion should suffice. This deer was gifted to us, not something we hunted ourselves. Why should we share it with others? Ding Ancheng murmured. The wild chicken had already been concealed, and since I arrived early, no one had witnessed it. The deer could not be concealed. Once we reach home, and Gua, you should first seek out the team leader. The medicine used to save others previously belonged to the team leader's family, so at the very least, half of the deer should go to them, Yi Roujing stated. Agreed, Ding Anghua nodded. Wow, what a magnificent deer. Anghua, did you hunt this? Someone exclaimed. Goodness, this deer must weigh at least 100 to 180 pounds. Just imagine how much meat that is. How could this possibly be our doing? None in our family possessed the skills for hunting. It was actually my sister-in-law and Ancheng who saved someone, and this deer was a gift in return. Upon hearing the connection to the team leader's family, the gossiping quieted down. Ding Weihao and Li Hongying were busy in the yard when suddenly a commotion arose nearby. And moments later, they arrived at their doorstep. Upon seeing their 3 children carrying a large deer inside, they were taken aback and stood up in astonishment. Mom, Dad? I'm going to call the team leader and Aunt Kaiying. Ding Anghua rushed out without delay. A crowd had gathered, filled with murmurs, envious remarks, and chatter. Hongying, even if you give half of the deer to the team leader's family, you'll still have 30 to 40 pounds left. How could you possibly consume all of that? Might you consider trading some with us? Nowadays, purchasing pork requires tickets, but wild game is still exempt from such restrictions. And there are indeed private transactions happening in the village. Ding Xiaoding and Huang Kaiying arrived promptly, and upon seeing the enormous deer lying in Ding's yard, they gasped in surprise. "The wife of Anqing, it is you who have assisted others. This deer rightfully belongs to you. There is no need for Captain. They have explicitly stated their gratitude towards you and us. Even if Anmin and I had the intention to help, without the kind-hearted provision of medicine from Aunt Kaiying, we would not have been able to save a life. You cannot decline this." Yi Roujing spoke earnestly and solemnly. Many were unaware of the specifics of the matter. So Ding Xiaoding took the time to elucidate, once again praising Yi Roujing and Ding Anmin for their willingness to help. Previously, Comrade Hao had expressed his family's gratitude towards Yi Roujing's family, and hearing this again, the members of the brigade remained calm, yet the deer was undeniably captivating. "In that case, let us shamelessly share half of it. As for those who wish to exchange for venison, please come to my home privately. However, the quantity will certainly be limited. Even if you ultimately do not acquire any meat, do not harbor any resentment. I wish to make this clear in advance." Ding Xiaoding declared, "All right, everyone disperse and return to your work." Once only Ding Xiaoding and the Wei family remained in the yard, the atmosphere finally became harmonious. "Captain, this is a male deer. That elderly gentleman mentioned that both deer antler and deer penis are valuable items. We do not quite understand these matters. Please take them all." Yi Roujing feigned ignorance while gracefully insisting, "That cannot be. We have already benefited from the meat. You should keep those items to nourish your family." Ding Xiaoding felt greatly reassured by Yi Roujing's selflessness. "That will not do. It would be inappropriate for us to keep everything. Why not share half? As there are indeed two types of items," Yi Roujing proposed. Ultimately, Ding Xiaoding acquired the deer whip. Yet this transpired only in the presence of Ding Wei and the two of them. After all, he could not bear to request the deer whip in front of his new bride. However, in comparison to the deer whip, the deer antler holds greater value, and he felt unworthy to claim such an expensive item. The events unfolded as Yi Roujing had envisioned. Both the deer antler and the deer whip possess similar effects, rendering either choice inconsequential. Nevertheless, should one seek to sell in the black market, the deer antler undoubtedly commands a higher price, making it a challenge for those with even a hint of modesty to select the more expensive option. This morning, Li Hongying was delayed as many came to her home to exchange meat. The quantities were modest, half a pound to a pound at most, with the largest households exchanging merely 2 pounds. Currently, first-grade pork is priced at 83 cents per pound, second grade at 74 cents, and third grade at 65 cents, all requiring meat coupons. In contrast, purchasing meat from the black market costs several dollars per pound, at least 3 times the regular price. Early in the day, Li Hongying inquired about the meat exchange with Ding Xiaoding, and both households agreed on a price of 60 cents per pound, offering a concession to everyone. Consequently, within half an hour, Li Hongying had exchanged 20 pounds of meat. She instructed Ding Anghua to deliver 5 pounds to Yi Roujing's maternal family, while keeping the remainder for themselves. Gazing at the large basin brimming with meat, a smile crept across Li Hongying's lips. She planned to prepare a sumptuous meal for everyone that evening, with the presence of venison, particularly in the households fortunate enough to procure it. The laborers today exhibited exceptional vigor. That evening, Li Hongying prepared several exquisite dishes, including marinated deer offal and thinly sliced lean meat, which she pan-fried to satisfy Yi Roujing's craving for barbecued fare. 2 large bowls of meat accompanied by a few vegetable dishes were served, and they invited Xia Xingchen to join for dinner, allowing the 6 of them to indulge in a hearty feast. Of the leftover meat, Li Hongying reserved 2 pounds of fresh cuts, while the remainder was either boiled and salted or smoked, further showcasing her culinary prowess, which left Yi Roujing in admiration. "Let's purchase a bicycle tomorrow," Li Hongying suggested as she handed Yi Roujing some money along with an introductory letter from the captain, and also sent the 2 pounds of deer meat to Anqing. Yi Roujing accepted the task, nodding in agreement since she would need to make the trip anyway. On April 10th, Yi Roujing, Ding Anmin, and Ding Anghua set off on foot to the commune and boarded a bus heading to Huaixi County. The journey was bumpy, but they arrived by noon. Without delay, they proceeded directly to County No. 1 Middle School. Upon their arrival, the doorman, recognizing the familiar faces, invited them to sit while he went to fetch someone. Ding Ancheng arrived promptly, and upon entering the doorman's office, his gaze immediately fell upon Yi Roujing, who was propped up with her left hand, stifling a yawn. "Brother," both Ding Anghua and Ding Anmin exclaimed in unison. Seeing the two stand, Yi Roujing rose as well. "Come with me to the dormitory for a while," Ding Ancheng said as he stepped inside, taking the basket from Yi Roujing's hands and leading the way out. Ding Anghua glanced at the large basket in his hands, realizing that with a wife now, familial ties such as that of a younger brother would have to take a back seat. Ding Anmin cast him a knowing look, acknowledging that she too bore a burden, clothes for Ding Ancheng, meticulously prepared by Li Hongying. In contrast, the basket held by Yi Roujing was the lightest among them. Chapter 62. The May Day plan. Yi Roujing observed from behind, surprised to find that the Ding family's spokesperson was none other than Ding Anghua. Eldest brother. How was the training? Did you attend the training in the provincial city? How is it there? I wonder if bicycles in the provincial city are superior to those in the county. Ding Anghua bombarded them with a barrage of questions, ultimately revealing what brought him the most joy at that moment. Sister-in-law mentioned buying a women's bike, and she said I could ride it too. It will be convenient for shopping at the commune, allowing me to arrive earlier than others and snag the best goods. Moreover, second brother, that's enough. Ding Anmin interjected, unable to endure any longer. Once he began discussing his delights, he seemed unstoppable. Eldest brother, what is the provincial city like? Ding Anmin was more curious about the provincial city, having heard tales of cars with four wheels roaming freely, albeit exaggeratedly. Yi Roujing also perked up at the mention of the provincial city, her ears slightly pricking up, while Ding Ancheng found the scene somewhat amusing. How about I take you both to the provincial city during May Day? Ding Ancheng was not one to speak idly. Yi Roujing's eyes lit up instantly as she met Ding Ancheng's gaze. That sounds wonderful indeed. Ding Anmin and Ding Anghua were utterly exhilarated, each grasping their elder brother by an arm, yet their gaze was fixed upon Yi Roujing. However, it mattered not. As long as their name was among those selected for the provincial city, that was sufficient. Sister-in-law, what do you think? Ding Anmin inquired, his countenance radiant with joy, his eyes crinkling into crescents. Ding Ancheng's words transformed the journey to the staff dormitory into a mere 3-minute affair. Although the dormitory belonged to County No. 1 High School, it consisted solely of a row of simple bungalows, lacking courtyards, with cooking facilities set up outside. Ding Ancheng resided in the middle unit. He unlocked the door with a key, revealing the interior, which was void of any extravagant decorations or ample furnishings, just 2 beds, a square table, 2 stools, and a wardrobe. In the corner, there was a small stove, along with a cutting board, utensils, and chopsticks, yet the quantity suggested provisions for merely 2. I shall fetch the meals from the cafeteria. We can dine here. The teacher I share this space with happens to be on leave today. Ding Ancheng stated as he retrieved a box from beneath the bed, revealing dusty dishes and a lunchbox. It seemed the in-laws were quite indulgent, as cooking was never his responsibility and dishwashing was always shared between Li Hongying and Ding Anmin. After returning the box to its place, Ding Ancheng nodded. What about the venison? Ding Anmin pointed at the backpack, his brow slightly furrowing. It must be consumed soon, otherwise it won't remain fresh. Very well. Perhaps due to an abundance of venison at home, Ding Anmin displayed a more generous demeanor. A group of 4 individuals made their way to the cafeteria of County No. 1 High School. The space was quite ample, featuring no fewer than 8 serving windows. The offerings included meat dishes, vegetarian options, noodles, and rice, all divided into 2 sections to expedite the flow of both teachers and students. While the selection was limited, it still allowed for a variety of choices. Ding Ancheng accompanied Yi Roujing to procure their meals, while Ding Anghua and Ding Anmin secured a table. They chose braised pork, stir-fried bean sprouts with dried tofu, and sauteed asparagus, along with a bowl of egg drop soup, opting for rice as their staple. Teacher Ding, is this your sister? Ding Ancheng inquired as he balanced a tray of food, while Yi Roujing carried the rice. As they made their way to their seats, many greeted them, all curious about Yi Roujing's identity. That's Teacher Ding's wife, they murmured. Indeed, many recognized Yi Roujing. Most of her colleagues were aware of her identity, and soon, someone clarified it. The spacious cafeteria suddenly echoed with a bright call as Wang Bingji, the dean of County No. 1 High School, entered. Uncle Wang, Yi Roujing exclaimed with a smile. What a coincidence to have lunch together. Wang Bingji proceeded to collect his meal, amassing 4 distinct dishes that bore no resemblance to those chosen by Ding Ancheng and his companions. The 5 of them gathered around a large table. Is this your brother? Ancheng? He resembles Anmin more closely, Wang Bingji remarked, having met both Yi Roujing and Ding Anmin before but encountering Ding Anghua for the first time. Hello, Uncle Wang. Ding Anghua chimed in, grinning widely. I am Ding Anghua, the twin brother of Ding Anmin. Ah, splendid. Your family is indeed quite handsome, Wang Bingji responded warmly. Wang Bingji smiled and praised, so they are twins, no wonder. However, Ding Ancheng is still more handsome, and Yi Roujing, as a wife, is exceptionally remarkable. He continued, Roujing? The couple's room that Ancheng applied for will take a few months. It should be ready after the summer vacation. Wang Bingji added that this progress was due to his personal efforts. Otherwise, ordinary individuals would have to wait in line. The primary reason lies in Ding Ancheng's excellence, leading the county's #1 high school to achieve commendable results in the provincial mathematics competition, which earned him additional merits. Thank you for your trouble, Uncle Wang. Yi Roujing said with a smile, though she was initially indifferent. Now, being mentioned, she felt somewhat embarrassed. At that moment, her ears reddened, and Ding Ancheng, who sat beside her, noticed and smiled wider than usual while lowering his head to eat. Yi Roujing contemplated for a moment and nodded. All right. I plan to visit the provincial capital during the May Day holiday. If convenient, I would like to see Sister He Ping in person. In the provincial capital, Jiangxing. Within the provincial government compound, Hu Heping's due date is in June, and although there are nearly 2 months left, her belly has grown significantly, making her movements somewhat cumbersome. Hao Zhijian was not at home, and she was currently residing at her family home, with Hao Zhixin accompanying her at Hu's residence. The phone rang, and Hao Zhixin, sitting beside it, casually picked it up. Hello? On the other end of the line, Yi Roujing immediately recognized that it was Hao Zhixin answering the call. Hao Zhixin paused momentarily before responding, Sister-in-law, it's a call from Roujing. Seated gracefully on the sofa, Hu Heping was enjoying her fruit when she suddenly stood up in surprise upon receiving a call. The family maid, taken aback, hurried to assist her, gently advising, Miss, please take your time. With a soft smile, Hu Heping answered the phone. In the office of the dean at Huaixi County #1 Middle School, Yi Roujing had been conversing for a while, assuring that she would certainly visit Hu Heping during the May Day holiday in the provincial capital. After several affirmations, the call was finally concluded successfully. From Yi Roujing's lack of flattery, her omission of benefits, and her avoidance of connections, Wang Bingji discerned that she was a person worth befriending, which was why he had taken the initiative to suggest the phone call today. As soon as Yi Roujing exited the teaching building, she encountered someone, the admired Mr. Ding Ancheng, accompanied by a gentleman dressed in a white shirt, black trousers, and polished leather shoes, his hair slicked back, standing taller than Mr. Huang by a head, while pushing a vintage bicycle. Huang Weiman frowned slightly, her expression one of disdain, remarking, how can someone who hasn't even completed high school become a teacher? The gentleman beside Huang Weiman turned at her words, incredulous, remarking on the indiscriminate admissions at the county school. Relying on family connections to secure a teaching position, I suppose. Weiman, don't let such people irritate you. Let us have dinner at my place this evening. My mother has been mentioning you and has already queued up early to buy your favorite dishes. The gentleman said with earnestness. All right, then, she replied. Yi Roujing was not deaf. She had overheard the conversation between the two, yet she paid no heed. Although Huang Weiman's words were not particularly pleasant, they were not exaggerated either. She simply did not possess a high school diploma. Moreover, it was evident that the two were in search of a partner, and she considered herself a small catalyst in their interaction. She decided to regard it as a good deed. Upon arriving at Ding Ancheng's dormitory, she found Ding Anmin bustling about like a diligent housekeeper, tidying up every corner. Ding Anghua and Ding Ancheng were equally occupied, scrubbing dusty dishes under Ding Anmin's supervision and hanging their clothes neatly in the wardrobe. Yi Roujing sat comfortably on a clean stool, sipping the water poured by Ding Anghua, observing the 3 siblings of the Ding family scurrying about. Although she felt a twinge of embarrassment, it was quite delightful to avoid any chores. After merely half a porcelain cup of water, the dormitory had transformed into an even more orderly space, and the 4 of them ventured out to purchase a bicycle. What time are your classes this afternoon? Yi Roujing inquired of Ding Ancheng. She felt somewhat flustered, realizing that Ding Ancheng seemed to be growing increasingly intimate with her. Casting a suspicious glance his way, she found him smiling gently in her direction. Ding Ancheng gave her a few playful nudges before retracting his hand, as if nothing had transpired, and continued their conversation. What brand of bicycle do you prefer? Forever, Phoenix, Flying Pigeon. Yi Roujing had never ridden a bicycle from that era. Yet she was aware that the quality of items from that time was commendable. Any brand will suffice, as long as the quality is good. Let's focus on the style. Very well. I heard you have acquired quite a few valuable herbs. Do you intend to sell them in the black market? Ding Ancheng turned to Yi Roujing and teased. Hee, sister-in-law, brother knows better. I just mentioned it to him. In response, Ding Anghua chuckled and offered a brief explanation. Yi Roujing, taken aback by Ding Anghua's quick tongue, ultimately understood, for Ding Ancheng was indeed the intellectual pillar of the Ding family. I have a market. The price can be higher, Ding Ancheng continued. Yi Roujing's eyes sparkled. Then shall I sell the good goods to you? All right. Ding Ancheng nodded. It's safer to entrust it to me. Yes, once we sell it. I'll share some with you, Yi Roujing generously offered. By the way, Mom has given me the money and tickets for you. When the topic turned to finances, Yi Roujing recalled that today's bicycle purchase was also funded by their mother. Okay, I understand. You keep it for your use, she said. Yi Roujing sensed a change in Ding Ancheng's demeanor. He seemed in exceptionally high spirits, even affectionately patting his own head as if it were a dog's. However, having received money and tickets from others, she felt no confidence to counter his request for assistance in selling medicinal materials and could only acquiesce. The four entered the department store, heading directly to the bicycle section. After browsing for quite some time, Yi Roujing concluded with 4 words: sturdy and massive. She admitted to never having ridden a bicycle with a bar between the handlebars and the seat, finding it quite a challenge to mount. Nevertheless, bicycles of that era shared a similar design, and ultimately, she chose a Phoenix brand ladies' bicycle that Ding Anghua had ridden most effortlessly, spending 190 yuan along with a bicycle ticket. Yi Roujing surmised that henceforth, Ding Anghua would be the primary cyclist in the Ding family. Tonight, the bicycle will stay in my room. I will ride it again tomorrow. Ding Ancheng secured his bicycle in the dormitory before escorting 3 companions to the guest house. They opted for the same establishment where Yi Roujing and her friends had previously stayed, requesting 2 rooms, each furnished with twin beds. Russian, huh? Yi Roujing murmured, acknowledging that this was indeed an unfamiliar experience for her. However, she was intrigued and nodded in agreement, suggesting they visit the recycling station together afterward. Chapter 64. A treasure unearthed. The recycling station in Huaixi County was situated in a relatively secluded corner of the town, occupying a considerable expanse, albeit merely an expansive courtyard. Sir, we've come to search for some books, Ding Ancheng explained to the elderly custodian of the station, observing a small child nearby, clad in split-crotch pants, with hair styled in a top knot, chewing on his fingers and appearing to be around 3 or 4 years of age. Yi Roujing reached into her pocket and produced a piece of milk candy, offering it to the little one. Candy, candy, milk candy. The child, drooling at the sight, did not reach for the treat. Instead, he turned to the elder and called out, Grandpa, Grandpa. Take it. Thank you, sister. The elderly man recognized the rarity of the milk candy, recalling that he had only seen it once during the new year when his grandson had the fortune of receiving one while visiting relatives. He had since reminisced about its delightful taste. Being a loving grandfather, he could hardly refuse. Thank you, sister, the child exclaimed, setting aside his fingers to express his gratitude before unwrapping the candy. After a moment's thought, he extended it towards the elder, saying, Grandpa, let us share. The elder chuckled, his face creasing with joy. No, you enjoy it. I'm not fond of sweets. The child then carefully sat on the threshold, savoring his treat. The books are housed within the room, while those left exposed to the elements in the courtyard have deteriorated rapidly. I shall accompany you. Which books do you desire? Due to the presence of that candy, the elderly gentleman's demeanor towards Yi Roujing and her companions is remarkably amiable. The books are all stored in this chamber. The high school texts are stacked here, though certain prohibited tomes cannot be taken outside. The gentleman kindly cautions them. Understood. Thank you, sir. We will take a look around. Ding Anghua expresses with a smile of gratitude. Very well, I shall remain by the entrance. Once you have selected your desired books, simply weigh them there. He concludes before departing. Yi Roujing meanders through the room, discovering a considerable number of high school textbooks in the sciences, yet no English materials are present. This is the period of reinstating college entrance examinations, and aside from those majoring in foreign languages, the remaining candidates are not required to take English. Besides the textbooks, the room is replete with literary works, many of which fall into the category of prohibited literature as previously mentioned by the elderly gentleman. Yi Roujing examines a few volumes, recognizing them as those she had previously encountered, albeit in translated Chinese versions. She is pleasantly surprised to find the original foreign editions here, though she cannot decipher the works available in Russian. Nonetheless, these are treasures indeed. The honest and straightforward Yi Roujing steps outside, standing in the courtyard. The yard of the recycling station spans over 100 square meters, cluttered with an array of items: chipped ceramic bowls, battered iron pots, 3-legged stools, and disassembled beds. All manner of kitchenware and daily necessities are accounted for. Yi Roujing picks up a stick, aimlessly prodding and sifting through the debris, driven more by curiosity than intent. As Huaixi Yi Roujing gently twitched her nose, she caught a whiff of a somewhat familiar fragrance. After rummaging through a pile of battered furniture, she crouched down and picked up a piece of wood, roughly the length of an adult's forearm and as thick as a thigh, buried at the bottom. Bringing it close, she inhaled deeply. It was agarwood. Such a sizable chunk of agarwood. With a gleeful chuckle, she cradled it in her arms, feeling as though she had stumbled upon a precious treasure. What are you doing with that piece of wood? Ding Ancheng and Ding Anghua, having selected their books and chosen 5 with the most complete pages, emerged to find Yi Roujing beaming joyfully while embracing the wood. I want it. It smells delightful, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement, more fragrant than any flower. Go ahead and take it. It's free, a gift for purchasing the books. The elderly gentleman remarked generously upon hearing their conversation. Thank you, sir, Yi Roujing replied, elated beyond measure. She reached into her pocket and produced a handful of milk candies, 6 in total, and eagerly pressed them into the old man's hand, insisting they were for the little child. Ah, this, the old man stammered, taken aback by her kindness. He wanted to refuse but found the words stuck in his throat. His wrinkled face flushed slightly. Ultimately, he could not bring himself to decline. And when it came time to settle the bill, the 5 books cost him merely a dime. Throughout their journey, Yi Roujing clutched the agarwood tightly, her grin stretching from ear to ear, occasionally bursting into laughter, which made Ding Ancheng feel a tad uneasy. Are you all right? She inquired with concern. I'm just happy, Yi Roujing replied, her eyes crinkling with joy as she offered a milk candy to Ding Ancheng. Today's suggestion was splendid. Beholding the toffee in her palm, Ding Ancheng chuckled, muttering, so delighted over a mere piece of wood. That's agarwood, Yi Roujing whispered, retreating a step and leaning in close to Ding Ancheng. Selling it to a spice merchant could fetch a higher price than ginseng. Agarwood? What's that? Ding Ancheng asked, bewildered. A treasure, Yi Roujing replied with a cheerful smile. Striding away, back at the hostel, Yi Roujing fetched a cloth, filled a basin with water, and meticulously cleansed every nook and cranny of the agarwood, as if attending to a venerable elder. Such a precious item, languishing in the salvage station, she lamented, but thankfully, it's safe now that I'm here. Ding Ancheng, having finished his classes, arrived at the hostel with a small bag of clothes. He nearly collided with someone exiting the building, but fortunately he stepped back in time. My apologies, Ding Ancheng said, his haste causing him to overlook the other person. It's quite all right, Teacher Ding, replied Song Yilua, emerging from the doorway. She was clad in a pink dress, complemented by a white cardigan, and adorned with T-strap leather shoes. Her hair was styled into 2 braids, tied with pink ribbons, radiating youthful exuberance. She smiled gently at Ding Ancheng. Ding Ancheng nodded curtly and proceeded into the hostel, passing Song Yilua. Teacher Ding, what brings you here? Song Yilua called out, turning around. Her hands instinctively smoothed the ends of her braids, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. My family sent me some things, so I obtained a letter of introduction from the team leader. Song Yilua suddenly felt grateful that she had changed into the clothes and shoes sent by her family. She had just looked in the mirror and realized how well they suited her, which gave her the confidence to step out. Her original intention was merely to visit the county's #1 high school and try her luck. Teacher Ding, what brings you here? Song Yilua asked in a hushed tone. Ding Ancheng furrowed his brow slightly. It was not uncommon for young women to exhibit affection towards him, although it was debatable whether this particular individual was genuinely affectionate. Did they share a familiarity that warranted such notifications? Chapter 65, Chinon. Elder brother. Ding Ancheng had just emerged from the washroom when he spotted Ding Ancheng downstairs. Come quickly. Sister-in-law has been grinning foolishly for the entire afternoon. You should come and talk to her. At that moment, Song Yilua, dressed in her new attire, turned as pale as a ghost. Her hands clenched tightly, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she watched Ding Ancheng enter the room. Biting her lip, she turned and walked away. Yi Roujing, why does she come to the county so frequently? Is it because of that ridiculous couple's house? Has Ding Ancheng's relationship with her grown so close? She refused to believe it. Song Jiqing, I have said it before. If we meet in the future, we shall act as if we are strangers. As Song Yilua wandered into a narrow alley, she encountered a man in his early 20s, clad in a brown Zhongshan suit. His demeanor warm, yet his complexion paler than usual, suggesting an unhealthy constitution. His gentle face was marked by deep, complex emotions as he gazed at Song Yilua. I apologize. I initially believed it would work out, but unexpectedly, Ding Ancheng intervened, the man said, his expression filled with regret, his eyes concealing a brilliance that no one else could discern. The man, named Wen Chaoquan, though appearing mild-mannered, was in fact the strategist of the Rongshan gang in Huaixi County. His acquaintance with Song Yilua stemmed from a previous incident where she had graciously saved his life, taking him to the hospital and covering his medical expenses. Afterward, when Xiaoguan sought out Song Yilua, learning that she was an educated youth in the Dingping production brigade, he had secretly assisted her in trading goods and offered other forms of help. However, since Ding Ancheng and Yi Roujing's marriage, Song Yilua had ceased contacting him. Song Yilua's affection for Ding Ancheng was a secret to everyone in the Dingping production brigade, except for Wen Xiaoguan. Otherwise, why would Song Yilua have sought him out? Asking thugs to intercept Yi Roujing in an attempt to ruin her reputation? Wen Xiaoguan, with his own agenda, naturally couldn't refuse Song Yilua's request. But he also secretly informed Ding Ancheng, a move that yielded surprisingly satisfactory results. He had thought it was only a matter of time. But Song Yilua's attitude left him somewhat frustrated. What was so special about Ding Ancheng that she still pined for him? You promised not to mention that incident, Song Yilua said with some agitation. Can't we have a little chat? Wen Xiaoguan replied calmly, which in turn calmed Song Yilua down. Is there something you want from me? Song Yilua asked softly. No, I just happened to see you and wanted to say hello. Song Jiji, you look particularly radiant today, Wen Xiaoguan complimented sincerely. Song Yilua pursed her lips, feeling dejected. If she truly looked radiant, why hadn't Ding Ancheng noticed? Ding Ancheng is already married. Does Song Jiji still wish to marry a married man? Wen Xiaoguan probed incisively. Song Yilua glared at Wen Xiaoguan and turned to leave. Brother Wen, is that the person you hold dear? Emerging from the shadows was a figure instantly recognizable to Yi Roujing Zhao Guang, the very man who had abducted Xia Xingchen. With his pointed features and simian countenance, he was an unsavory sight. Choice medicinal herbs are not as commonplace as cabbages. We've only managed to procure the ordinary kind. Grain, however, is plentiful. We commence work tomorrow. Zhao Guang grinned, his face splitting into a leering expression. Since Gu Shizhao's arrival in Huaixi County, their coffers had swelled considerably, a testament to Gu's prowess in acquiring valuable merchandise. Who is scheduled to venture to Tongstin Commune tomorrow? Wen Xiaoguan inquired. Likely one of Haizi's subordinates, Zhao Guang mused, stroking his chin, his demeanor growing increasingly debauched. What's this? Yearning to visit a paramour? Though Wen Xiaoguan's expression remained jovial, his gaze upon Zhao Guang held a razor-sharp edge. Zhao Guang raised his hands in mock surrender, chuckling. Understood, understood. A prospective partner, perhaps? Do not let me hear those words uttered again, Wen Xiaoguan stated before departing. TCH. All consumed by love, Zhao Guang remarked, clicking his tongue. At the guest house, after Ding Ancheng ascended the stairs, Ding Anmin inquired with belated realization, Elder brother. Was that the song-educated youth? Indeed, Ding Ancheng affirmed with a nod. Her attire is quite fetching. However, what brings her to the guest house? I know not. Ding Ancheng harbored no interest in Song Yilua's affairs, but rather, what ails your sister-in-law? Let us venture inside and see. I shall tarry in second brother's room for a while. Ding Anmin rolled her eyes, weary of appearing before Yi Roujing, for she could not hope to rival even a piece of wood in her presence. What is that delightful aroma? Ding Ancheng exclaimed. Do you recognize this substance? Yi Roujing inquired, her eyes gleaming with an allure that ensnared onlookers, and Ding Ancheng stared fixedly, unable to avert his gaze. What is it? Xinxiang. Yi Roujing deliberately stood up, leaned in, and whispered softly, if I am not mistaken, this is the rare and exquisite Chinon from the agarwood. In her previous life, Yi Roujing hailed from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, and their nationwide chain of herbal shops treasured a small piece of agarwood, merely the size of an adult's fist, which was the finest Chinon agarwood. Countless individuals offered exorbitant prices to acquire it. Yet, the fragment Yi Roujing held now was at least 5 to 6 times larger. How could she not be elated? Nestled in her embrace, Ding Ancheng gazed down at the beaming Yi Roujing, his expression softening. Where did this come from? Yi Roujing, increasingly animated, recounted her trip to the recycling station with Min and others, exclaiming that it was a fortunate find. No, that's not quite right. I discerned its value. Otherwise, it would have been squandered. Her cheeks flushed with excitement as she turned, only to accidentally knock her knee against the desk drawer with a resounding thud, causing her to yelp in pain and bend over, cradling her injured left knee. Ding Ancheng's expression darkened, and he swiftly lifted her, placing her on the bed beside the desk. He rolled up the pant leg of her left leg, revealing her delicate, fair calf and the reddened knee. Half squatting, he gently rubbed her knee with his hand. Ouch, that hurts, Yi Roujing winced. Just bear with it, Ding Ancheng murmured in a low, soothing tone, his warm palm tenderly massaging her knee. Chapter 66. The pain gradually calmed Yi Roujing from her earlier excitement. Allowing her to notice the current situation, the tall man was now crouched at her feet, one hand gripping her calf while the other vigorously rubbed his knee, which had just collided with something. His palm was not particularly delicate, and she sensed a slight roughness. The touch was not painful, but rather sent a tingling sensation through her heart. Initially perceived as pain, it now transformed into an itch that surged within her, causing her left leg to instinctively retreat a little. She decided to endure it. Suddenly, the dark hair above shifted, revealing an impeccable face gazing up at her, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. I'm fine, Yi Roujing stammered, pushing herself back with both hands until she nearly fell onto the bed. I need to take off my shoes. Ding Ancheng's lips curled into a smile as he took action, swiftly removing the black cloth shoe from her left foot. He was indifferent to how Song Ilua was dressed, but upon glancing at Yi Roujing's shoes, he recalled Ding Ancheng's earlier praise for Song Ilua's appearance, deepening his gaze. You will accompany me tomorrow morning. To do what? Yi Roujing inquired with curiosity. I will pick you up at 8 tomorrow morning. You? Just us? Yi Roujing instinctively reacted. Ding Ancheng chuckled, his smile broad enough to reveal his pearly white teeth. Yes, just the two of us. Yi Roujing felt a warmth creeping up to her ears, her gaze wandering uncontrollably, deliberately avoiding looking at Ding Ancheng. After helping Yi Roujing remove both shoes, Ding Ancheng finally rose to his feet. He remarked that her knee might turn bruised by tomorrow, and if it still pained her, he would return to massage it. You should rest for a while. I will come to call you when it's time to eat. Yi Roujing, avoiding his gaze, shyly acknowledged him. It was only when the sound of the door closing echoed that she collapsed onto the bed, rolling from side to side in embarrassment. Having never sought a partner, let alone considered marriage, Yi Roujing genuinely felt at a loss on how to face her husband, especially one as handsome and gentle as Ding Ancheng. With a sudden motion, she covered her head with the blanket, but upon catching a whiff of mildew, she quickly pulled it down and disdainfully tossed it aside. Sitting up in a hurry, she bent her knees and rested her arm, feeling a twinge of pain. Realizing the discomfort, she gradually lowered her left arm and straightened her left leg, propping her chin on her right hand. Her gaze inadvertently drifted to her reddened left knee, which had not been this inflamed until Ding Ancheng had massaged it. At this moment, Yi Roujing was consumed with thoughts of Ding Ancheng, entirely dismissing the notion of her treasured incense. At 6 in the evening, Ding Ancheng and his 3 companions departed the guest house and made their way to the state-run restaurant. At this hour, the dining area was sparsely populated. Upon entering, the 4 of them occupied 2 tables, fortuitously seated among acquaintances. One table was occupied by Gu Shizhao, who had a scar running from his right eyebrow to the bridge of his nose, accompanied by 3 others whom Yi Roujing had previously encountered, and an additional man who appeared rather scholarly. The 5 of them sat together, sipping water, awaiting their meal. At another table sat Song Ilua, accompanied by the dark-skinned girl Tong Dongxue, their dishes nearly depleted. Oh, it's Teacher Ding. Gu Shizhao grinned at Ding Ancheng, the scar on his face appearing particularly menacing. With a playful smile, Gu Shizhao remarked, this must be my sister-in-law, right? Hello there, Yi Roujing greeted warmly, acknowledging their reunion. Gu Shizhao raised an eyebrow, recalling their previous encounter, which had taken place in rather peculiar circumstances. Yet Yi Roujing remained remarkably composed. When did we meet? Ding Ancheng pulled out a chair for Yi Roujing, displaying his thoughtfulness, and she graciously accepted the invitation to sit. A rather unsavory character, overhearing their conversation, suddenly choked on his drink, coughing violently. I don't recall meeting you, spoke Lu Si, the most delicate-looking among them, whose name was rather unimpressive. Neither do I, echoed Huaixi. How polite, Yi Roujing replied nonchalantly. Teacher Ding, your spouse has been of great assistance to us. Today's meal is on me. Gu Shizhao stood up, asking, shall we go order? Ding Ancheng, without hesitation, rose as well. You are Yi Roujing? A man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, exuding a scholarly demeanor, was Wen Zhaoquan. He seemed quite astonished by Yi Roujing's elegant presence, which diverged significantly from what he had been led to believe. Indeed, but I don't think we've been introduced. Yi Roujing confirmed, recognizing it as their first meeting. Yes, Wen Zhaoquan nodded, falling silent but casting a glance at the adjacent table occupied by Song Ilua and Tong Dongxue. Winter snow, let us depart. Song Ilua now felt as though she were seated upon a bed of nails. Upon seeing Wen Zhaoquan and his companions enter, her appetite waned. Now with Ding Ancheng's arrival, she feared her past actions might be unveiled, and she could bear to linger no longer. Ilua, there are still plenty of dishes left. The sauce of this braised pork is particularly appetizing. Allow me to add some more rice. We must not let it go to waste. Tong Dongxue feasted contentedly, which only heightened Song Yiluo's anxiety. Your wife is quite remarkable, remarked the two engaged in ordering, their conversation flowing effortlessly. Mind your tone, Ding Ancheng retorted coolly, casting a glance at Gu Shirzhao, who wore a broad smile. Hey, you are exceedingly stingy. I've never seen you guard so closely before. Is it now forbidden to offer a compliment? Gu Shirzhao chuckled. Compliments are unnecessary, Ding Ancheng replied curtly, proceeding to place his order: braised pork, sweet and sour fish, meatball soup, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a dish of vinegar-glazed cabbage, alongside 4 bowls of rice and a bowl of wonton noodles. Not to mention packing 8 meat buns for later. TSK, Gu Shirzhao grinned. You are truly ungracious. Chapter 67. An unexpected intimacy. What did you gain from your trip south? Gu Shirzhao inquired earnestly. By the way, when do you plan to visit the capital? If you delay in acknowledging your roots, outsiders may seize your inheritance. Oh, you truly have a knack for this. I wonder if your father will be so moved as to end up in the hospital, Gu Shirzhao teased. I plan to go later, Ding Ancheng replied, but I am still not quite ready, lacking the requisite fervor. Gu Shirzhao's expression turned serious. Should you require any assistance? Do not hesitate to ask. As long as the payment is adequate, I shall oblige. I appreciate it sincerely, Ding Ancheng responded earnestly. As the dishes were served, a generous array of 5 substantial bowls of food accompanied by a large bowl of wonton noodles graced the table. Ding Ancheng ladled some into a small bowl for Yi Roujing before he began to eat himself. The petite wontons, with their delicate wrappers, contained a modest amount of meat, yet were seasoned to perfection. Yi Roujing couldn't resist and continued to savor the dish after her first bite. The broth, a fragrant bone stock enhanced with a few drops of sesame oil, complemented the noodles, which were smooth and chewy. Without any side dishes, she enjoyed a small bowl entirely. Noticing how much Yi Roujing relished her meal, Ding Ancheng also wished to partake. However, before her spoon could reach the bowl, Ding Ancheng had already pushed the entire wonton noodles toward Yi Roujing. If you like it, eat more. If you can't finish the rice, then don't worry about it, he remarked, continuing his actions. He took a small plate and selected some perfectly balanced braised pork belly, carefully removing the bones from the fish. And soon the plate was also placed before Yi Roujing. Have some vegetables. Ding Ancheng felt a pang of disappointment as she cast a resentful glance at Ding Anghua, who was blissfully engrossed in devouring rice and meat, clearly enjoying himself. A thought struck her. Perhaps it was time for her to consider marriage as well, especially with concern for Ding Anghua's prospects. His current demeanor hardly boded well for attracting a wife. At the adjacent table, Song Yiluo had a clear view of Yi Roujing's table and observed Ding Ancheng's every move with keen interest. Gripping her chopsticks tightly to restrain herself from standing up in indignation, Ding Ancheng treated every girl with politeness, almost to the point of coldness. And Song Yiluo had assumed he was simply that kind of person. Yet, his demeanor toward Yi Roujing seemed different. Could it be that his affection was due to her being his wife? What if I were truly her wife? Is it not I who was receiving such meticulous care? This thought perpetually lingered in Song Yiluo's mind. As Yiru finished her meal and raised her head, she met Song Yiluo's gaze, which brimmed with envy. Not significantly less intense than that of Li Shipei's from before. Yiru felt a pang of distress. Her indifference towards whether Li Shipei held affection for Ding Ancheng contrasted sharply with her feelings regarding Song Yiluo. If it weren't for her presence in a few years, it would be Song Yiluo standing beside Su Ding Ancheng, being addressed as Mrs. Su. There is no divorce, only widowhood, Ding Ancheng had proclaimed, leaving Yiru in a quandary. Lost in her thoughts, she turned her gaze to the side, only to collide with Ding Ancheng's profound eyes. Have you eaten enough? He inquired. Yiru nodded in response. We will leave shortly. Ding Ancheng reached out to tousle her hair, then rose to fetch the packed meat buns. With Ding Ancheng and Ding Anghua present, the dishes on the table were consumed with great care. After exchanging pleasantries with Gu Shirzhao and the others, Ding Ancheng and his group prepared to depart. And men, shall we accompany you? We are also staying at the county guest house, Tong Dongxue suggested, rising and waving. Of course, Ding Ancheng readily agreed. It's already dark. And as 2 young ladies, we felt a bit apprehensive. We thought it best to wait for you to leave together. Tong Dongxue wiped the grease from the corner of her mouth, smiling as she explained. By the way, Yiluo, thank you. I haven't enjoyed a meal this delightful in quite some time. Tong Dongxue, with her forthright nature, conversed animatedly throughout their journey, yet she maintained decorum, speaking only to Ding Ancheng and Song Yiluo, refraining from addressing the 2 gentlemen. Song Yiluo, and Tong Dongxue resided on the first floor, while Yi Roujing and the others were on the second. Ding Ancheng did not linger and followed them upstairs. Upon entering the room, Yi Roujing plopped down onto a chair, her mind still occupied with thoughts of Song Ilua. As she turned her head, she realized that the person who entered was not Ding Anmin but Ding Ancheng. "What is the matter?" Ding Ancheng inquired, bending down to cover Yi Roujing's head with his hand. "You seemed somewhat distracted during dinner. Is your knee still hurting?" He attempted to inspect the injury, but Yi Roujing stopped him, saying, "It doesn't hurt anymore. I was just pondering about us and what lies ahead." Yi Roujing was known for her candid nature, and since she herself was perplexed, she thought it better to voice her thoughts, allowing the involved party to reflect on them as well. "I've taken the place of your beloved, and if a girl you admire suddenly appears, wouldn't that obstruct your path? What if it jeopardizes your future?" This question weighed heavily on her mind, prompting her to speak sincerely. Ding Ancheng's eyelids twitched at her words, and a storm brewed within his gaze. He swiftly embraced her, lifting her from the chair and tossing her onto the bed. His large hand pinned her wrists together at the head of the bed, securing her chin, while the warmth of his breath enveloped her. Their eyes locked, revealing depths that seemed unfathomable. "What's wrong with you?" Yi Roujing stammered, taken aback by Ding Ancheng's unusual behavior. She struggled but could not break free, inadvertently brushing against him multiple times. "Hey, let go of me, you mmm." Her words were silenced by a sudden kiss, leaving her mind in a haze. The world suddenly fell silent. "Brother, I will freshen up first. I'll get it." Ding Anmin pushed the door open and was taken aback at the sight of the two, their lips pressed together, nearly causing her jaw to dislocate in shock. Instinctively, she slammed the door shut and reminded, the key is on the door. I'll take it first." Chapter 68. The action oriented inside the room. Yi Roujing, still in a state of near asphyxiation, felt as though someone was speaking beside her, accompanied by the sound of the door closing. Shortly after, the person who had been consuming her oxygen rose, and she gasped for air. Her fair complexion was now tinged with a rosy hue, her delicate lips slightly swollen and fragrant, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Her braided hair was a bit disheveled, and her chest rose and fell with each breath. Ding Ancheng struggled to divert his gaze, turning his back to take a deep breath. Once he regained his composure, Ding Ancheng turned around and helped the still-dazed girl sit up, looking straight at her. "If you speak those words I dislike again, it will be like this." Yi Roujing's face flushed crimson as she finally realized that she had been kissed, her first kiss, indeed, staring at the slender lips before her, glistening ever so slightly. The sweetness of their recent contact surged through her memories. Flustered, she averted her gaze, her heart pounding like a drum, astonished by how delightful the sensation of her first kiss was. Seeing Yi Roujing's bashful demeanor lifted Ding Ancheng's spirits. He reached out to gently caress her tender lips. "I'm going next door. If anything comes up, call for me. Tomorrow morning at 8, we will leave together. I'll come to get you then." Yi Roujing remained silent for a while, and Ding Ancheng patiently coaxed, "Oh." At this moment, Yi Roujing's mind was entirely consumed by the recent kiss, leaving her incapable of contemplating anything else. Naturally, she acquiesced to whatever Ding Ancheng suggested. Foolish and naive, Ding Ancheng stole a kiss before turning to exit. "Anmin, what is the matter?" Ding Anguo inquired, observing the visibly startled Ding Anmin as she returned. "What is wrong?" "I have ruined his good fortune," Ding Anmin confessed, fully aware that the earlier scene was not orchestrated by Yi Roujing. Her fade was well concealed. Yi Roujing always approached with innocent gestures of affection, while her elder brother took decisive action. "What good fortune?" Ding Anguo queried, perplexed. Ding Anmin rolled her eyes at him, realizing for the first time, under the dim light, the admirable features of her second brother. He was handsome and robust, yet lacked the commanding presence of their elder brother. Ding Anguo felt slightly offended. "Second brother, you should seek guidance from elder brother more often. That way, I might have a sister-in-law," she teased. "Focus on yourself instead. I am quite the catch," Ding Anmin declared proudly. "Am I not appealing?" Ding Anguo retorted with an eye roll. Suddenly, a loud knock startled Ding Anmin, causing her to leap back several feet. Ding Ancheng nodded, appearing in high spirits with a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. "Elder brother, second brother, I shall take my leave now," Ding Anmin stammered, not daring to linger, swiftly darting outside to fumble for her keys. "Do not speak unnecessarily," Ding Ancheng advised softly. "So noisy." Ding Anguo shook his head in exasperation. It was only when Ding Ancheng entered that he noticed a peculiar change in his elder brother. But what was different? "Yes, brother. Why does your mouth appear slightly swollen?" Have you been bitten by mosquitoes? Upon receiving a pointed glance from Ding Ancheng, Ding Anhua fell silent. Ding Anmin leaned against the door, panting heavily. Were you chased by a dog? Yi Roujing remarked playfully, observing Ding Anmin's entrance. The slightly swollen lips indicated the intensity of the earlier scuffle. TSK. Yi Roujing quickly pieced it together. Ding Anmin, it seems your wings have grown stronger. Don't mention this to elder brother, Ding Anmin whispered, raising a finger to signal Yi Roujing to keep her voice down. Having been caught in a daze by a kiss moments ago, Yi Roujing genuinely had no knowledge of Ding Anmin's arrival. Seeing Yi Roujing's demeanor, as if nothing had transpired, Ding Anmin understood why his elder brother had cautioned him earlier. It turned out that his sister-in-law was so engrossed that she remained unaffected by his presence. Impressive, indeed, brother. On the morning of April 11th, Ding Ancheng rose early, knocking on the door of the next room. Brother, Ding Anmin called as he opened the door. She was already awake, bustling about, while Yi Roujing still slumbered. As Ding Ancheng entered the room, Ding Anmin, sensing the moment, quietly made her way next door. Jing, wake up. Ding Ancheng sat on the edge of the bed, reaching out to stroke Yi Roujing's flowing, dark hair. Yi Roujing, rubbing her sleep-laden face, struggled to open her eyes. Last night, due to the happenings involving Ding Ancheng, she tossed and turned, only falling asleep late, and in her dreams, he was ever present. As she struggled to open her eyes, the familiar visage of Ding Ancheng came into view. She frowned slightly and turned away, murmuring for him to leave her be. Ding Ancheng found this amusing, gently turning her to face him. We are about to head out, he stated. The authentic sensation jolted Yi Roujing awake for a moment. Gazing at his charming smile, she hastily covered her face with her hands. Oh, you go wait for me next door. Ding Ancheng removed her hands from her face and leaned down to plant a soft kiss on her forehead. All right, he replied, before rising to step outside. Yi Roujing touched her forehead, still warm from his kiss, her cheeks flushing. How had he suddenly become like this? After she finished freshening up, Ding Ancheng led her downstairs. Elder brother, what about Anmin? Ding Anhua called out, but was halted by Ding Anmin's grip. You and Anmin can go have breakfast outside. I've left money and tickets for you in the room. Did you not see? I saw. Ding Anhua nodded obediently. If you saw it, why ask? Ding Anmin thought to herself, wishing to cover her face. Elder brother, sister-in-law, enjoy your time. Second brother, and I will wait for you at the guest house. No need to rush. Look at her, how perceptive she is. Ding Ancheng nodded in agreement as he walked alongside Yi Roujing out of the guest house. Let us have breakfast first, he whispered to her, outlining their plans. Afterwards, I will take you to the department store to buy some other things. For breakfast, they indulged in wontons, fried dough sticks, and eggs. Yi Roujing felt quite satisfied. The oil used for frying the dough sticks was of excellent quality, rendering them exceptionally crispy and fragrant. Upon arriving at the department store, Ding Ancheng guided Yi Roujing in selecting dresses and leather shoes. Can you knit? Ding Ancheng inquired softly. Yi Roujing shook her head. And Min can. We can ask her for assistance. Ding Ancheng purchased yarn in various colors for both of them, displaying a remarkably amiable demeanor while seeking help. Chapter 69. Economic power. Although the clothing varied in style, material, and quantity, the current atmosphere bore a striking resemblance to a shopping spree. Ding Ancheng had already acquired 2 dresses. One was a loose-fitting, blue heart-shaped neckline long-sleeved gown that could be worn on its own in a few days and could presently be paired with a knitted sweater. The other was a short-sleeved, light floral long dress, which was considered quite fashionable for the era and was reportedly a recent arrival from the south, selling rapidly. This was the last one in stock. In addition to the clothing, Ding Ancheng encouraged Yi Roujing to try on shoes, leather shoes and sandals, ultimately purchasing a pair of each. Together with the yarn in hand, they could certainly prepare for autumn. They also bought malted milk, milk candies, and biscuits. Having spent a significant amount of money in tickets today, Yi Roujing felt a pang of regret, especially since she currently had no funds of her own. What is the matter? Yi Roujing asked with concern, noticing the numerous bags Ding Ancheng carried. I didn't take you shopping when we got married. I apologize, Ding Ancheng expressed with sincerity. Their previous wedding had been marred by unpleasantness, with all proceedings being rather simplified, lacking a proper outing to the city for shopping. Was Ding Ancheng now attempting to make amends? It's all right. Yi Roujing waved her hand dismissively. Are we heading to your dormitory now? Yi Roujing realized that Ding Ancheng was leading her towards County No. 1 Middle School. In mid-June, the county's first high school will conduct graduation examinations. After a few days, we will collect the junior high school diplomas and fill out the necessary forms. When the time comes, I will provide you with your examination permit. so remember to attend. Oh, all right. Yi Roujing nodded in response. Do you have no classes today? Ding Ancheng organized his belongings and hung them on his bicycle. Then, he opened the wardrobe and unlocked a drawer, retrieving an iron box that was also secured with a lock. Sitting down beside Yi Roujing, he opened the box before her eyes. The sight of a large iron box filled with assorted items astonished Yi Roujing. Not only that, but there were also colorful tickets scattered within, suggesting that the owner had placed them there without a care. This is our family's wealth, Ding Ancheng declared, turning the iron box upside down, spilling its contents onto the table. It was then that Yi Roujing noticed a very ancient-looking savings book at the bottom, with a yellow cover and the words current savings account inscribed upon it. As she opened the book and flipped to the last page, she counted the figures. Her eyes widening in disbelief, he was indeed a well-off individual. Where did you get this? Yi Roujing inquired, her curiosity piqued. At this time, before the era of reform and opening up, engaging in business was often seen as speculation and risk. I earned it, Ding Ancheng replied confidently. As long as one is bold enough. Aren't you afraid I might let it slip? Yi Roujing's eyes widened, feeling a rush of anxiety regarding the trust Ding Ancheng placed in her. You are my wife, Ding Ancheng asserted with unwavering confidence, causing Yi Roujing to feel a bit bashful. Keep the savings book hidden, but most of the money should remain with me. It needs to be circulated. Ding Ancheng was about to count his money when he was halted by Yi Roujing. However, one must exercise caution. Being caught could lead to dire consequences. Yi Roujing expressed her concern, suggesting that given the substantial amount already at hand, perhaps they should reconsider for a few years. Rest assured, I am fully aware of my situation, Ding Ancheng replied with an air of maturity that eased Yi Roujing's worries. After all, he was destined to be exceedingly wealthy, as foretold in the stories. Why do you so readily show me all this? Yi Roujing inquired. I previously had no such intention, but now I do, Ding Ancheng confessed. Do you understand what I mean? Yi Roujing felt a blush creep upon her cheeks, her lips pressing together in shyness. Ding Ancheng, sensing a stir of excitement within, bent down, gently lifting her chin, and pressed his lips against hers. Upon their arrival at the guest house, Ding Ancheng took upon himself the responsibility of guarding the bicycles. After carefully cleaning them, he carried one up to the room on the second floor. Ding Ancheng was occupied with yarn, green and white, already envisioning patterns in her mind. In Huaixi County, at Yong'an Alley, Ding Ancheng knocked on the door of the third-to-last room. Zhao Guang answered the door. Where is Gu Shizhao? He's inside. Ding Ancheng's arrival surprised Gu Shizhao. What brings you here? Take a look at this, Ding Ancheng said, placing a bundle down. Gu Shizhao raised an eyebrow as he opened it, a refreshing scent wafting from within, now even more pronounced. What is this? He asked, frowning at the wood inside the bundle. Gu Shizhao's eyes widened in shock as he looked up. What about the price? As long as it does not fall below this amount, all is well. Ding Ancheng raised 2 fingers and stated, as for the other half, find a place to keep it hidden. Hey, do you trust me that much? Gu Shizhao looked at Ding Ancheng with a hint of amusement. Yet there was an indescribable emotion in his eyes. I hope you can live up to my trust. Ding Ancheng maintained his demeanor and said, ensure that those around us are thoroughly vetted. We cannot afford to have our own people compromised. I shall personally deliver it to the capital. That would be ideal. I shall take my leave now. Chapter 70, The Truth at the Huaixi County Bus Station. Song Yilao and Tong Dongxue had purchased their tickets and had some time to spare, waiting under the shade of a tree. Sister, have you figured out how to deal with the Ding family? Do not rush. We are nearly being trampled upon. Song Yilao's gaze fell upon a face she could hardly forget. On March 7th, it was this individual who had pushed Yi Roujing into the water. Watching her struggle for quite some time before disdainfully walking away, she had tightly covered her mouth, witnessing everything from the bushes. This person was perilous, yet even more so for Yi Roujing. Tong Dongxue nodded nonchalantly. Let us go inside. After speaking, Song Yilao promptly moved towards the bus station. Sister, Ding Ancheng and the others are actually in the county. Perhaps we should take this opportunity to show them a thing or two. Just outside the station, Li Shijian and Li Shipei were conversing when they unexpectedly learned this news, prompting Li Shijian to rub his hands together in anticipation. What if Ding Ancheng is at the guest house? The mere thought of this possibility filled Li Shipei with intense resentment. Why not send someone to investigate? He should be attending class today. Li Shijian remarked that he would seek out acquaintances in the black market to solicit their assistance. Li Shipei did not oppose this, and thus Li Shijian set his plan into motion. Sister, you should wait for me at the guest house. I shall return shortly with help. That day, After meeting Lu Moli and exiting the Wantong production brigade, Li Shipei noticed Yi Roujing striding ahead with an air of aggression. Her solitary mutterings drowning out the world around her, completely oblivious to Li Shipei's presence trailing behind. Although Li Shipei had not been invited to Ding Ancheng's wedding, she had attended nonetheless, observing from a distance as Yi Roujing entered the Ding household, her face alight with an almost foolish glee. How could such a woman ever be worthy of Ding Ancheng? At this hour, while there were passers-by around, the narrow alley remained rather deserted. If she were to incapacitate the individual ahead and wait for Li Shijun and his companions to arrive, no one would suspect her involvement. It would be akin to the earlier incident where she had pushed someone into the water, with onlookers believing it was merely an accident. With each cautious step, Li Shipei moved quietly, her eyes fixed on the figure merely 2 or 3 meters away, clutching a stone she had just picked up tightly in her hand. Just a single blow, and then, suddenly, Li Shipei's eyes widened in shock. Yi Roujing, who had previously been facing away, had turned around and was now alarmingly close, her large almond-shaped eyes coldly surveying Li Shipei. The stone in Li Shipei's grasp was now held so tightly that pain compelled her to release it. "Oh, it's you," she murmured. Yi Roujing released the person, her expression one of indifference as she cast a glance at the stones on the ground. Propping her chin on her hand, she remarked, "So the previous conjecture was indeed correct. The one who pushed me into the water was you." She continued, fixing her gaze on Li Shipei. "But to harbor such feelings for someone that it drives you to eliminate those around them? Your affection is truly terrifying. What nonsense are you spouting?" Li Shipei stammered momentarily before regaining her composure. "So what were you attempting to do just now?" Yi Roujing found herself somewhat admiring the disposition of the young woman before her. It was only natural for one so wicked to act as she did. "Just trying to scare you a little," Li Shipei shrugged, "but it seems I was the one startled instead. Your reaction was quite pronounced." "I merely wished to share a jest with you." "Scare? Jest?" Yi Roujing spread her hands. "I'm not fond of being the subject of jokes from those I barely know. I didn't anticipate encountering you in the county town. Since you dislike it, I shall take my leave," Li Shipei said, kicking a stone aside as she turned to wave goodbye. "See you." Upon hearing this, Li Shipei glanced back at Yi Roujing, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. "You seem somewhat different." "That is because you do not know me well," Yi Roujing arched an eyebrow. As Li Shipei exited the narrow alley, she spotted Li Shijun and his companions approaching from a distance. She walked over to them, smiling as she said, "Thank you all for your concern, but everything is fine now. We would like to treat a few of you to lunch." As Yi Roujing stepped out of the narrow alley, she noticed that Li Shipei and his companions had already ventured far ahead, judging by their silhouettes. There were quite a few of them, including Li Shipei and Li Shijun, along with 4 other men. Ding Ancheng had purchased 3 tickets, and the trio boarded the morning bus just in time. Before the vehicle set off, Song Yilua caught a glimpse of Ding Ancheng and his companions boarding. Clenching her teeth in frustration, she had not anticipated missing them, truly a stroke of misfortune. Upon sensing Song Yilua's gaze, Yi Roujing turned to meet her eyes, a sigh escaping her lips. How unfair it was that both of them harbored such hostility towards her. The last row of the bus offered 3 seats, and Ding Ancheng and his companions made their way over, granting the window seat to Yi Roujing. The journey was bumpy, and having had little rest the previous night, Yi Roujing soon succumbed to slumber, awakening to find her head resting on Ding Ancheng's shoulder. "Awake? Are you hungry?" he inquired. "A little," she yawned, rubbing her belly. Ding Ancheng handed her some biscuits, which took her by surprise. "What about the meat buns?" Before leaving the guest house, Ding Ancheng had packed meat buns from the state-run hotel, warming them up for Ding Anghua, leaving 5 for himself. "They're from yesterday and a bit cold," he explained kindly. "You should have some biscuits first to tide you over." Ding Anmin, with oily fingers and glistening lips, turned her back to her elder brother. She might be a bit wild, having just eaten a meat bun a quarter of an hour ago, and it was evident that her brother had also indulged. Chapter 71. A performance, but I want to eat meat buns. Yi Roujing could already perceive the tantalizing aroma of the meat bun. Upon hearing this, Ding Ancheng produced one, tore off a corner of the oil paper wrapping, and urged her to indulge. Yi Roujing consumed the bun, which was slightly smaller than her face, in its entirety. The thin skin encased a generous filling. Although it had cooled somewhat, the flavor remained delightful. As she finished the bun, the vehicle arrived at the commune. Just as they approached the brigade, a cheerful jingling sound resonated in the air. Ding Anghua, gripping the handlebars with one hand, raised the other high and called out joyfully, "Elder brother, elder sister-in-law, Anmin, we've caught up with you." "Wow!" Ding Anghua, You've bought a bicycle. Tong Dongxue exclaimed, her excitement palpable upon seeing the brand new, glossy black Phoenix bicycle. It's my elder sister-in-law's. I don't possess the means or the tickets, Ding Ancheng replied with a calm smile. But you ride it so well. I can't even manage to ride, Tong Dongxue admitted candidly. Oh, my poor daughter. If your Ding Jianxi cannot take responsibility, what shall become of my girl? A woman, clad in gray homespun clothes, with disheveled hair of black and white, sat on the ground, gripping Ding Jianxi, who wore a blue work uniform, and cried out loudly at the entrance of the brigade. Why is she holding on to Ding Jianxi? Has he mistreated her daughter? As Yi Roujing and her companions entered the Dingping production brigade, this was the scene that greeted them. A pair of calm, yet piercingly intense eyes briefly swept over them, causing Tong Dongxue to startle and immediately close her mouth. She hadn't anticipated that Ding Ancheng would go to such lengths to protect Yi Roujing, that even the slightest remark from others would not be tolerated. Yi Roujing gazed at the woman sprawled on the ground, her brows slightly furrowed. For the woman was Lu Tsuejiu, the mother of Wang Qiushuang. Are you speaking of me? Perhaps you should inquire with your esteemed son. Is he not ashamed? A married man daring to embrace my innocent daughter, he is the one devoid of shame. Ding Jianxi is engaging in scandalous affairs. What scandal? Did you not hear? They claim she is still an untouched flower. Who knows if that is true? Engaging in such behavior? It is hard to tell. He appears to treat his wife well. Having recently visited his father-in-law's home to celebrate his mother-in-law's birthday, bringing with him milk powder and fruit candies. Perhaps he is merely generous due to a guilty conscience. Surrounding individuals murmured amongst themselves. The men cast glances at Ding Jianxi laced with a hint of envy, while the women displayed disdain. What nonsense are you spouting? Ding Jianxi's eyes were reddened, his fists clenched tightly as he bellowed in fury. Yi Roujing observed his demeanor with confusion, pondering whether he was unwell. Unable to handle provocation, could there be an issue with his nerves? What nonsense? I witnessed it with my own eyes that day. You were holding my daughter. How dare a grown man act so irresponsibly? Lu Tsuejiu suddenly sprang to her feet, jabbing her finger at Ding Jianxi's nose in accusation. What are you planning to do now? I have heard you are married. Let me tell you, you must divorce immediately and marry my daughter. At that moment, a staggering figure rushed past Yi Roujing and her companions. Mother, what are you doing? Qiushuang, you have arrived. Do not worry, Mother will seek justice for you, Lu Tsuejiu declared, gripping Wang Qiushuang firmly with a righteous expression. Moreover, she had just witnessed Ding Ancheng and Yi Roujing together. Why would her mother resort to such actions? Causing her to lose face before Yi Roujing? Why are you so kind-hearted, my child, enduring suffering in silence? Let me tell you, since Ding Jianxi has embraced you, he ought to take responsibility for you. Otherwise, who will marry you in the future? Lu Tsuejiu exclaimed, her voice laced with fury. Mother, you misunderstand. That day, it was Brother Ding who saw me injured and came to my aid. How can you wrongfully accuse him? I met Brother Ding for the first time that day. We have no connection whatsoever. He is a kind-hearted individual, Wang Qiushuang implored, her anxiety causing her to stamp her foot, only to aggravate her sprained ankle, which sent a jolt of pain coursing through her, forcing her to stagger momentarily before regaining her balance. Ding Jianxi, previously seething with rage, found his anger dissipating upon hearing Wang Qiushuang's words. At that moment, her exposed right ankle, wrapped in bandages, lent some credence to her claims. The sharp-eyed matriarch observed the heated exchange between Lu Tsuejiu and her daughter, Wang Qiushuang, before casting a glance at her now subdued son, Ding Jianxi. And her mind began to whirl with thoughts. Since it is merely a misunderstanding, let us clarify it. Our family's Jianxi is not the type to shirk responsibility, Wu Jun said with a smile, revealing her toothless grin. Regardless of the circumstances, the fact remains that my daughter has been embraced by your son. You are well aware of the current societal standards. How will this affect our Qiushuang's future? Lu Tsuejiu cried out in distress. I have heard that Ding Jianxi is a formal employee at the food factory. He is indeed an intellectual. Shouldn't intellectuals possess a greater sense of responsibility? Lu Tsuejiu cried out, though her face bore no tears, her head turning restlessly in search of affirmation. Then she set her eyes on Yi Roujing. Like a drowning woman grasping at a lifeline, Lu Tsuejiu sprang to her feet and rushed towards Yi Roujing, pleading, Roujing, you must help Qiushuang. This man cannot simply embrace a young lady without taking responsibility. Was it not the very same way Ding Ancheng won you over? Surely you can empathize with her plight. Ding Ancheng gently placed a hand on Yi Roujing's shoulder, creating some space between them, while Ding Ancheng seized the opportunity to insert herself right between Lu Tsuejiu and Yi Roujing. Madam, who are you? What business do your matters have with my brother and sister-in-law? Ding Ancheng proclaimed with a haughty demeanor, her chest puffed out. My brother is a man of great learning, and my sister-in-law is as beautiful as a flower. They are a match made in heaven. My brother fell for her at first sight, and ultimately, he embraced his beloved. How is it that your words tarnish their union? I dare say, it is your words that are foul, for everything that spills from your lips reeks of disdain. Ding Ancheng continued to protect Yi Roujing, whispering softly, Are you all right? Were you frightened? Yi Roujing, somewhat dazed, mechanically shook her head. To an outsider, however, she appeared utterly terrified, and coupled with Ding Ancheng's gentle reassurances, it painted a picture of tender affection. Ding Ancheng's audacious remarks stemmed from necessity, first and foremost. This was a matter concerning their family, and such quarrels were typically confined behind closed doors. The circumstances surrounding Yi Roujing's entry into their home were not to be divulged to outsiders. Most importantly, this was all due to Ding Ancheng. Having personally witnessed the ardent affection her elder brother harbored for his wife, Ding Ancheng was under no illusions. He was smitten and fiercely protective. As his only sister, she felt compelled to help safeguard their bond. What are you implying about Yi Roujing? She challenged. I believe you're simply envious of the affection between my brother and his wife, and covetous of the fact that her family has such an exceptional son-in-law. Your envy is palpable. Ding Ancheng's words struck a nerve with Lu Tsuejiu. Madam, Ding Ancheng continued. It's said that it's better to prevent the destruction of a marriage than to tear down 10 temples. Your daughter seems perfectly content where she is. Why are you so eager to tarnish her reputation? What are you hoping to gain? Do you think I'm oblivious to your underhanded attempts to sabotage the marriage between Jianxi and Ailing? What are your ulterior motives? Ding Ancheng succinctly exposed Lu Tsuejiu's intentions. Ancheng, please, I beg you to stop, Wang Qiushuang pleaded, falling to her knees, her tears evoking a sense of pity. Ding Ancheng, however, was disgusted. Ding Jianxi, among others, felt compassion for Wang Qiushuang. Ding Ancheng, watch your tongue, he admonished. Comrade Wang Qiushuang is a good woman. Ding Ancheng was repulsed, as was Yi Roujing. Observing the bloodshot eyes of Ding Jianxi, she was inwardly exasperated, suspecting that he might be mentally unsound. I can't speak to her virtues, Ding Ancheng retorted. But her mother's intentions are far from pure. Why involve our family in their affairs? Do they think we're defenseless? Ding Ancheng refused to yield. Roujing, you have grown up alongside Qiushuang since childhood. You are most familiar with her temperament, so you must lend her your support. Lu Tsuejiu obstructed their path, preventing Yi Roujing and her companions from passing. Oh, how am I supposed to assist her? Yi Roujing replied, somewhat amused. Just speak to her on her behalf. Lu Tsuejiu insisted. Yi Roujing had indeed witnessed Lu Tsuejiu's shamelessness. Aunt Tsuejiu, did you not pay attention? Ding Jianxi is married. He has a wife. Are you suggesting that Qiushuang become a mistress? Unfortunately, we are now in a new era that does not condone such matters. We adhere to monogamy. Aunt Tsuejiu, have you lost your senses? Yi Roujing remarked. Marriage can be dissolved, Lu Tsuejiu asserted with misplaced certainty. I lack the power to effect such changes. Yi Roujing scoffed. Oh, Qiushuang's mother, do not be anxious. Why not come to my home and discuss this matter leisurely? After all, the one in my family has yet to produce any offspring after 3 years of marriage. I've long wished for Jianxi to part ways with her and find a suitable young woman to bless our Ding family with a robust grandson. Wu Wejuan suddenly stepped forward, her face beaming with smiles, and took Lu Tsuejiu's hand to express her stance. Upon hearing this, Lu Tsuejiu's face lit up with delight. Really? Oh, my dear sister. I must tell you, our Qiushuang is simply exceptional. You've seen her for yourself. In truth, there have been numerous suitors for her hand. Yet this child is quite reserved. As for your Ding Jianxi, I have noticed that she shows no interest in anyone else. Mother, what nonsense are you speaking? I and brother Ding. Qiushuang, let me tell you, the mistakes made by our Jianxi must be rectified. He must take responsibility. If he fails to do so, I will assist you in reprimanding him. Wu Wejuan grasped Wang Qiushuang's hand, interrupting her words, her small, beady eyes scrutinizing Wang Qiushuang from head to toe. Wang Qiushuang felt a wave of revulsion but managed to mask it with a smile, saying, Auntie, you've misunderstood. It's not about making mistakes. Rather, I have done something commendable and should sincerely thank Brother Ding. Allow me to express my gratitude once more. Brother Ding, I truly appreciate your help. With that, Wang Qiushuang withdrew her hand from Wu Wejuan's grasp and turned to bow respectfully to Ding Jianxi. No need, Ding Jianxi replied. A bit bashful, scratching his head with an endearing awkwardness. "Mom, let us go." Wang Qiushuang felt an urgent desire to leave. "Don't you dare speak to me." Lu Tsuejiu shot her a fierce glare. "Stay, please. Come home for dinner," Wu Juan urged with a smile. Ding Jianxi did not voice any objections, while Yi Roujing watched the scene in silent disbelief. Suddenly, the crowd parted, revealing a somewhat bewildered figure clad in faded black cloth garments, with patched sleeves. It was Hu Ailing. Hu Ailing, 2 years senior to Wang Qiushuang, appeared aged in her worn attire, while Wang Qiushuang radiated youth in her elegant, pale yellow dress paired with a white cardigan. The contrast was striking. Hu Ailing's skin had darkened from labor in the sun after marrying Ding Jianxi, making her appear even older. Standing side by side, they seemed to belong to different generations. "What are you doing here?" Wu Juan regarded Hu Ailing with disdain, her eyes betraying her contempt. "There are guests. Prepare a few more dishes," Wu Juan instructed. "Well, if there is nothing further, we shall take our leave," Ding Ancheng replied. "Do you all wish to divorce and remarry? Or do you aspire to grow old together? I hope it does not involve my beloved and me any longer, since we are all individuals contributing to the nation. Maintaining integrity and focus is a virtue we should uphold," Ding Ancheng said calmly, looking at Ding Jianxi. Chapter 73. Confusion. Ding Jianxi felt a jolt in his heart under Ding Ancheng's indifferent gaze, yet he truly had no intention of remarrying. He merely felt pity for Wang Qiushuang in her current state, especially since his mother had invited them for dinner. As a son, how could he refuse? As Ding Jianxi's family and Lu Tsuejiu with her daughter departed, the villagers who had gathered began to disperse, yet their chatter increased. "Ding Jianxi is going to take a new wife. Hua Ailing is so unfortunate. She has gained nothing in her marital home, only to be cast out in the end. Indeed, look at that fierce matron. She is already planning for a new daughter-in-law, while still expecting Hua Ailing to cook. Knowing the truth must be infuriating. Sigh. What good is all this talk? Ultimately, it comes down to the inability to bear children. True. They've been married for 3 years. It's no wonder the matron is anxious. Any mother-in-law would find it intolerable. What does Jianxi mean by this? Is he truly considering marrying that Wang Qiushuang?" The villagers were abuzz with chatter, and Ding Anmin took it all in. Yet, these discussions were of little consequence compared to Ding Jianxing's attitude. It was astounding that he invited Lu Tsuejian and Wang Qiushuang to his home for a meal, oblivious to the schemes of the shrewish matriarch. "Mind your own business," Ding Anghua remarked. It was surprising to encounter such audacity. Tong Dongxue remained somewhat dumbfounded. However, it was true that every pot finds its lid, and it was Hu Ailing who bore the brunt of misfortune. Although the elder son of the county magistrate was 9 years Wang Qiushuang's senior and bore a limp from an injury, he possessed far more virtues than the fickle Ding Jianxing. Observing the recent scene, Yi Roujing discerned Wang Qiushuang's disdain for Ding Jianxing, attributing the current situation to the impulsive minds of Lu Tsuejian and the shrew. As for Hu Ailing, she was an enigma, never having been described in the book. Leaving her fate a mystery, one could only hope she would come to her senses, for no one else could assist her. "Don't overthink it," Yi Roujing said, her face etched with disbelief, her hand twitching slightly. Ding Ancheng scratched his head a few more times before releasing her, opening his mouth in surprise. "Ah?" Just as Yi Roujing pondered, a creamy candy found its way into her mouth. It was fragrant and sweet, the pure essence of milk far superior to the confectionaries of the future, causing her eyes to narrow in blissful enjoyment. Although Song Ilua's gaze did not fixate on Ding Ancheng and Yi Roujing, he occasionally glanced over, his face paling at their blatant intimacy, leaving him no inclination to attend to anything else. "Is everything all right? Have you been frightened?" This reflects the inherent flaws of rural individuals. Such behavior is not tolerated among city dwellers, Tang Dongxue consoled loudly. "Oh, I cannot believe that such occurrences do not exist in the city. Furthermore, please do not generalize. Not all rural people are like that," Ding Anmin retorted, realizing that Ding Jianxi's current household registration was indeed in the city, not in their village. It seemed that once a rural person ventured into the city, they became corrupted. "You." Tang Dongxue was momentarily at a loss for words. "Father, look." Ding Anghua, the last to enter, cautiously carried his bicycle into the courtyard. "I will take care of it right away." Despite having ridden for quite a distance, Ding Anghua showed no signs of fatigue. He energetically cleaned his bicycle, meticulously applying oil afterward to prevent rusting. In the afternoon, the entire family went to work. On their way up the mountain to gather pig fodder, Yi Roujing, Ding Anmin, and Xia Xingxian were stopped. "Sister Ailing, are you okay?" Ding Anmin inquired. Noticing a large red handprint on Hu Ailing's left cheek and her bloodshot eyes, which were now glaring at Yi Roujing with a hint of indignation. Yi Roujing was momentarily taken aback, but her surprise quickly faded as she calmly asked, "Are you looking for me? Why did you do that?" Hu Ailing demanded, her voice tinged with hysteria. "Clarify what I have supposedly done," Yi Roujing replied, her patience wearing thin as she furrowed her brow. "Why did you humiliate Jianxi in front of so many people? Who do you think you are? And that Wang Qiushuang, is she your classmate? You shamelessly pursued Ding Ancheng. Why do you incite her to do the same?" Hu Ailing's eyes burned with fury, and after speaking, she bit her lip tightly. "Hey, what nonsense are you spouting?" Yi Roujing extended her hand to shield Ding Ancheng behind her, gazing at Hu Ailing with an expression devoid of emotion. "This is your first encounter with Wang Qiushuang, and you believe everything she says?" Hu Ailing was momentarily taken aback, unable to muster a retort. "Think a little, will you? Do you comprehend the current situation?" Yi Roujing spoke with a tone tinged with exasperation. "Have you considered what your plans are? Can you think of something practical for once? As your neighbor, I have shown you ample kindness, offering reminders where necessary and standing up for you when it wasn't required of me. And now, you turn around and question me? Does your conscience not ache?" Hu Ailing's tears burst forth, and she crouched down, clutching herself tightly. "What should I do? What should I do?" Her panic was exacerbated by the fact that the slap she bore on her face was dealt by Ding Jianxi. Though she had endured scolding from her mother-in-law and lectures from her brother-in-law, Ding Jianxi had never laid a hand on her before. Today was the first time, and she was in shock. The reason for his assault was merely that she had accidentally splashed soup onto Wang Qiushuang's skirt while serving. Lu Tsueju, Wang Qiushuang's mother, had made a critical remark, and her mother-in-law had stoked the flames with a few words, leading Ding Jianxi to strike her. Bewildered, she had barely eaten and was hastily sent out to work that afternoon. As she stumbled out in a daze, Wang Qiushuang had stopped her, uttering a few so-called heartfelt words, which prompted her to seek Yi Roujing. Chapter 74. Expecting crouching and weeping bitterly. Hu Ailing drew the attention of Yi Roujing and the others, who remained silently observant yet did not depart. When Hu Ailing finally exhausted her tears, Ding Ancheng stepped forward to offer her a water bottle. Hu Ailing, with swollen eyes, accepted the drink, sobbing as she took a few sips. "Thank you, I apologize. I should not have said those things." Recently, her life had been relatively comfortable compared to the past 3 years, as the harsh words from her mother-in-law had lessened, largely due to Yi Roujing standing up for her. "Ultimately, it is my inadequacy. I cannot bear children," Hu Ailing said, a hint of despair in her voice. "How often do you and your husband share intimacy? Typically, do you engage in relations a few days after your menstrual cycle?" Yi Roujing inquired. Hu Ailing's face flushed crimson, and she stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response, which Yi Roujing recognized as embarrassment. With a sigh, Yi Roujing offered her advice. "From the first day of your menstrual cycle, count from the 9th day to the 18th day. Engaging in relations during this period increases the chances of conception. You should calculate the days yourself. Is that true?" Hu Ailing asked, skepticism evident in her tone. Could the man also be at fault? She questioned incredulously. "Of course," Yi Roujing affirmed. "However, this society is exceedingly cruel to women. Any issues surrounding childbearing, whether it's the inability to conceive or the gender of the child, are unjustly attributed to the woman. Do not mention this to your mother-in-law. Simply inquire about Ding Jinjia's thoughts," Yi Roujing analyzed. "He is currently siding with outsiders against me. Bringing it up now would only deteriorate our relationship." Hu Ailing choked back tears, saying, "Is that bruise on your face from Jianjia?" Ding Ancheng exclaimed in shock. "What about your family?" Xia Xingchen swiftly changed the subject. "They will not concern themselves with me. If I were to divorce, they would only encourage me to remarry. They would never allow me to stay at home." Hu Ailing understood her family's stance all too well. "What is your level of education?" Yi Roujing asked, looking at Hu Ailing. I have only attended a few years of elementary school." Hu Ailing felt extremely embarrassed. Yi Roujing appeared quite powerless. She was unable to engage in business and found it difficult to seek employment. Her family of origin offered no support, and her in-laws were not particularly dependable either. The future of Hu Ailing seemed utterly uncertain, and she could not conceive any clear plans. With a sigh, Yi Roujing squatted down to take Hu Ailing's pulse. Since they could not go for an examination, she thought to first provide some adjustments. As she focused, Yi Roujing became momentarily dazed but could still discern a joyful pulse. She looked at Hu Ailing and inquired, "How long has it been since your last menstrual period?" "You are pregnant," Yi Roujing stated. Calculating the dates, she realized that the last time Hu Ailing had been chased and beaten, She was already with child, and remarkably, this child had withstood the ordeal. What? Huailing responded in a daze. I said you were pregnant, over a month along. Yi Roujing affirmed. Nearby, Ding Ancheng and Xia Xingchen gasped in astonishment. Sister Ailing, that's wonderful. For reasons unknown, Yi Roujing also felt a sense of relief for her. Is it true? Is it really true? Huailing murmured, still in disbelief. You should go to the hospital for a checkup, Yi Roujing advised. If the clinic cannot confirm, then go to the county hospital. I have a barefoot doctor in my family, highly skilled. I will ask him to take a look for you. Huailing now felt a sense of unease, having already stood up, yet her hands clutched her abdomen, trembling slightly. After Yi Roujing and San finished cutting pig grass and descended the mountain, they had yet to cross the threshold of their home when the villagers began to murmur among themselves. The news of Huailing's pregnancy had already spread, but the focus was not solely on this. Rather, it was the unfortunate incident where Huailing had carelessly taken a fall, resulting in a miscarriage. Huaixi clamored for Ding Jianxi to divorce Huailing, exclaiming that after such difficulty in conceiving, they could not keep a daughter-in-law who could not bear children. Consequently, Huailing was summarily cast out by Huaixi, who demanded that her family come to collect her. However, no one arrived to take her away. Ultimately, it was Huang Kaiying, the brigade leader's wife, who learned of the situation and chastised Huaixi soundly, thus allowing Huailing to return home, and she even summoned a barefoot doctor. Upon hearing this, Yi Roujing and San delivered the pig grass and proceeded to visit Huailing. The atmosphere in Ding Jianxi's household chilled Yi Rou's heart, as there was an unmistakable absence of sorrow. Despite Huaxi's incessant tirade, her expression bore no trace of grief, almost resembling a sigh of relief. Ding Jianxi sat in the courtyard, his hands tangled in his hair, his gaze a tumult of emotions, predominantly regret, laced with a hint of fear. Yet, the fact that he did not intervene to stop Huaxi's tirade or remain by Huailing's side led Yi Rou to regard this man with disdain. For it was evident that the one suffering most was Huailing herself. Rather than resting in a proper room, Huailing lay in the woodshed. Her body sprawled across a wooden plank devoid of bedding, save for some dry straw. The shabby quilt covering her was tattered and worn. At that moment, Huailing's eyes were vacant, and Yi Roujing and San entered the room without even a flicker of recognition in her gaze. Yi Roujing seated herself and took Huailing's pulse, noting the deficiency in her vital energy and blood. Lifting the blanket, she observed a considerable amount of blood in the crotch area, causing Ding Ancheng and Xia Xingchen to step back in alarm. At last, Huailing's eyes flickered, turning towards Yi Roujing with a faint smile, her expression more sorrowful than tears could convey. Why am I so foolish? She mused. For him. I have endured countless hardships in silence, toiled like a beast. After finally conceiving, I shared the news with him, only to be met with a stunned face. A mixture of laughter and hair-pulling. I could see he was not genuinely pleased. Her mother-in-law was incredulous. When I suggested that a barefoot doctor had examined her and proposed a hospital visit if necessary, she dismissed it as a waste of money. If she's pregnant, she's pregnant. Who hasn't been pregnant before? Why should it be any different for me? I took extra care, fearful of any mishap. Despite the absence of obstacles at the doorway, I slipped on an unexpected patch of oil and fell hard, precious life slipping from my grasp, something I usually wouldn't dare indulge in. Huailing rambled on. Yet no tears fell from her eyes. The heart of a man can be truly cruel. With the child gone, he no longer needed a wife. He was fully aware yet assisted in erasing the evidence. His mother claimed I had slipped on my own, and he wouldn't utter a word in my defense. This marriage should have ended long ago. Chapter 75. Only I can treat you this way. Am I meddling unnecessarily? Yi Roujing sighed. If I hadn't informed Huailing of her pregnancy, would today's events have transpired? It has nothing to do with you. If it had not been discovered today, it would have been revealed in due time. Once someone harbors such intentions, avoidance becomes impossible. Ding Ancheng spoke softly to offer comfort. However, the road ahead for Huailing would be fraught with difficulties. Yi Roujing couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Each individual has their own journey. How many can you truly intervene in? Moreover, you have already extended your assistance to her. Without your prior help, her family would have subjected her to relentless abuse. That child would have long been lost. Ding Ancheng reassured her, stating that at least now, she had come to terms with the child's existence, thus sparing herself from self-reproach. As for the future, no matter how much others may wish to assist, it ultimately rests upon her to gain clarity. Our role is merely to support her within our means. Yet, The rumors circulating outside suggest that it was her own misstep that led to the loss of her child. Ding Ancheng gently caressed Yi Roujing's hair and remarked that regardless of how the child was lost, the blame would inevitably fall upon her. However, as long as she maintains her own clarity, that is what truly matters. Yi Roujing sighed. Despite the sumptuous dinner, she could only manage to eat half a bowl. Li Hongying had already heard from Ding Anmin about the situation and chose not to say much more, simply mentioning that there was still meat porridge in the jar and that she could have some later if she felt hungry. Thank you, Mom, Yi Roujing replied, looking at Li Hongying with gratitude, feeling fortunate to have encountered such a family. That night, as they prepared for sleep, the cotton-padded jacket remained in use. For Ding Ancheng had shaken the blanket, covering both of them. Aware of Yi Roujing's melancholy, he continued to whisper gentle reassurances until she drifted off to sleep. The following morning, as expected, she awoke in Ding Ancheng's embrace, momentarily bewildered, feeling a warmth on her forehead, followed by a gentle peck on her nose. Following the deepening of their relationship at the guest house, Yi Roujing observed a newfound tenderness in Ding Ancheng. He seized every opportunity to bestow kisses upon her, forehead, cheeks, lips, acting as if it were his due. Yi Roujing, not possessing his audacity, cast a glare at him before rising to her feet. I'm going to check on Huailing, she declared. Upon Yi Roujing's arrival next door, she found Huang Kaiying already present, a testament to her warm-hearted nature. Sister Wan, Huang Kaiying began. It's not for me to say, but now that you know Ailing is capable of bearing children, isn't that a blessing? Once she's recovered, she can bring you a healthy grandson in a few months. Why even consider divorce? Her face was etched with disapproval. It's not up to an old woman like me to decide, Wu Juan, the formidable matriarch, feigned helplessness. The children have made up their own minds. I even tried to dissuade them. She continued, but Ailing feels deeply indebted to our family for not bearing children all these years. Now that she's finally conceived, she couldn't protect the child. She's resolute in her decision to leave. Huang Kaiying was on the verge of an outburst, astounded by Wu Juan's blatant falsehoods. Jianxi, what do you say? You're a proper worker, educated, and should know the principle of not abandoning one's wife who has shared hardship. Huang Kaiying reasoned with Ding Jianxi, hoping that his insistence would prevent the divorce. I'll listen to Ailing, he mumbled. Aunt Kaiying, let's proceed with the divorce. Hu Ailing's voice, though frail, carried unwavering determination. Upon hearing these words from the doorway, Yi Roujing turned and departed, assured that with Huang Kaiying present, Hu Ailing would not suffer injustice. The day was destined to be eventful. Hu Ailing's family arrived in force, a throng of robust men, their words laden with demands for recompense. Hu Ailing had suffered the loss of her child, a profound blow to her well-being, and the Ding family was to be held accountable. However, with the formidable presence of Grandma Hu, they found little success in their demands. This time, Hu Ailing asserted herself, asking only for the Ding family to cover the medical expenses incurred, lest she refuse a divorce. Grandma Hu, grumbling and protesting, eventually yielded 50 yuan and 2 ration coupons for sanitary napkins. With Huang Kaiying and Hu Ailing's family present, it was decided that the divorce proceedings would be postponed until after Hu Ailing had completed her postpartum confinement, which was to be observed at her husband's home. The matter of Ding Jianxi and Hu Ailing became the talk of the village. Some even questioned whether Hu Ailing had caused the miscarriage herself, an allegation she neither confirmed nor denied, and the gossip gradually subsided until newer subjects emerged. Yi Roujing visited Hu Ailing almost daily, bringing her nourishment and observing a transformation in her resolve, a newfound determination in her eyes. Yi Roujing was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow at this change. Ding Ancheng spent nearly 3 days at home, updating his family on the progress of the marital home and discussing the planned trip to the provincial capital in May. His family listened without objection, secretly pleased that the bond between the two children was strengthening. When Ding Ancheng departed early Monday morning, he took Yi Roujing's junior high school diploma. He declined any other family members accompanying him to see him off, leaving only Yi Roujing to bid him farewell. The sky was still veiled in twilight, and the road was deserted. Emboldened by the solitude, Ding Ancheng reached out and clasped Yi Roujing's hand. Iluo, I find myself once more. Upon spotting Ding Xingye and Song Iluo ahead, Yi Roujing instinctively withdrew her hand, experiencing an odd sensation akin to that of a mistress caught in the act by the legitimate wife. Uncertain of Ding Ancheng's current sentiments, Yi Roujing turned her gaze, only to discover a palpable dissatisfaction in Ding Ancheng's eyes, a discontent directed at her. For a fleeting moment, she felt a pang of astonishment. Ancheng Ge. Ding Xingye flashed a grin at Ding Ancheng. Song Yilua subtly distanced herself from Ding Xingye, her hands betraying a hint of unease. Yi Roujing was taken aback by the realization that Song Yilua had developed such an affection for Ding Ancheng, despite his marital status. You two are quite busy. We shall take our leave. Ding Ancheng, unfazed, grasped Yi Roujing's wrist and strode past the pair, departing into the distance. Xingye Gu, from now on, please call me Song Jiqing. A flicker of disappointment crossed Ding Xingye's countenance, yet he quickly donned a cheerful expression. Very well, Song Jiqing, let us proceed. I have discovered something else for you to see. All right. Yi Roujing strained to eavesdrop on the commotion behind her, a wry smile creeping onto her lips. It felt akin to dismantling a bridge after crossing it. Though she held no genuine interest, she still lingered, which was truly. Chapter 76. The discontented kiss. What are you thinking about? Noticing Yi Roujing lost in thought, Ding Ancheng gently tapped her forehead. What do you think of Song Yilua? Yi Roujing inquired softly. I am not well acquainted with her. Thus I lack the authority to critique others, Ding Ancheng replied, his brow slightly furrowed. However, it would be wise for you to maintain your distance. She does not seem suitable for close companionship, as her intentions appear questionable. Yi Roujing's eyes widened in shock. You do not like her? Ding Ancheng raised an eyebrow, observing Yi Roujing as a cold smile curled upon his lips, causing her to shiver and instinctively retreat a step. What is wrong with you? He grasped her hand and led her down a narrow path into the adjacent grove. Hey, where are you taking me? Yi Roujing stumbled slightly as he pulled her along, only to find herself colliding into his embrace. As she lifted her gaze, her lips were abruptly sealed by his. And it was not until her body grew weak and her breath became labored that Ding Ancheng finally released her. You. Yi Roujing covered her lips with one hand, staring at Ding Ancheng in sheer astonishment. How could he be so audacious? This was in public, after all. She wondered what had provoked him. Noticing the rosy hue on her cheeks and the slight swelling of her lips, Ding Ancheng felt a pang of regret. He certainly did not wish for her to appear in such a state before others. Meanwhile, Ding Ancheng, upon seeing Yi Roujing's lips, could not help but recall what he had witnessed at the previous lodging, hastily ushering her inside. Big brother, you really ought to take it easy. It seems you didn't have your fill last night, he murmured. Yi Roujing, upon hearing this, felt her head spin, her face flushed and burning. As an unmarried lady, you shouldn't let every thought spill from your lips, she admonished, quickly regaining her composure. It is indeed time for me to marry, Ding Ancheng pondered seriously. Yi Roujing soon recalled the future husband of Ding Ancheng from the book, a man named Li Rongan, 8 years her senior, described as utterly honest, though the narrative did not reveal when they had met or whether he was from the vicinity. On the way to the brigade warehouse to fetch tools, Yi Roujing quickened her pace and inquired of Ding Ancheng, have you heard of someone named Li Rongan? It's nothing, just something I heard at my family's place. It seems he is not young anymore and still unmarried. I was merely asking, not knowing if it is good or bad, Yi Roujing offered as an excuse. Upon hearing this, Ding Ancheng suspected it was someone looking to marry off their daughter, discreetly inquiring about Li Rongan's character. Just then, as they conversed, they suddenly heard someone call out. Looking up, they saw a young man clad in military green attire, roughly the same age as Ding Ancheng, approaching. He stood in front of Ding Ancheng, slightly shorter. Li Yonghu? Ding Ancheng called out after a moment of scrutiny. Yes, it's me, Li Yonghu replied with a smile, giving Ding Ancheng's arm a light pat. I happened to come to Dingping Production Brigade today and thought I would come see you. It's been over 2 years since high school graduation. You've become a bit darker, he remarked, puffing out his chest with a hint of pride. I've joined the Tongxian commune and am now an office worker. Today, I came to observe the spring planting situation at Dingping Production Brigade. You truly are impressive. Ding Ancheng praised without a trace of jealousy. Li Yonghu took this compliment to heart and then shifted his gaze to Yi Roujing, who stood beside Ding Ancheng. He had noticed her earlier. After all, he had seldom encountered such a beautiful girl, and he was captivated at first sight. However, as a public servant, he felt the need to maintain a respectable image. Ancheng, is this your sister? Li Yonghu asked curiously. My sister is over there, Ding Ancheng replied. Ding Ancheng gestured towards Ding Anmin behind him. Li Yonghu leaned forward to take a look and was immediately struck by the sight of Ding Anmin. Clad in a blue shirt and black trousers, her hair in a braid, radiating a sunny smile. His eyes widened in surprise. The Dingping production team was truly remarkable, as every girl was stunning. And who might this be? Li Yonghu restrained himself from lingering too long on her and turned his gaze back to Ding Ancheng. Considering she was walking alongside him, could she possibly be his wife? You're not married, are you? No, This is my sister-in-law. Ding Anghua shook his head. Not married. That's a relief. Wait, your sister-in-law? Li Yonghu sighed slightly, realizing that such a beautiful girl must have already tied the knot. Your sister-in-law is indeed very youthful. He quickly shifted the subject. Anghua, I must get back to work. I'll come find you later. All right. Ding Anghua waved his hand. Yi Roujing paused for a moment, glanced at Ding Anmin, and then nodded. What's wrong? Ding Anmin approached her, noticing the look. Nothing. Just a bit strange, Yi Roujing replied. Is it bad to inquire? It was rare to see Ding Anghua with such a serious expression. Li Roujing, at the age of 27, was the eldest in his family, with one younger brother and 2 sisters. Their parents had passed away, and he was solely responsible for raising his siblings. Yet, he had to work tirelessly to support the family, almost rooted in the fields, earning merely 10 work points each day. Ordinary families seldom consent to marry off their daughters to such men. To enter such a union would mean assuming the role of a long-suffering sister-in-law, burdened with the responsibilities of younger siblings, an arduous path indeed. Moreover, Li Roujing is perpetually occupied with his labor, leaving his guidance and care for his siblings woefully insufficient. His brother, Li Yunzhen, at the age of 23, has gained notoriety within their village for his nefarious activities, consistently entangled in the black market and having been apprehended by the police on several occasions, even spending a few months in a labor camp. As for his 2 sisters, the elder, aged 25, is already married, albeit to a Uwell whom Li Yunzhen himself introduced. He is now equally distracted, indulging in endless games of mahjong. The younger sister, however, exhibits a modicum of diligence, having diligently completed her high school education and currently serving as an accountant for their village. Ding Anghua recounted every detail of the information he had gathered, and Yi Roujing furrowed her brow in contemplation. Given the circumstances surrounding Li Roujing, she pondered how Ding Anmin could ultimately have married him. From the moment she learned that Li Hongying belonged to the Hahua production brigade, she was convinced that it was improbable for Ding Anmin to wed into that family. The entire affair seemed rather peculiar. Reflecting on a previous encounter in Huaixi County where she had witnessed Li Shipei, she wondered if there was any connection to their circumstances. Sister-in-law, if the matter arises, you must speak candidly, Ding Anghua advised, his rare attentiveness to the inquiry underscoring its significance, especially as it was directed towards his own sister-in-law. Indeed, I understand, she replied. Chapter 77. To the provincial city the spring rain fell gently, saturating the earth. The days that followed were marked by a near-constant downpour. Yet, work could not cease. Clad in rain gear, Yi Roujing grappled with an unprecedented level of hardship. On the 20th of April, the skies finally cleared. On this day, Huailing bid farewell to Yi Roujing, just as Yi Roujing was on her way with a bag of white flour cakes to visit her. As I prepare to depart, a sense of liberation and anticipation for the future flickers in Huailing's eyes. Where will you go? Yi Roujing inquires with concern. Both Aunt Kaiying and you have been my benefactors, Huailing replies with a smile. Thanks to Aunt Kaiying, my family is now too embarrassed to come and ask me for money. To Huaixi County? Yi Roujing asks. Huailing nods. I am still uncertain about which household I will be joining, but Aunt Kaiying knows some people who can assist me in finding opportunities. There is a greater chance of success with intermediaries involved. The work involves household chores, cooking, and caring for the elderly and children, tasks that anyone from the countryside can manage. And I can certainly do well. Even if I were to remarry, I intend to seek out a partner myself, so please do not worry about me. Huailing's perspective has shifted significantly. I heard that Wang Qiushuang is set to marry in June. That girl is quite cunning. She will be living next door to you. So do take care. Huailing offers a thoughtful warning. Yi Roujing is taken aback. Wang Qiushuang will marry Ding Jianxi. How could she agree to that? Her mother and my former mother-in-law have already reached an understanding. If Wang Qiushuang listens to her mother, then this union is certain to proceed. Huailing states with a calm demeanor. Furthermore, Wang Qiushuang visited me once, claiming it was to see me, but she lingered only a few minutes in my room. Her words were more about inquiring about your relationship with Ding Ancheng. I am unsure of her intentions, as she kept insisting on how well she and you get along. Followed by her apologies, weeping and wailing, which grew rather tiresome to hear. She will come. This marriage is bound to succeed. The tiger lady has already found several suitors. Anyway, I will be leaving tomorrow, so let them handle it as they wish. Upon hearing this, Yi Roujing smiled and said, all right. However, you have only been in confinement for a week. Are you certain you are fit to move? As she spoke, Yi Roujing took Huailing's pulse. Although her vitality was still somewhat diminished, Her constitution had strengthened compared to a few days prior, likely due to a shift in mindset. At that moment, Huailing, lying on the door plank, radiated an unusual vibrancy. If I do not leave now, I may never have the chance again. Huailing understood this clearly. I have money in my possession, and my family is keeping a close watch. Once they take my money, I will be married off to someone else. And then I will receive another bride price, rendering me unable to act. With the money I have, I can rent a room in the county town. And once I find a family that requires help, I will be able to make my own decisions. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Huailing's eyes. Once I earn enough money and gain independence, I will no longer be the person who merely obeys the dictates of my family. Yi Roujing felt a deep sense of satisfaction. I plan to go to the county town later this year. You can come to County No. 1 middle school to find me. If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost to help you. Thank you, Huailing replied. Her nose suddenly tinged with emotion. After all these years of familial ties and love, it felt as though the sincere concern of a neighbor surpassed everything else. She considered herself both a failure and, paradoxically, extremely fortunate to have encountered someone like Yi Roujing. Yi Roujing prepared some money and food stamps for Huailing. Although Huailing declined the money, she accepted a few food stamps, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. The following day, Yi Roujing once again sought out Huailing, yet refrained from entering her abode. The formidable Huaixi, in an uncharacteristically amiable mood, exchanged a few pleasantries with her, but offered no information regarding Huailing's whereabouts. Yi Roujing skillfully feigned confusion, yet was soon dismissed by Huaixi. On the 22nd of April, Yi Roujing visited next door once more, where Huaixi's spirits had further elevated, and she candidly revealed that Ding Jianxi and Huailing had divorced, asserting that Huailing was no longer associated with their family, and urged Yi Roujing not to inquire further. This matter could not remain concealed, especially after Huang Kaiying's visit, which led to the news spreading throughout the commune. Ultimately, the situation deteriorated, as both Huaixi and Ding Jianxi genuinely had no knowledge of Huailing's current circumstances. Huaixi shamelessly implicated Yi Roujing, suggesting her daily visits may have incited the issue. However, many in the commune were aware of Yi Roujing's visits to the neighbors in recent days, and thus her suspicions were swiftly alleviated. Huailing's mother lamented, pounding her thigh in distress, proclaiming that Huailing might have lost the will to live, and lamented her daughter's undisclosed burial site, angrily denouncing Huaixi's malice, with the ultimate aim of seeking compensation. Nevertheless, Huaixi produced the divorce certificate, rendering any blame on them unfounded, leaving Huailing's maternal family to return empty-handed. On the last day of April, Huang Kaiying approached Yi Roujing, cheerfully sharing news of Huailing's current situation, revealing that she had secured a position as a nanny in the home of the county magistrate in Huaixi County. Having caught the eye of the magistrate's wife among a crowd, working in such a household, as long as one is diligent, life can be quite agreeable. Yi Roujing was taken aback, yet felt a profound sense of relief. Let us not part ways. Our train departs at 12:15, and we have only 10 minutes left to board. Ding Ancheng persistently held on to Yi Roujing, and this remark was undoubtedly directed towards Ding Anghua and Ding Anmin. It was my inaugural train journey. Ding Anmin expressed a hint of excitement, having heard that meals were available on the train. Do you wish to partake? Ding Anghua doused her enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. It's bound to be expensive. Not only Ding Anmin, but Yi Roujing also felt a flicker of anticipation. After all, she had traveled on high-speed trains, bullet trains, and even airplanes, yet she had never experienced the charm of a green leather train. The prospect of sharing a compartment with a lively group, engaging in conversation, and enjoying card games was indeed alluring. However, her longing for the green leather train dissipated once she boarded. Not only were the seats occupied, but even the aisles were congested with people, some even resting beneath the seats. Live chickens and ducks were allowed aboard, with numerous passengers indulging in meals, resulting in an amalgamation of diverse aromas permeating the carriage. Fortunately, the sleeper compartment offered a relatively better environment. Ding Ancheng had opted for a soft sleeper, with 4 individuals assigned to a compartment. However, luck was not in their favor as they could not all fit into one compartment. Instead, they were divided into pairs, Ding Ancheng with Yi Roujing, and Ding Anghua with Ding Anmin. Though there was a fleeting thought of switching compartments, the other occupant in Ding Anmin's compartment was a woman accompanied by 2 children, whose noise proved somewhat bothersome. Typically, those who purchase soft sleepers are officials or their families, often exhibiting a certain air of superiority or being reticent. hence the decision to refrain from suggesting a change. After all, it was merely a matter of being next door. Yi Roujing and Ding Ancheng's berths were on one side, one above the other, and Ding Ancheng graciously offered the lower berth to Yi Roujing. Subsequently, Ding Ancheng busily moved in and out, stowing away luggage, retrieving a thermos to fetch water, and cleaning a porcelain basin. He also poured a glass of water for Yi Roujing. "What would you like for lunch?" he inquired. The boxed meals on the train generally offer 3 options. When the vendors come around, you can choose whichever you prefer. Yi Roujing nodded in acknowledgement, as did Min and the others. "I will go next door." Yi Roujing uttered a fragmented sentence, yet Ding Ancheng understood perfectly and promptly exited. In the adjacent compartment, there were 2 individuals accompanying Yi Roujing, one male and one female. The man, approximately 50 years of age, donned a gray Zhongshan suit and sported a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. His hair was tinged with gray, exuding an air of literary sophistication. The woman appeared to be of a similar age to Yi Roujing, with a bob cut and dressed in cobalt blue fabric. Her delicate features conveyed a hint of ethereal beauty reminiscent of the misty reign of Jiangnan, evoking a sense of familiarity. This young lady had discreetly cast several glances at Ding Ancheng, which Yi Roujing seemed to comprehend. Indeed, everyone is entitled to admire a handsome man. "Pardon me, is that gentleman your brother or your husband?" the elder man inquired with a smile directed at Yi Roujing. "Ah, quite a match. He seems to be quite considerate," he complimented. Yi Roujing found it challenging to respond to such remarks. "Cough, cough. Allow me to fetch you a glass of water, teacher," the young woman spoke gently. Yi Roujing offered her the thermos, and the young woman nodded in gratitude, pouring a glass for the elder gentleman. "Thank you," he replied in a slightly hoarse voice. "By the way, may I ask how to address you?" "I am Yi Roujing." "Yi Roujing?" The man's excitement suddenly surged. "From Tongsten Commune, Dingping Production Brigade, is it?" Now it is Yi Roujing's turn to be taken aback. She is certain that she does not recognize the individual before her, yet perceiving no malice in his demeanor. She nods and inquires, "May I ask who you are?" "Hello, comrade. I am Huaixi County, the father of Hu Heping." The man expresses his gratitude, stating that Heping has mentioned you on numerous occasions. "Thanks to you, comrade, you saved our Heping and her unborn child." Yi Roujing is pleasantly surprised. She never expected to encounter an indirect acquaintance simply by taking a train. How fortunate Heping is. Everyone relishes compliments about their children, and Huaixi smile grows ever brighter. "I heard Heping mention that you would be visiting during the May Day holiday. It is quite the coincidence to meet you on this train. Once we arrive in the provincial capital, let us go together. Heping will surely be overjoyed to see you. By the way, this is Yang Tzuhu, my student who will begin teaching mathematics at Provincial No. 1 High School this September. I also heard from Heping that your husband is a mathematics teacher as well." Yi Roujing nods and glances at Yang Tzuhu. The name and appearance evoke familiarity, yet she doubts any familial connection to Yang Tzuhu from the county hospital. It is no wonder she feels a sense of recognition. Although Tzuhu is more attractive, the thin lips strikingly resemble those of Tzuhu, albeit with a more hardened countenance. "Yes," Yi Roujing affirms, "I am from Huaixi County No. 1 High School." Before she can elaborate, Yang Tzuhu interjects, "Comrade E, you may have met my cousin, Yang Tzuhu. She works at the county hospital." "Hello, comrade. I am Hu Heping's father." A flicker of understanding crossed Ding Ancheng's eyes. "So it is. Greetings, I am Ding Ancheng, the husband of Yi Roujing." Ding Ancheng. The speaker was Yang Tzuhu, her gentle and serene demeanor momentarily disrupted by surprise as she stood up, gazing intently at Ding Ancheng, filled with delight. "So it is Senior Ding. Greetings, I am Yang Tzuhu, a student from the mathematics department of Kyoto University, class of 71. Yang Tzuhu's eyes sparkled with admiration as she regarded Ding Ancheng, prompting Yi Roujing to sense that this individual viewed Ding Ancheng as an idol. "You may not know me, but I am familiar with you." "Hello." Ding Ancheng politely nodded in response to Yang Tzuhu. At that time, Song Iloa radiated with brilliance, thriving in her business endeavors, embodying the essence of a strong woman. Standing beside Ding Ancheng, they represented the ideal match, a golden boy and jade girl. Any affection Yang Tzuhu might have harbored for Ding Ancheng was swiftly extinguished. "Ah, it is Comrade Ding." Huaixi regarded Ding Ancheng with evident satisfaction. "When I was reassigned to Kyoto University, you had already graduated. Nonetheless, your remarkable achievements have continued to resonate within the mathematics department. Completing all your courses in just 2 years, maintaining the top rank throughout, yet you did not remain to teach. Your former professors still speak of you fondly." Huaixi remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ding Ancheng displayed a gentle smile. I wonder how your health is, dear teacher? As strong as ever. Huaixi replied kindly. I began teaching at Jiang Province University in September, closer to home, but it means I will not see them as often as I would like. Yi Roujing felt a slight flush on her cheeks, contemplating how Ding Ancheng's teacher might react upon discovering that his prized pupil had been courted by someone with merely a junior high school diploma. Chapter 79, Reminiscing about My Beloved. Yi Roujing was acutely aware that her ears must be crimson. What does comrade do? Yang Zuihu inquired, her gaze imbued with an unknowing scrutiny. Following this, a harmonious coexistence ensued, filled with amiable conversations. Huaixi engaged in dialogue with Yi Roujing, and regardless of the topics discussed, she was able to respond with ease. Ding Ancheng observed this with a mix of surprise and a sense of inevitability. Someone who could confidently undertake the high school graduation examination could hardly be lacking in capability. The more he personally acquainted himself with the individual before him, the more his usually tranquil heart was stirred. As Yi Roujing, adorned in her exquisite attire, was inadvertently bumped into by a child. A small handprint marred her pristine double-breasted green wool coat. The child, vociferously declaring, "Who wouldn't he cry?" was immediately silenced, rendered awestruck by Yi Roujing. Her brother, alerted by the commotion, promptly arrived, whispering words of comfort and chastising the child's parents. This proud young woman, however, possessed a kind heart. Seeing the child intimidated by her brother, she restrained the agitated Yi Weiyang and encouraged the child to apologize. Subsequently, she offered the little one a sweet, and the matter was amicably resolved. He would consent to this union, partly due to the element of coercion, yet primarily because the intended was Yi Roujing. He had long contemplated that if he were to marry, it should be to a woman who was not easily oppressed yet possessed a heart of genuine kindness. At that time, although I was not fully aware, the most striking impression from our subsequent encounters was her charming naivety. He felt indifferent towards all the girls. But since Yi Roujing had inadvertently collided into him, he decided to accept it. However, Ding Ancheng turned to glance at Yi Roujing, who sat beside him, radiating confidence and eloquence. He smiled, realizing he might have unwittingly stumbled upon a treasure. Once we arrive in the provincial capital, shall we go directly to visit Sister Hiping? That smiling face suddenly turned to him, her large almond-shaped eyes blinking, and her fair complexion slightly tilted upwards. Ding Ancheng's heart stirred, and a smile graced his lips as he cheerfully replied, "All right, I will follow your lead." Yi Roujing's eyes flickered momentarily. This fellow's words carried a hint of flirtation. Then it settled. Huaixi was quite pleased. Lunchboxes, lunchboxes. Today's offering includes braised pork with green beans, stir-fried cucumbers with eggs, and braised eggplant. For those craving noodles, we have braised noodle with shredded pork and green beans, as well as dumplings filled with pickled vegetables and pork. Passengers wishing to dine should head to the dining car, and remember to bring your money and tickets. The train staff called out from carriage to carriage. "What would you like to eat?" Ding Ancheng asked softly. "Sounds good." Yi Roujing was unaware that every time food was mentioned, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, not the desperate hunger of those starved, nor the crass desire of gluttony, but a pure affection for food. Huaixi and Yang Zuihu had gone to the dining car for a meal, having invited Yi Roujing and the others, but they declined, preferring to dine in their compartment. After their departure, Ding Anmin and Ding Anghua approached, and Ding Ancheng called Ding Anghua to join him at the dining car. "Ah, the train is truly delightful," Ding Anmin exclaimed with joy, recalling her initial surprise upon boarding. "By the way, are the people in your compartment amiable?" Yi Roujing recounted the details to Ding Anmin. "What a coincidence," Ding Anmin remarked, her expression shifting to one of concern as she murmured, "The individuals sharing our compartment are rather peculiar. It's a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law duo with 2 children. I initially thought it was just the woman. But then an elderly lady entered, commanding her daughter-in-law with an air of superiority, making her run around endlessly. The children are so mischievous that I feel inclined to discipline them. You and elder brother should refrain from visiting. Our presence suffices." Ding Anmin expressed her weariness. Ding Ancheng and Ding Anghua arrived swiftly, bringing along 6 aluminum lunchboxes, all brimming with food. 1 box contained braised noodles, another filled with dumplings, 2 boxes held rice, while the remaining 2 were generously packed with dishes, scrambled eggs with cucumber and braised eggplant. "Would you like some rice?" Ding Ancheng inquired, noticing Yi Roujing eyeing the 2 boxes of vegetables. He scooped some rice onto the lid of a lunchbox and handed it to her. "Oh, I couldn't possibly." Yi Roujing thought to herself, yet she acted honestly, accepting the rice and beginning to eat. Although the cooking was not quite up to Li Hongying's standards, it was nonetheless quite good, with plenty of egg pieces. Seeing Yi Roujing enjoy her meal, Ding Ancheng added several more chopsticks worth for her. And even Ding Anghua didn't neglect her, offering her 2 dumplings from his own box. The final outcome was that she had ordered a dish of braised noodles that she could not finish. However, in such times, leaving leftovers is frowned upon, as it is deemed wasteful. Yi Roujing let out several satisfied burps, while Ding Ancheng, with a face full of concern, took her leftover meal and began to eat it, achieving a perfect clean plate. It is said that a man who is willing to consume a woman's leftovers is a good man. Yi Roujing involuntarily recalled the words of her former roommate. Although she was uncertain of their truth, she found it impossible to eat someone else's leftovers, even if they were from her family. Subsequently, Ding Anghua and Ding Anmin took their boxes of food to wash. Oh dear. Which daughter-in-law does not wash dishes after entering a household, leaving the men to do the chores? Such individuals would be criticized in her hometown. A sharp voice interrupted her thoughts, and Yi Roujing looked up to see an elderly woman holding a snotty-nosed boy, presumably from the adjacent room. Instantly recognizing the child, she concluded that this old lady must be the peculiar person Ding Anmin had just complained about. A soft chuckle from Ding Ancheng reached her ears. Chapter 80. Emergency assistance. The entrance had quieted down, yet the adjacent room remained lively. The old lady, brimming with discontent, could only vent her frustrations on her daughter-in-law. Anmin and Anghua were indeed unfortunate to share a space with such a person, eliciting Yi Roujing's sympathy. The train journey from Huaixi County to the provincial city would take nearly 8 hours. After gazing at the monotonous scenery for a while, she lost interest and lay down to sleep. I'll go take a look, Ding Ancheng said, sitting beside Yi Roujing's bed, gently brushing her forehead with his hand. The presence of Ding Ancheng extinguished Yi Roujing's desire for sleep. The mere proximity of this individual sent her heart racing, making it nearly impossible to drift off. Not tired? Noticing Yi Roujing's wide-open eyes, Ding Ancheng gradually inclined his head closer. As Yi Roujing's gaze grew increasingly fixed upon his handsome visage, she abruptly shut her eyes. A delightful laughter from Ding Ancheng ensued, prompting Yi Roujing to exasperatedly reopen her eyes and glare at him, who was now mere inches away. They were in public. And Yi Roujing realized that Ding Ancheng was rather indiscriminate in his affections, contrary to the descriptions found in literature, which painted a picture of him as a gentleman after marrying Song Yilao. A seemingly perfect match, nothing had prepared her for such urgency. In her mind, there were no scenes of reckless antics between the two outdoors, yet here they were. Suddenly, an urgent announcement crackled over the train's loudspeaker. Emergency assistance needed. Are there any medical personnel on board? A passenger in the dining car requires help. Yi Roujing, desperate to make her way through the throng, found it nearly impossible due to the sheer number of people, utilizing his height to their advantage. Ding Ancheng shielded Yi Roujing as they navigated through the obstacles and entered the dining car. Inside, the number of passengers was minimal, consisting mainly of train staff and a middle-aged man holding a stethoscope. To their shock, a man gasping for breath on the floor was Huaixi County, with Yang Sui who frantically crouched beside him, shaking his arm and calling out, "Teacher, teacher." Was there truly no oxygen tank on the train? How could they possibly treat him? The middle-aged man exclaimed in anger, questioning whether he had his inhaler with him. I don't know, Yang Sui responded, bewildered, shaking her head in tears. Doctor, what should we do? What can we do? The crew members shared in the tension, and the train conductor soon arrived upon receiving the news. Recognizing the symptoms of an asthma attack, Yi Roujing immediately assessed Huaixi condition and rushed forward, urging those around him to step aside and opening the windows of the carriage to allow fresh air in. Please, everyone who doesn't need to be here, exit the carriage. Ding Ancheng was the first to act, prompting others to follow suit. Soon, every window in the dining car was flung open. Observing Yi Roujing's determined demeanor, the conductor, despite her youth, had no other option but to instruct the crew to clear the remaining passengers from the carriage. Yi Roujing positioned Huaixi to kneel on the floor, leaning his upper body forward, continuously reassuring him, "Uncle Hu, breathe slowly, take your time." Although Huaixi's lips and nails were not tinged with purple, indicating that the severity of the asthma attack was not the worst, it was evident that an allergen was present in the vicinity. Yi Roujing scanned the area and noticed fresh flowers, still glistening with raindrops, sitting on one of the dining tables. She hurriedly seized them and tossed them out of the window. Upon witnessing this, Yang Sui turned pale, for those flowers were brought by her. While passing through the carriage on her way to the restroom, she had seen a child discreetly trading for the blossoms and, feeling a surge of sympathy, exchanged a piece of candy for an orchid. Arriving late at the dining car, she realized the teacher had seen the flower in her hand, and not long after. The situation had escalated to this point. Is there a syringe? With no silver needle at her disposal, Yi Roujing had no choice but to settle for a sewing needle. Hu Zhishu's condition showed no signs of improvement. Without urgent intervention, it would only worsen. There are some on the train. I will retrieve them. A crew member promptly responded to Yi Roujing's words, swiftly making his way out. How long until the next station? Have we contacted the hospital for an ambulance? Yi Roujing inquired, casting a glance at the train conductor. The next stop is Huaixi County, and we still have 30 minutes to go. I have already contacted the ambulance, and it will be waiting at the station when we arrive, the conductor replied, maintaining a calm demeanor, underscored by his experience. Upon receiving the news, he had acted promptly. Crouching down, Yi Roujing rummaged through Hu Zhishu's belongings. A middle-aged doctor interjected, I have already searched for an inhaler, but to no avail. Yi Roujing noted the doctor's earlier remark. Indeed, it was unusual for someone with asthma to be without an inhaler. However, it was possible that other emergency medications were present. As she continued her search, she discovered a small wooden box containing 2 pills wrapped in wax paper. Upon opening one and bringing it closer to her nose, she identified it as asthma pills based on their variety and composition. Delighted, she instructed Ding Ancheng to remove Hu Zhishu's clothing. She divided the pills into 3 portions, rolling them into small balls to apply to Hu Zhishu's Lungshu point, the Dingchuan point, and the Zhongfu point. Do you have adhesive tape? Yi Roujing asked, to which the middle-aged doctor retrieved medical tape from his wooden first aid kit. Yi Roujing affixed the tape over the small balls to secure them in place. The crew member returned with a needle, and Yi Roujing donned a pair of disposable medical gloves from the first aid kit. After disinfecting the needle with alcohol-soaked cotton, she proceeded to acupuncture Hu Zhishu's Shangxing point and the Rinzhong point. The acupuncture points, combined with the application of asthma pills, gradually alleviated Hu Zhishu's symptoms, which had been marked by a breathlessness that seemed to threaten his very next breath. Observers noted with their own eyes how his breathing became more measured. 10 minutes later, Hu Zhishu was able to speak again, expressing his gratitude to Yi Roujing, saying softly, You have truly helped our family immensely. The middle-aged doctor, seeing Hu Zhishu's recovery, gazed at Yi Roujing with a hint of admiration, inquiring, Are you a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine? Despite the unique circumstances of the era, traditional Chinese medicine had not been entirely discarded. Major cities still boasted traditional Chinese hospitals. However, most of these institutions practiced a blend of Eastern and Western medicine. As the number of renowned traditional physicians who fully adhered to their craft had dwindled due to various societal pressures and family backgrounds, the influence of the times, coupled with the rapid effectiveness of Western medical practices, had further diminished their presence. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged doctor's eyes brightened with curiosity. May I ask where you hail from? Yi Roujing, observing the doctor's demeanor, replied calmly, I wonder how to address you, esteemed doctor. Thank you for your assistance today. I am Wang Zhaluan, a physician in the internal medicine department at Jiang Province People's Hospital. He introduced himself, recognizing the importance of establishing a good rapport, even if they might not meet again. After all, the individual he had just assisted clearly possessed an educated background. Please, prepare yourselves, Wang Zhaluan urged, signifying his understanding. Ding Ancheng carried Hu Zhishu on his back, while Yi Roujing helped the still weak Yang Zihu to her feet, and the 4 of them departed together. As soon as they stepped out of the carriage, they were greeted by a chorus of applause and words of praise, extolling their virtues as good comrades and their courageous deeds. The people of this era possess an admirable simplicity. Yi Roujing noticed that the neighbor, who had previously scrutinized her with disdain, was now timidly glancing at her, accompanied by her grandson, resembling a gourd with its mouth sawed shut. After settling Hu Zhishu, Yi Roujing and her companions began to organize their luggage, as their destination was indeed the Hu residence. It was only natural for them to accompany Hu Zhishu to the hospital. Yang Zihu, with reddened eyes, remained by Hu Zhishu's side, softly apologizing. He was a kind-hearted individual, after all, and it was said that ignorance of the circumstances absolved one of blame. Ding Anghua and Ding Anmin were unaware of the situation until Ding Ancheng and Yi Roujing went next door to instruct them to prepare for their next stop. Upon hearing that the hospital vehicle was already waiting, Ding Anmin's heart sank with concern. Comrade, I hail from a rural background and lack worldly experience. Please do not hold it against me. A person of your capabilities should not concern themselves with trivial matters, which explains why your family holds you in such high regard. The elderly woman was rendered speechless. Indeed, if your daughter-in-law were to endure the same hardships as your son's wife at her in-laws, I wonder if you would feel any sympathy, Ding Ancheng interjected with a snort. Why should the girl's family meddle so much after she is married into another family? The old woman muttered. Yi Roujing and Ding Ancheng were taken aback by this perspective, realizing that further discussion would be futile. They gathered their belongings and proceeded to the adjacent room. Huaixi had calmed down considerably, yet the heaviness and frequency of his breathing still differed from the initial moments. Fortunately, the train arrived at the station promptly, and Ding Ancheng carried him off. However, the hospital's emergency vehicle could not accommodate many passengers, especially considering that it was preferable for Huaixi to be surrounded by as few people as possible. Yi Roujing boarded the vehicle to accompany him, which was unquestionable. After exchanging a few words with Yi Roujing, Ding Ancheng watched as the vehicle departed. "Brother, let us hurry up," Ding Ancheng urged. "Wait a moment." Ding Ancheng made a phone call. A quarter of an hour later, a jeep arrived, driven by a robust man in his 30s. Upon seeing Ding Ancheng, he exited the vehicle and personally opened the passenger door. "Master Ding, third master sent me. Please." "Thank you." Ding Ancheng entered the vehicle with composure, while the strong man assisted in arranging the luggage. Ding Anghua and the other two took their seats in the back. "Master Ding." Third master inquired when you would be free. "He wishes to invite you for tea. I have little time recently. I will visit him when I am free. Please take this to him." Ding Ancheng set aside the bundle he was holding. "Understood." The strong man kept his gaze straight ahead but extended a hand to receive it, treating it with utmost reverence. The two in the front exchanged occasional remarks, while the three in the back remained silent. The journey lasted merely half an hour before they arrived at the entrance of Yongning County Hospital. "Master Ding, feel free to reach out if you need anything." The strong man slightly bowed to Ding Ancheng before driving away. "Brother, who was that?" Ding Ancheng could no longer contain his curiosity. "An acquaintance," Ding Ancheng replied succinctly. "You all wait on the first floor. I will go find your sister-in-law. I shall accompany you." Yang Tsuehu also wishes to join. She is concerned about Huaixi, though her feelings are predominantly laden with self-reproach. Ding Ancheng inquired about the situation on his own and then proceeded directly to the second floor. In the second hospital room, Huaixi was receiving oxygen, while Yi Roujing sat quietly beside him. Upon seeing Ding Ancheng enter, she expressed mild surprise. "How come you're here so soon? What about Min and Nguel?" Yi Roujing asked. "They are downstairs," Ding Ancheng replied, his demeanor softening. However, as there were others in the ward, he refrained from reaching out. "How is Professor Hu?" he inquired. "Uncle Hu has contacted someone he knows. After dinner, a transportation vehicle will be heading to Jiangqing, and we can travel with them," Yi Roujing explained. "All right." Ding Ancheng acknowledged before greeting Huaixi and subsequently leading Yi Roujing downstairs to inform Yang Tsuehu of their plans. Yang Tsuehu promptly joined them. "There is still some time before dinner. Let us find a place to rest for a while," Ding Ancheng suggested. "Just about 2 hours or so. Let us linger in the hospital for a bit," Yi Roujing responded, having noticed the time on Ding Ancheng's watch. After the group entrusted their luggage at the hospital and checked into the guest house opposite the county hospital, Yi Roujing felt somewhat dazed. "How did you know the guest house in Yongning County is across from the county hospital?" she asked. "I saw it on the way here. I'll go in and rest for a bit. I'll come to fetch you when the time comes," Ding Ancheng replied, ruffling Yi Roujing's hair affectionately. The guest house accommodations remained the same. Yi Roujing and Ding Ancheng shared one room, while Ding Ancheng and Ding Anghua occupied another. However, Ding Ancheng did not intend to rest. It was evident he was preparing to venture out. "Elder brother, where are you headed?" "To buy some supplies." Upon awakening, Yi Roujing noted the time to be precisely 4:45 a.m., her gaze drawn to the rectangular timepiece adorning her left wrist. The expansive dial featured only the hour and minute hands, with a petite second subdial positioned at the 6 o'clock mark. Chapter 82 Jiangqing Ding Ancheng's slender wrist was graced by a Shanghai brand lady's watch, its circular face and brown leather strap presenting a rather commonplace aesthetic, particularly when juxtaposed against the one Yi Roujing possessed. Yi Roujing recognized the familiar Patek Philippe insignia, its classic rectangular design evoking a sense of vintage charm. Though not commanding the exorbitant prices of several 100,000 yuan seen in later years, it surely would not have been inexpensive in this era, likely nearing 1,000 yuan. Considering the average worker's annual salary hovered around 400 yuan, it seemed an extravagance. "Eldest sister-in-law, your watch is truly exquisite, an imported piece, no less. Still, I believe my and second brother's domestic brands are more appealing." Ding Ancheng cast a fleeting glance at Yi Roujing's wrist before resuming her delighted examination of her own timepiece. How wonderful of eldest brother. I've always dreamed of owning a watch. Overwhelmed with elation, Ding Ancheng soon became preoccupied. Eldest sister-in-law. Do you think eldest brother might have spent his earnings from the past few years on the three of us today? Unlikely. Yi Roujing, privy to Ding Ancheng's financial resources, knew it was but a fraction of his wealth. Wow, our family now possesses 4 watches. I doubt there's another household in the entire brigade that can claim the same. Even in the county town, we'd be among the elite. Ding Ancheng meticulously buffed the pristine surface of her watch, feigning the removal of non-existent dust with delicate breaths and cautious wipes. Though reluctant to admit it, Ding Ancheng earnestly cast a glance at Yi Roujing and said, I owe you this. However, my elder brother is truly wonderful. Even after marrying, he has not forgotten his family. A radiant smile spread across Ding Ancheng's face, one that seemed impossible to contain. Upon exiting the room, Yi Roujing's gaze fell upon Ding Ancheng, whose expression mirrored that of Ding Ancheng's delight. He held a watch identical in style to Ding Ancheng's, the only distinction being that his was a men's version. Eldest sister-in-law, you are awake. Did you sleep well? Ding Ancheng inquired warmly. Yes, quite well. Does it fit you nicely? Ding Ancheng took hold of Yi Roujing's left hand, barely glancing at the watch that fit her wrist perfectly, for he had personally placed it there before. Instead, he gazed intently at Yi Roujing, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope. It fits beautifully. I truly love it. Her words were sincere, despite a twinge of regret in her heart. Yi Roujing genuinely cherished this timepiece. In her previous life, there had been watches far more exquisite than this one, gifted by her family on her birthday more than one. In fact, yet, she seldom wore them, as those watches were not selected with care by her family, but rather hastily acquired to appease her birthday celebrations, leaving them unaware of their own choices. The watch she had worn in her past life was an ordinary piece from a niche brand, purchased with her first scholarship, holding a certain significance. To her astonishment, she had now received a truly unique gift that belonged solely to her. Yi Roujing's earlier enthusiastic praise greatly elevated Ding Ancheng's spirits. Yet, what prompted you to suddenly purchase a watch? Yi Roujing inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. Thus, you shall no longer be oblivious to the passage of time. Ding Ancheng elucidated. Yi Roujing suddenly realized that he had noticed her glancing at his watch, a testament to his keen observation. Nevertheless, his attentiveness towards her was astonishing. Let us go for a meal, Ding Ancheng declared. Having obtained the answer he sought, he contentedly led Yi Roujing and the others to the hospital. Huaixi had fully recuperated and was already up from his bed, busily organizing his belongings. Upon seeing Yi Roujing and her companions enter, a look of joy illuminated his face. Roujing, you have arrived. Uncle Hu, Yi Roujing greeted with a smile. How are you feeling now? Much better. Huaixi remarked with a sense of gratitude. Had it not been for Roujing, my life might have been forfeit, though spoken without malice. His words struck a chord with Yang Tzuhu, whose face turned pale, her hands twisting together in anxiety. Huaixi, perceptive as he was, gently reassured her, too. This truly has nothing to do with you. You were unaware of my asthma condition. Do not bear any guilt. The teacher has spoken the truth, and besides, I am perfectly well now. This is indeed a joyous occasion. As they say, those who survive great calamities are destined for greater fortunes. Upon hearing this, Yang Tzuhu's expression brightened considerably. The transport team's vehicle arrived at the hospital around 5:30. Let us dine first, Huaixi suggested, for he was genuinely famished. The state-run restaurant in Huaixi County was merely a street away from the hospital, and with time still on their side. Yi Roujing and her party were the first to arrive, thus enjoying the privilege of selecting from the entire array of dishes. Huaixi took it upon himself to order, choosing an assortment of delicacies: braised pork chops, steamed spare ribs, sweet and sour carp, mushroom chicken soup, stir-fried loofah with eggs, sautéed bok choy, and sweetened tomatoes. A well-rounded feast indeed. Teacher Hu, he said. The young individuals were quite exhilarated upon encountering Huaixi, eagerly approaching to clasp his hands. Jiashong, I am grateful for your assistance this time, they remarked. Teacher Hu, you are being overly formal. The two exchanged a few light-hearted words. Chen Jiashong, my first cohort of students. Huaixi smiled as he introduced Yi Roujing and her companions to one another. Their luggage was all placed in the wooden cargo bed of the truck, and Ding Ancheng and his 3 companions promptly followed suit, as the front cabin, accommodating only the driver and 1 passenger, compelled them to persist in their arrangement. After much polite refusal regarding the front seats, They ultimately maintained their positions, albeit departing 5 minutes late. The wooden cargo bed was sturdy and thankfully quite clean, as Qin Jiashang had thoughtfully laid down a layer of tattered cotton bedding. Yi Roujing and her companions found it relatively comfortable upon taking their seats. However, the suspension of vehicles in this era was rather unsatisfactory, compounded by the poor condition of the roads. Prolonged sitting or lying down became quite jarring, leading Yi Roujing to regret having eaten too heartily at dinner. Suddenly, the truck hit a large pothole, and Yi Roujing, unable to steady herself, was jolted upwards. Fortunately, Ding Ancheng swiftly reached out to catch her, pulling her safely into his embrace as she descended. "Are you all right?" he inquired. "I am fine," Yi Roujing nodded. Throughout the remainder of the journey, Ding Ancheng did not release his hold on Yi Roujing, causing her to feel hesitant to lift her gaze, especially considering that they were not alone in the cargo bed. As they entered Jiangcheng, Yi Roujing glanced at her watch. It was 8 o'clock, which meant they had arrived a full half-hour earlier than if they had taken the train. Jiangcheng, the capital city of Jiang Province, has installed streetlights along its roads, illuminating the buildings on either side. Among them stands a solitary 8-story edifice with scattered 5-story structures, while the majority consist of 3 to 4 stories. In Chapter 83, The Hu Family, the houses in the provincial city are notably tall. It is Ding Anming's first visit to the provincial city, and her eyes are wide with wonder. Bathed in the glow of the lights, she squints, her mind racing. Ding Angua's appearance mirrors that of his sister, and Yi Roujing feels that the resemblance between the fraternal twins is becoming evident. Although Yi Roujing thinks this, she does not pause in her observations. Though it lacks the opulence of later times, this is truly the old city, at least the place that bears the closest resemblance to her previous life. The truck heads straight toward the provincial government compound, with Hu Jishu guiding Qin Jiashang from the passenger seat. "Teacher, is it this way?" Qin Jiashang asks, his heart racing as they draw nearer to the Jiang province government compound. "Yes, Jiashang, you will stay at my house tonight," Hu Jishu replies. "Unfortunately, that won't be possible tonight, as I must go to Su province." Qin Jiashang apologizes, promptly bringing the vehicle to a halt. Hu Jishu retrieves a small notebook from his pocket, scribbles a series of numbers with his fountain pen, tears out a page, and hands it to him. "This is the specific address of my home. Do visit often. You know my phone number, so feel free to call if you need anything." Qin Jiashang nods with a smile. "All right." As the truck approaches, the guard on duty at the government compound steps forward and, upon recognizing Hu Jishu, stands at attention to greet him and assists with the luggage. Within the government compound, there exist 2 distinct types of residences, the 5-story block buildings and the 2-story homes with private entrances. Yi Roujing observed the community, which resembled a modern neighborhood featuring both townhouses and mid-rise buildings. Considerable effort had been devoted to the landscaping, with camphor trees lining the pathways, meticulously trimmed lawns, and vibrant flowers. After a 5-minute walk led by Hu Jishu, they arrived at a modest 2-story residence. Yi Roujing was not surprised that Hu Jishu suggested they all stay here, indicating the spaciousness of the place. However, she had somewhat underestimated it, for as they approached, the gate of a neighboring small house opened, revealing a woman in her 40s who smiled and called out to Hu Jishu, referring to him as son-in-law. Following her was Hu Heping, visibly pregnant and supported by Hao Zhuxin, her expression brimming with excitement. "Dad, are you all right?" "We were so worried," Hu Heping exclaimed, her eyes red and swollen from crying. "Roujing, thank you so much." Ignoring her pronounced belly, she embraced Yi Roujing tightly, declaring, "You are truly a blessing to our family." Yang Zihu, standing nearby, appeared somewhat apprehensive, her demeanor tense. Yi Roujing gently caressed Hu Heping's belly, leaning back slightly to avoid causing her any discomfort. Understanding Hu Heping's emotions, she offered soft reassurances. "Well then, we'll be relying on you these next few days, Sister Heping." Indeed, Hu Heping replied with a smile, clearly pleased by Yi Roujing's warmth and familiarity. "Old Hu, are you all right?" A middle-aged woman with a chic short haircut and an air of competence, draped in a delicate silk scarf, emerged as well. "I'm fine, Aishan," Hu Jishu responded, his demeanor softening as he looked at his wife, a glimmer of affection in his eyes. "Roujing, this is your Aunt Lanjun." Hu Jishu introduced his wife, Zhu Lanes, to Yi Roujing and her companions. Yi Roujing gazed at Zhu Lanes, who wore a sincere smile, and her eyes radiated genuine gratitude, and was deeply moved. The narrative described that despite the relentless passage of time, which had left its marks upon her face, Zhu Lanes' sharp and tranquil gaze remained unchanged. accompanied by her unpretentious words. Zhu Lanes began her career as a humble clerk in the provincial foreign affairs office. However, behind her illustrious career lay a tragic life. She lost her mother in childhood and her daughter in middle age, the latter's demise being a heart-wrenching tale of 2 lives lost. A month later, her husband succumbed to illness on a train, leaving her unable to bid him farewell. Her biological father, Zhu Dantang, who once served as the president of Beijing University, was deeply affected and soon passed away in despair. Likewise, her in-laws, gentle and cultured members of a scholarly family, also departed this world following the untimely deaths of their only son and granddaughter. Thus, the Zhu and Hu families were left with Zhu Lanes as the sole survivor. She chose not to remarry, dedicating her entire being to her country. The narrative highlights Zhu Lanes as she is the maternal aunt of the second female lead, Yuan Xiangyu, with the Yuan family being her mother-in-law's family. What's wrong? Yi Roujing pondered, lost in thought as Hu Heping gently tugged at her. Your mother exudes grace. Yi Roujing murmured. Though my mother appears stern, her heart is quite soft, Hu Heping replied softly, and her culinary skills are exceptional. Tomorrow, you must savor her cooking. Suihu, Zhu Lanes said, addressing Yang Suihu with a warm expression, I hope you enjoy your time in Jiangqing these days. The current head of the Yang family is a former subordinate of Hu Jishu's father. The relationship between the two families is relatively amicable. Yang Suihu's recent actions were unintentional, and given that Hu Jishu is unharmed, Zhu Lanjin could hardly be upset with a girl younger than her own daughter. Teacher, Madam, Sister Heping, I sincerely apologize. Yang Suihu said, bowing deeply, her face full of remorse. I will certainly be more careful in the future. Suihu, truly, it is of no concern, Hu Jishu replied gently. With reddened eyes, Yang Suihu expressed her relief that the teacher was unharmed. I had contacted my aunt beforehand. I came here primarily to attend the wedding. She will come to fetch me shortly. Thank you, teacher, for your care along the way. I will be teaching in the provincial capital from now on, and I may trouble you again in the future. Hu Jishu smiled and waved his hand, indicating that it was no trouble at all. A few minutes later, Yang Suihu's aunt arrived, took her away, and extended greetings and apologies to Hu Jishu and his companions. After a long day of traveling, Yi Roujing and Ding Ancheng settled into Hu Jishu and Zhu Lanjin's residence, while Ding Anmin and Ding Angua stayed at the neighboring Zhu Dantang's house. As a married couple, Yi Roujing and Ding Ancheng were naturally assigned a room together on the second floor. The master bedroom was on the first floor, while the second floor featured 2 guest rooms, a study, and a bathroom. In the bathroom, Yi Roujing washed up, overwhelmed with emotion to the point of tears. While working in the Dingping production brigade was arduous, she could endure it. However, the absence of a bathroom and a flushing toilet had been her greatest trial. The provincial capital is wonderful. Once commercial housing becomes available for purchase, she will certainly seize the opportunity. Yi Roujing lingered in the bathroom for over half an hour before emerging, her hair damp and her skin rosy, but most importantly, she was utterly content. Such delight. When Ding Ancheng entered the room after his grooming, Yi Roujing was still humming an unknown melody. Huh? Startled by the interruption, Yi Roujing paused, momentarily perplexed about what she liked. The bathroom. Ding Ancheng took the towel from Yi Roujing's hand and helped wring out her hair. Yes, clean and comfortable. Once we have the opportunity to buy such a house, we should acquire several, allowing our parents and Anmin to reside there. Yi Roujing mused, envisioning her parents and brother as well. Ding Ancheng's movements were gentle, and his heart softened further. He smiled and softly agreed. All right. Chapter 84, Calling Ancheng Ding Ancheng. I am truly grateful for the help I rendered to Sister He Ping and her family. Yi Roujing, with her hair still damp and her eyes sincere, wore a serious expression. Her presence had altered the fortunes of some, particularly the He Ping family, steering them toward a brighter future. Ding Ancheng paused in his drying of her hair, as if hearing her say his name for the first time. Her voice, sweet and melodic, made even the combination of her name and surname sound exquisite. What if she called him Ancheng? Yi Roujing, now reclining on the bed, tilted her head to gaze at Ding Ancheng, her face adorned with innocent curiosity and an adorable naivety. Ding Ancheng sighed softly, leaning down to bestow a tender kiss upon Yi Roujing. The kiss left her mind in a delightful haze. She realized that Ding Ancheng relished kissing her. While she did not entirely despise it, and perhaps even found a modicum of enjoyment in it, she had little time to ponder further. Ancheng. In her dazed state, Yi Roujing was gently coaxed into calling his name several times, which brought immense satisfaction to Ding Ancheng. On the 2nd of May, Yi Roujing awoke from a deep slumber, only to find that it was already 8 o'clock. The absence of Ding Ancheng's presence beside her startled her. She sat up abruptly, a twinge of regret washing over her. After all, she was in his home, and rising so late felt rather impolite. After tidying the bed and dressing, she opened the door to find Ding Ancheng entering, his hair still damp, clearly just out of the shower. "Did you just wake up too?" Yi Roujing asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. She couldn't help but admire his model-like physique and self-discipline. In her previous life, she had cultivated such habits through martial arts training. But now, in this new life, she found herself growing somewhat lax. "I'll go wash up," Yi Roujing hesitated, inquiring if everyone downstairs was already awake. "Breakfast is at 8:30. Ding Ancheng reminded her with a smile. "I went down early to remind Auntie." Upon hearing this, Yi Roujing breathed a sigh of relief, cheerfully heading to freshen up, reassuring herself that she had not woken late after all. As Ding Ancheng and Yi Roujing descended the stairs, Huaixi and Zhu Lanjin were seated on the sofa, engrossed in the newspaper. Upon noticing their arrival, they set down their reading material and greeted them with warm smiles. "Ancheng, Roujing, you're up? How did you sleep?" Huaixi inquired with genuine concern. "Uncle Hu, Aunt Lanjin, I slept very well," Yi Roujing replied, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Good," came the agreeable response. "You are living alone with your grandfather, but fortunately we reside nearby. Elderly individuals often cherish lively company, and we share our meals together daily," gently explained Zhu Lanjin. "Your grandfather is a kind-hearted soul, so there is no need for you to feel restrained. I have heard from Uncle Hu that Ancheng is a graduate of Peking University, so he may inquire a bit more than usual," Zhu Lanjin remarked with a smile at Ding Ancheng. The decor of the neighboring house is quite similar to that of Huaixi residence, with the master bedroom also located on the ground floor. In addition, there is a kitchen, a living room, a dining area, and a bathroom. At this moment, the dining table was laden with a variety of breakfast items, featuring a traditional Chinese breakfast of rice porridge, soybean milk, assorted side dishes, steamed buns, dumplings, xiaomai, and youtiao, presenting a splendid array of choices. Ding Anghua, Ding Anmin, and Hao Zhixin were already seated in the living room. Upon seeing Ding Ancheng and Yi Roujing enter, the three rose to greet them. "Uncle Hu, Aunt Lanjin, brother, sister-in-law." "Ah," Zhu Lanjin responded first, her heart brimming with joy at the rare bustle in her home. Hu Heping, cradling her belly, assisted an elderly gentleman in his 70s or 80s. He stood taller than Hu Heping by half a head, clad in a gray Zhongshan suit, with hair graying and adorned with a pair of black-framed spectacles. His posture was upright, radiating vigor and an unmistakable scholarly aura, as he beamed with a warm and affable smile. "Dad," both Huaixi and Zhu Lanjin called out in unison, with Huaixi stepping forward to take Hu Heping's hand, offering his support. "Oh, I'm perfectly fine. It's you all who worry too much. How about you? Are you all right?" Zhu Dantang said, patting the back of Huaixi hand that was supporting him. "No worries. I owe it all to Roujing and the others." Huaixi seized the opportunity to introduce Yi Roujing and her companions. "Aha, I am well aware. I am well aware. Your daughter has mentioned you countless times in my ear these days, to the point where my ears have grown calloused from it. Today, I finally have the pleasure of meeting you in person." Zhu Dantang turned to look at Yi Roujing and her companions, shaking hands with each of them while expressing his gratitude. "Father, let us eat breakfast first, or it will grow cold," reminded Zhu Lanjin. The dining table was rectangular, with Zhu Dantang seated at one short end, while Huaixi and Zhu Lanjin occupied the opposite end. 3 people sat along each long side, making a total of 9, fitting perfectly. Hu Heping, concerned that Yi Roujing and the others might feel awkward, busily encouraged everyone, and the breakfast was particularly lively. "And Cheng, although you were not yet enrolled at Peking University when I retired, I have heard of you." After breakfast, the group moved to the living room to enjoy tea and conversation. Zhu Dantang looked at Ding Ancheng with bright eyes. "Your teacher has mentioned you to me many times over the phone, praising one of his students for being exceptionally remarkable, and that student is you. Zhou Jinru is not one to offer praise lightly. He himself is quite talented, which has made me very curious about you. You possess quite an attractive appearance, even surpassing Zhou Jinru in his youth. It is no wonder he holds you in such high regard. He has a penchant for individuals who are both beautiful and profound. Your family background is commendable, and your wife is lovely as well. If Zhou Jinru were to see this, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed." Zhu Dantang chuckled heartily. Ding Ancheng listened with a smile, appreciating the profound understanding that grandfather Zhu had for his teacher. "When I first entered the school, He had complimented my face upon seeing me, and after witnessing my calligraphy, his admiration grew even fonder. The teacher, an aficionado of calligraphy, often remarked that one's writing reflects one's character. After observing my problem-solving approach during lessons, he frequently invited me to his home, urging his wife to provide me with extra guidance, determined to cultivate me as his disciple. Ha ha ha, how I wish I could have witnessed such moments with Zhou Jinru. It is truly a pity not to have seen them firsthand. Zhu Dantang laughed heartily. The two engaged in a myriad of topics. And regardless of what Zhu Dantang brought up, Ding Ancheng offered his unique insights, prompting Zhu Dantang to exclaim how no wonder Zhou Jinru cherished this disciple so dearly. Zhu Dantang nodded, acknowledging, "You possess a calculated mind. Your teacher must surely recognize this. Otherwise, he would have ample means to retain you at Jing University. Oh, having met you in person, I now comprehend the pride Zhou Jinru exudes during your phone conversations." Chapter 85. Jiangxing Restaurant. Subsequently, Zhu Dantang conversed with Yi Roujing, Ding Anghua, and Ding Anmin in succession, exchanging the affectionate concern typical of elder to junior. He expressed keen interest in Yi Roujing's emergency response techniques. When the conversation turned to her area of expertise, Yi Roujing proved to be quite the conversationalist, seizing the opportunity to expound on several types of first aid methods. Zhu Dantang and the others listened intently, cognizant of the life-saving potential of her knowledge. "Roujing, do you possess proficiency in both traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine?" Zhu Dantang inquired, voicing his curiosity. "My grandfather was a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, and during my childhood, I often visited him. I have perused numerous medical texts he possessed, which sparked my interest in Chinese medicine. After his passing, he left all of his medical books to me, which I now read during my leisure time." Yi Roujing smiled as she mentioned that some methods she encountered were likely from the hospital where my grandfather once worked. "Our family truly feels fortunate to have met Roujing," Zhu Dangting remarked with a sense of admiration. After 2 hours of conversation, Hu Yiping volunteered to take Yi Roujing and the others out for a stroll, as Hu Yiping was in the later stages of her pregnancy. It was indeed a time when she needed to stay active, and the Hu family agreed. Yi Roujing did not decline the invitation. Zhu Lanjun arranged for 2 vehicles, which would transport them to explore the provincial city when they arrived. As they prepared for their excursion, Yi Roujing and her companions tidied themselves up. Ding Anmin wrapped herself in the scarf that Yi Roujing had previously gifted her, complementing it with a green blouse, a white mid-length skirt, and a pair of leather shoes, perfectly embodying the urban style. Yi Roujing wore the blue long-sleeve dress with a heart-shaped neckline that Ding Ancheng had bought for her. Instead of draping the silk scarf around her neck, she stylishly tied it around her waist in a neat knot. "Wow, a silk scarf can also serve as a belt," Hu Yiping exclaimed, taken aback by Yi Roujing's outfit. "Loose-fitting, simply patterned dresses can be paired with anything," Yi Roujing replied with a smile. Ding Ancheng and Ding Anghua, both tall and well-proportioned, were considered quite striking in this era, making anything they wore look appealing. This morning, we ventured to the lake, with the renowned West Tower Lake being the highlight of Jiangxing. We embarked on a boat to explore the waters, followed by a visit to the towers along the lakeside. Our lunch was enjoyed outdoors, and in the afternoon, we made our way to Red Sun Square, before heading to the Tower Lake Cinema for a film. With dinner planned at home, Hu Heping enthusiastically shared her itinerary. "Since you will be staying for several days, we can visit the shopping mall tomorrow." Ding Anmin and Yi Roujing gazed out of the car windows, with Ding Anmin exclaiming at the vibrancy of Jiangxing. Yi Roujing, on the other hand, reflected on the simplicity of this era, contrasting it with the opulence and materialism of later generations, lamenting the loss of such sincerity and purity. A gentle breeze caressed the verdant willows, while the clear waters mirrored the blush of peach blossoms. As the boat glided over the azure waves, it felt as though we were navigating through a picturesque painting. Yi Roujing and her companions sat in a wooden pleasure boat, relishing the refreshing breeze, glancing down at the rippling lake surface and admiring the exquisite scenery along the shore, occasionally spotting egrets and other birds soaring overhead, all amidst a delightful ambience. With a click, Ding Anmin felt a mix of excitement and nervousness at the prospect of taking photos, her demeanor and movements betraying a hint of shyness as she adjusted her attire. True to their sibling bond, Ding Anghua also tidied himself up, prompting a chuckle from Yi Roujing. "Sister Heping, let me take a few pictures of you and Jixin. Could you show me how to use it?" Upon hearing this, Hu Heping briefly instructed her, "Just focus and press the shutter button." Yi Roujing had never operated such an antique camera before, but after a moment of examination, she figured it out. As she photographed her friends, she would offer prompts and demonstrate poses, capturing a flurry of clicks. Roujing, how is it that you excel at everything? Huaixi Ping is utterly captivated by Yi Roujing, embodying the essence of an infatuated admirer. For lunch, Huaixi Ping has made a reservation at the Jiangqing restaurant, situated by the picturesque Shita Lake, which currently stands as the most prestigious establishment in Jiangqing, offering both dining and accommodation, and notably the only hotel welcoming foreign guests. The exterior of the Jiangqing restaurant resembles a grand palace, with its soaring walls, elegantly curved eaves, intricately carved railings, and a striking red and white façade. Spanning a vast area, the central structure boasts 6 stories, flanked by 2 additional floors on either side, stretching at least 100 meters in length. 16 colossal pillars majestically support the grand entrance, creating an awe-inspiring sight from the outside. How can there be such a magnificent building? This is the largest structure Ding Ancheng has ever encountered, and merely gazing at it fills her with trepidation, rendering her hesitant to enter. The dining area is located on the 2nd floor, where a private room has been reserved for them to savor the local delicacies of Jiangqing. Upon entering, Huaixi Ping announces their name, and they are promptly escorted upstairs to their private chamber. Inside, a large round table, capable of seating 10, is adorned with an exquisite tablecloth, with plates, chopsticks, and spoons meticulously arranged. Sister-in-law, aren't you afraid? Ding Ancheng inquires, seated to the right of Yi Roujing. As her curiosity surfaces, this is the first time I've encountered such a grand restaurant. The table is enormous, and the quality of this tablecloth is remarkable. Why are the restaurants in the city so upscale? Not all are like this, Yi Roujing replies. How do you know? Ding Ancheng asks, puzzled. Dining here must cost a significant amount of money and tickets, right? Since we are here, you needn't worry unnecessarily. Just relax and enjoy the exquisite cuisine. Yi Roujing reassures her. That makes sense. Ding Ancheng gradually regained his composure, adopting a more gracious demeanor. The first course consisted of chilled dishes, shredded white chrysanthemum chicken, exquisite sauce duck, smoked pork belly, fragrant pea pods, and pickled radishes. For drinks, Huaixi ordered freshly ground soy milk and soda. In this era, soda was a rare indulgence, and Yi Roujing encountered for the first time soda bottled in glass, with a variety of flavors including orange, lemon, and pear. As the chilled dishes were halfway consumed, the hot dishes began to arrive in succession. Dompa pork, fresh lake vinegar fish, longjing shrimp, 8 treasure tofu, dried bamboo shoots with old duck stew, and clear soup fish balls. The final 2 offerings were desserts and fruits, red bean paste spring rolls and loquats. Chapter 86. The Hao family with a plethora of dishes for 6 young individuals, including a couple expecting, they devoured everything without the need for takeout, each feeling thoroughly satiated. The Jiangqing restaurant stands as an iconic establishment in Jiangqing, and during this rare visit, Huaixi led the group in a meticulous tour of the premises. The Red Sun Square spans an impressive 20,000 square meters, adorned with colorful terrazzo flooring and yellow granite steps, exuding an air of solemn grandeur. The exhibition hall, with its main and 2 auxiliary structures and 3 halls, features a grand façade supported by 8 colossal pillars at the entrance, creating a harmonious and imposing sight. Capturing photographs in front of the exhibition hall became an essential ritual. Following their exploration of the exhibition hall, the group traveled to the Tahu Cinema, where Huaixi procured tickets for a film imported from Port City. Yi Roujing watched intently, captivated by the rare colored film of this era. Although the picture quality and sound were somewhat lacking, and the storyline was not particularly compelling, it was a cherished experience nonetheless. Stepping out of the cinema, the horizon was ablaze with crimson hues, while the streets teemed with a bustling array of vehicles, bicycles, and a multitude of pedestrians. The liveliest scene compared to the county town, affirming Jiang province's status as the capital city. Not far away, Hao Zhijian, clad in army green work attire, stood beside his vehicle, waving towards Huaixi and her group, beckoning them closer. Here, he called out, as Hao Zhijian approached. He assisted Huaixi and invited Ding Ancheng's party to board the car. Tonight, we shall dine at my home. I have just picked up my grandfather and parents-in-law, he said with a smile. My parents are eager to meet Roujing and the others. They wish to extend their heartfelt gratitude. Well, let us first savor my mother's culinary skills, Huaixi replied, gently caressing her belly, her smile radiant as sunlight. The thoughtfulness of her in-laws underscored their regard for her. Sister Roujing, my mother is quite the cook, much like Aunt Longjin and Aunt Hongying, each with their unique flavors, Hu Jiwen chimed in. sharing the journey in the same vehicle with Yi Roujing and Ding Ancheng, as they elaborated on their family circumstances along the way. Our family is rather simple. My parents had only my elder brother and me. My brother and sister-in-law were university classmates, having started their courtship back in school. Our family conditions are average for the provincial capital, sufficient yet not extravagant. When both families first met, my sister-in-law's family arrived by car, which startled my parents greatly. Hu Jiwen recounted candidly, showing no signs of embarrassment. My parents, like Brother Ancheng, are high school teachers at Jiangqing Senior High School. Perhaps Brother Ancheng knows them. As my father also teaches mathematics, she added. Professor Hao Tengwu. Upon hearing Hao Zhixin's words, Ding Ancheng immediately recalled this name. Professor Hao Tengwu is truly remarkable. Though Ding Ancheng is not one for many words, he is not one to utter platitudes either. Yi Roujing understands that when he speaks this way, it must hold true. Hao Zhixin's residence is situated at the intersection of urban and rural Jiangqing, specifically in her ancestral home at the Linhe Production Brigade, where they are dining today. The couple has been allocated a residence at Jiangqing Senior High School, a two-story tenement building. As dual-income workers, they were assigned a small unit on the first floor, which, while adequate for the couple, has become increasingly cramped as their children, Hao Zhijian and Hao Zhixin, have grown older. The shared toilet and bathroom have become inconvenient. Hao Zhixin, now 17, graduated from high school last year. Since Hu Yiping's pregnancy, she has often been by her side, providing care. Hu Yiping is an only child, and the bond between the two young women has always been strong. The Hu family holds Hao Zhixin in high regard. Given Hao Zhixin's family background, suitors are typically from respectable families, and due to the Hu family's connections, several prominent families in Jiangqing have expressed interest in her. The intricate web of power relations means that the Hao family has also consulted the Hu family regarding Hao Zhixin's marriage, as the two families have maintained a harmonious relationship. Observing the cheerful and chattering Hao Zhixin throughout the journey, Yi Roujing cannot help but smile. The innocence of this young girl is a testament to her family's nurturing. After an hour's drive, they arrived at the Linhe Production Brigade. The conditions in Jiangqing were somewhat superior to those in other regions of the province. The streets bustled with vehicles, yet the brigade itself was devoid of them, save for the occasional visit from a leader. However, ever since Hao Tengwu's son, Hao Zhijian, got married, he too had acquired a car. A tale of delight that circulated within the brigade. Look at those guests. I dare say there are no finer young men and women in our Linhe Production Brigade than them, remarked the older residents as they beheld Ding Ancheng and Yi Roujing, marveling at their striking appearances. Upon seeing Hao Zhijian's house, Yi Roujing was taken aback. A two-story residence was a rarity in this era, resembling the individually allocated homes like that of Hu Zhi's family, though it was more spacious due to its private foundation. Outside the courtyard gate, a child peeked in and, upon spotting Hao Zhijian, dashed indoors. Auntie, the guests have arrived. That child was the grandson of the elder uncle. That's my father's brother, my dear uncle. Hao Zhixin whispered. Everything is well with my uncle's family, except that my aunt is not very talkative. However, I am sure my uncle mentioned the guest beforehand. If she says anything, please do not take it to heart, Roujing's sister. Yi Roujing nodded in understanding. Then came Yi Ping, a middle-aged woman clad in a gray cloth outfit, her hair cut short to ear length, who emerged eagerly, wiping her hands on her apron. She grasped Hu Heping's arm and inquired about Yi Roujing. Here she is, Roujing. Wang Xiaofan, Hu Heping's mother-in-law, beamed with gratitude as she gazed intently at Yi Roujing, her demeanor exuding warmth and kindness. Thank you so much. You are truly wonderful, she expressed. Although Wang Xiaofan's words hinted at the child's noisy nature, her face radiated affection. Mom, this is Sister Anmin, and this is Brother Anghua, Hao Zhixin introduced, linking the relationship of Yi Roujing and Anmin to that of herself and her sister-in-law. Aunt Xiaofan, Anmin, your family is filled with beauty. Your parents are truly remarkable. Unable to contain her joy, Wang Xiaofan grasped Yi Roujing's hand and then took hold of Ding Anmin's. Before nodding towards Ding Anghua, Teacher Ding, Hao Tengwu stepped out from the courtyard, warmly shaking hands with Ding Ancheng and then with Ding Anghua. The group joyfully entered the house, where Zhu Dantang, Hu Zhishu, and Zhu Lanjin were already seated in the living room, with Yi Roujing and her companions joining. The space became quite full. When it came time for dinner, Yi Roujing finally met the family of her uncle, Hao Zhixin, and understood the need for 3 large 8 immortals tables. This was due to the extensive family of her uncle, Hao Tengwen, who and his wife had 4 children, 3 of whom were sons, all married and accompanied by their wives and children. The elder generation occupied one table, while the younger ones sat separately. Yi Roujing's table was filled with familiar faces, as a few of Haotingwen's children instinctively gathered at one table. The meal bore a striking resemblance to the lavish banquets often seen in rural wedding celebrations, comprising 10 substantial dishes, each generously portioned, featuring an abundance of fish and meat. Unlike the midday dining experience at the Jiangqing restaurant, the round table was absent. However, Ding Ancheng, displaying commendable thoughtfulness, diligently served an array of dishes to Yi Roujing. Hao Zhixin's praise was not exaggerated. Wang Xiaofan's culinary skills were indeed remarkable. The dining experience extended over an hour, predominantly filled with engaging conversation. Regarding Hao Zhixin's observation about her aunt's reticence, Yi Roujing could certainly perceive it. At the adjacent table, Hao Zhixin's aunt actively initiated various topics, attributing Hao Tengwu's academic achievements to Hao Tengwen's concessions. The conversation predominantly revolved around urban affairs, education, employment, and included ample praise for Hu Heping's family. The underlying message being a desire to assist in securing job opportunities for their children. It seemed that Hao Tengwen still wielded some influence, as he chastised a few remarks, prompting his wife to fall silent, thus preserving their dignity in front of outsiders. The world is vast yet intimate. On the following day in the provincial capital, while Yi Roujing and her companions explored the Jiangqing supply and marketing building, they encountered the Li siblings and 2 others, leaving Yi Roujing with profound reflections. The Jiangqing supply and marketing building, standing 5 stories tall, boasted a diverse array of goods, characterized by innovative designs. Seizing the rare opportunity, Yi Roujing indulged in her spending, spurred in part by the knowledge that in Ding County, Ding Ancheng had sold ginseng for no less than 1,000 yuan. Yi Roujing purchased a set of clothing for Yi Shunying, Lu Huilan, Ding Wei, and Li Hongying. She chose a comfortable cotton fabric for herself. Ding Ancheng, having acquired numerous garments, was not stingy and also received a set from her. Ding Anghua and Ding Anmin were present as well, and Yi Roujing made sure they were not forgotten. Older sister, we are all grown up and certainly do not lack for clothes. This silk scarf was purchased by you. And besides, elder brother already gifted me a watch, Ding Anmin remarked, concerned about money and ration tickets. Noticing that Yi Roujing had already bought so much, she thought that most families would not accumulate such a quantity of fabric tickets in a year. It's a rare opportunity, why not indulge? Your elder brother is quite capable of earning, Yi Roujing replied nonchalantly, leaning in to whisper, moreover, the ginseng we harvested was sold by your elder brother for a handsome sum. We are not short of funds. How much? Ding Anmin inquired, her voice barely above a whisper, excitement evident in her tone. 1,000, Yi Roujing declared, raising a finger with a sense of pride. Ding Anmin's eyes widened in astonishment as she covered her mouth with her hands to stifle a potential gasp. That's quite a lot. Indeed. So feel free to express any cravings you may have today, Yi Roujing generously offered. During her stay at Hu Heping's residence, Yi Roujing purchased 5 feet of fine cotton fabric to make clothing for the unborn child and selected a silk scarf for Zhu Lanjin. She also bought some milk, candies, and fruits for the Hu family. Before heading out, Ding Anmin had drunk quite a bit of water and spent considerable time wandering, now urgently needing to find a restroom. Unfamiliar with the area, she was accompanied by Ding Ancheng, while Ding Anghua and Yi Roujing found a spot in the lobby of the building to wait. It was there that they encountered Li Shipei and Li Shijuan. The siblings did not arrive alone. Accompanying them were individuals whom Yi Roujing had not anticipated, Song Yilaw, along with a gentle-looking gentleman she recognized from her encounter at the Huaixi County State Hotel, seated beside Gu Shizhao, whose name escaped her. When Gu, what brings you to Jiangqing? And who might this be? Li Shijuan observed Song Yilaw with restraint, as he had yet to muster the courage to scrutinize someone standing alongside Wen Chaoquan. Although he had seen Song Yilaw before, he was not acquainted with her. When Chaoquan cast a glance at Li Shijuan, his eyes subtly conveying a warning, which silenced Li Shijuan. You must be the educated youth from Dingping production team, Song, Li Shipei remarked, having previously inquired about the more attractive young women from Dingping, particularly since Song Yilaw had been recommended by Ding Ancheng for a teaching position at the elementary school. A wave of apprehension washed over Song Yilaw. She was indeed familiar with Li Shipei, having witnessed her attempt on another's life. Yet, she managed to maintain her composure without revealing her inner turmoil. Is this comrade acquainted with me? Song Yilaw feigned appropriate bewilderment. My aunt married into the Dingping production team. and I had the chance to meet the educated youth, Song. During my last visit, we encountered each other at the bus station in Huaixi County. However, I believe that Song does not recognize us. We are the cousins of Ding Ancheng, Li Shipei replied with a smile. Song Yilua's face was a portrait of astonishment. Although she had met Li Shipei twice, she had never imagined that Ding Ancheng was her cousin, which made Yi Roujing her sister-in-law. This revelation raised questions in her mind about the motivations behind pushing Yi Roujing forward. The educated youth expressed surprise, stating, "I heard you mention Yi Roujing and Ding Ancheng the other day while conversing with another educated youth. It turns out we are all relatives." Li Shipei added that one day, by chance, he learned of their whereabouts from Song Jiqing and even went to greet them. Yi Roujing and Ding Ancheng stood precisely at the corner, out of sight from Song Yilua and the others, yet they could see the four of them. Despite the bustling activity within the building, one could still discern their conversation if one paused to listen, given the proximity. Chapter 88. Cooperation. Yi Roujing recalled how Li Shipei had attempted to strike her with a stone during their last encounter. She had come with Li Shijuan, but they were not together then. However, when she chased after them, Li Shijuan was present, along with several ruffians. Were they then headed to the guest house to seek out their friends? Had Song Yilua inadvertently revealed her presence in the county? Whether intentional or not, Yi Roujing did not ponder deeply. Matters without evidence were inconsequential to contemplate. Yet, this individual named one. Yi Roujing mused. Gu Shizhao had risen to prominence later in life, and Song Yilua had a capable aide by her side, a key figure in her ventures, someone with the surname Wen, perhaps Wen Chaochong? The exact name eluded her. Based on the atmosphere at the state-run restaurant that day, it seemed those 5 individuals were entirely loyal to Gu Shizhao. Could it be that this one had betrayed Gu Shizhao and aligned himself with Song Yilua? The Li siblings had managed to traffic Xia Xingchen. They must have had connections. Xia Xingchen's stepmother was merely a financier. The connections could only have been established by the Li siblings. So, whose connections did they utilize? This one? When? Have you come to the provincial capital for a significant matter? Li Shijuan harbored a strong desire to cultivate a relationship with Wen Zhaoquan. He mingled within the commune, surrounded by individuals who were under Wen Zhaoquan's command. If he could directly align himself with Wen Zhaoquan, the situation would indeed be transformed. Should you have any tasks for me, do not hesitate to command. Even if I am unable, my sister will surely manage, Li Shijuan declared confidently. Li Shipei cast a sidelong glance at her younger brother, feeling a mixture of exasperation and bemusement. It was perplexing how, despite emerging from the same womb, their intellect could diverge so significantly in such a short span of time. Oh, I wonder what abilities this comradely possesses. Wen Zhaoquan observed Li Shipei with keen scrutiny, discerning that Li Shijuan was clearly swayed by her influence. It seemed improbable that his compliance stemmed solely from their sibling bond. And what capabilities might this esteemed one possess? Li Shipei inquired boldly, her gaze unwavering, devoid of any hint of trepidation. Wen Zhaoquan chuckled, recognizing that, in contrast to Li Shijuan, his sister was indeed a formidable character. Extending his right hand, he remarked, "Comradely will gradually come to know, and I anticipate we shall have opportunities for collaboration in the future." At this, Li Shipei offered a faint smile, reciprocating the handshake with Wen Zhaoquan, as if they had reached an unspoken understanding. Ding Anghua, observing from around the corner, was momentarily taken aback. "Sister-in-law, he began, but was silenced by Yi Roujing's gentle gesture, prompting him to fall silent. "I believe we can forge a partnership." Li Shipei mused, formulating a plan. "Let us find a suitable place to discuss further." "I concur," Wen Zhaoquan replied readily, as the 4 of them proceeded outward, blissfully unaware of Yi Roujing and Ding Anghua's presence throughout the exchange. "Sister-in-law, how did they come together? How do our team S. Song Jiqing and Li Shijuan know each other?" Ding Anghua felt puzzled yet somewhat relieved that he hadn't sold Lingji to Song Yilua when he found her. After all, it was sister-in-law who had the foresight. "Anghua, do not let Anmin wander off alone in the future," reminded Yi Roujing. "Huh?" Ding Anghua was momentarily taken aback. Yi Roujing's serious gaze made him shiver involuntarily, and he nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. "Sister-in-law, second brother Ding Anmin has resolved his needs and regained his vitality as soon as he entered the building." He waved at the 2. "Huh? What happened at the Jiqing point?" Ding Anmin's immediate reaction was to inquire. "Nothing much. We work together every day. Xia Xingchen's health is still not fully restored. If her family poses any threat to her again, we will be able to protect her," Yi Roujing replied. "She can stay in the same room with me. It will be fine." "What transpired?" Ding Ancheng approached, looking at Yi Roujing and asking quietly, "Who was that seemingly gentle yet cunning person who sat with Gu Shizhao at the state-run restaurant last time?" Yi Roujing inquired. "Gentle?" A flicker of coldness flashed in Ding Ancheng's eyes. He meant to refer to Wen Xiaoquan. "It's just a fade of civility." Yi Roujing pondered for a moment before rephrasing, uncertain if Ding Ancheng would comprehend. Ding Ancheng's mood shifted suddenly, as if the clouds had parted after rain. "Wen Xiaoquan. Gu Shizhao mentioned he is a local from Huaixi County." Ding Ancheng elucidated, "His family has some connections. His father works in the Revolutionary Committee. So, does that mean he is above the law?" Yi Roujing was incensed, though she would not be able to sustain her ire for long. Why did he suddenly inquire about him? Ding Ancheng chuckled. "Brother, we just encountered the person you mentioned, along with the Li siblings and Song Jiqing in the building. They left just before you arrived," Ding Anghua elucidated, sensing that the four had reached some sort of understanding. "What? Li Shipei and Li Shijuan are also in the provincial capital," Ding Anmin exclaimed, his voice rising with excitement, drawing the attention of those around them. Having purchased nearly everything they needed, Yi Roujing suggested they shift their focus to dining. They sought out a nearby state-run restaurant, which, unsurprisingly, offered a far greater variety of dishes than those found in the county. After their meal, the restaurant began to fill with patrons, and Ding Ancheng led the trio to Jiangqing Park, where they settled in a shaded area, enjoying the tranquility and coolness of their surroundings. What did they discuss? Ding Ancheng inquired once they were seated, directing his question to Ding Anghua. Ding Anghua recounted everything he remembered, albeit with some confusion. Li Shipei mentioned that when we were in the county, they came to the guest house to find us, but they never actually arrived. It's strange. Why would they deceive Song Jiqing? Yi Roujing remained silent, unwilling to disclose her own experiences for fear of alarming Ding Anmin and Ding Anghua. However, Ding Anmin voiced his concerns. What could they possibly collaborate on? "I'll make a phone call. Please wait for me here," Ding Ancheng instructed before rising to depart, leaving Yi Roujing to surmise that he intended to contact Gu Shizhao. "Hello, Tongxian Commune. Who may I ask is calling?" Gu Shizhao was relegated to the Puan production brigade. Leveraging his automotive repair skills, he was assigned to the Tongxian Commune to specialize in tractor maintenance. Therefore, this call originated from the Tongxian Commune. The commune secretary's office was the sole location with a telephone, though the secretary was not always present, necessitating a dedicated telephone operator. "Hello, comrade. I'm looking for Gu Shizhao. One moment, please." "Hello? Gu Shizhao." Gu Shizhao was perplexed as to who would seek him out at the commune. Upon hearing Ding Ancheng's voice through the receiver, his astonishment deepened. "How did you manage to call me? Has something urgent transpired?" Gu Shizhao inquired directly. "How well do you know Wen Xiaoquan?" Ding Ancheng asked pointedly. "What is his relationship with Song Yilao, as well as Li Shipei and Li Shijuan of the Hehua production brigade?" Gu Shizhao chuckled softly. "Song Yilao, she's Wen Xiaoquan's benefactor, despite her seemingly delicate demeanor. That educated youth from your production brigade is quite active in the black market, whether buying or selling. Wen Xiaoquan is fond of her, though I suspect that educated youth from your brigade doesn't reciprocate his feelings, considering she hails from the Song family of Beijing, a collateral branch, no less." Ding Ancheng's brow arched slightly. "I heard recently that the head of the Song family in Beijing has shown signs of recovery, purportedly due to the discovery of effective medicine. Your intelligence is indeed astute. The collateral branch of the Song family has recently gained favor with the main family. Song Yilua's elder brother was recently appointed to the Beijing municipal government, albeit at the municipal level. Nonetheless, this transformation from unemployed to employed is nothing short of miraculous." Gu Shizhao remarked with a smile. "I never anticipated that the Dingping production team's mountains held such treasures. However, I must confess, I am unfamiliar with the two individuals surnamed Li from the Hehua production team." Ding Ancheng inquired. "To what extent does Wen Xiaoquan comprehend the matter at hand?" Gu Shizhao pondered this question deeply before responding. "Do you suspect Wen Xiaoquan's integrity?" "Typically, I personally manage significant affairs. Otherwise, I delegate to Huaixi and his companions, who share a different rapport with me. Wen Xiaoquan primarily handles matters concerning Huaixi County. I have never allowed him to intervene in issues pertaining to the capital. Be cautious. Do not let your guard down," Ding Ancheng advised before abruptly ending the call. The Hu family had all proceeded to the hospital. As Yi Roujing and her companions approached the entrance, the on-duty personnel halted them to convey the situation, indicating that the pregnant woman at home had gone into labor. "Is it Sister Hong who is about to give birth?" Ding Anmin exclaimed, taken aback. "Isn't it too early?" "Comrade, to which hospital have they gone?" Yi Roujing inquired. Jiang Province People's Hospital, was the response. Would you kindly assist us in checking? Yi Roujing and her companions promptly set down their burdens and hurried towards Jiang Province People's Hospital. The urgency of the situation left them no choice but to walk. But fortunately, the hospital was not far, and they arrived within 20 minutes. Excuse me, has a pregnant woman named Hu Hong been admitted? Yi Roujing stopped a nurse to ask. At that moment, Hao Zhixin and her parents rushed in from outside the hospital. After clarifying the situation, they hurried towards the obstetrics department on the second floor, where Zhu Dantang and his group awaited outside the operating room, some seated and others standing, all filled with anticipation. Dear in-laws, Roujing, you have arrived, greeted Zhu Lanjin with indifference. Hu Zhishu wore a stern expression, managing only a faint smile when glancing at Yi Roujing and her party. Brother, is sister-in-law all right? Hao Zhixin inquired softly. Not yet known, replied Hao Zhijian, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes slightly reddened. Yi Roujing noticed an unfamiliar face. Adorned in an elegant, pale yellow long-sleeved gown, complemented by a white scarf adorned with delicate floral patterns and fashionable white leather high heels. Though her features were delicate, her complexion was notably pallid. Yes, I apologize, it was not my intention. Our Xiaorong simply cannot accommodate the young lady of the Yuan family, Hu Zhishu expressed. Visibly agitated, his own mother had agreed to allow the guest, only to receive a call at the doorstep stating that, due to proximity, the beloved daughter of the maternal family would not be able to visit, ultimately leading to the distress of his own daughter. Yuan Xiangyu grew increasingly flustered. While she had indeed been spoiled, she had not anticipated the situation unfolding in this manner. Yuan Xiangyu had arrived at the Hu residence at 2 in the afternoon. Having just disembarked from the train, with no meal consumed, a bowl of noodles was prepared for her by the household caretaker. Frustrated and in a foul mood, she seized the opportunity to vent her irritation, throwing the bowl to the ground. Unbeknownst to her, Hu Heping, alerted by the commotion, descended the stairs only to slip on the spilled soup. Yuan Xiangyu's words struck a chord with Hu Zhishu, who chose not to elaborate further. He understood that the incident was an unfortunate mishap. However, he recognized that this child needed to temper her temperament, having been indulged excessively. So this is Yuan Xiangyu. Yi Roujing mused, observing her more closely. During her reading, she had always favored the second female lead, the pampered child of a wealthy family, fiery in spirit, yet lacking malice. To love someone is to boldly express one's feelings. After merely catching a glimpse of Ding Ancheng, I found myself enamored. I pursued him openly, for at that time, he had yet to wed Song Yilao, making me, Yuan Xiangyu, her foremost rival. However, upon Ding Ancheng's engagement to Song Yilao, I ceased my pursuit, reasoning that he was soon to become a married man, and I could not bear the embarrassment of persistently seeking his affection. In the end, Yuan Xiangyu's fate was a fortunate one. She married the second male lead, and their relationship blossomed from a marriage of convenience into a loving union, leading to a blissful life together. Inside the operating room, the anguished cries of Hu Heping resonated as the sun dipped low and the moon graced the treetops. A full 6 hours passed before the sound of a newborn's wail pierced the air, a relief washing over those waiting outside. The operating room door swung open, and the doctor, smiling, removed his mask, announcing a successful natural delivery with both mother and child safe. The mother would remain in the ward for another 2 hours before being moved to a general room, and discharge would follow in a few days. Such splendid news. Zhu Lanjin and her mother-in-law, Wang Xiaofan, clasped hands, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Chapter 90. The reason for avoiding disaster. Yuan Xiangyu was not of a malicious temperament. She was capable of acknowledging her mistakes. Upon her arrival, when the nanny went to prepare a late-night snack, she offered a heartfelt apology, reflecting earnestly on her actions, vowing not to project her emotions onto others in the future. Now, seated at the table with Yi Roujing and the others, she heartily consumed 2 bowls of noodles, demonstrating through her actions that the meal was delightful. Before Hu Zhishu had to go to the hospital, she expressed her desire to accompany him, but was not permitted. Now that Hu Heping and her child are safe, Hu Zhishu is not one to dwell on matters for long and has softened her demeanor towards Yuan Xiangyu, encouraging her to rest well after such a lengthy train journey. Yuan Xiangyu perceives the amiable attitude that Hu Zhishu and her companions exhibit towards Yi Roujing and the others. Previously, she had mustered the courage to inquire with the nanny, who disclosed that these individuals were Hu Heping's saviors. Given their similar ages, Yuan Xiangyu had hoped to spend some time in their company, but upon learning of their imminent departure, she blurted out her question. Yi Roujing smiled at Yuan Xiangyu and nodded in acknowledgement. Ah, you must be Yi Roujing. I am Yuan Xiangyu, 19 years old. Hailing from the capital, Yuan Xiangyu introduced herself with enthusiasm. She observed Yi Roujing and her companions closely and sincerely complimented. Your family possesses such striking features. I have seldom encountered anyone in the capital who resembles you and your husband so favorably. Thank you. You are also quite lovely. Yi Roujing responded with genuine sincerity. Yuan Xiangyu had fair skin, eyes that sparkled like dark, shiny grapes, and a smile that resembled a crescent moon, exuding warmth and approachability. Her petite nose and slightly thin lips framed a cascade of thick, wavy hair reminiscent of a doll. Ding Ancheng chuckled, surprised by Yuan Xiangyu's character. She had expected her to be a capricious young lady of privilege. What are you laughing at? Yuan Xiangyu inquired, puzzled. It's evident to anyone with eyes. Ding Ancheng replied, I do not speak nonsense with my eyes wide open. Yuan Xiangyu seized the opportunity to express her grievances, stating, The reason I have come to Jiangcheng is my unwavering honesty. While in the capital, I candidly remarked on the unappealing appearance of a certain young lady, which led to a retaliatory backlash against me, forcing me into hiding. I did not speak falsely. Yuan Xiangyu, visibly indignant, continued, You have not seen that girl. Her nose resembles a strawberry, and her eyes are so small that when she opens them, it appears as though she is squinting. Her mouth is akin to a sausage and exceedingly dark, indeed. Such a person has a penchant for wearing vibrant colors like yellow, green, and blue. Can you bear to look at her? Yet, she possesses a rather capable father. The girls who associate closely with her are so superficial, showering her with praise as if it were free, which I find unbearable. That girl naively believes their flattery, dressing like a colorful banner, and is treated like a fool. It pains my eyes to witness this, and I can no longer endure it. I have confronted their unethical behavior directly, urging that girl to recognize the truth and the nature of people's hearts. Yuan Xiangyu concluded with a gesture of resignation, and now, they hold a grudge against me. I am most unjustly wronged. Ding Ancheng laughed uproariously, giving Yuan Xiangyu a thumbs up, exclaiming, This is precisely what is meant by a good deed gone awry. That girl's father is indeed formidable, setting traps for our family. My mother insisted that I go and apologize, though I had done nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? When I arrived, I told that girl the truth. While it is indeed so that she is unattractive, I do not look down upon her. My intention was to protect her from being deceived. True friendships are based on sincerity, and genuine companions are valued not for their looks, but for their hearts. Despite my persistent attempts to communicate, I remained uncertain if my words were truly heard. As she continued to weep incessantly, rivaling the legendary Meng Jiangnu. Ultimately, her mother ushered us out, and my parents advised me to seek refuge. My mother had expressed similar sentiments. Yuan Xiangyu, with tearful eyes, gazed at Ding Ancheng and remarked, You are a kind-hearted individual. My mother taught me that only those who speak the truth to you genuinely care for your well-being. Your mother has imparted her wisdom well. Yi Roujing replied with a smile. Yet, some individuals are averse to the truth, a realization I have come to. Yuan Xiangyu's demeanor dimmed slightly. In truth, I possess few friends, primarily because I speak candidly and often express my thoughts honestly. They do not appreciate my forthrightness, and gradually, they have distanced themselves from me. As you have mentioned, true friends do not behave in such a manner. Genuine friends are indeed rare, and to have one or two in life is sufficient. Yi Roujing stated, In time, you will find such companionship, so do not fret. What if we endeavor to cultivate friendships? What do you both think? Yuan Xiangyu inquired, looking at Yi Roujing and Ding Ancheng, for this was the first occasion in many years that someone had spoken such words to her. Friends she once cherished had slowly grown distant, becoming increasingly indifferent without explanation, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened. She was someone who relished meaningful conversation and sensed a kindred spirit in Yi Roujing and Ding Ancheng. Yi Roujing paused briefly, while Ding Ancheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, as the saying goes, one relies on their parents at home and on friends when venturing out. Yuan Xiangyu suddenly had an idea and rose to fetch paper and pen, jotting down her phone number and address. Please share your contact information as well. I would love to correspond with you regularly through letters and calls. Chapter 91. The return journey on May 4th, Yi Roujing and her companions, along with Yuan Xiangyu, enjoyed breakfast at the Hu residence before heading to the hospital. Upon their arrival, they found Hu Heping sipping chicken soup, who greeted them with a bright smile. You're here. Dear cousin, Yuan Xiangyu said, bowing deeply to Hu Heping. I apologize sincerely for my previous behavior. I promise never to lose my temper indiscriminately again. In the days to come, I shall earn my redemption by taking good care of the little one. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. It's quite all right. I have already forgiven you, Hu Heping replied with a smile. However, you must keep your word. Never let your frustrations be taken out on others again. Hearing this, Zhu Longjun chuckled. She was well acquainted with Yuan Xiangyu during her time in the capital, a lively and proud young lady, yet with a kind heart, direct in her speech. Her penchant for mischief rivaled that of the boys in the courtyard. Despite her antics, Zhu Longjun had a fondness for the girl, understanding why her mother-in-law held her in such high regard. Though yesterday had left them all quite startled, and Zhu Longjun harbored some grievances, she recognized that both Hu Heping and the child were unharmed. Yuan Xiangyu had genuinely acknowledged her mistakes, which assuaged any lingering discomfort Zhu Longjun felt. She could only hope the girl would refrain from further mischief. With your grandfather and aunt watching over you, your father wouldn't dare to punish you, Zhu Longjun said with a smile. That is not right. Yuan Xiangyu shook her head earnestly. If I truly err, I must accept the consequences. Otherwise, I want to learn. My father cares for me and would never cause me serious harm. I might have to spend a few days resting in bed, but I've endured that before. At her words, laughter erupted among those in the hospital room. Hu Yiping's face was etched with remorse, all because of me. She smiled, affirming that this little bundle indeed owed its existence to your sacrifices. Henceforth, this child shall be affectionately known as Little Dumpling, she declared. Zhu Longjun and the others had no objections. The moniker was undeniably endearing, and after all, it was merely a nickname. Soon, everyone in the ward began to affectionately call the child Little Dumpling. It was quite fitting, as the child appeared robust and lively. Indeed, Zhu Longjun readily concurred. Have the train tickets been purchased? Hu Zhishu inquired with concern. Ding Ancheng nodded, reassuring him, rest assured, Uncle Hu, everything has been arranged. What time is the train? Hao Zhijin asked. I'll take you to the station in the afternoon. Everything had been meticulously planned. Zhu Longjun's culinary skills truly lived up to Hu Yiping's praise on numerous occasions. The dishes were both exquisite and flavorful. The roasted duck, with its succulent slices wrapped in thin pancakes accompanied by cucumber shreds and sauce, exemplified the renowned Peking duck. The tofu and fish head soup was a masterpiece, devoid of any muddy taste, while the fish balls were tender, bouncy, and delightful to chew. The braised pork was on par with the culinary prowess of Yi Roujing's mother-in-law, Li Hongying. There was also beggar's chicken, stir-fried eel noodles, tomato beef brisket, and sweet and sour fish. The table was laden with a sumptuous array of dishes. Yi Roujing and her companions feasted to their heart's content, with Yuan Xiangyu giving Zhu Longjun a thumbs-up in admiration. After lunch, they sipped tea to aid digestion before preparing for their departure. Hao Zhijian escorted the four of them to the train station, retrieving 3 large stacks of items packed in woven bags from the back of the car. I'll help you load these onto the train. These are prepared by your mother-in-law. Having arrived here, it was simply a matter of not wanting to be rebuffed by Yi Roujing and the others. I enlisted some assistance, Ding Ancheng stated, as he made a special trip to the duty room before the train's departure, hoping to make a phone call, presenting his letter of introduction. The station staff readily agreed upon recognizing him as a teacher. Brother, you had already anticipated this, Ding Ancheng expressed with great admiration. Zhu Longjun prepared dinner for the four, who opted not to visit the dining car. Ding Ancheng and Ding Anghua fetched hot water and warmed the food. Zhu Longjun had prepared meat-filled buns and steamed buns for their journey, along with a jar of her homemade shiitake mushroom meat sauce, allowing them to indulge in a delightful meal. Ding Ancheng mused that Aunt Longjun must have acquaintances working in the supply and marketing cooperative or elsewhere, given the abundance of quality ingredients she had procured. The train arrived punctually at 9 p.m. at Huaixi County Railway Station, and there were not many disembarking passengers. By the time Yi Roujing and her companions alighted, Gu Shizhao was already awaiting them on the platform. Gu Shizhao had driven over in a tractor. They placed their belongings in the snakeskin bags and climbed aboard, bumping along towards the Dingping production brigade. Gu Shizhao smiled, remarking on how considerate Comrade Yi was. Is there an issue with Wenjuan? Ding Ancheng inquired. We are still unaware, but one must always be cautious, Gu Shizhao replied, his tone somewhat casual. Yet his expression was notably grave. It was known among them that when Zhaoquan harbored feelings for Song Yilao, Zhao Guang had previously remarked that they were all romantics. And being somewhat indiscreet, he had inadvertently revealed their prior encounter with Xingqian to Wen Zhaoquan. Chapter 92. returning to one's parental home on the bumpy tractor. Yi Roujing contemplated the content of the book, which depicted how Xia Xingchen was abducted in the capital city. At that time, Song Yilao and Wen Zhaoquan were also present. Yet the whereabouts of the Li siblings were not mentioned in the narrative. However, in the previous life, the original self had already perished by this point, and Li Shipei's actions were directed towards Ding Ancheng. Her journey to the capital could be understood in that context. Now, however, she had not met the same fate, and the Li siblings were collaborating with Wen Zhaoquan. It remained uncertain whether the incident of Xia Xingchen's abduction would transpire sooner than expected. Her existence was indeed altering the trajectory of the story, a fact that Yi Roujing could not afford to disregard. Yet, she mused, it would be unwise to divulge this to others, as it might instill fear. Gu Shizhao readily admitted to this. But aren't you relatives? Ding Anmin questioned hesitantly. There is no blood relation, Gu Shizhao replied nonchalantly. Brother Gu, you must put in more effort. Xingchen is rather conventional. It will not be easy for her to break free from this constraint, Ding Anmin remarked, her brow furrowed. Moreover, Xingchen's stepmother, who happens to be your aunt, is not a good person. You are well aware of that. It will be quite a challenge for Xingchen to become a daughter-in-law of the Gu family. Ding Anmin was confused. Simply sever ties with the Gu family, Gu Shizhao grinned. Teacher Ding, I am entirely relying on you. Has the previous incense been sold? Ding Ancheng inquired. Indeed, it was a fine product. After it was sold, many people inquired about it. Gu Shizhao chuckled. Sister-in-law, all credit goes to you. Drive carefully. Ding Ancheng murmured, while Gu Shizhao clicked his tongue and focused on the road. How much did it sell for? Yi Roujing's voice was tinged with a hint of excitement. From now on, any proceeds from what I give you will go directly to a Jing, Ding Ancheng added. Oh, Gu Shizhao responded without hesitation, feeling a pang of jealousy. Realizing this, he thought to himself that he must strive harder. Yi Roujing glanced at Ding Ancheng, who was sitting beside her. He playfully squeezed her palm. She was caught in a dilemma. Pulling away was awkward, yet staying felt overwhelmingly warm. Although the surroundings were dim, she could still discern the outlines. And she felt self-conscious about being seen by Ding Anmin and Ding Aigua across the way. We only sold half, Gu Shizhao explained. The other half is still with us. It might fetch an even higher price. 4,000. Ding Aigua was now agitated. Sister-in-law, when shall we visit the recycling station again? What? You found that at a recycling station? Now it was Gu Shizhao's turn to be flustered. Are you certain you can appraise what's valuable at a recycling station? Ding Ancheng inquired casually. It's not that simple. Last time, I was just lucky to stumble upon it. Yi Roujing, however, did not believe her fortune was strong enough to allow her to find rare agarwood in such a place. By the time they arrived at Dingping Production Brigade, it was nearly midnight. Ding Ancheng suggested that Gu Shizhao stay overnight, sharing a room with Ding Aigua, to which Gu Shizhao gladly agreed. Almost immediately after the sound of knocking resonated, both of them were roused from their slumber. Ding Weha went to open the door, while Li Hongying prepared hot water in the kitchen. After dinner, she had specially made dumplings with a filling of oil residue, cucumber, and eggs. Come in quickly. Ding Weha beckoned Gu Shizhao. Hello, Uncle Ding. I am Gu Shizhao, a friend of Ancheng. Gu Shizhao greeted him politely. All right, first go wash up. Your aunt is making dumplings. After eating, you can sleep. Ding Wei and his companions were in high spirits. Thank you, Uncle Ding. Li Hongying's culinary skills are truly exceptional. When Yi Roujing bit into the dumpling, she was instantly enchanted. The fragrant aroma of the pork fat was absorbed by the cucumber, maintaining its chewiness and becoming increasingly delightful with each bite. Coupled with the fresh essence of the egg, Li Hongying had mastered the cooking time perfectly, ensuring the cucumber remained crisp. Andy, your skill is remarkable. Gu Shizhao devoured his portion, giving Li Hongying a thumbs up. Eat more, Li Hongying urged warmly. You all need to go to work tomorrow morning. Take a half day off, Ding Wei instructed Yi Roujing and the others. All right, Dad. After dinner, they almost fell asleep immediately. By the time Yi Roujing opened her eyes again, the sun was already bright, and Ding Ancheng was nowhere to be seen. Breakfast consisted of plain porridge, accompanied by side dishes and multigrain pancakes. Yi Roujing lifted her gaze and caught a glimpse of Ding Ancheng's seemingly dissatisfied expression directed at her. Are you going? Yi Roujing inquired cautiously. Of course, Ding Ancheng replied, raising an eyebrow. I'll ride my bike and take you. It's been a while since I last saw your in-laws. You all go ahead. I will inform my parents, Ding Anmin said. I just finished preparing the items for my parents. You can give them at noon. Oh, Yi Roujing acknowledged. A brand new Phoenix bicycle was laden with various items. 2 green mesh bags contained malted milk powder, milk candies, canned goods, cured meat, roasted duck. Yi Roujing felt certain that she would struggle to maintain control over the reins. Yi Roujing sat in the back seat, burdened with 2 bundles containing clothes purchased for Yi Shunnying and Lu Huilan, as well as a piece of coarse green cloth divided into 3 portions for her brothers and sisters-in-law. Oh my, with so many items in tow, where could Ancheng and his wife be headed? Surely not to the Xintong production brigade. It was the time for work, and the fields of the brigade were bustling with activity. Ding Ancheng and Yi Roujing, laden with their bags, were indeed a conspicuous sight. Since her son's divorce and the subsequent discussions regarding a new daughter-in-law, Huaixi had been walking with her head held high and called out from a distance. Chapter 93. A triumphant return. When Li Hongying left the house, Yi Roujing had not yet risen, and thus she was unaware of her son and daughter-in-law's trip to the Xintong production brigade. However, she could surmise the situation, especially as she noticed the growing closeness between the two, their relationship blossoming in a promising direction, which delighted her. Take your time riding your bikes. Spend a little longer at your mother-in-law's home. With the holidays upon us, you can stay for a couple of days without worrying about matters at home. Li Hongying advised directly to Ding Ancheng and Yi Roujing. Oh, Hongying, you didn't see the treasures hanging from the front of that vehicle, did you? How could you bear to part with such fine goods? I can tell that the bundles held by Ancheng's wife are certainly filled with fabric. With the limited fabric coupons available throughout the year, it seems you are generously providing for your family back home, a testament to your open-heartedness. Huaixi remarked with a hint of envy. Are we staying for several days? Ding Ancheng inquired softly as they journeyed towards the Xintong production brigade. Riding his bicycle, Ding Ancheng escorted Yi Roujing into the territory of the Xintong production brigade, instantly drawing attention. After all, possessing a bicycle was a noteworthy affair, let alone one adorned with delightful treasures. Ah, this bicycle was a Phoenix brand, though it appeared slightly smaller than the one belonging to the brigade leader. Was it a lady's model? Perhaps it was intended for Yi Roujing? The members of the Xintong production brigade soon spread the word, likening Yi Roujing's return to a grand homecoming. Upon their arrival, Yi Roujing's mother, Lu Huilan, was at home with her 3 grandchildren. Mother, Yi Roujing called out while knocking on the door, prompting Lu Huilan to rush to the entrance. Ding Ancheng bore no resentment towards his completely oblivious mother-in-law as he hoisted the bicycle and followed her into the courtyard. Ancheng has come as well, Lu Huilan exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise at the sight of Ding Ancheng's smiling countenance. Ah, how utterly overlooked I was, she mused. The children, 8-year-old Yi Junya, 5-year-old Yi Junbao, and 5-year-old Yi Junfeng, greeted Yi Roujing and Ding Ancheng with sweet affection, their eyes simultaneously fixated on the green net bag slung over the bicycle, which was filled with delectable treats. Yi Roujing distributed 2 milk candies to each child. Lu Huilan made no objection, and the trio, expressing their gratitude, scampered off to savor their delightful confections. The Yi family's circumstances were once considered advantageous within the community, largely supported by Lu Huilan's relatives. However, following the departure of Lu Huilan's parents, their connections diminished, and the family status could now only be regarded as mediocre, especially with multiple sons to marry off, creating considerable pressure. When Yi Roujing married, apart from clothing, a thermos, a cabinet, and a quilt, Lu Huilan provided little in terms of dowry, which left her with a lingering sense of regret. Nonetheless, Lu Huilan's family genuinely cared for their daughter. After all, the aforementioned items represented a substantial dowry for a rural girl in that era. Yet, in Lu Huilan's eyes, these offerings paled in comparison to the extravagant gifts displayed on the bicycle, which left her astonished at her son-in-law's and daughter's generosity. What is the meaning of this? Lu Huilan inquired, her brow furrowing as she gazed at the items adorning the bicycle. It's a gesture of respect for my parents, Yi Roujing replied matter-of-factly. Lu Huilan shot her daughter a disapproving look. What is happening between you and your husband? Is he allowing you to spend freely? He entrusted me with all his savings. And my mother-in-law also handed over the money and tickets that Ding Ancheng had previously sent home, stating that she was merely safeguarding them until our marriage, at which point they would be given to us as a couple, Yi Roujing explained candidly. Your mother-in-law is truly generous, Lu Huilan praised. But that does not justify extravagant spending. Although Lu Huilan was fond of her daughter, she recognized that after marriage, her daughter needed to consider her husband's family as well. A one-sided approach of bringing everything from her parental home was generally frowned upon. Have you gone to the provincial capital? Lu Huilan asked in astonishment. Yi Roujing nodded, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, mother. I am a person of fairness and justice, with both your and father's support, as well as that of my in-laws. As long as you understand the principles, that is sufficient." Upon hearing this, Lu Huilan let out a sigh of relief. The first time Yi Roujing had encountered Lu Huilan was during a visit from her maternal family to the Dingping production brigade, advocating on her behalf. At that time, Lu Huilan had adorned herself in quite a fashionable manner. However, now her hair was pulled back, and she wore worn clothes. Observing her own home, it was evident that her maternal family's circumstances were limited. Lu Huilan gathered her daughter and marveled at the abundance brought by her son-in-law from the provincial capital. At 21, "You still behave like a child," she teased with a smile, before sighing, reflecting on her second son's situation. He was already a father at this age when Xiaofeng was born. Chapter 94, Lu Huilan's contentment. "Mother, what are you worried about? Look at your son-in-law, who didn't marry until he was 23, Yi Roujing consoled, genuinely believing that 21 was indeed quite young for a man. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Lu Huilan playfully smacked Yi Roujing's arm and offered a sheepish smile towards Ding Ancheng. "Ding Ancheng is quite the catch. Your third brother cannot compare." Lu Huilan was aware of this reality. Her youngest son was diligent and skilled in farm work, but lacked a stable job, and the family's resources were limited. Although he was handsome and capable, he paled in comparison to Ding Ancheng. "Mother, I will go to the fields to check on father and my elder brother." Ding Ancheng thought to offer his assistance. "Oh no, don't go," she quickly interjected. Lu Huilan intercepted the individuals, remarking that today was the day for transplanting rice seedlings. A laborious task that strained the back. You stand all day in class, which is already exhausting. They are accustomed to such labor. So do not trouble yourself. Go sit inside for a while. Ding Ancheng, as the newlywed son-in-law, felt it unbecoming to refrain from toil. Even if he could not join the fields, he busied himself in the courtyard, chopping firewood and fetching water, tirelessly attending to the chores. Lu Huilan observed him with immense satisfaction. "Come with me," she said, pulling her daughter into the house to share a whispered conversation. "Mother, I bought clothes for you and father. Would you like to try on yours first?" Yi Roujing said as she opened the bundle containing the garments, revealing a set of trousers and a shirt made of cotton. Although the trend of using polyester fabric had begun, Yi Roujing genuinely disliked it for its lack of breathability and sweat absorption. Hence, she had exclusively chosen cotton. "What a waste of money," Lu Huilan scolded her daughter. "When you married, the family provided you with little, and now, only a short time into your marriage, you are lavishly spending Ancheng's money. I wish your grandfather were still here," Lu Huilan lamented, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. With a deep sigh, she reflected on how her father had not witnessed Yi Roujing's gradual growth. The pain of his passing was still fresh in her heart. Upon hearing this, Yi Roujing was suddenly flooded with memories of her childhood spent at her grandparents' home, where she had been nurtured with great care, and she too felt her eyes moisten. "Grandfather was skilled in medicine. I used to read many medical books. When I was gathering pigweed in the mountains, I discovered some precious medicinal herbs that fetched a good price," Yi Roujing recounted. "Ding Ancheng took them to sell, and although we have not received the money yet, it will surely be considerable, which is why I bought gifts for everyone during our trip to the provincial capital. Earning money should be wisely preserved. Spending it all at once raises concerns about future sustenance." Lu Huilan remarked with a hint of reproach, yet secretly delighted by the clothing her daughter had purchased for her. Ding Ancheng is indeed capable of earning. Yi Roujing, wishing to alleviate Lu Huilan's worries, responded confidently, "Your spending habits, if unchecked, may overshadow your earnings." Lu Huilan chuckled in exasperation. Yi Roujing conceded, explaining that this expenditure was a rare occurrence, made possible by the savings and contributions from Ding Ancheng and her mother-in-law. It was only a modest amount spent, and Ding Ancheng had been present during the purchase. Lu Huilan was both surprised and touched, remarking, "Such support from your in-laws and Ancheng is indeed rare. You must cherish them." Yi Roujing nodded, having also bought clothes for her in-laws and Ding Ancheng. "That is commendable," Lu Huilan mused, realizing her daughter had matured significantly. However, she could not have anticipated that Yi Roujing would also benefit from her grandfather's financial acumen. "Mother, my grandfather's exceptional medical skills have influenced me since childhood. I possess some understanding of the craft," Yi Roujing humbly asserted. "Moreover, I have been fortunate to discover excellent herbs on the vast mountains." Lu Huilan remarked that others often overlook the herbs growing in the wild. She herself had not inherited her father's medical expertise, nor had the patience to learn it, attributing Yi Roujing's cleverness to her grandfather's willingness to engage her in playful learning during her youth. By the way, mother, this is for my elder brother, second brother, and third brother. Yi Roujing unveiled another bundle, revealing neatly stacked military green cotton fabric. What do you intend to purchase for them? Do these gentlemen truly expect to be supported by women? Lu Huilan shot a disapproving glance at Yi Roujing. In the past, my brothers treated me exceptionally well, providing me with all manner of delicious and useful things. I wonder if they do not deserve the same in return, Yi Roujing countered, her stance unwavering. You have truly matured, Lu Huilan observed, her eyes glistening with emotion as she gazed at Yi Roujing. It is no wonder your husband is so attentive to you. As someone who has been through it all, allow me to offer you this advice. Moderation is key in your intimate life. Excessive frequency may hinder conception. Lu Huilan imparted sagely. Yi Roujing momentarily failed to grasp her mother's meaning, but upon comprehension, her cheeks flushed with crimson. Mother, what are you saying? I understand. Lu Huilan replied with a playful smile. Isn't it often the case that couples bicker at the head of the bed, but reconcile at its foot? She knows all too well how things were when her daughter married into the Ding family. And she recognizes that a significant part of the bond with her son-in-law undoubtedly stems from their intimate connection. After all, which man would not become addicted to such pleasures? All right, enough of that. I shall prepare a meal for you both, Lu Huilan declared, patting Yi Roujing's hand gently. The fish we received a few days ago will be perfect for today. In her childhood, Yi Roujing had been oblivious, but after tasting the dishes prepared by others, she realized that her biological mother lacked any culinary talent whatsoever, not even a hint of it. When her two sisters-in-law entered the room, Yi Roujing, still unmarried, began to understand what true cuisine meant. Upon marrying into the Ding family, she truly grasped the essence of exceptional culinary skills. Heating up the dishes is something I can manage, she remarked confidently. Lu Huilan rolled her eyes playfully. I am quite adept at cooking rice myself. Let me get started on that. I'll lend a hand, Yi Roujing offered eagerly. Yi Roujing rose and followed to the kitchen. Don't create more trouble for me, Lu Huilan said. Mother, I'm just slicing a duck. When I was at my in-laws, I discovered my exceptional knife skills, Yi Roujing replied, fabricating a story. Did you not only work, but also cook at your in-laws? Lu Huilan felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing this. Chapter 95, Sister-in-law, Wang Hefeng Mother. When shall I call you? The eldest child, Yi Junya, called out from the courtyard. All right. The most significant distinction between Xintong production team and Dingping production team was the large pond situated in the center of the village, teeming with fish. Throughout the year, villagers would fish there, distributing the catch among families according to their size and number, with each household receiving 2 or 3 fish. Coincidentally, the water was drained just before rice planting season, providing ample irrigation for the fields. Thus, today, members of the Xintong production team were particularly spirited as families typically reserved the fish for these 2 days of planting. Mother, Yi Junya shouted towards Wang Hefeng, who was bending over to plant rice, her voice tinged with urgency, for the 8-year-old understood that their lunch would be exceptionally sumptuous today. Xiaoya, what is it? Wang Hefeng did not rise, but merely lifted her head slightly to glance at Yi Junya. So early? Wang Hefeng straightened up, her face reflecting surprise. Wang Hefeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Where did this come from? From my aunt, Yi Junya exclaimed joyfully. She gave 2 pieces to me and my 2 younger brothers. I ate one, and this one is for mother. Not merely candy, but an abundance of items were brought by aunt and uncle. So many, indeed. Yi Junya gestured with her hands, her words laden with yearning, mentioning a roasted duck of considerable size, cured meat, malted milk, canned goods, and an array of delicacies. Truly, keep the sweets for yourself, mother does not fancy them. As Wang Hefeng spoke, her pace unconsciously quickened, her face visibly brightened with joy. Indeed, although her sister-in-law may not be endearing, this brother-in-law is a teacher in the county. How foolish she was. Mother, wait for me, Yi Junya called out, hastening after Wang Hefeng as the two hurried homeward. Where's the brother-in-law headed? Before Wang Hefeng could step inside, she noticed Ding Ancheng wheeling his bicycle out, and she rushed forward to intercept him. I'm about to prepare dinner. It will be ready shortly. Wang Hefeng was well aware of her sister-in-law's temperament, fearing she might inadvertently say something displeasing to the brother-in-law. What are you lingering at the door for? Come and help with the fish, Lu Huilan remarked. Observing her eldest daughter-in-law, Wang Hefeng, lost in thought outside. Why is she so unaware? Is it proper for a sister-in-law to stare at her brother-in-law like that? Mother. I believe the relationship between the brother-in-law and sister-in-law has improved significantly. Just now, he called her aging. Wang Hufeng expressed her concerns. Lu Huilan chuckled at this. Whether the relationship is good or not, I've seen the eldest call you in equally affectionate terms. Wang Hufeng blushed at her mother-in-law's teasing. Mother, allow me to handle this. Wang Hufeng, with nimble hands and feet, took the knife from Lu Huilan and squatted down to fetch a black fish from the bucket. With a swift blow of the cleaver, she rendered the hefty fish, weighing nearly 3 pounds, unconscious, before commencing to scrape off its scales. Nan, which kind of fish do you wish to eat? Steamed or braised? Lu Huilan inquired with a smile as she noticed Yi Roujing emerging from the kitchen. Wang Hufeng nearly nicked her hand with the knife, marveling at the unexpected presence of her sister-in-law in the kitchen. Indeed, marriage brought about a transformation. Can my sister-in-law prepare sauerkraut fish? Yi Roujing asked. Sauerkraut fish? You mean cooking it with pickled vegetables? Wouldn't tea that taste rather peculiar? Wang Hufeng, a true local, had never before encountered such a dish. Have you tried it in the provincial capital? Lu Huilan asked. Not in the provincial capital, but my mother-in-law makes it exceptionally well. She learned it from someone long ago, Yi Roujing explained. A pang of envy struck Wang Hufeng. Her sister-in-law seemed so fortunate. Her husband was a teacher, earning a steady salary along with various benefits, and her mother-in-law was an excellent cook. Rumor had it that in the 3 months since her marriage, Yi Roujing had hardly worked, only recently beginning to do so. Observing Yi Roujing's still fair and tender skin, Wang Hufeng couldn't help but feel increasingly envious. Her scraping of the fish scales grew somewhat rougher. Shall I try making it? Yi Roujing proposed, eager not only to satisfy her own cravings, but also to let her family savor the flavor. Though inexperienced, she grasped the theory behind it. Sister-in-law, my braised fish is quite delightful. Wang Hufeng gently declined. Oh, then let it be braised fish, Yi Roujing acquiesced, unwilling to impose. A wave of envy washed over Wang Hufeng. Her sister-in-law had a maternal family who doted on her immensely. Such disparity in familial affection was disheartening, as her own family would never extend such generosity. As Wang Hufeng entered the kitchen with the fish, she nearly dropped it in astonishment. Upon the wooden countertop, a large platter was adorned with layers of thinly sliced, reddish-brown roasted duck meat. A complete duck carcass rested on the cutting board, the knife work rivaling that of a seasoned chef from a state-owned restaurant. Roujing prepared it. I was taken aback myself. She's never engaged in kitchen work before, yet she's demonstrated such remarkable skill, Lu Huilan said, beaming with pride. Wang Hufeng's lips twitched, skeptical. However, she couldn't deny that someone without innate talent couldn't achieve such knife skills at this age. Mom, what else should we prepare besides the fish? Wang Hufeng inquired. Let's stir-fry some cured meat, Yi Roujing suggested. All right, Lu Huilan agreed. Wang Hufeng felt a pang of distress. With fish and duck already on the menu, adding cured meat seemed excessive. No family would indulge in such extravagance, not even during the new year. However, since Yi Roujing and her family had provided the ingredients, she felt unqualified to voice her concerns. Chapter 96. The nuances of sister-in-laws. By the time Yi Shunin and his group arrived home, the table was already set with sliced duck meat. A small basket contained round flatbreads and finely sliced cucumber strips, accompanied by a dish of dark brown sauce. A large basin of braised fish fillets, a substantial pot of duck carcass stewed with potatoes, a plate of green beans stir-fried with cured meat, a dish of onions sautéed with eggs, stir-fried bitter melon, cold spinach salad, tender peas simply boiled, sweetened tomatoes, and a generous bowl of oil-laden loofah soup. Altogether 10 exquisite dishes. The staple was white rice, devoid of any sweet potatoes. Once Ancheng arrives, the feast shall commence. As Lu Huilan's words faded, the sound of bicycle brakes echoed. Wang Hufeng took the initiative to fetch water, while Lu Huilan's second daughter-in-law, Pan Kixia, presented a clean cloth. The warmth and kindness displayed by the women of the household towards Ding Ancheng stirred an unsettling feeling among the men of the Yi family. Yi Roujing emerged from the kitchen with chopsticks in hand, and her brother Yi Weiliang hurried to take them from her, exclaiming, "You need not concern yourself with such tasks. Surely you are not expected to toil in the kitchen at your in-laws' home." Yi Weiliang's words, laced with discontent, were directed at Ding Ancheng. The Yi family was numerous, and this occasion had necessitated the setting of 2 tables, one for the men, the other for the women and children. At Ding Ancheng's table, Yi Shunin generously offered his cherished liquor to entertain him, while his 3 sons delightedly received a small cup each. After all, we will be staying here tonight. Let us enjoy a small drink together, Yi Shunin said with a broad smile. But do not indulge too much. We have work to attend to in the afternoon. Lu Huilan remarked as she retreated to the kitchen, where the table for the women and children was laid out. This duck is wrapped in dough and served with dipping sauce. This is my first time experiencing such a dish, Pan Kexia commented. Yi Roujing's two sisters-in-law, Wang Hufeng, possesses a forthright disposition and is of a tall, slender build, with a complexion leaning towards yellow. However, her features are rather delicate. Pan Kexia, on the other hand, is of shorter stature, nearly a head shorter than Yi Roujing, and exhibits a somewhat meticulous nature. Yi Roujing recalls these impressions vividly. I concur, Wang Hufeng responded, as she busily prepared a portion for both her daughter and son before attending to herself. How could my sister-in-law have such a trendy way of dining? This roasted duck seems unattainable even in the state-run restaurants of the county, Pan Kexia inquired with a hint of playful curiosity. Oh, the county cannot compare. My sister-in-law brought this specially from the provincial capital, Wang Hufeng replied eagerly. I have yet to visit the provincial city. I wonder what it is like. Does it resemble our county? She mused. Your friend from the provincial city is indeed generous. Presenting such a grand roasted duck is quite a gesture, Wang Hufeng remarked, her lips glistening with grease as she spoke to Yi Roujing after swallowing her food. Has my sister-in-law made friends in the provincial city? I wonder what her family does, Pan Kexia inquired with keen curiosity. City dwellers are indeed different. They must possess employment. She sighed. Sister-in-law, if your husband hears of any job openings in factories, do keep an eye out for my second brother. Spending a lifetime tilling the soil yields little more than meager labor points. Otherwise, Jun Feng will have no prospects. Wang Hufeng glanced at Pan Kexia and countered. Such words you speak. Who says that toiling in the fields means one's son has no prospects? After all, your son's father works diligently. He is quite accomplished. And success ultimately depends on oneself. Moreover, you mentioned that we should keep an eye on the second uncle, yet my sister-in-law has more than one brother. According to the hierarchy, it should indeed be my husband, and in terms of familial closeness, it ought to be the younger brother. Pan Kexia's expression darkened instantly. Wang Hufeng was not swayed by such remarks, snorting as she served food to her child. Such words should not be uttered again. Lu Huilan cast a piercing gaze at the two daughters-in-law, stating that our family does not rely on connections through daughters to procure advantages. It was evident that whenever matters involved Yi Roujing, Lu Huilan became particularly protective, prioritizing her son's well-being. It was perplexing. In the future, would they not depend on their sons for support in their old age? Wang Hufeng dismissed the thought, as that was never her intention. Yi Roujing felt deeply touched by Lu Huilan's care, believing that her presence in this narrative was meant for her enjoyment. As she suddenly found herself enveloped in familial affection she had never experienced before. Lu Huilan persistently served Yi Roujing, inquiring about her well-being, and after the meal, refused to let her wash the dishes. This was indeed favoritism. While washing the dishes, Pan Kexia muttered under her breath. Wang Hufeng heard this and scoffed, exclaiming that such treasures were wasted. What did you say? Pan Kexia retorted, somewhat irked. She had never noticed it before. But today she realized that you might be a bit foolish. Wang Hufeng shot a glance at Pan Kexia, causing her to huff in frustration. Being called foolish by this simpleton was utterly infuriating. Once you've tidied up, come over here. Lu Huilan called the two daughters-in-law to the kitchen, oblivious to their expressions. Here, this is for you from Roujing. Make outfits for your husbands and children, as well as for yourselves. Lu Huilan presented two identical pieces of fabric to Wang Hufeng and Pan Kexia. Wow, what a beautiful color! Exclaimed Wang Hufeng, examining the fine cotton material, which was a military green. Who would not feel a sense of pride in donning a complete military green outfit nowadays? Pan Kexia's face radiated joy. Her sister-in-law had truly married into a good family. Remember the virtues of Roujing, and do not harbor any improper thoughts, Lu Huilan cautioned once more. As for Yi Weiliang, Lu Huilan had not bestowed a peace upon him, for he was still unmarried and lacked anyone to craft garments for him. Only she, as a mother, could assist. The lunch at Ding Ancheng's table stretched for an entire hour and a half, and by the end, Ding Ancheng's face was flushed, his demeanor reeking of inebriation, which led to Yi Shunin receiving a thorough reprimand from Lu Huilan. Roujing, help your husband wash his face and wipe his hands and feet. Let him rest for a while, Lu Huilan instructed. Chapter 97. Pretending to be drunk Yi Roujing, who had never attended to others before, sighed as she watched Ding Ancheng, supposedly intoxicated, being supported by Yi Weiliang to lie down on the bed. "Sister, you rest. I will take care of him," she offered. Yi Roujing, unable to bear the sight of his sister tending to someone, fetched water and a cloth. His tolerance for alcohol is truly low. He barely drank a few cups. "And look at him now. I hardly exerted any effort," Yi Roujing muttered. "Why must you get him so drunk?" Yi Roujing retorted, speechless. A smile crept onto Yi Roujing's face. Little did she know that her heart began to race uncontrollably upon hearing those words. "It seems I have to protect him. This little rascal is quite taken with you." Yi Roujing smiled with narrowed eyes, certain that his younger sister was indeed fortunate. With such beauty and a kind heart, only a fool would not be enamored. No, even a fool would be captivated by her. Yi Roujing lowered her head, her eyes crinkling with laughter as she dabbed a cloth against Ding Ancheng's face. However, upon turning, she found herself gazing into a pair of deep, open eyes, which sparkled with amusement and bore no trace of inebriation. Yi Roujing raised an eyebrow, pondering whether he was feigning sobriety. Ding Ancheng chuckled as he sat up, taking the cloth from Yi Roujing's hand to wipe his own face with a casual gesture. "My father-in-law's cherished wine is quite a kick. I indulged rather generously, 6 full glasses. If I were not intoxicated by now, not only would the wine be gone, but my father-in-law and his companions must also be quite tipsy," he remarked with a light laugh. "Should I shower you with compliments then?" Yi Roujing teased, clicking her tongue playfully. "Absolutely, I would love to hear them," Ding Ancheng replied, setting the cloth down and fixing his gaze on Yi Roujing. His eyes seemed to swirl with an irresistible allure, drawing her in. Yi Roujing, suspecting he was employing his charm, felt a sudden urge to flee. With a swift motion, Ding Ancheng grasped her hand and pulled her onto the bed beside him, inching closer until she was nestled in his embrace. Not content with merely that, he encircled her with his arms, securing her in place. "Third brother was rather forceful, yet you are so gentle. I find it quite delightful," he said. Yi Roujing's cheeks flushed crimson as her gaze faltered, darting about in confusion. Her back was ablaze, and she found herself trapped by his strong hold. "Aren't you going to sleep?" she stammered, unsure of what else to say. "We shall sleep together," he replied. Ding Ancheng exerted his strength to lift the person onto the bed, placing her directly upon his lap, and deftly removed the embroidered cloth shoes worn by Yi Roujing. After bestowing a series of intoxicating kisses that left her in a daze, he finally released her and lay back down. "What do you plan to do this afternoon?" His voice, deep and slightly husky, resonated with a tantalizing allure, prompting uncontrollable thoughts to swirl in Yi Roujing's mind. She shot him an indignant glare, though it held no semblance of intimidation. "Will you take me to explore the places you used to visit?" Ding Ancheng coaxed gently. Qingyun Mountain was vast and unfathomable. In the past, the original owner had accompanied her grandfather, Lu Qinghai, from the Wantong Production Brigade, identifying medicinal herbs along the way, albeit only at the fringes. However, there was one instance when they ventured deeper and stumbled upon a small wooden cabin, which Lu Qinghai had constructed himself. It could be considered their secret hideaway. Yi Roujing was taken aback to discover that the place which left the most profound impression on the original owner was, in fact, the mountain. Beyond that, it seemed that the only other significant locations were the Wantong and Xintong production brigades, neither of which held much allure now that her grandparents had passed away and Lu Huilan was an only child. At one time, many had urged Lu Qinghai to adopt a child, hoping to secure a successor for the family. He had nearly acquiesced, but when a tumultuous period ensued, the practice of traditional Chinese medicine became a sensitive profession, and the matter ultimately faded away. However, when Lu Qinghai passed, numerous relatives sought to stake their claims, insisting that their male offspring be acknowledged as his heirs, citing inheritance as their justification. Ultimately, they gained nothing of value, and Lu Huilan severed all ties with her maternal family. Shall we wander up the mountain? Yi Roujing longed to revisit the quaint wooden cabin, recalling the multitude of treasures her grandfather had likely hidden within. "Mother, may I have the key to grandfather's house?" she requested. "Do not engage with those people, understand?" Lu Huilan admonished. Reassured by Ding Ancheng's presence, she handed over the key. Yi Roujing urged Ding Ancheng to ride his bicycle with her towards the Wantong production brigade. As they journeyed during the midday break, few souls were encountered along the way. Upon reaching the Wantong production brigade, Yi Roujing, guided by her memories, arrived at a brick house nestled at the foot of the mountain. She retrieved the key and unlocked the door, ushering the bicycle inside. The courtyard, devoid of inhabitants, was remarkably tidy. Yi Roujing surmised that family members must frequently come by to tidy up. The interior was arranged exactly as she remembered. Yet the lively figures had transformed into black and white photographs adorning the wall of the hall. Ding Ancheng, these are my grandparents, she remarked. The individuals in the photograph appeared youthful and vibrant, their lips curved into warm smiles. Grandfather, grandmother, I am Ding Ancheng, a Jing's husband. Ding Ancheng earnestly introduced himself. Observing the serious demeanor of Ding Ancheng, Yi Roujing entertained a notion that perhaps he genuinely wished to share a lifetime with her. I shall take you to the mountain. To my grandfather's secret base, Yi Roujing declared with rare solemnity. She had perhaps always harbored the thought of not being the original self, intending to live her own life. Yet now, circumstances felt different. Chapter 98. Ascending the mountain. Ah, I found it, it is right there. Yi Roujing exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with excitement. Wife, your stamina is commendable, Ding Ancheng jestingly remarked, leaving Yi Roujing momentarily bewildered. I do have some exercise, though not as diligently as you. The small cabin nestled within a grove of bamboo, though referred to as a cabin, was constructed upon a foundation of piled stones. It had fallen into disrepair, with a large hole gaping in the roof and a wooden door hanging precariously. Upon entering, one was greeted by an odd lang of odors, an animalistic stench mingled with a faint medicinal aroma. The interior of the cabin was rudimentary. A wooden plank resting on stones served as a bed, alongside a makeshift stove crafted from stone. The paper covering the window was tattered, and firewood lay in disarray, accompanied by a pot with a gaping hole. It seemed the cabin had long served as a temporary refuge for passing hunters. Yi Roujing smiled, recalling how her grandfather had constructed it for communal use. Ding Ancheng, let me tell you, it wasn't always like this. Apart from the bed, the cabin was once filled with herbs, all gathered by my grandfather from the mountains for simple processing. He would also keep herbs capable of stopping bleeding, reducing inflammation, and treating snake bites, clearly labeled for those in need who passed through. My grandfather was well regarded in the nearby village, truly a benevolent healer at heart. Yi Roujing held a fond impression of the grandfather who existed only in her memories, compared to the so-called traditional Chinese medicine practitioners of her previous life. He was a true master of the craft. Perhaps her ancestors were similar healers, gradually expanding their family legacy, only to see subsequent generations swayed by the alluring temptations of power and wealth, leading to a distortion of the medical path. Ding Ancheng discerned that Yi Roujing held a deep affection for her grandfather, yet he felt a flicker of curiosity. Was it not said that this was their secret sanctuary? Was it not a place accessible to all? Yi Roujing tugged Ding Ancheng out of the quaint wooden cabin and led him to its rear, where she crouched down to remove the bottommost stone, commencing her excavation. Observing her intent, Ding Ancheng quickly drew her back, asserting, "Allow me to dig." After burrowing down 2 feet, they unearthed a newspaper, darkened and decayed with age. Yi Roujing's excitement was palpable. This is it. Ding Ancheng meticulously extracted it, revealing a perfectly cuboidal object. Upon peeling away the outer newspaper, they discovered it was encased in a layer of oil paper for waterproofing and moisture resistance. As the oil paper was unfurled, it unveiled a wooden box, not an ordinary one, but adorned with intricate carvings on its front and sides, depicting birds perched upon branches. Unlike conventional boxes, this one was designed as a drawer with 3 compartments. Yi Roujing could not recall what lay within, perhaps due to her tender age at the time. She slid open the first compartment, revealing a long drawer filled with toys, a chain puzzle, small beads, and a dainty rattle drum. Astonishingly, these were no ordinary items. The chain puzzle and beads were crafted from pure jade, and apart from the drum head and the cord holding the small beads, the remainder was also fashioned from jade. Ding Ancheng's eyes widened in astonishment. It seemed her grandfather possessed considerable wealth, likely passed down through generations. Yi Roujing had a vague recollection of the toys. I only played with them in the wooden cabin. They were not permitted to be taken out otherwise. The second drawer is half the length of the first, containing small pieces of jewelry, a jade ring, a jade tablet, a jade bracelet, and a jade hairpin, each exquisite in its clarity and quality, truly treasures. The third drawer, however, is filled with gold ingots. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Roujing closed the drawers and meticulously examined every corner of the chest. The drawers could not be pulled out, and there were no abnormalities on the 2 sides, the bottom, or the front. Remembering the half-length drawer, Yi Roujing gently caressed its back and pressed on an inconspicuous spot, causing a small piece of wood to slide in. Releasing it revealed a long strip that contained a securely sealed box. Yi Roujing picked up the box, uncovering a yellowed piece of paper beneath it. As she unfolded the paper, she recognized the bold, vigorous handwriting. Nan Nan, Have you grown up? Inside the box were 10 medicinal pills crafted by her grandfather, vital for saving one's life in critical moments. The only words left for Yi Roujing were these two sentences, with the recipe for the pills written beneath. Yi Roujing's expression was one of profound shock. If she was not mistaken, the pill's effects should resemble those of the life-saving pills from later times, though the ingredients might differ, leaving her uncertain if their efficacy would surpass that of future remedies. It was disheartening to think that such remarkable medicine could not save its creator. Her thoughts drifted to her late grandfather and grandmother, and a sense of melancholy enveloped her. Without a moment's hesitation, Ding Ancheng nodded in agreement and offered to help carry the chest, although he was surprised that her grandfather had chosen to conceal such items here. Perhaps the bustling presence of people is the safest place, Yi Roujing sighed. Yes, I understand, she replied with a nod. A rustling sound echoed through the thicket as it drew ever closer to Yi Roujing and Ding Ancheng. In a flurry, Ding Ancheng handed the box to Yi Roujing and positioned himself protectively in front of her, when a white figure suddenly sprang forth. They discerned it to be a rather sizable rabbit. Yi Roujing gazed at the creature, which turned its head in her direction, only to collide with a tree trunk with a resounding thud. The corners of Yi Roujing's mouth twitched. Could this be what they referred to as waiting by the tree for a rabbit? The rabbit twitched a few times before coming to a halt, leaving its fate uncertain, whether it had fainted or succumbed to death. Tonight we shall have an extra meal, Yi Roujing remarked. Ding Ancheng, making use of his surroundings, swiftly bound the rabbit's legs with pliable twigs and relieved Yi Roujing of the box, shouldering the entire weight. The appearance of a single rabbit seemed fortuitous, but as they descended the mountain, Yi Roujing inadvertently slipped and fell, landing near a nest of wild chicken eggs. This disturbance startled a hen that had been incubating the eggs, causing it to flap its wings, only to become ensnared by the tangled branches of the thicket. Ding Ancheng promptly bound the hen as well. Is it possible that all the game we've had before was caught in such a manner? Yi Roujing mused, her extraordinary stroke of luck leaving Ding Ancheng momentarily speechless. Were those precious medicinal herbs sourced in a similar fashion? He queried. To gather medicinal herbs, one must first possess knowledge. I rely on my prowess, Yi Roujing retorted vehemently in response to Ding Ancheng's remarks. Chapter 99. How wonderful it would be to disobey. Yi Roujing's maternal grandfather resided at the foot of the mountain, and with it being the midday resting hour, their descent into the courtyard went unnoticed by the larger group, sparing them considerable trouble. Yi Roujing led Ding Ancheng to her exclusive room, which had once been adorned with warmth and charm. However, after many years, it now echoed with the emptiness of furniture. The mere presence of the furnishings spoke volumes about Yi Roujing's favored status. She crouched down and pulled out a wooden box from beneath the bed, filled to the brim with books. Lu Qinghai, a distinguished physician at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, had patients from far and wide seeking his expertise, and many came on referrals. Thus, Lu Qinghai remained unaffected by external opinions, though others were blissfully unaware of this reality. In a few years, Yi Roujing mused to herself, hoping to keep the Ding family uninvolved. She was concerned that if she were caught reading, it could inadvertently implicate them. In truth, she had perused many of the books within the box, some she had encountered in her past life, while others were familiar to her through the memories of her original self. Ding Ancheng respected Yi Roujing's wishes. Subsequently, the two tidied up both the interior and exterior, placing their gathered items into a straw-lined basket, which Ding Ancheng carefully secured on the front of his bicycle. As they departed the wonton production brigade, they encountered numerous individuals en route to work. Although Yi Roujing and Ding Ancheng were unfamiliar faces to the brigade, a few keen observers recognized Yi Roujing instantly, for she had nearly grown up there, her features having matured, yet still retaining traces of her childhood visage. Upon arriving home, only Lu Huilan was present, while the three children remained asleep and the others had departed for work. Ding Ancheng took the wild game to the kitchen and then sought out some tasks for himself, while Yi Roujing, clutching a box, approached Lu Huilan to share whispers. I was still pondering where these items had gone when Lu Huilan chuckled and remarked, I too played with this rattle drum in my childhood, and the 9 rings as well, though I could never solve it, so I ceased to play. She continued, your grandfather played with these as a child. They are heirlooms passed down through the Lu family. However, by the time they reached your grandfather, only these few remained. You, on your first attempt at the 9 rings, solved it, which brought your grandfather great joy, while your 3 older brothers, much like your mother, struggled to do so. As Lu Huilan spoke, laughter escaped her lips. Yi Roujing resolutely shook her head, saying, I do not want this. Let mother keep it for when it can be sold, so I can share with my brothers." She then revealed a long box, exclaiming, "Mother, I also have this." Upon seeing the elongated box, Lu Huilan's eyes brimmed with tears. "When your grandparents were on their deathbed, I inquired about these life-saving pills. Why did they not consume them? Your grandfather replied that it was in vain, as their time was near, and no amount of pills would prolong their lives, so it was better not to waste them." Lu Huilan wept, realizing the truth of their situation. Yi Roujing silently observed Lu Huilan's tears for a good quarter of an hour, her own tears flowing as well. Touched by the tenderness of memories deep within and the grief before her, she felt a profound empathy, though she did not voice her sorrow. "Mother, I will not. Be obedient." Lu Huilan spoke earnestly yet gently, stating that the decisions made by her grandfather were never contested by her mother. What he left for her could not be claimed by her mother. Yi Roujing's eyes twinkled with a thought, since these possessions now belonged to her. She intended to share them with her mother and brothers. Lu Huilan chuckled helplessly, and ultimately, under her sensible distribution, all items were divided into 2 portions, one for Yi Roujing and the other for the family. "Mother, that is not right. It should be divided into 5 portions for my brothers." In the end, Yi Roujing had no choice but to concede. That evening, Ding Ancheng, having completed his evening routine, lay in Yi Roujing's fragrant chamber, observing her as she sat on the bed, scrutinizing the prescription in her hands. Yi Roujing felt a twinge of frustration as she examined the medicinal ingredients, several of which were difficult to procure. Musk was among them, along with ox gall and water buffalo horn. Given that oxen were now primarily work animals, their slaughter had become exceedingly rare. Oh dear, she did possess a pearl from a previous acquisition, yet it was insufficient for crafting a pill. Feeling vexed, Yi Roujing rolled about on the bed before suddenly sitting upright. Why fret? She would gather what she could find first and address the rest later. What was she so anxious about? What thoughts occupy your mind? Ding Ancheng inquired, reaching out to tousle Yi Roujing's hair with amusement. It's about the medicinal ingredients, she replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Ding Ancheng was pleased, pulling her into his embrace. What are you doing? Yi Roujing protested, feeling a bit uncomfortable as she squirmed, unable to break free. Stop fidgeting, came his voice, low and husky. Startling Yi Roujing into stillness, she feared he might have ulterior motives. Ding Ancheng sighed in regret, pondering how advantageous it would have been had he been a tad more obedient at that moment. Early the next morning, Yi Roujing rose alongside Ding Ancheng. Observing his intention to partake in a morning run, she decided to join him. Beneath the dimly lit sky, they circled the Xintong production team, and Yi Roujing kept pace with him, much to Ding Ancheng's surprise. However, after 2 laps, Yi Roujing began to falter, her speed diminishing. After another lap, she ceased running, realizing that haste does not yield progress. Roujing, she heard a voice call out as she wiped the sweat from her brow, panting heavily. Turning her head, she was met by Wang Qiushuang, much to her dismay. In Chapter 100, No More Pretense, the stark contrast between her previous resolute demeanor at the Dingping production team and her current bashful facade was striking. The words that flowed from her lips were utterly distasteful, and Yi Roujing felt no inclination to entertain Wang Qiushuang any longer. Once you marry, do not greet me. Let us remain strangers, for I have my dignity, Yi Roujing declared, wiping the sweat from her brow, her expression marred by disdain and impatience. Roujing, how can you speak to me in such a manner? I am also a victim of circumstance. Enough. I do not wish to hear it. My ears ache, Yi Roujing interrupted. Your affairs are of no concern to me. We are ill-suited to be friends. Let us cease all communication henceforth. Roujing, what have I done wrong? Please tell me, and I shall amend my ways. After all these years of friendship, how can we just sever our ties? Wang Qiushuang's tears streamed down her face, her expression one of profound sorrow, as if she bore an immense grievance. Yi Roujing was once again repulsed. Ding Ancheng stood not far off. If she wished to feign, let her do so in his presence. Her theatrics were of no consequence to Yi Roujing. Yi Roujing spoke with a hint of disdain. What are your intentions? In the past, I may not have understood, but now it is crystal clear. The kindness I once extended to you shall be regarded as my selfless contribution. Should you continue to provoke me repeatedly, I will hold you accountable. The attire you don now originally belonged to me, does it not? Yi Roujing, what do you mean by this? For all these years, I have considered you my closest friend, Wang Qiushuang retorted. Do not mistake my kindness for ignorance, Wang Qiushuang. You have merely taken advantage of my goodwill, spouting declarations of loyalty. Yi Roujing's sharp gaze extinguished Wang Qiushuang's fire. I was once willing to let you take your share, but that willingness has waned. The mask is torn. Henceforth, we shall walk our separate paths." With that, Yi Roujing strode away. "Who would wish to accompany you? Utterly foolish. Do you truly believe Ding Ancheng is enamored with you? Were it not for your pleasing appearance, who would consider marrying you? Envy is a sour grape, I understand. But what of it? Ding Ancheng treats me exceptionally well now, and his family is equally kind to me. Intelligence matters little in comparison to fortune." Yi Roujing smiled, observing the growing darkness on Wang Qiushuang's face. Ding Jianxi is a formal worker at the food factory, not inferior to Ding Ancheng in any regard. Wang Qiushuang seethed with fury. "And what of that?" Yi Roujing chuckled. "When Ding Jianxi stands before our Ding Ancheng, he is not only shorter, but also quite unattractive. He suits you perfectly." Wang Qiushuang was truly incensed. "Ah, indeed, based on the years of our shared bond. I offer you a piece of advice. It is far better to be sincere in one's dealings. I find your outbursts of anger to be far more appealing than your pretentious smiles. If you had chosen to embrace your authenticity sooner, perhaps we could have fostered a friendship, though it may now be too late." After expressing her thoughts, Yi Roujing turned her back on Wang Qiushuang and waved her hand before departing. Behind her, the sound of shrill screams and stomping feet resonated. Yi Roujing felt an inexplicable uplift in her spirits, relishing the sweet taste of victory in their verbal spar. However, after taking only a few steps, she spotted Ding Ancheng. His lips curled in a teasing smile, which caused her to temper her exuberance. "You certainly are swift," she remarked. "Our lady possesses remarkable verbal prowess." Ding Ancheng whispered with a smile. Yi Roujing shot him an exasperated glance. "Dear wife, might I request that you call me Acheng from now on?" Ding Ancheng appealed. "Acheng." Yi Roujing's face flushed crimson, unable to resist playfully pinching Ding Ancheng's arm. He, of course, understood the reason behind her reaction, and his smile widened. I understand. Lu Huilan said as she turned to enter the house. Upon returning home, Yi Roujing found Ding Anmin already there, assisting Xia Xingchen with moving items. Welcome, she exclaimed, clapping her hands. Ding Ancheng's demeanor remained composed, nodding in agreement. Suddenly, a tractor from the Dingping production brigade rumbled into view, driven by Gu Shizhao. And it carried none other than Li Liangfei, the secretary of the Tongxian commune. Ding Shouting had not anticipated this visit. Seeing Secretary Li alight from the tractor, he emerged from the rice fields and inquired, "Secretary Li, what brings you here?" "Secretary Li, your commendation is overly gracious. This undertaking is intrinsic to our brigade's responsibilities and bears significantly upon the lives of our community." Despite his modest pronouncements, Ding Shouting was inwardly elated. To be lauded by the commune's secretary augured well for their Dingping production brigade's prospects of receiving the exemplary brigade accolade at year's end. Having surveyed other brigades, Dingping production brigade marks the culmination of our inspection, Li Liangfei remarked with a genial smile. Besides assessing the spring planting, I also sought an audience with the altruistic comrade Yi Roujing. Might I inquire as to her whereabouts? Prior to the May Day holiday, Li Liangfei received a call from the Provincial Public Security Bureau. To his astonishment, the deputy director himself was on the line, effusively praising Tongxian commune and lauding the courageous and indomitable spirit of a comrade from one of its brigades. The family of the rescued individual, he was informed, wished to present a commemorative banner to the commune. Li Liangfei immediately grasped the situation. A banner routed through the provincial department signified the rescued individual's significance. The deputy director's call was not merely an expression of gratitude, but a subtle directive to extend preferential treatment to the esteemed comrade. By managing this matter with finesse, Li Liangfei would secure a place in the leadership's favor, an opportunity eagerly sought by others. Chapter 101. A visit from the commune. Li Liangfei had been eager to visit Dingping Production Brigade since learning of the incident. However, being a prudent individual, he preferred to be well prepared. In recent days, he had diligently researched Yi Roujing, discovering, to his surprise, that she was the wife of Ding Ancheng. Ding Ancheng, the first notable university student to emerge since he assumed the role of secretary of Tongxian commune, has been a remarkable figure in recent years, primarily among the cadre of workers, farmers, and soldiers. He is likely the first individual from the entire Huaixi County to be recruited by the prestigious Kyoto University. His commendation from the county left a profound impression on him. After graduating, Ding Ancheng took up a teaching position at County No. 1 Middle School, where he led his students to victory in this year's provincial mathematics competition. Soon, he is set to represent the province at the national mathematics competition in the capital, solidifying his esteemed reputation. Consequently, Li Liangfei personally arrived after preparing everything meticulously. Accompanying him was Li Yonghu, his nephew, who would not have secured a formal position in the commune otherwise. Upon receiving a significant glance from Li Liangfei, Li Yonghu produced a banner sent from the provincial department, adorned with a red background and golden lettering, to Comrade Yi Roujing of Dingping Production Team, Tongstin Commune, acknowledgement for her valor and exemplary conduct. Signed by Jiang Province Public Security Bureau. The signature astonished the assembly. When Li Liangfei received the banner, delivered overnight, his heart raced with anticipation, aware that this was merely the beginning. With the Provincial Public Security Bureau's endorsement, the county and city would undoubtedly follow suit, and he, Li Liangfei, would be the one to receive them. The heroic deeds of Comrade Yi Roujing are worthy of emulation by all of us. Today, I represent the commune to express our heartfelt gratitude to Comrade Yi Roujing for bringing honor to our community. Ding Shouting was also elated, having thought that the matter was concluded after the family of the police officer had previously expressed their thanks. Little did he realize that the main event was just beginning. Secretary Li, these are Yi Roujing's in-laws and her second brother-in-law. Li Liangfei warmly shook hands with the three individuals, extolling the virtues of their family traditions. Li Yonghu added that he and Ding Anghua were classmates, and he had always known him to be a good person. With fervor, Li Liangfei delivered an impassioned speech before, under the guidance of Ding Shouting. He made his way to Yi Roujing's home, surrounded by a throng of villagers from Dingping Production Brigade. Ding Anmin opened the courtyard gate in response to the knocking, only to be taken aback by the dense crowd outside. Secretary Li, this is Comrade Yi Roujing's sister-in-law, Ding Anmin, and that is indeed Comrade Yi Roujing, Ding Shouting introduced, his demeanor amiable. As Yi Roujing emerged from the house, her voice instantly rose in excitement. Upon seeing the brigade leader respectfully welcoming a middle-aged gentleman clad in a blue shirt and black trousers, his hair meticulously styled in a neat side part, Yi Roujing's eyes were drawn to the banner in Li Yonghu's hands, prominently featuring her name and signed by the Provincial Public Security Bureau. It was clear to her that this was orchestrated by He Ping's family, yet she masked her realization with a fade of well-timed astonishment. Brigade leader Yi Roujing greeted with a smile. Comrade Yi Roujing, this is Secretary Li from Tongstin Commune, Ding Shouting introduced. Ah, Secretary Li, it is a pleasure to meet you. Yi Roujing replied, her demeanor suggesting a prior acquaintance with Li Liangfei, radiating warmth and respect. The smile on Li Liangfei's face deepened at her greeting. Comrade Yi Roujing? And Anqing is here as well, he remarked, noticing Ding Ancheng emerging from the kitchen, his smile growing even brighter as he patted Ding Ancheng's arm. Secretary Li. Ding Ancheng maintained his usual calm demeanor, a sight that Li Liangfei had long since grown accustomed to. Anqing, you have indeed married a wonderful wife, a truly warm-hearted comrade, Li Liangfei extolled, causing Yi Roujing beside him to blush slightly. However, the commune was not empty-handed. They presented Yi Roujing with an envelope, which any discerning eye would recognize as containing money. Li Liangfei, ever the efficient operator, stated plainly that due to the commune's limited financial resources, they would award Comrade Yi Roujing 5 yuan, a porcelain jar, and a towel as tokens of encouragement. I am deeply grateful for the commune's encouragement. I will continue to uphold our fine traditions and strive to be a good comrade for the country and the people under your leadership, Secretary Li, Yi Roujing expressed, naturally feeling it necessary to voice her thoughts in gratitude for the rewards, eloquent words flowing forth. Li Liangfei led the applause, and the surrounding crowd followed suit. Comrade Yi Roujing, here is this banner. If it were to be hung in the commune, it would inspire many others to learn from you, he suggested. Yi Roujing understood perfectly, responding generously, Secretary Li, you are absolutely right. I also believe that displaying this banner in the commune would truly enhance its value. I will leave the arrangements in your capable hands. Li Liangfei beamed, delighted at the ease of conversing with an astute individual. You have chosen well in your wife. Gu Shizhao had already positioned himself beside Ding Ancheng, noting the joy radiating from their secretary. When do you plan to clarify matters? She is already at home. Ding Ancheng cast a glance toward Ding Anmin's room, and Gu Shizhao instantly understood Xia Xingchen had moved in. In the past, I lacked understanding, yet I believe that certain opportunities, if missed, will lead to regret. Ding Ancheng stated earnestly, if you hesitate, someone else will seize the moment, and then you will find yourself regretting it. Gu Shizhao rolled his eyes in response. If I frighten them away now, will you compensate me? However, you cannot remain inconspicuous forever. If you do not make your intentions clear, who will take notice of you? Ding Ancheng teased, you usually appear so brazen, yet in this matter, you suddenly wish to maintain a semblance of decorum. Ding Ancheng cast a glance at Gu Shizhao, who fell silent. Just before departing, Xia Xingchen emerged from the room. Gu Shizhao seemed to sense something, turning his head to gaze deeply at her several times until her eyes fell, prompting her to leave. Wow, the commune is exceedingly generous. 5 yuan. Plus, this enamel mug and towel, which are not easily obtainable. Once the person had departed, Ding Ancheng became animated. If you like it, then take it for your own use, Yi Roujing remarked nonchalantly. No, this is for you. Keep it for yourself, Ding Ancheng insisted, shaking her head in refusal. Being recognized brings a different experience, Yi Roujing thought, as she felt the weight of expectations upon her after receiving accolades. In addition, there were 2 bags, one filled with milk powder, malt extract, milk candy, canned goods, and other edibles. The other, slightly smaller, contained fabrics like cotton and polyester. Chapter 102. Do not underestimate nurses. Yi Roujing personally delivered the clothes she purchased for Ding Wei and Li Hongying, and their joy was immeasurable. She kept a portion of the fabric for herself, while the remainder was sent to Li Hongying. As for the food, Li Hongying, aware of Yi Roujing's preferences, generously shared most of it with her, leaving some for Ding Anghua and Ding Anmin. As night fell, Yi Roujing discreetly had Ding Anghua deliver items she had prepared for Elder Qi, and then she began to pack provisions for Ding Ancheng. It was essential that he did not go without food at home. She packed milk powder, sugar, canned goods, and biscuits. I don't need any. I am not particularly fond of snacks, Ding Ancheng interjected, raising a hand to refuse. Do eat. These are quite delectable, Yi Roujing insisted, continuing to fill the bag. Given the current lack of nutrition, the meals were rather ordinary and snacks were scarce. It was important for everyone to have a little extra. However, there isn't much fruit, Yi Roujing remarked, recalling the fresh fruits she had enjoyed during her last visit to the provincial city, which were seldom seen here. With no out-of-season fruits available, the selection was pitifully limited, and during her time here, she had not tasted any at home, excluding canned varieties, of course. The following night, after having mentioned her longing for fruit, Yi Roujing received a delightful surprise from Ding Ancheng, a basket of strawberries and a bag of lychees, both exquisitely fresh. Where did these come from? Yi Roujing inquired with delight. I had someone procure them, though the quantity is not substantial, Ding Ancheng explained with a smile. Overjoyed, Yi Roujing eagerly washed the fruit, meticulously removing the stems from each strawberry, while she poured the lychees into a plate and called her family to join in the feast. I do not have a particular fondness for eating either. To be cautious, for the consequences of being caught could be dire, Yi Roujing cautioned, not wishing to endanger anyone due to mere cravings. Hearing this, Ding Ancheng tightened his embrace slightly, replying, Yes, I am aware. Oh, that is too tight. I can hardly breathe, Yi Roujing protested, beginning to struggle against him. Ding Ancheng eased his grip. The soft, warm sound of his laughter brushed against her ear, causing her to feel a flush creep to her cheeks as she shifted forward, distancing herself from him. His behavior had become increasingly peculiar. A disconcerting thought surfaced in Yi Roujing's mind regarding the obligations that should exist between spouses, causing her body to tense up. She felt anxious, contemplating whether to acquiesce to Ding Ancheng's intentions or to push him away. Ding Ancheng, feigning ignorance, simply held her as they slept, refraining from any further actions. Gradually, as her heart calmed, Yi Roujing drifted into slumber. As the rhythmic sound of her breathing filled the air, Ding Ancheng opened his eyes in the darkness and gently caressed Yi Roujing's hair. He sensed that she must harbor some affection for him, otherwise she would not allow his embraces and kisses. Yet, Yi Roujing also held her reservations. The memory of her previous declaration about wanting a divorce weighed heavily on Ding Ancheng's heart, instilling a sense of frustration within him. He recognized that he had not done enough. The 3 months following their wedding, during which he had been indifferent to her, had deeply wounded her heart. He pondered how much he could amend in the nearly 2 months that had passed since. He resolved to make her accustomed to his presence constantly. Gently, Ding Ancheng turned Yi Roujing to face him, planting a tender kiss on her nose before gradually succumbing to sleep himself. This document was urgently dispatched by the city and delivered directly to his home early this morning. He initially presumed it to be of great significance, only to discover that it was a commendation for a female colleague from the Tongsten Commune subordinate team. Accompanying the document was a monetary reward of 20 yuan from the city. While this may not seem particularly momentous, The city had explicitly designated the reward for the female colleague as a job opportunity. The arrangement of employment, backed by an official document from the city, was indeed not a trivial matter. However, it was noted that this young woman possessed some knowledge of medical principles, warranting her placement in the employee hospital of the food factory. The nominal director of the food factory's employee hospital was none other than Chen Yuyi, the head of the Huaixi County Health Bureau. Lu Chongshang had attended school with Chen Yuyi from elementary through high school, and after graduating from university, they became colleagues, striving together to excel in their respective fields, thus fostering a close friendship. Due to this camaraderie, Lu Chongshang was acutely aware of Chen Yuyi's temperament. He was a man intolerant of any imperfections, particularly within the medical system. Allowing someone without medical training to enter his hospital would undoubtedly lead to chaos. Lu Chongshang sighed, tossed the document onto the desk, and began to pack up for the day. As for Yi Roujing, she had never anticipated being assigned a job of such good fortune. After sending Ding Ancheng off on a tractor early on the 8th, she simply returned to her routine. By 10 o'clock on the morning of May 8th, Lu Chongshang placed a call to summon Chen Yuyi to his office. Certain discussions were deemed unsuitable for a phone conversation, compelling him to come in person. What could possibly be so important? Chen Yuyi and Lu Chongshang were quite frank with each other, especially in the privacy of their two-person meeting. Take a look, Lu said. Lao Chongshang esteemed the direct delivery of documents from the city to Chen Yuyi. Chen Yuyi, upon receiving the official notice, began to peruse it slowly. With each passing moment, his eyes widened and his expression grew increasingly grave. Finally, he flung the document onto the table, rose to his feet, and erupted in furious denunciation, questioning the incompetence of those in the city who dared to meddle in hospital affairs. What is a hospital, after all? It is a sanctuary for saving lives. Can they simply assign individuals haphazardly, jeopardizing lives without accountability? He added, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. After finishing his tea, Chen Yuyi intended to depart. Lao Chun, I pondered this matter throughout the night. I am aware you may not agree, but the city has also stated that this female comrade, in a display of valor, saved a life. Surely, even if she cannot serve as a physician, she may at least be a nurse? A nurse, you say? Chen Yuyi's displeasure was palpable. Lao Lu, do you comprehend what being a nurse entails? It involves administering injections and dispensing medication. Would you feel at ease allowing such an amateur to administer treatment in your hospital? Do not underestimate nurses. He added with a hint of reproach. Lao Chongshang, rubbing his temples in exasperation, suggested, if she lacks understanding, the experienced nurses can guide her, instruct her. Even if she were to be mentored, she must possess the fundamental knowledge first. I am unyielding. That comrade may pursue a career as a physician or a nurse elsewhere, but she is not permitted to work in the staff hospital of the food factory, Chen Yuyi asserted resolutely. Chapter 103. Saving the child, having secured the answer he desired. Chen Yuyi rose contentedly, while Lao Chongshang could only shake his head in bemusement. In June, an orthopedic specialist from Beijing is scheduled to visit our hospital for an exchange and assessment. Chen Yuyi spoke earnestly, suggesting that we invite Ajin to join. Lu Chongshang's expression turned serious as he replied, I will inquire with him first. Chen Yuyi then patted Lu Chongshang's shoulder, urging, do not allow Ajin to give up on himself. Recently, he has been making progress. Lu Chongshang, reflecting on his eldest son's recent behavior, allowed a rare smile to grace his face. In what way has he improved? Chen Yuyi inquired with concern. Not only that, but Ajin has also ventured outside, taking walks in the courtyard. A glimmer of joy appeared in Chen Yuyi's eyes. Ajin is willing to step out of the house. That is indeed a positive development. Even if his leg remains as it is, it does not significantly impact his health. He merely tends to overthink. Lu Chongshang nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is a favorable sign. I can only hope for continued improvement. If he could completely let go and find a partner, that would be splendid. Chen Yuyi concurred. Lu Wenjin has been deeply affected by his past relationships. After being injured in the military and transitioning to civilian life with a limp, his fiancée called off their engagement. 3 years have passed, and that girl is now married with children, while Lu Wenjin remains alone, still struggling to move on. He is such a remarkable young man. I can only wish for his continued growth. On May 9th, a call from the Huaixi County government reached the Tongxian commune, instructing them to inform Yi Roujing to go to the county government on the 12th to receive a reward. In a phone conversation, the county government clerk expressed commendations for Tongxian commune, which brought great joy to Li Liangfei, who was elated for quite some time. He personally made another trip to Dingping Production Brigade to share this good news with Yi Roujing. On May 11th, Yi Roujing, Ding Anghua, Ding Anmin, and Xia Xingchen took the afternoon bus to the county seat. Yi Roujing and Ding Anmin were reluctant to leave Xia Xingchen alone in the brigade, as Ding Wei and Li Hongying had different work responsibilities and could not keep a constant watch on her. To spare them worry, they had not disclosed the specifics concerning Xia Xingchen at home, leaving them unaware of the situation. Xia Xingchen possessed some money, the inheritance left by her late mother, and she carried a bank book with her, making it convenient to withdraw some funds in the county. After some deliberation, she decided to join them. By the time they arrived in the county, darkness had already fallen. Ding Ancheng awaited them directly at the bus station, guiding the four to a guest house where 2 rooms were secured. After a brief wash-up, they proceeded to the state-run restaurant for dinner. The night was well advanced, and many dishes had already been depleted. Thus, the 5 of them ordered plain noodles, 1 bowl each. The commune had provided 5 yuan, leading Ding Anmin to ponder that the rewards for the following day should undoubtedly be greater. Yi Roujing, however, was not particularly concerned. Her thoughts were focused on job hunting after the morning concluded. She held firm to the belief that as long as the factory personnel granted her an interview, she was certain to be accepted. Tomorrow morning, there will be an exam at school, so I cannot accompany you to the county government. However, I will wait for you at the entrance once I finish, Ding Ancheng said to Yi Roujing. It's all right. You carry on with your matters. I can find my way, she replied. Yi Roujing did not pay much attention and assured, Elder brother, rest assured, I will take good care of sister-in-law. Ding Anghua responded. You must watch over her closely. Ding Anmin added, tomorrow, Xingchen and I will be going to the bank, so we cannot accompany you. Understood, Ding Anghua nodded in agreement. On May 12th at 10 o'clock, they would receive their awards at the county government. Yi Roujing, not feeling anxious, slept until 7:30. The 4 of them then went to have breakfast together. After the meal, Ding Anmin and Xia Xingchen headed to the bank while Yi Roujing took Ding Anghua to wander around. With time still on their hands, Yi Roujing expressed her desire to inquire about any factories hiring, and Ding Anghua followed her dutifully. Make way, everyone. A figure rushed swiftly through the crowd. A robust man carrying someone on his back, the child's feet dangling over his shoulders. Ollie, what happened? Who are you carrying? The elders, recognizing the posture, immediately suspected a drowning incident. Oh, isn't that Chen's youngest son? Quickly, take him to the factory's clinic. Dr. Wu is over here. Ollie, bring the child this way. Someone spotted the young Dr. Wu Aihua arriving on her bicycle for work. Hearing the commotion, she halted her bike. A crowd gathered, delivering the child into her hands. Panic set in as she noticed the boy's closed eyes, pale complexion, and lack of chest movement, resembling a lifeless body. Wu Aihua, feeling helpless, urged, quickly, take him to the hospital. Yi Roujing navigated through the crowd, recognizing the signs of drowning in the child before her. If immediate assistance was not rendered, the child would surely perish. Make way, she commanded, pushing Wu Aihua aside. She pried open the child's mouth and examined the nostrils, meticulously searching for any obstructions. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yi Roujing shouted, gently patting the child's shoulder while checking for a pulse in the neck. 3 agonizing seconds passed without any response. Yi Roujing commenced external chest compressions on the 9-year-old boy lying on the ground. After a minute of vigorous effort, she swiftly lifted the child's chin to administer artificial respiration, followed by another round of chest compressions. The sight of her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation provoked gasps from the onlookers. Yet the commotion subsided quickly, for the child, Chen Guola, was but 8 years old. With unwavering focus, Yi Roujing executed 5 cycles of cardiopulmonary resuscitation. During the 6th cycle, Chen Guola coughed up a few mouthfuls of water, finally regaining consciousness. Oh dear, he is alive. The water's out. He must be all right now. Thank goodness. He is the sole heir of the Chen family. Chapter 104. The gratitude of Chen Yuyi upon seeing the child awaken. Yi Roujing ceased her efforts. But the boy struggled to rise, prompting her to restrain him. We need a board. He must lie flat to be transported to the hospital, where the doctors can conduct a thorough examination to ensure there are no other issues, she instructed. No sooner had she spoken than a compassionate bystander sought out a solution. And soon Chen Ali returned, carrying a plank. Lay the child flat on the board and prevent him from moving, Yi Roujing advised. Aloof, do not move. Third brother will take you to the hospital now. You will see your father there, Chen Ali softly reassured. Chen Guo complied, remaining still. Yi Roujing and Ding Anghua were surrounded by the crowd as they made their way to the staff hospital. Wu Aihua lingered behind. Yet no one paid her any attention. Still somewhat dazed, she pushed her bicycle along, her gaze fixed on Yi Roujing, her grip tightening. Her heart filled with confusion about the identities of those involved and the peculiar sequence of events that had just unfolded. Observing that they were younger than herself yet had caused her great distress today, she felt a sense of relief that Elder Qin's son had been saved. Otherwise, her aspirations of becoming a doctor might have been dashed. Chen Yi had just finished breakfast at the staff cafeteria and calculated the time, intending to head to the county government by 9:30. He was seated in his office, sipping tea, when the door was suddenly flung open, and the head of the internal medicine department rushed in, breathless. Elder Chen, you must go to the second floor immediately. Alu is in trouble. Chen Yuyi's heart raced, but he managed to regain some composure before hurriedly descending the stairs. Upon seeing Chen Guolu lying on the hospital bed, attended by an orthopedic doctor, he fell silent, knowing as a physician that it was inappropriate to interrupt. Chen Guoli's shirt had been removed, revealing a large area of red marks on his chest, slightly mottled with purple, a clear indication of impact. I can feel that the bones are intact, but whether there are fractures is uncertain. We should take an X-ray to be certain, the doctor stated. Dad, Chen Guolu rasped, his voice hoarse as he called out upon seeing Chen Yui. There, dear Ale, go for your scan. Father will be right here waiting for you. Chen Yui stroked Chen Guolu's head, his face brimming with amiable affection. Okay. As a nurse wheeled Chen Guolu away for his X-ray, Chen Yui turned his attention to Chen Ali, who was drenched in sweat and whose legs were still trembling, the result of excessive running. His son had been staying in their old family home for the past few days, located just outside the county seat, a mere hour's walk away. His elderly mother had been longing to see her little grandson, so naturally, he had given his permission. However, Ali, what happened? Chen Yui inquired. Uncle, I'm so sorry. Chen Ali immediately dropped to his knees, prompting Chen Yui to quickly assist him up and guide him to a seat. A man should not kneel so readily. Tell me what occurred. Chen Yui said with a stern expression. Just explain what happened to Ale. He's safe now, so nothing else matters. I know how mischievous Ale can be, and I know how well you all take care of him. Ale is not without blame in today's events. Uncle, we failed to watch over Ale, and he went into the water. Chen Ali said remorsefully. Today, we went to the stream to catch fish. There were so many fish, and they were so big, we were overjoyed. No one noticed when Ale ended up face down in the water. We were negligent, assuming that the stream was only up to Ale's shoulders, and we let our guard down, thinking nothing could happen. By the time we realized, Ale had already lost consciousness. I carried Ale all the way here on my back. Oh, yes, uncle, this woman saved Ale. Chen Ali thought of Yi Roujing and hurriedly spoke to his uncle. This comrade pressed on Alu's chest and even provided some air, thereby reviving him. Chen Ali's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was not merely a gentle press. The comrade had applied pressure for quite some time and with remarkable speed, something not everyone could achieve. Indeed, Dr. Wu would not have been able to do so. He would have merely sent Ali to the hospital in a panic. Chen Yui was taken aback to discover that the marks on his son's chest were not from a collision, but from being pressed. He scrutinized Yi Roujing, a remarkably young and beautiful girl. Thank you very much, comrade, he said, bowing deeply in gratitude as a father. It's nothing really. I just felt compelled to help. Especially for such a young child, Yi Roujing humbly replied, waving her hand. Curious, Chen Yui inquired about the principles behind her pressing technique. Yi Roujing hesitated, unsure of how to explain, knowing that the term cardiopulmonary resuscitation might be unfamiliar, as it had not yet been introduced in the country. However, from the historical perspective of traditional Chinese medicine, similar resuscitation techniques had existed in ancient times. This technique was taught to me by my grandfather. Yi Roujing finally settled on an appropriate explanation. Is this a form of first aid? Chen Yui repeated the unfamiliar term. In certain critical situations, there may not be enough time to reach a hospital, so immediate rescue on site is essential, as long as there is breathing and a heartbeat. Further treatment can be administered once at the hospital, Yi Roujing elucidated. Are you a doctor? Chen Yui inquired, not knowing how to address the individual. Yi Roujing, came the reply. Chen Yui felt an inexplicable familiarity with the name, yet could not recall where he had previously encountered it. He merely regarded her as his son's savior, which made the name sound pleasing to his ears. I am not a doctor, but I am diligently striving toward that goal, Yi Roujing replied with a smile. Some of what I know has been taught to me by my grandfather. May I inquire about your grandfather? Chen Yui asked. My grandfather was a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, but he has since passed away, Yi Roujing responded somberly. My apologies, Chen Yui quickly offered. He expressed his gratitude to the accompanying individuals and personally escorted them downstairs. However, as Yi Roujing and Ding Ancheng were about to leave, Chen Yui halted them. Do you have the ability to administer injections or 4 drips? Chen Yui suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. He had already recruited someone in advance. He could not afford to indiscriminately hire in the city, nor could he impose upon the old building. But what was the name of the Good Samaritan mentioned in the documents? Chen Yui could not recall and decided it was of no concern. Yi Roujing was taken aback by the question but soon nodded in response. Isn't your grandfather a traditional Chinese medicine doctor? How is it that you possess skills in Western medicine? Wu Aihua could not resist a sarcastic remark. Could you demonstrate your practical skills? Chen Yui inquired. Yi Roujing was taken aback by the suggestion. Did he wish for her to work? As this thought crossed her mind, her eyes sparkled with excitement. That sounds wonderful. What qualifications do you hold? Chen Yui asked. Oh, I will be receiving my high school diploma in June, she replied. Yi Roujing stated earnestly, while Ding Ancheng was stumbled beside her, pondering how his sister-in-law possessed such unwavering confidence despite never having attended high school. She exuded an air of ease as if a high school diploma were effortlessly within her grasp. Chen Yui was taken aback. She hadn't even graduated from high school? How could she aspire to be a doctor? He distinctly recalled Yi Roujing expressing her ambition to pursue a medical career. Comrade, I am truly grateful for your assistance in saving my son. However, without formal education, it may be challenging for you to become a doctor. If you are capable of fulfilling the role of a nurse, our hospital would be delighted to have you join us, Chen Yui remarked after careful consideration. Wu Aihua, listening from behind, couldn't contain her delight. It turned out that Yi Roujing had no formal education and could never become a doctor. How could she possibly compare to herself? If she couldn't meet the requirements for nursing, she would surely be barred from the hospital. Given Chen's character, he would undoubtedly not permit any inadequacies. Hence his cautious wording about her potential competence. How amusing this would be to witness. Xiao Luo, Chen Yui called for Nurse Luo Yuan. Let Comrade Yi try her hand at administering injections and 4 drips. We shall observe from the side. Luo Yuan hesitated momentarily before agreeing, leading the group to the injection room, where both injections and 4 drips were conducted. At that moment, the injection room was bustling with patients, including a child wailing uncontrollably. His face flushed, arms flailing as his family struggled to hold him still. The nurse attempting to administer the 4 frowned and urged, "You must hold the child properly. How am I to insert the needle with such commotion? There are others waiting behind." Comrade Yi, Luo Yuan called, directing Yi Roujing to step in for the nurse assigned to the 4. Please assist this comrade with the 4 first. Luo Yuan, with her perceptive understanding, selected a young lady standing behind the children, who was of a similar age to Yi Roujing. The woman at the front, cradling a weeping child, upon hearing this, took the child aside to comfort him, stating she would administer the injection later. Subsequently, the others hesitated to approach. The last man in line stepped forward, saying, "Please, allow me to go first." He was in his early 30s, with an upright appearance, and his blue work uniform was stained with dark marks. "Master Niu, old Chun is here. How could anything go awry? I was supposed to be the last, but being able to go earlier is indeed fortunate," Niu Jingdao remarked with a smile. "Thank you, Master Niu." Chen Yui expressed his gratitude, then gestured to Yi Roujing. No one reminded Yi Roujing of her surroundings. Ding Ancheng observed from the side, his heart tightening, softly calling out, "Sister-in-law. Left hand, please." Niu Jingdao extended his left hand, palm facing upwards. Yi Roujing indicated for Niu Jingdao to hand her the intravenous bottle. She examined it closely, 1 bottle of sodium chloride and another of sodium penicillin, alongside a slip detailing the patient's name, medication, and dosage. "Master Niu, could you show me the site for the skin test?" Upon hearing this, Niu Jingdao broke into a smile, realizing that this individual was no novice. He extended his right hand, revealing no signs of an allergic reaction at the skin test site. "I'm not new to this, so you can rest assured." Yi Roujing glanced at the table, confirming that the disposable syringe and intravenous apparatus were clearly marked. "This comrade is truly remarkable. The needle hardly causes any pain," Niu Jingdao praised with a genuine smile. Not only Niu Jingdao, but also Chen Yui, Wu Aihua, and Luo Yuan were taken aback by the display. "This comrade must have experience with acupuncture," Luo Yuan remarked playfully, expressing her eagerness to welcome such a skilled individual. With 1 success, there would undoubtedly be a second and a third volunteer. Subsequently, Yi Roujing proceeded to administer injections to all the patients present, including the children. Little one, it won't hurt. Look at all the older brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts who have just been injected without shedding a tear. You are a brave little man, and surely won't be afraid, she assured the child with a beaming smile, deftly administering the injection while he was momentarily distracted. Without eliciting a single cry. Sister, it really doesn't hurt, the child exclaimed. Once the injection room was devoid of patients, Chen Yui finally spoke up, Comrade Yi. I am delighted that our hospital has gained such a talented individual. I wonder if Comrade Yi would consider joining us. Yi Roujing eagerly nodded in agreement, her heart brimming with joy at having secured a job. Despite any lingering dissatisfaction, Wu Aihua could not dispute Yi Roujing's evident capabilities. Moreover, the hospital's recruitment process for nurses remained consistent with today's, prioritizing practical skills over mere qualifications. Comrade Yi, let us discuss this in the office, Chen Yui suggested as he guided Yi Roujing and Ding Ancheng to his office. Comrade Yi, when would you be available to commence work? Chen Yui inquired. Chapter 106. A new opportunity arises. Though Yi Roujing felt elated to have secured a job, a wave of apprehensions soon followed. She had not anticipated such a swift resolution, and her family remained unaware of her good fortune. Moreover, with Xia Xingchen having just moved in, and the situation regarding Ding Ancheng still unresolved, her mind was a tumult of concerns. The couple's quarters in Ding Ancheng would not be available until the autumn semester, and she was reluctant to reside alone in the county's staff dormitory. Oh, what a predicament! Chen Yui nodded with a smile. Certainly. He then jotted down a phone number for Yi Roujing. This is my office number. Once your family has consented, do give me a call, and I shall make the arrangements for you. Thank you, Director Chun, Yi Roujing replied, now fully cognizant of his esteemed position. No need for thanks. Chen Yui waved his hand dismissively. Once Lu is well, I will accompany him to express our gratitude in person. Oh, that's not necessary. There are myriad ways to convey appreciation. You ought to understand my sentiment. Today, it is your own efforts that have garnered you this position. Comrade Yi, you shall undoubtedly excel as a nurse, Chen Yui praised. After confirming Yi Roujing's residential address and contact information, he permitted her to leave the hospital. The clock now read 9:40, and Yi Roujing, glancing at her watch, hurried alongside Ding Ancheng towards the county government office. Sister-in-law, you are amazing. Soon, you will be a nurse at the food factory's employee hospital, Ding Ancheng exclaimed, still somewhat dazed from witnessing the entire affair. Yes, sister-in-law has found a job and will assist you and Anmin in securing employment as well. Confidently, Yi Roujing expressed that once she integrates herself and expands her network, she would be privy to recruitment information sooner. After tidying up, the two entered the county government building, with only 5 minutes remaining until 10 o'clock. Upon hearing Yi Roujing announce her identity, the doorman immediately recognized her. The higher-ups had already briefed him, and he directed them accordingly. Yi Roujing and Ding Ancheng proceeded smoothly to the lobby, where they were ushered into an office by the staff. Old Chen, why are you still not here? Even if you have found someone, you must come and meet them today. That settled, Lu Chongshang decisively hung up on Chen Yui. Knock, knock. Please come in. County Head Lu, Comrade Yi have arrived. The office staff led Yi Roujing and Ding Ancheng inside, where Lu Chongshang greeted them with a warm smile and invited them to take a seat. Once the staff exited, they returned with tea for the guests. Ding Ancheng felt somewhat uneasy, while Yi Roujing remained composed, engaging in pleasant conversation with Lu Chongshang, although he only posed a few simple inquiries. Comrade, this is a reward sent from the city, please accept it. A sealed envelope was handed to Yi Roujing, who surmised it contained money, though she was uncertain of the amount. Indeed, it is my duty to do so, and I am immensely grateful for the recognition from the city, the county, and the commune. I assure you, I shall not betray this trust, and will continue to strive to be a good citizen dedicated to serving the people. Yi Roujing articulated these sentiments with ease, expressing her gratitude and determination, as was customary among her peers. The county wishes to offer you a position. Is there a specific area Comrade Yi is interested in? Luo Chongshang, valuing the sentiments of his old classmate, delicately inquired with Yi Roujing, suggesting that if she were inclined to pursue opportunities elsewhere, it would indeed be a cause for collective joy. A job opening? Yi Roujing was taken aback. What a fortuitous day it was, with job offers seemingly falling into her lap. Reflecting upon her current employment and now the prospect of another position, she asked, Director Luo, may I extend this job opportunity to a family member? Her voice tinged with nervousness. Luo Chongshang paused momentarily. You wish to pass this job on to a family member? Is that permissible? Yi Roujing inquired with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Luo Chongshang chuckled, affirming, the position is designated for comrade. Should she wish to transfer it to a family member, it is certainly allowable. Filled with elation, Yi Roujing asked, Director Luo, may I inquire about the nature of this job? There are various openings in some local units and factories, Luo Chongshang replied. Feeling that the proceedings were unfolding more favorably than he had anticipated, with the conditions for employment being quite flexible. Are there specific job categories? Yi Roujing pressed further. You may pursue whichever position suits your skills or appeals to your interests, for it is only through passion that one can excel in their work, Luo Chongshang said with a smile. And Gua, what do you wish to do? Yi Roujing turned to the side where Ding Anghua sat. Ding Anghua appeared somewhat bewildered. Although present, he was somewhat lost amidst the unfolding events. What type of work are you interested in? Yi Roujing asked earnestly. Sister-in-law, your family still has 3 elder brothers. And I am still quite young, so let them. Although Ding Anghua desires employment, this position is designated for Yi Roujing. And he is not the most qualified to assume it. You are not young either. Rest assured, sister-in-law knows what she is doing. Yi Roujing gazed steadily at Ding Anghua. Her expression resolute. She had her own considerations. Ding Anghua is educated and possesses potential for advancement, while her brothers are indeed suited for technical roles, yet these require guidance. She believes starting as an apprentice is the most appropriate path. Director Lu, my younger brother has a high school diploma, and he excelled academically. I believe he could be competent for certain positions in government institutions. Of course, he may not perform exceptionally well at first, but once he adapts, he will undoubtedly achieve results. Yi Roujing fixed her sights on government positions, realizing that some factories would inevitably be phased out by the times, whereas government roles are secure. Akin to an iron rice bowl. After some contemplation, Lu Chongshang considered if there are any agencies or offices within the county that have vacancies. There happens to be an old colleague in the county office who is processing retirement paperwork. This position has attracted the attention of many, and several individuals have already approached him regarding it. It is challenging to agree to one party, yet equally difficult to outright refuse. If a document from the city were available now, it would be ideal to place the individual directly in the county office, achieving a harmonious resolution. Is it possible that there is a vacancy in the county government office that this colleague could competently fill? Lu Chongshang inquired with a smile. The county government office? Yi Roujing was taken aback. Such an important department? She quickly signaled to Ding Ancheng. Director Lu, I will strive to perform admirably. Ding Anghua promptly responded, all right. Let Director Fong elaborate further. Chapter 107. This is family old Lu, I. As Chun Yi entered the office, he spotted someone seated on the sofa with their back to the door. He hesitated to address them directly. County Head Lu, my hospital has already completed the recruitment. Old Chun, it's all arranged, Lu Chongshang replied with a smile. Yi Roujing and Ding Anghua rose, astonished as they beheld the newcomer. The county town felt remarkably small when one could encounter acquaintances even in the county head's office. Comrade, Chun Yi noticed Yi Roujing's surprise. Suddenly, he comprehended why her name sounded so familiar. You did promise to join my hospital. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? You two know each other? Lu Chongshang inquired, intrigued. Chun Yi recounted the events of that morning, and upon learning that his friend's precious son had narrowly escaped a dire situation, Lu Chongshang felt a wave of relief, and he congratulated his friend for securing a competent individual. No wonder comrade, he mentioned transferring the job opportunity to a family member. Lu Chongshang now grasped the situation. County Head Lu, my uncle. Yi Roujing had not anticipated such a turn of events. It turned out that the position she had arranged for herself was indeed at Chen's hospital. You were personally recruited by old Chun. It has nothing to do with the city, Lu Chongshang stated. Comrade Ding, on behalf of the county government, I welcome your addition. Lu Chongshang extended his right hand to Ding Anghua, who was taken aback and quickly rose to shake his hands. Subsequently, Director Fong of the county government office summoned Ding Anghua and Yi Roujing. Based on the directives from the city, Director Fong instructed Ding Anghua to prepare various documents, such as his high school diploma, a letter of introduction, and household registration information. He needed to transfer his household registration to the county in advance to ensure the timely disbursement of his salary and allowances. He was to submit all materials by the end of May, and upon the approval of his employment, he would officially commence his duties. Big sister. It feels almost like a dream, Ding Anghua mused. After absorbing all the instructions, he received a certificate issued by the county government office, which he tucked closely into the pocket of his shirt, igniting a fervor in his heart. Just do your best, Yi Roujing encouraged, gently patting Ding Ancheng on the shoulder. Once you start, be adaptable and forge good relationships with others. It will also benefit Anmin and the others in securing employment. At the mention of Ding Anmin, Ding Ancheng paused. Big sister, now that we are in the city, what about Anmin and Xingchen? They can come too, even if it's not a formal position. Starting as a temporary worker is still an option, Yi Roujing replied. Hey, this will depend on your elder brother. Yi Roujing glanced down and saw Ding Ancheng already seated in the county government's hall. Elder brother, Ding Ancheng exclaimed, bounding down 3 steps in excitement, reaching the bottom in an instant. What are you so flustered about? Ding Ancheng shot him a disapproving look, but Ding Ancheng was too elated to notice. I have a job. I have a job, he shouted joyfully. Calm down, Yi Roujing said, feeling a bit exasperated. Remarkably, her words had an immediate effect, and Ding Ancheng fell silent. Let's head to the guest house, Ding Ancheng suggested, somewhat helplessly. Naturally, Ding Ancheng could not maintain control. The moment he stepped out of the county government building, he began to converse with Ding Ancheng candidly, laying everything bare without any concealment, with Yi Roujing being the focal point throughout the dialogue. Ding Ancheng was taken aback to learn that she had once again saved someone. However, upon hearing about mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, Yi Roujing distinctly sensed an aura of hostility directed towards others, yet the gaze cast upon her was one of sorrow, which was even more difficult to bear. What reward was given? How much money? The 3 ascended the stairs, and Ding Anmin's eyes immediately fixed on Yi Roujing. Oh, not yet seen. Yi Roujing promptly produced the envelope and handed it to Ding Anmin, saying, take a look. Ding Anmin hurried into the room, cautiously opening it, and upon seeing 2 large notes, gasped in astonishment. Indeed, the city was far more affluent than the commune, quadrupling the amount. What is the big deal? Let me tell you, the important thing is. Ding Ancheng entered slowly, resuming his discourse on work matters. Yi Roujing felt an urge to roll her eyes, her movement faltering. Although she did not wish to hear it all over again, it was not her own decision this time. It was Ding Ancheng who restrained her. Let us go next door. Ding Ancheng firmly pulled her into the adjacent room where he and Ding Ancheng were residing, shutting the door with a decisive click, locking it securely. Shouldn't the door be left open? Yi Roujing reminded him, referencing the customs of the time. When Ding Ancheng spoke with Ding Anmin and Xia Xingchen next door, their door was left ajar to avoid any appearance of impropriety. Do we need that? Ding Ancheng stepped forward, closing the distance between them to the point where they could sense each other's breath. Perhaps it could be closed after all. Even the somewhat slow-witted Yi Roujing could sense the peculiar mood of Ding Ancheng. He appeared decidedly displeased. What is wrong with you? Yi Roujing took a cautious step back, feigning innocence. You kissed someone else. Ding Ancheng advanced, his dark eyes brimming with accusation. Yi Roujing's mind was a flurry of question marks. She had no recollection of kissing anyone. I didn't, she protested. And Gua just mentioned it. Are you still trying to deny it? Ding Ancheng frowned. Hadn't Gua actually said she kissed someone? Yi Roujing suddenly understood. You must have misheard. It wasn't a kiss, it was a rescue. I was just helping someone. Ding Ancheng's expression darkened further. Yi Roujing found it somewhat amusing. Come on, it was just an 8-year-old child. Why are you so jealous? An overwhelming pressure enveloped her, and she felt a fierce bite that threatened to bruise her lips. Yet, this man before her showed no signs of letting up. Ouch, she murmured softly. Ding Ancheng sighed, releasing her and turning to sit on the bed, his back to her. Yi Roujing felt a flicker of grievance, reaching to touch her swollen lips, glaring at the back of Ding Ancheng's head several times. You are being unreasonable. She found it hard to believe and approached him, looking down. Are you really jealous? Ding Ancheng lifted his gaze, and Yi Roujing found it difficult to articulate the expression that enveloped him. It was so intense that it made her heart race. Yet it seemed tinged with a melancholy that she couldn't shake off. She hadn't anticipated that he could wear such an expression, and it pained her. He shouldn't look like this. Boy, Yi Roujing leaned down, unable to restrain herself, and pressed her lips against Ding Ancheng's in a fleeting, delicate touch, reminiscent of a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, yet it summoned all her courage. This, she thought, was what a kiss truly meant. Blushing, Roujing offered a hasty explanation. I was merely saving someone. It's not the same as kissing. Chapter 108. There will be no pause next time indeed. This was a kiss. Ding Ancheng's eyes suddenly sparkled with a captivating brilliance, leaving Roujing momentarily spellbound before he pulled her into his embrace. Just one more kiss, he coaxed gently. Flushed with embarrassment, Roujing turned her head away, jesting that she would not comply. A flurry of tender kisses descended upon her neck, causing her to melt in his hold. "Be good. If you kiss me again, I promise I won't tease you," he murmured, with a mix of shyness and trepidation. Roujing shot him a glance before closing her eyes and pressing her lips to his, leading to an uncontrollable escalation. She found herself pushed down, restrained, as his warm hands slipped beneath her clothing, caressing her slender waist. Ding Ancheng, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, struggled to maintain his composure, halting his movements to cradle her tightly. "Be still, otherwise, I want to let you off today." Roujing felt dizzy, instinctively gasping for breath as she was enveloped in Ding Ancheng's embrace, her senses overwhelmed by his intoxicating, cool fragrance. They remained in that tranquil embrace for a full 10 minutes before Ding Ancheng sat up, only to be met with the sight of her disheveled collar, revealing a patch of soft, fair skin adorned with scattered crimson spots, igniting a fire within him that compelled him to turn away. For another glance might lead to an irrepressible desire. Yiru's heart raced like a drum, filled with a flurry of emotions. Who was this person? In the mirror, Yiru meticulously retied her braid, yet the reflection staring back was one of a delicate visage, flushed with hues of spring, her lips swollen and red, suggesting something had transpired. How could she face anyone in such a state? In her frustration, she called for assistance, irritated that such behavior was displayed in public. Yiru was exceedingly vexed, while Ding Ancheng, with a playful smile, leaned down to steal another kiss. "You never used to act this way," he teased. Yiru muttered to herself, pondering the meaning of before, referring both to the stories she had read and the time prior to her arrival. "What?" she recalled suddenly. "When do you plan to visit the workers' hospital at the food factory?" Ding Ancheng shifted to a serious topic. "I cannot bear to leave Anmin and Xingchen in the commune. If anything were to happen, I would regret it." Yiru spoke candidly. Ding Ancheng appeared puzzled, questioning what could possibly happen to Anmin. Li Shipei and Wen Chaoquan have reached an agreement. Xingchen is Gu Shizhao's Achilles heel, a target for Wen Chaoquan. But what is Li Shipei's objective? Yiru's thoughts turned to family. She surmised that Anmin was not safe in the commune either. "And Gu and I have secured employment. Once we receive our salaries, renting an apartment in the county will pose no difficulty. Ideally, purchasing a home would be even better, allowing my parents to move in with us. We cannot all relocate to the city while they remain behind tending to the fields." As for Xia Xingchen, her identity as an educated youth required a reputable standing, otherwise her entry into the city would be impeded. Ding Ancheng cut to the heart of the matter. "Is there a solution?" Yiru inquired with genuine concern. "Indeed, brother. Could it be that sister-in-law has become overly excited? Ding Anmin has already learned about Yi Roujing and Ding Anghua securing employment. And if anyone is to be deemed overly enthusiastic, it is undoubtedly her. Her eyes gleam with an almost alarming brightness, her cheeks are flushed a vibrant hue. And it took considerable calming from Ding Anghua and Xia Xingchen for her to regain her composure. Nevertheless, she is quite capable. She had previously mentioned her intent to find a job, and she indeed succeeded, even assisting her second brother in the process. The thought brings her immense joy. Second brother. Once you commence your job, you must earnestly seek a partner. Presently, Ding Anmin harbors no concerns regarding Ding Anghua's matrimonial prospects, with a respectable position. Particularly at the county government office, it is no jest. Mothers-in-law tend to favor such sons-in-law. In her relation, this meal is quite sumptuous. Ding Ancheng has prepared a takeout for Yi Roujing, comprising a serving of wontons, a bowl of braised pork, a portion of stir-fried cucumber with eggs, and a bowl of rice. Sister-in-law, the aluminum lunch boxes were brought in by Ding Anmin, with Xia Xingchen following closely behind. Yi Roujing, lying in bed, swiftly turns to sit up. She is genuinely hungry. Second brother should be able to start working in June. When do you plan to go? This is currently Ding Anmin's primary concern. I will go when I am ready, perhaps around June or July. Yi Roujing reflects that it should be about the right time then, though if things progress quickly, it might even be sooner than Anghua. However, the couple's quarters for the elder brother have yet to be applied for. I just inquired and learned it will be around the beginning of the next semester. Nevertheless, the elder brother mentioned he would inquire further. Ding Anmin earnestly advised, when the time comes, you must share the dormitory with your colleagues. You cannot behave as you do at home, expecting others to do all the work for you. However, do not feel the need to cater to everyone. Simply focus on your own responsibilities. If you find yourself being bullied, do not hesitate to speak up to your elder brother or family. We will stand up for you. Yi Roujing, moved by these words, replied, but I do not plan to stay in the dormitory. Then where will you reside? I will have to trouble my dear sister-in-law to look after me. I intend to rent a place in the county where you, Ongwa, and Xingchen can also stay. Ideally, I would like to purchase a property so that I can bring my parents over as well. This time, Ding Ancheng did not object. If there are several family members with jobs, moving to the county would not be out of the question. But I am a sent-down youth. It is not as simple as just moving to the city, Xia Xingchen remarked with a smile. Indeed, we must devise a plan. Ding Ancheng and Gu Shizhao will come up with ideas, Yi Roujing responded. Upon hearing Gu Shizhao's name, Xia Xingchen felt a tightening in her heart. Her emotions becoming rather complex. What brings Teacher Ding to call me? Gu Shizhao's uncharacteristically light-hearted voice came through the receiver. Chapter 109. The Art of Conversation. Deputy Director Huaxi's mother was gravely ill and urgently required expensive medicinal materials. Ding Ancheng said, "Please send a piece of Ganoderma lucidum over. You know how to handle this." Ding Ancheng reminded him. A smile crept onto Gu Shizhao's lips, as expected of Teacher Ding. "Well informed as always. If this works out, I will owe you a significant favor. This time, there is no need. It is not for your sake." Ding Ancheng remained indifferent to the matter, for Gu Shizhao owed him quite a bit. "Oh, is it my sister-in-law who spoke up?" Gu Shizhao teased. "Indeed." Ding Ancheng replied cheerfully, informing him that they would likely arrive at Tongxian Commune around 4 o'clock. Listening to the sound of the phone disconnecting, Gu Shizhao felt a flutter of anticipation. Ding Ancheng's rare moment of tenderness stirred within him a longing, leaving him to ponder whether he too might one day embody such warmth. Gu Shizhao hesitated, secretarially, "If I leave, there will be no one to drive the tractor. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to go. You are simply to drive the vehicle to escort her," Li Liangfei chuckled. "Is that truly appropriate?" Gu Shizhao questioned uncertainly. "Why wouldn't it be? Comrade Yi Roujing is a member of our Tongxian commune, a commendable individual who acts with valor. Today, she is representing our commune at the county government to receive an award. It is only fitting that you accompany her." With Li Liangfei's words, Gu Shizhao nodded in agreement. Such is the art of conversation. Gu Shizhao, keeping an eye on the time, exchanged a few more words with Li Liangfei before stepping out. Not long after, he spotted the bus arriving, with many disembarking. His gaze quickly fell upon Xia Xingchen, and suppressing his urge, he called out to Yi Roujing instead. "What brings you here?" Yi Roujing inquired, stealing a glance at Xia Xingchen with a smile. Gu Shizhao remained silent, a smile playing on his lips. As Yi Roujing decided to let him be, "Then we must personally express our gratitude to Secretary Li. Ah, conversing with an astute person is indeed effortless. After you, sister-in-law." After Gu Shizhao departed, Li Liangfei instructed someone to prepare hot water and took out the tea leaves. As the sound of laughter echoed from outside, he asked someone to brew the tea. "Secretary Li, I am truly grateful to you. Despite your busy schedule, you still think of us," Yi Roujing expressed with utmost respect. "Comrade Yi Roujing, please take a seat, and the rest of you as well," Li Liangfei kindly invited. He inquired about Yi Roujing's thoughts and gains from her recent trip to the county. "The leaders in the county are quite amiable. I believe it is all thanks to Secretary Li's efforts in facilitating communication," Yi Roujing replied with a smile. She recounted how County Chief Lu personally presented her with an award. Yi Roujing meticulously detailed the events and mentioned the arrangements for her work, though she only spoke of her own matters. "Secretary Li, my late grandfather was an esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioner and consulted at the hospital. I learned a bit from him, which enabled me to assist others this time." Li Liangfei was taken aback. While he had anticipated that the higher-ups might secure a position for Yi Roujing, he had only considered the health clinic in the commune as a possibility. He had not expected her placement to be at the workers' hospital of the food factory, a facility on par with the county hospital. "I am confident that Comrade Yi Roujing will exert herself to contribute to the nation and its people." Li Liangfei's smile grew even more radiant. "To know another person is to open a new avenue. This extraordinary woman, with her striking beauty, eloquence, and profound intellect, would undoubtedly not stop here. And cultivating a good relationship with her would only prove beneficial." Having reiterated her words to Li Liangfei, Yi Roujing felt a sense of weariness. Yet she could not allow her fatigue to show on her face. Thus, she passionately delivered her speech once more. Yi Roujing, the wife of Ding Ancheng, had secured employment as a nurse at the workers' hospital of a food factory, which meant she would now receive a salary and possess the status of a city dweller with proper documentation. This news sent ripples of astonishment through the Dingping production brigade, eliciting a myriad of reactions: envy, admiration, and disbelief among them. However, Yi Roujing remained indifferent to such sentiments. The most delighted were Ding Weha, and Li Hongying, who enthusiastically invited Gu Shizhao to join them for dinner, as he was a close friend of Ding Ancheng and greatly esteemed by the couple. Xingchen, let us converse. Gu Shizhao called to Xia Xingchen, while Ding Wehe and Li Hongying were engrossed in listening to Ding Angua's detailed narrative. Being in the Ding residence, Xia Xingchen could not pretend not to notice. She had no choice but to discreetly follow him into the courtyard. Let us speak in my room, Yi Roujing suggested, allowing the two to converse without drawing the attention of others, thus ensuring a semblance of security. Thank you, sister-in-law, Gu Shizhao replied as he entered the room, with Xia Xingchen following suit. Yi Roujing, however, remained outside, keeping watch, a true testament to her kindness. In the courtyard, Ding Ancheng also emerged, providing Yi Roujing with company as she pointed toward the room, and together they took a seat. Inside, Xia Xingchen sat with her head slightly bowed, enveloped in silence. Gu Shizhao sighed. Do you not have any inquiries for me? Questions about what? Xia Xingchen lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with complexity. Should I ask if you are aware of my stepmother's intentions, or inquire if you have had any involvement? You ought to understand my feelings. Gu Shizhao stared intently at Xia Xingchen, his candor startlingly direct. Back when I was in the capital, I often found myself at odds with Gu Yi. Whenever there was a family matter requiring her presence, I would make it a point to visit personally. Do you fail to comprehend that? Xia Xingchen fidgeted nervously with her hands, feeling quite unsettled. What do I understand? That person claimed you simply wished to make her uncomfortable by lingering before her. However, with the frequency of my visits, Gu Yi has grown considerably closer to me. After all, I am her own nephew. Otherwise, why would you assume that she would approach me regarding the previous kidnapping incident? Gu Shizhao replied with a hint of exasperation. That is because you are nearby, residing in the countryside, Xia Xingchen declared earnestly. Then why do you think I also ventured into the countryside? Gu Shizhao pressed closer, his inquiry insistent. I cannot say, Xia Xingchen stammered, feeling a sense of trepidation each time she encountered Gu Shizhao, unable to meet his gaze due to her unease. Yet Gu Shizhao misconstrued her apprehension. The scar on his face was indeed a deterrent against reckless actions. Upon learning that Gu Yi's biological daughter, Xia Qingwen, was headed to the countryside, I began to seek out a place for myself, knowing full well that, in the end, it would undoubtedly be you, this foolish lad. Who would go? Gu Shizhao sighed, unable to resist the urge to ruffle Xia Xingchen's hair affectionately. Xia Xingchen was taken aback, stuttering, why you? Fearing he had frightened her, Gu Shizhao lingered only briefly, yet his subsequent words were even more alarming. If I were to sever ties with the Gu family, disassociating myself entirely from them, and if we were devoid of any so-called familial connection, would you consider me then? Gu Shizhao asked straightforwardly. Xia Xingchen was taken aback, while Gu Shizhao smiled helplessly. Think it over. I shall return in a few days. Considering Xia Xingchen's reputation, Gu Shizhao could not linger too long inside the room. After merely 5 minutes, he opened the door and stepped out. The consequence of their conversation left Xia Xingchen distracted during dinner, relying entirely on Ding Ancheng and Yi Roujing to feed her, preventing her from burying herself in a bowl of rice. Today, Ding Wei and Li Hongying learned that both Yi Roujing and Ding Ancheng had secured formal employment, which delighted them to the point of ignoring other matters. Huh? What is Xia Xingchen thinking? She wondered, her face suddenly flushed, her eyes filled with panic, and her hands unconsciously twisting together. Ding Ancheng instantly understood. It seems you are also concerned about Brother Gu, otherwise you would not bear such heavy thoughts. Ding Ancheng remarked with a hint of satisfaction, believing that Gu Shizhao was the kind of person who could protect Xia Xingchen. Xia Xingchen turned pale at Ding Ancheng's words, as the observer's clarity revealed much. Star. I have never been in a relationship myself, so I cannot offer you advice. Perhaps you could consult sister-in-law? Ding Ancheng, perhaps unaware, now held great trust in Yi Roujing. Subsequently, she pulled Xia Xingchen to knock on Yi Roujing's door. Two novices in love have come to seek guidance from another novice. What advice can I offer? As I have no experience? Yi Roujing thought. Since you hold such affection for my brother, share your feelings with Xingchen. My brother treats you well. That is what defines a good man. You should convey this standard to Xingchen, allowing her to evaluate Brother Gu for herself, Ding Ancheng suggested with a touch of sagacity. Yi Roujing twitched her lips. She had only met Ding Ancheng a few times and had not truly dated him, although they shared a bed and supported each other. She herself had not yet determined whether what they had was true love. After all, she could only rely on her past experiences to judge. In truth, to discern whether a man genuinely loves you, one must consider how much he is willing to sacrifice for you. Yi Roujing remarked with faint profundity. What has Gu Shizhao done for you? Please, tell me, She urged Xia Xingchen to speak boldly. He hesitated, finally articulating. He said he came to the countryside for me. He continued. He mentioned that if he were to sever ties with the Gu family, would you consider him, given we would no longer have that familial connection? Yi Roujing's eyes widened suddenly, brimming with envy. Oh my, that is true love. In truth, I believe Gu Gu's willingness to oppose his aunt for Xingchen demonstrates his care for you. Ding Anmin stated honestly. He feared you might not believe him, which is why he took such actions. Though some time has passed, it has certainly kept you on guard. Perhaps he is merely pretending, Yi Roujing countered. Receiving a glare from Ding Anmin. Gu Shizhao is not the type to feign, Xia Xingchen murmured softly. Yi Roujing raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Is this a case of mutual affection? Xingchen, have you ever considered the kind of person you would wish to marry? Ding Anmin inquired. Xia Xingchen shook her head, confessing that she had never contemplated such a thing. I always thought it would be arranged by the elders, leading to a mutual understanding. And you? Yi Roujing turned her gaze to Ding Anmin, asking, what about you? Ding Anmin wore a perplexed expression. What kind of person do you wish to marry? Yi Roujing inquired earnestly. Of course, I must marry someone of good quality. They shouldn't be too unattractive. They should at least be on par with my second brother, if not my eldest brother. Ideally, their family would be simple. Otherwise, I would be overwhelmed by a plethora of relatives, Ding Anmin remarked with a hint of sarcasm. At this point, Yi Roujing was convinced that the Li Rongan mentioned in the book as Ding Anmin's prospective husband was certainly not her desired match. The news of the Ding family's joyous occasion spread quickly, and within days, nearly everyone in the nearby village was aware, even reaching the ears of those in Huaixi County. When Xiaoquan was among them, having learned of it through a phone call from Li Shipei, who inquired when he would take action. Aware that further delay was not an option, when Xiaoquan immediately gave his consent. However, he soon discovered that someone had already sent Lingji mushrooms, which he initially dismissed as someone attempting to curry favor with Deputy Director Dai to gain access to high-ranking officials in the county. Yet, upon hearing from his father, he learned that Deputy Director Dai was inquiring about a young intellectual from Dingping Production Brigade named Xia Xingchen, seeking ways to bring this individual to the county. Chapter 111. The messenger Li Shipei was a shrewd woman, adept at psychological manipulation. Having secured Wen Chapuan's agreement, she instructed Li Shizhuan to gather his circle of acquaintances, intending to arrange a liaison for Yi Roujing. Even if it did not come to fruition, the mere act of vexing someone would be a source of amusement. Sister, when Gu instructed us to deal with that young intellectual named Xia Xingchen, not Yi Roujing, Li Shizhuan expressed his confusion. Isn't Wen Gu supposed to assist with those from the Ding family you dislike? Dealing with one is akin to dealing with all. After all, they are often together. So it would be quite satisfactory to handle them collectively. Li Shipei spoke plainly. Sister, leave dealing with Ding Ancheng's wife to me. It's better for me to handle it myself than to let someone else take advantage. Li Shizhuan revealed a lewd smile, prompting Li Shipei to furrow her brows. You are not capable, she stated seriously. Ding Ancheng is formidable, and Yi Roujing knows you. As long as you're alive, you will surely attract Ding Ancheng's attention in the future. There is no need for this. Just listen to me. Sister, Li Shizhuan replied with dissatisfaction. Why would I necessarily be inferior to Ding Ancheng? It's not negotiable. If you take action, you will no longer be my brother, Li Shipei declared with a grave expression. Despite his displeasure, Li Shizhuan had no choice but to acquiesce. Li Shizhuan, I speak sincerely. If you ruin my plans, I will not spare you. If Li Shizhuan became an obstacle between her and Ding Ancheng, even being her biological brother would not protect him from her wrath. The chill and venom in Li Shipei's gaze startled Li Shizhuan, making him shiver as he hastily assured her he would not touch Yi Roujing. Brother Shizhuan, Sister Shipei, he interjected. Sister, Li Yunjin from our team is also my junior, Li Shizhuan proudly introduced. Although Li Yunjin was older than both Li Shipei and Li Shizhuan, he always addressed them as sister and brother, which pleased Li Shizhuan immensely. Li Shipei suddenly recalled. I remember you have an older brother who is still unmarried? Li Yunjin, unfazed, remarked, he has a wooden post. Which girl would fancy him? I'll introduce someone to your brother. I just wonder if he has the courage to pursue her, Li Shipei said with a slight smirk, devising a clever plan that would serve multiple purposes. Sister Shipei, let us forget about my brother. Why not introduce someone to me instead? Li Yunjin, lacking in self-awareness, wished he could possess the beauty of Sister Shipei. With her smiling eyes fixed on him, Li Yunjin found himself taking a few steps back. Sister Shipei? I was just joking. There is no girl who could compare. I have no interest in comparisons, interjected Li Shipei, silencing him with her words. However, in the absence of her gaze, a shadow crossed Li Yungan's eyes. I need to make a phone call. Instead of contacting Wen Zhiquan, Li Shipei dialed Song Yilaw, knowing the number of the Dingping production team. Hello? Song Yilaw answered the phone, her heart brimming with joy, expecting it to be a family member. Song Yilaw, it's me, Li Shipei. Song Yilaw tightened her grip on the receiver. What do you need from me? I heard you have some Ganoderma, Li Shipei inquired with a smile. Song Yilaw's expression changed dramatically. Did Wen Zhiquan tell you? Not exactly. I overheard Wen Gu discussing it with someone, Li Shipei clarified. She and Wen Zhiquan shared a collaborative relationship and had no intention of jeopardizing his connection with Song Yilaw. She was no fool. Aware of Wen Zhiquan's affections for Song Yilaw, was the Ganoderma you gave to Xia Xingchen also yours? Li Shipei probed. Her laughter ensued as she recalled Wen Zhiquan mentioning how Xia Xingchen's stepmother had sold her, realizing that Song Yilaw was blissfully unaware and had been well protected. Tomorrow, I hope you can find a way to invite Xia Xingchen to. Li Shipei outlined her intentions. Listening to the phone, Song Yilaw felt her heart race. Her hands tightly clenched and trembling slightly. She understood that action was imminent. Although she was unaware of the intricacies surrounding Xia Xingchen, it mattered little. Li Shipei would undoubtedly not spare Yi Roujing. However, if she became entangled in this affair and it ultimately failed, what would she do? You need not take matters into your own hands. A messenger would suffice. We shall wait at that location tomorrow. Li Shipei finished with a smile before hanging up the phone. Song Jiqing. Song Yilaw nearly mislaid the receiver. Brother Ding. She greeted Ding Xingye with a strained smile. Did your family call? Is your grandfather all right? Ding Xingye inquired with concern. Song Yilaw shook her head with a smile, expressing her gratitude to Ding Xingye once more. Then excused herself, claiming school matters required her urgent attention. Who should she approach? What rationale should she employ? At this moment, Song Yilaw's mind was solely preoccupied with these thoughts. Lingji. Xia Xingchen seeks Lingji, and using this as bait should prove effective. But whom to approach? Song Yilaw abruptly halted, turning to look at Ding Xingye. Ding Xingye, caught off guard by the sudden gaze of Song Yilaw, noticed a fervent spark in her eyes that warmed his heart. Yilaw, what troubles you? Ding Xingye could not contain himself and took a few steps closer, softly calling out with intimacy. Brother Xingye, I would like to ask for your assistance. Song Yilaw said, feeling somewhat shy. You may speak freely. Ding Xingye grinned, genuinely pleased, for just moments ago, he had called her Yilaw without facing any objection. Could it be that he might continue to address her so in the future? I wish to gift a piece of Ganoderma to Xingchen, Song Yilaw said, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Ding Xingye felt a warmth in his heart. The girl he cherished was indeed kind-hearted. Those Ganoderma were originally yours. You may bestow them upon whomever you choose. Brother Xingye, most of them were discovered by you. Song Yilaw replied earnestly as she withdrew a neatly folded handkerchief from her pocket. You truly must accept this money. It is from my family. Who insisted I give it to you? This sum is hardly substantial, and if you refuse to accept it, how could I ever muster the courage to continue owing you favors? Song Yilaw said, intentionally pouting slightly, her eyes shimmering with tender emotions. After much persuasion, Ding Xingye ultimately acquiesced. Brother Xingye, Xingchen is rather stubborn. She would not accept help unconditionally. It would be ideal if you could intervene. Aunt Kaiying is inherently warm-hearted. You could request her assistance in mediating. Song Yilaw's thoughts were thorough. Ding Xingye pondered her words carefully before agreeing. However, Yilaw, I have not been able to locate any further Ganoderma. Your Ganoderma has already been given to Xia Jiqing and your grandfather. Brother Xingye, I have discovered a location, Song Yilaw whispered as she leaned closer to him. Ding Xingye found her words somewhat unclear, as his senses were overwhelmed by a sudden wave of fragrant aroma that stirred his heart and entranced his thoughts. Chapter 112. Ambush the following day, May 17th. Xia Jiqing. Xia Xingchen was engrossed in cutting pigweed alongside Ding Ancheng and Yi Roujing when a distant commotion caught her attention. She rose to see Ding Xingye, the youngest son of the village chief. Brother Xingye, Xia Xingchen called out with a smile. Yi Roujing and Ding Ancheng paused their actions, turning their gaze towards Ding Xingye, who appeared somewhat embarrassed and scratched his head. Xia Jiqing, how is your health? Ding Xingye inquired with genuine concern. Much better, Xia Xingchen replied, having personally experienced a significant improvement since she ceased taking the medicine sent by her stepmother and began following the treatment prescribed by Oldrin. Xia Jiqing, I've discovered a Lingji mushroom. Would you be interested? Ding Xingye lowered his voice as he asked. Upon hearing this, Yi Roujing scrutinized Ding Xingye closely. Noticing the sincerity reflected in his eyes, he truly cared for Xia Xingchen, evidently inheriting the warmth of Aunt Kaiying. However, Yi Roujing was aware of Ding Xingye's affections for Song Yiluo, and that the Lingji he had previously found had been given to her. She had subtly inquired about this from Aunt Kaiying, who remained oblivious to her son's dealings with the Lingji, merely recounting tales of past finds within the brigade and how fortunate those individuals had been. Lingji? Xia Xingchen responded with surprise, immediately glancing at Yi Roujing, as she already possessed a Lingji mushroom, a gift from Yi Roujing that old Run had incorporated directly into the medicine. Observing her reaction, Ding Xingye smiled knowingly and said, "Sister-in-law, everyone in the brigade is aware of your medical knowledge. You could accompany Xingchen to examine the Lingji. If it proves unsuitable, then so be it." "Xingye, where did you find this Lingji?" Yi Roujing inquired with a smile, remarking on the sheer fortune of the find. Previously, when she had asked Aunt Kaiying, she had mentioned that someone in the brigade had discovered Lingji, but that was decades ago. A fleeting expression of guilt crossed Ding Xingye's face. He pondered whether his mother would break his legs if she discovered that the precious Ganoderma he had previously found was given to Yi Luo. "Brother Xingye, where did you find it?" Ding Anming's eyes sparkled with excitement, sensing the prospect of a significant discovery. Yi Roujing found the situation amusing, suspecting he was merely hoping for a stroke of luck. "Up on the mountain, I was accompanying." Ding Xingye's words trailed off, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Yi Luo had advised him not to accompany her, fearing the crowd would attract unnecessary attention. It was best to meet directly at the designated spot. "You all know the small bamboo forest on the mountain, right? It's there." Ding Xingye redirected the conversation. Upon hearing bamboo forest, a vivid image of a gigantic bamboo rat popped into Yi Roujing's mind, making her shiver. Ding Anming recalled it as well. "Brother Xingye, I can accompany Xingchen. My sister-in-law is afraid of bamboo rats." "Oh, the charming girl," Yi Roujing thought to herself, yet a sense of unease lingered. While Ding Xingye's demeanor revealed nothing amiss, she remained cautious regarding anything connected to Song Yiluo. "I shall join as well. After all, such opportunities are rare. If it becomes too much, I can simply keep my distance," Yi Roujing declared, her expression conveying a sense of reliance on him. "Brother Xingye, let us hasten our departure," Ding Anming urged eagerly. The three nodded in agreement. However, once Ding Xingye had left, Ding Anming could hardly contain herself. "Hey, shall we head to the bamboo forest now?" "To do what?" Xia Xingchen inquired. "To search for Ganoderma." Ding Anming was eager to try her hand at foraging, her heart racing at the thought of the considerable fortune that Yi Roujing had amassed from selling ginseng and reishi mushrooms. Yi Roujing found the situation somewhat amusing. After all, who would leave reishi behind waiting for someone to pluck it? Then why not just visit Aunt Ying's house? Ding Anming pondered, slightly perplexed. Despite Ding Anming's persistent coaxing, Yi Roujing and Xia Xingchen could only accompany her. However, upon arrival, their efforts yielded no trace of reishi, leading an irate Ding Anming to commence digging for bamboo shoots instead. Yi Roujing patiently endured Ding Anming's grievances, especially since they had yet to meet the time agreed upon with Ding Xingye. Thus, she paid little heed to her surroundings until the sound of approaching footsteps drew her attention, revealing 4 men striding towards them. "Oh my, what striking young ladies," one of them remarked. As they drew nearer, Yi Roujing discerned that they did not belong to their group. "Who are you?" Ding Anming inquired, rising to brandish her sickle defensively. "How fierce. But I find that appealing," replied Li Yunjin, surprised that Li Shijuan had assigned them such a delightful task. Yi Roujing regarded the quartet of unseemly men with a sense of lament. It was unfortunate that the crime of hooliganism had yet to be legislated. It wasn't until 1979 with the introduction of the first criminal law that such offenses would be addressed, and in the early 1980s, hooliganism could even warrant the death penalty. During this lawless era, any semblance of impropriety between men and women could potentially alter their lives forever. "Given your appearance, how dare you aspire to such unattainable beauty?" Yi Roujing scoffed. "Brother Yun, this one is even more exquisite." The individuals accompanying Li Yunjin hailed from the nearby villages and were notorious for their misdeeds. They had engaged in countless acts of theft and mischief, including the harassment of young women. It was common for them to be summoned by the police for questioning, and they had grown desensitized to such encounters, having witnessed every conceivable tactic. At this moment, Xia Xingchen's complexion had turned pale, and Ding Anming gripped the sickle in her hand with increasing intensity, instinctively retreating a few steps. The 4 men, upon noticing her reaction, chuckled and continued to advance. Yi Roujing let out a sigh, breaking a nearby small bamboo stick with a swift motion. She wielded the bamboo rod with a few gestures before instructing Anmin. You protect Xingqian and wait for me over there. She pointed to a corner surrounded by their adversaries. Ding Anmin hesitated momentarily. Hurry, do not make me repeat myself. Yi Roujing's tone was resolute, prompting Ding Anmin to comply, pulling Xia Xingqian to the designated corner while she faced outward with the sickle in hand. I. Ding Anmin contemplated seeking assistance but was reluctant to leave Yi Roujing behind, finding herself in a precarious situation. Do you, my lovely lady, intend to satisfy all of us? Li Yunjin leered at Yi Roujing with malicious intent. With a swift motion, Yi Roujing swung the bamboo rod, snapping a robust and upright bamboo nearby, startling both Ding Anmin and Xia Xingqian, effectively halting the advance of the four men. Chapter 113. Stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork. How is it that you, sister-in-law, possess such remarkable prowess? Xia Xingqian asked in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief as she turned to Ding Anmin. The expression on Ding Anmin's face resembled that of a deer caught in headlights. I do not know. Yin Gu, you never mentioned this woman had any skills, one man faltered, realizing that Yi Roujing's actions were not something an average person could easily replicate. Pray tell, who sent you here? Yi Roujing advanced fearlessly, wielding a bamboo stick. You might wish to reconsider your actions before suffering unnecessary pain. Li Yunjin stepped back, snapping a bamboo stick in response, his eyes gleaming with malice. We shall confront her together. Surely, we cannot be intimidated by a mere woman. At his words, the other three sprang into action. Yi Roujing, seizing the initiative, struck first, swinging her stick with precision and force, landing a blow on Li Yunjin's right wrist. He grimaced in pain, the stick falling from his grasp. Attack her now. Even if you get hurt, it matters not, Li Yunjin commanded, retreating a few paces. The three men encircled Yi Roujing, wildly brandishing their bamboo sticks. As if anticipating their moves, Yi Roujing tilted her head, sidestepped, and leaned back, evading their strikes effortlessly. The sound of bamboo striking flesh echoed around them, accompanied by anguished cries that pierced the air. The three men, overwhelmed by pain, fled in disarray, leaving Li Yunjin in shock. He had not anticipated that such a beautiful woman could possess such formidable strength, for men could not best her alone. Seeing his companions escape, Li Yunjin hastened to follow. Yi Roujing sprinted a few paces ahead and delivered a decisive blow with her stick, sending Li Yunjin tumbling to the ground, curled in agony as he clutched his abdomen. Now confess, who sent you? How did you know we would be here at this precise moment? Yi Roujing crouched down, fixing her gaze upon Li Yunjin with unwavering intensity. He met her eyes, a mix of fear and defiance swirling within, yet remained silent. Do they refer to you as Brother Yin? Are you Li Yung from the Lotus Flower Production Brigade? Yi Roujing directly addressed him, causing Li Yung to freeze momentarily. In fact, I already knew, as Li Shipei and Li Shijiwen belong to the same brigade as you. However, how did they discover our location in the mountains, particularly here in the bamboo grove? Yi Roujing inquired. You know? Li Yung exclaimed in astonishment. It's not the first time, Yi Roujing replied nonchalantly. I never expected they would send someone as a pawn, only to be dealt with by me. Upon hearing this, Li Yung could no longer maintain his composure. It was audacious of Li Shipei and Li Shijiwen to deceive him. What about the other question? Yi Roujing reminded him. Understood. You may leave now, she said, rising to grant him passage. However, as she stood, she added with a smile, there won't be a next time. Considering your ignorance this time and your initial offense, I can overlook it. But should there be a recurrence, while I may not be able to end your life, self-preservation could lead to severe consequences. And I trust the authorities would understand. Li Yung shivered at her words, recognizing from her expression that she was not jesting, although her lips curled into a smile. It was frigid, her gaze steely, reminiscent of the thuggish leaders he had encountered before. In truth, whether you dare or not is of little concern to me, Yi Roujing stated with ease. I possess considerable skill and a keen intellect. Should you err again, I have myriad ways to deal with you without needing to lift a finger. Are you familiar with Officer Hao Zhijian from Tongxian Commune? Li Yung was well aware of him. He had previously been summoned for reformation and was a frequent visitor. Inquire if you will, for not long ago, Comrade Hao Zhijian personally visited our brigade and expressed his gratitude at my doorstep. One ought to exercise discernment when seeking information. To act against someone without knowledge is truly. Yi Roujing spoke vaguely, yet Li Yunjin understood her self-deprecating sentiment. Let us proceed. I shall grant you leniency this time, Yi Roujing magnanimously declared. As Li Yunjin retreated in disarray, Ding Anmin and Xia Xingchen emerged from the corner of the bamboo grove. Sister-in-law, do you still possess such skills? Xia Xingchen exclaimed in exuberance. It is nothing extraordinary, mostly intended for intimidation, Yi Roujing replied with utmost humility. Who were you trying to fool? Ding Anmin muttered. For they had clearly heard the resounding thud of bamboo striking flesh during her display. But how did you acquire such prowess? Ding Anmin inquired. Intrigued and reflecting on how courteous Yi Roujing had been in the past, always retorting verbally without ever escalating matters physically, which she found commendable. Once, I encountered an elderly monk who came seeking water and food. I offered him 2 buns and a bamboo tube of water, and in gratitude, he imparted a few techniques to me. Yi Roujing fabricated her tale, which Xia Xingchen and Ding Anmin readily accepted. Ahem, do not speak of this outside, Yi Roujing cautioned. Clearing her throat. Why not? Ding Anmin asked, curious. Such an impressive young woman. Typically, few would wish to marry her. Yi Roujing continued her ruse. But isn't she already married? Were you merely pretending in front of my brother before? Ding Anmin retorted with a wide-eyed stare. I did no such thing. Yi Roujing vehemently denied, especially considering that your elder brother's skills undoubtedly surpass mine. Dressed to appear slender, yet possessing a robust physique beneath. One would hardly believe that someone as diligent in their training as Yi Roujing could lack martial prowess. Reflecting on how her elder brother once nearly incapacitated Li Shijuan, Ding Anmin found herself convinced. Knowing this, I shall keep it confidential, Ding Anmin generously declared, but today, I truly rely on you. However, how could the Li family be aware of our visit to the bamboo grove? Ding Anmin inquired, puzzled, given that this location was chosen by Xingye, who was not the type to conspire with others to orchestrate such persecution against us. While Ding Xingye would not engage in such treachery, he might have been deceived, genuinely believing it to be a matter concerning the Ganoderma. Yi Roujing remarked, are you aware of how I previously acquired the Ganoderma? Ding Anmin and Xia Xingchen shook their heads. I followed Song Ilua. Ding Xingye had discovered more than one Ganoderma, and I had previously given them all to Song Ilua. What? Why? Ding Anmin exclaimed, covering her mouth in realization. Brother Xingye has feelings for Song Ilua. Hearing this, Xia Xingchen furrowed her brow. Why then would Song Ilua seek to undermine us? It makes no sense. Upon hearing this, Ding Anmin discreetly glanced at Xia Xingchen. Recalling that Xia was unaware of the events in the provincial city, where she had seen Song Ilua, Wen Zhaoquan, and the Li siblings, who had formed some sort of alliance. Chapter 114, Bowing in Defeat. Wen Zhaoquan? It was the first time Xia Xingchen had heard this name. Wen Zhaoquan is currently working with Gu Shizhao. Yi Roujing succinctly emphasized the crux of the matter. Wen Zhaoquan harbors feelings for Song Ilua. You must be cautious of these 2 individuals, as well as the Li brothers, Ding Anmin advised. What does this have to do with me? Xia Xingchen queried, bewildered. The Li siblings harbor resentment towards us and seek to manipulate Wen Zhaoquan against us. But who is it that Wen Zhaoquan resents, or rather fears? It is Gu Shizhao. Yi Roujing seemed to peer into the depths of Xia Xingchen's heart. Gu Shizhao's Achilles' heel is you. If he wishes to threaten Gu Shizhao, he must hold you firmly in his grasp. Xia Xingchen's face drained of color, and she staggered back a few steps. Fortunately, Ding Anmin caught her just in time. What if Gu Shizhao's subordinates inadvertently let slip information about you, which is why he previously troubled us to keep a closer eye on you? Yi Roujing generously attributed all the credit to Gu Shizhao. So, you want me to move out from the youth point and live with Anmin? Xia Xingchen had found it peculiar that Anmin's home was not far from the youth point, but she was more than willing to accept, thus she readily agreed. Yet, those 4 individuals seemed intent on targeting all of us, not merely focusing on Xingchen. Ding Anmin pondered. Oh, your palm is red. It looks like it might break the skin. Ding Anmin said anxiously, noticing the deep crimson mark on Yi Roujing's fair palm. The forces at play are reciprocal. Yi Roujing sighed, but primarily, I had been overly confident before and did not anticipate that the bamboo would be so resilient. Oh, do not exert yourself. I shall assist you with the pig fodder, Ding Anmin prayed, hoping that blisters would not form. The good and the bad intertwine. As Yi Roujing's palm has developed a blister, which was pierced by a needle and now cannot come into contact with water. This Friday evening, when Ding Ancheng returned home, he found Yi Roujing reclining in their courtyard, legs crossed, hands cradling the back of her head, gazing up at the sky. However, the focal point was the clean, white cotton cloth wrapped around her right hand. What happened to her hand? Ding Ancheng approached and lifted her from the chair, heading towards the door. The smile on Yi Roujing's face faltered, and she glanced around in alarm, exclaiming, Hey, what are you doing? It's broad daylight, and we're in the courtyard. It wouldn't be proper if someone saw us. Ding Ancheng chuckled softly, noting that there was no one at home, nor in the vicinity, as he opened the door with his left hand. It's nothing serious, just a blister on my palm. And Min helped me puncture it, and is concerned about water exposure. Hence the wrapping, Yi Roujing explained. I have already found a few places in the county town. Come with me tomorrow to see which one you prefer. Ding Ancheng replied. Once everything is settled, you can start working at the hospital. Have you really found a place? Yi Roujing was utterly astonished. The pace of things seemed rather swift. I sought help from Director Wang. There are quite a number of private residences in the county town. As long as the street office intervenes, transactions can occur. Aunt Han happens to work at the office and provided me with some information. We have several options. Ding Ancheng continued. Yi Roujing was elated, exclaiming, "We can actually buy it? That is wonderful." Yet amidst her joy, she expressed concern for Xia Xingchen. What about Xingchen? Today, someone has already made a move. It's uncertain when a new group will arrive, and Xia Xingchen certainly cannot remain alone in the brigade. It is almost settled. The destination has been determined. We are merely awaiting the document from the youth office, remarked Ding Ancheng. That is good. Once the stars align for my departure, I shall commence my work. Yi Roujing responded thoughtfully. However, it is imperative that Anmin arranges a position for her. Otherwise, given her disposition, remaining idle in the county town would not sit well with her. I have inquired. Securing a formal position is rather challenging at the moment. Yet there are numerous temporary positions available. We can ask her where she would prefer to go, Ding Ancheng continued. By the way, before heading to the county town tomorrow, let us first visit my mother-in-law. Yi Roujing queried, puzzled. What is the matter? The food factory's transportation department is seeking apprentices. Perhaps we should ask Sanjiu if he is interested, Ding Ancheng suggested. Yi Roujing was somewhat taken aback. You have been quite busy these past few days, haven't you? How many people have you asked? Quite a few, and I even personally visited some residences, selecting 3 options that we can finalize once you arrive. Ding Ancheng leaned closer to Yi Roujing and said, shouldn't you offer me some words of comfort? Yi Roujing blinked and gently patted Ding Ancheng's soft hair. You've worked hard. Ding Ancheng sighed, standing up and leaning in to tease her slightly, playfully nipping at the tender spot before softening his approach. Yi Roujing paused. Pondering the sudden shift in his demeanor, he seemed to kiss at every opportunity and nip when displeased. Focus, she chided. Ding Ancheng grumbled in a low voice, intensifying his advances, yet he remained cautious, ensuring not to apply pressure on Yi Roujing's injured right hand. Stop, stop. Yi Roujing's face flushed a deep crimson. Was that her voice, so indescribably delicate? She seemed to waver, caught between resistance and acquiescence, as if entangled in silk. Stop what? Ding Ancheng rose, expressing his dissatisfaction. A low, muffled chuckle resonated, causing Yi Roujing's left palm to tingle with heat. A soft sensation glided past her, startling her into retracting her hand. You. What of me? Ding Ancheng softly coaxed. All right. If I cannot kiss your lips, may I not kiss another place instead? You are utterly shameless. Yi Roujing retorted, her voice laced with playful indignation. What of the icy demeanor, the unyielding authority, the calm composure? Such descriptors for the male lead seemed utterly misplaced. The individual before her was clearly a relentless pursuer, audacious and without scruples, utterly at odds with those lofty portrayals. Ding Ancheng leaned in and lightly pecked her, lifting her to sit upon his lap. All right, I shall cease my teasing. You are simply too easy to provoke. Yi Roujing struggled to dismount, but Ding Ancheng firmly restrained her. Do not fidget. It is still early. If you wish for us to miss dinner, I have no objections. Yi Roujing's charming face turned a vivid shade of crimson. They were not of the same caliber, and when it came to audacity, she willingly conceded defeat.